Xie Qingzhou harbored no affection for his wife, Jiangnan, regardless of her unparalleled beauty that captivated countless men. Whenever he ventured out with another, she remained oblivious, engaging in laughter and conversation with others as if he were non-existent. This indifference gnawed at him, leaving him restless and deprived of appetite. Upon arriving at the jewelry auction in the art district, Jiangnan alighted from her vehicle only to behold Xie Qingzhou conversing with his paramour at the entrance. The woman beside him was a vision of beauty and innocence, rare and ethereal, reminiscent of the moon in the heavens. Jiangnan had always known her husband possessed discerning taste, yet she was unprepared for his exceptional eye for selection. She gazed for an extended period, until her eyes felt weary. Her friend, feeling sympathetic, grasped her arm and urged, "Do not approach, I shall bid on your behalf." Jiangnan offered a faint smile, recognizing that encountering her husband with his mistress was hardly a calamity. His demeanor towards her was marked by a chilling indifference, as he cast a fleeting glance her way, devoid of any embarrassment, as though she were a stranger. She had long since grown accustomed to his disregard. As Jiangnan and her friend entered the venue and took their seats, fate conspired to place Xie Qingzhou directly in the row before her. The woman nestled against his shoulder. Yet, Jiangnan's mind was not preoccupied with their presence. She had come to bid on a brooch she had admired twice during the preview, intending to gift it to her mother. The vintage brooch, featuring two overlapping feathers in contrasting sizes, adorned with gold, diamonds, and turquoise, was both elegantly simple and breathtaking. The bidding escalated, and the esteemed socialites present, recognizing Jiangnan's keen desire, refrained from contesting her, granting her the courtesy befitting the young CEO of a fashion conglomerate. As the price reached 6.2 million, the auctioneer prepared to bring down the gavel when the woman leaning on Xie Qingzhou lifted her paddle. Jiangnan furrowed her brow, and her friend, unwilling to concede, raised her paddle in response. The two engaged in a competitive exchange, propelling the price to 9 million. With a heavy heart, Jiangnan retrieved her phone from her bag and sent a WeChat message to Xie Qingzhou. "I desire this brooch." She observed as he glanced at his phone before returning it to his pocket, offering no intervention for the woman at his side. Taking a deep breath, she sent another message. "This brooch holds great significance for me." Yet, he remained oblivious to her entreaties. With each passing moment, the flicker of hope within her dimmed. They had been married for 3 years, yet he had departed for abroad a week after their wedding, returning only sporadically, leaving her perpetually the last to know. Had she not stumbled upon him today, she would have presumed he remained overseas. In the face of such a husband, who seemed utterly disinterested in her, she foolishly dared to expect his assistance. Suppressing a self-deprecating smile, she switched to another contact on WeChat and sent a message. Not long after, Xie Qingzhou rose to take a phone call, but upon his return, his gaze fell upon her like a sharpened blade. Jiangnan chose to ignore him. The brooch was a cherished heirloom from her father, and she had exhausted all other options, resorting to asking her mother-in-law to exert pressure on him to relinquish it. However, the situation did not unfold as she had hoped. Upon Xie Qingzhou resuming his seat, his companion boldly announced a bid of 20 million. In a fit of anger, a friend sought to confront him, but Jiangnan, with reddened eyes, intervened to prevent this. In Haicheng, who could outspend the young master of the Xie family? Even though she had grown accustomed to his indifference, her heart still felt as though it were being torn apart. After the auction concluded, Jiangnan approached Xie Qingzhou, lowering herself considerably. "Might I acquire the brooch? I am willing to pay double its price." Xie Qingzhou, tall and aloof, regarded her with a dismissive gaze. Jiangnan was extraordinarily beautiful, her long hair cascading down and her fair skin glowing. At this moment, she slightly raised her chin, looking at him with a pitiful expression that easily evoked sympathy. Years ago, she had employed this same innocent demeanor when she beseeched his parents, "May I have Xie Qingzhou?" The coldness in his eyes deepened as he responded, "Such matters should only be done once." Jiangnan's face paled this kind of situation. Xie Qingzhou believed that today's incident was akin to the struggle of 3 years prior when he married her, as if he had to wrest her from another's grasp. "It is not as you think," Jiangnan attempted to explain, but Xie Qingzhou, uninterested, accepted the jewelry box handed to him by the organizers and turned to leave. Panicking, Jiangnan grasped his arm. "This belongs to my father." His eyes, filled with chilling disdain, fell upon her fingers resting on his arm. "Let go." She recalled the day they received their marriage certificate. The moment she held it, elated, she wanted to twirl 3 times, but he had looked at her with that same expression, declaring, "Apart from this certificate, you shall gain nothing." Xie Qingzhou had indeed followed through on that promise. Desperate to release her grip, Jiangnan realized that this brooch had taken her a long time to find it was a token of remembrance for her mother. Suppressing her distress, she implored him, "Xie Qingzhou, I beg you." Xie Qingzhou shook off her hand. "Did I not once plead with you, Miss Jiang?" Miss Jiang? Even after 3 years of marriage, he still refused to acknowledge her as his wife. Observing the disgust in Xie Qingzhou's eyes, Jiangnan understood that no matter what she said or did, the brooch would never be hers. Feeling despondent, she pondered how she might reclaim the brooch from him. On her way home, the car halted at an intersection where a massive outdoor advertisement on a building across the street displayed the headline. Xie Qingzhou acquires the Master Dylan's love brooch for 20 million, rumored to be a proposal to girlfriend Feng Liu. Jiangnan turned her gaze just in time to see the ethereal woman embracing Xie Qingzhou, beaming with the joy of a child. Her handsome husband, ever compliant, leaned slightly forward, his hand resting on the woman's back, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes soft with affection. The once cold and unfeeling Xie Qingzhou could indeed possess such gentle eyes. Jiangnan gazed blankly at the screen, captivated by the man she held dear. The brooch, it turned out, was intended for a proposal. Her father had designed and gifted that very brooch to her mother, and now Xie Qingzhou was using it to propose to his mistress. Oh, Jiangnan, what a cruel joke this was. She blinked away her tears, brushed her fingertips against the corners of her eyes, and dialed Xie Qingzhou's number. "What is it?" He answered, his tone precisely as she had anticipated, impatient and cold. "Xie Qingzhou, all you need to do is give me the brooch, and we shall divorce." He uttered not a single word and abruptly severed the call. Jiangnan refrained from calling again, finding him insufferably bothersome. The following midday, Xie Qingzhou returned home. The new residence he shared with Jiangnan had taken on a meticulously organized appearance since her arrival, yet to him, it felt somewhat alien. As he entered the foyer, the housekeeper approached him, saying, "Madam sat in the living room all night yesterday and has just gone upstairs." Xie Qingzhou acknowledged her with a nod, instructing the driver to place his luggage in the living room before ascending the stairs. The door to the guest room was ajar, revealing a tidy and orderly arrangement. Jiangnan, still clad in yesterday's attire, was methodically packing books from the shelf into a box. Upon hearing his presence, she turned to face him. Her reaction was devoid of the previous excitement she once displayed at the sight of him. They exchanged glances for a moment, noticing her silence. Xie Qingzhou, seemingly uninterested in further dialogue, loosened his tie and retreated to his own room. After marriage, they had become strangers beneath the same roof. Jiangnan managed a self-deprecating smile. The scandal surrounding his affair with Feng Liu had tarnished the Jiang family's reputation, yet he had not afforded her a single word of explanation. To him, she was inconsequential, she was not the wife he desired. The Jiang family had bestowed great kindness upon the Xie family, and when she aspired to marry Xie Qingzhou, the Xie family had separated him from the one he loved. Jiang then contemplated that the state of her marriage was perhaps a retribution for the destruction of his affections. 3 years prior, Xie Qingzhou had sought her out, confessing, "My heart belongs to someone else. I can repay the Jiang family's kindness in other ways." Had she the chance to return to that moment, she would have readily acquiesced, rather than declare, "Xie Qingzhou, all I want is you." As Jiangnan organized her belongings and instructed the servants to load them into her car, Xie Qingzhou finally descended the stairs. He circumvented her and settled onto the sofa in the living room, inquiring, "Where to?" Jiangnan cast a glance his way. Xie Qingzhou was undeniably handsome, with an aura that was difficult to articulate, exceedingly charming seemed apartment. Yet, the scent of Feng Liu's perfume clung to him, bringing her an acute clarity. "The divorce agreement, I shall have my lawyer drafted." Xie Qingzhou, while fiddling with a cigarette, raised his gaze to her. "Haven't you caused enough commotion?" Commotion? Did he believe her actions were mere theatrics? Thus, when she spoke of divorce, he had not taken her seriously, thinking she was merely playing games. Jiangnan chuckled softly. "I truly understand your feelings from back then. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Xie." Xie Qingzhou's hand paused mid-motion, his eyes lifting to meet hers. The glimmer of unshed tears in her gaze and the fragility that seemed out of place on her countenance momentarily stunned him. Before he could delve deeper, she had already turned and walked away. Chapter 3. As Jiangnan stepped into the car, she received a call from her mother-in-law, requesting her presence at the old residence. After ending the call, She glanced outside the window to see Xie Qingzhou, now dressed differently, waiting at the entrance, evidently intending to accompany her. In the eyes of his family, their marriage appeared to be one of mutual respect. This time, however, Jiangnan remained resolute. Having made the decision to divorce, she would no longer consider Xie Qingzhou's feelings. The tall man, after finishing a cigarette, grew impatient and tapped on her car window. "I will drive myself," Jiangnan replied, her tone flat. "My mother can't be upset. She is scheduled for surgery soon, and if we separate, she will certainly worry." Jiangnan chose not to respond, regardless of her mother-in-law's anger. It was a matter instigated by him, not her concern. She raised the window, but Xie Qingzhou suddenly remarked, "The brooch, do you not want it anymore?" Jiangnan looked at him. He leaned against the car roof, exuding a lazy demeanor, yet entirely commanding her attention. She bit her lip and ultimately exited the vehicle. This was the first time in their 3 years of marriage that they shared a car ride. Once filled with anticipation, she now found no joy in the moment. The driver drove steadily, and Jiangnan sat by the window, catching glimpses of his impeccably pressed trousers, devoid of any creases. Neither of them spoke. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Xie family's old residence. Xie Qingzhou fastened his suit jacket and stepped out of the car, still holding her hand. Jiangnan's fingers trembled as she observed their intertwined hands, a sensation more distressing than the previous night spent waiting for him. Despite her disdain, she tried to shake him off, yet found it futile. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, exerting just enough pressure that she could not break free. Jiangnan laughed in frustration. "Your parents are so clever. They can see we're merely putting on an act. If you simply return the brooch to me, I will handle your parents." Xie Qingzhou regarded her with a calm gaze, skeptical of her resolve to pursue a divorce. His silence led Jiangnan to assume his agreement. After all, he had proposed just the day before. How could he bear to let his beloved remain in the shadows? Since she could not escape his grasp, she decided to accept it. Upon entering the living room, Mrs. Xie, noticing their clasped hands, was quite pleased. However, a thought crossed her mind as she shot her son a disapproving look and said with an irritable tone, "Go upstairs. Your father is waiting for you." She then turned to Jiangnan with warmth. "Jiang, about the online situation, he was utterly wrong, and I owe you an apology." "Thank you, madam," she said, genuinely touched by the concern. The Xie family, aside from her husband, treated her quite well. "I understand you've been wronged. Tell me what you desire, and I shall deal with that scoundrel." Jiangnan appreciated her mother-in-law's support, yet the more Mrs. Xie sided with her, the more disdain Xie Qingzhou seemed to harbor. She was utterly weary of this life and declared, "Mother, I wish to divorce him." Mrs. Xie had anticipated Jiangnan's anger, but had not expected it to escalate to the point of divorce. Jiang, he does not plan to leave the country again after this visit. I will ensure he severs ties with that woman. If you give it some time, he will come to like you. To give up now would be such a pity, Mrs. Xie insisted urgently. Meaningless matters should be promptly abandoned. Even if we are divorced, I shall often visit you. Madame Xie, seeing Jiangnan's despair, was at a loss for words on how to comfort her. Jiangnan gently embraced her, stating that you are the finest mother-in-law in the world. Because of me, the bond between you and your son has grown distant. I shall ascend to the upper floor to speak with father and urge him not to scold you. Madame Xie accompanied her. After spending several years abroad, distance from the core management of the Xie family, your desire to assume the responsibilities of the Xie family is fraught with difficulty. If news of the divorce were to emerge, even if it were a concealed marriage, it would be exceedingly detrimental, Mr. Xie remarked. Should you agree to my divorce from Jiangnan, I would forfeit all claims to the Xie family's assets. Upon entering the study, they overheard this declaration. Xie Qingzhou truly loves that woman. Once, the Xie family compelled him to choose between the heir of the Xie family and that woman, and without hesitation, he chose her. 3 years have passed, and his resolve remains unwavering, stirring a flicker of emotion within her amidst her heartache. Upon hearing this, Madame Xie's repressed anger surged once more. Xie Qingzhou, had it not been for your father-in-law's intervention, you would not have survived. How can you utter such words? My survival is not contingent upon her father. Chapter 4. Sister Madame Xie was in tears, bewildered as to why her son refused to acknowledge the situation. Jiangnan wished to avoid giving her the impression that this predicament was of her making. Gently embracing Madame Xie, she whispered soothing words in her ear, and suddenly, a smile appeared on Madame Xie's face. The tense atmosphere dissipated. Xie Qingzhou could not help but steal a glance at her. She was clad in gray tailor trousers and a black knit top, exuding a minimalist and efficient aura, complemented by her strikingly beautiful and recognizable visage, particularly radiant with a smile that was hard to forget. Xie Qingzhou's gaze grew heavy, and he averted his eyes. Once downstairs, she calmly remarked that 3 years ago, marriage should not have occurred. Xie Qingzhou observed her. Her tone was serene, and her gaze unwavering, devoid of pretense. Did this imply her genuine desire for divorce? Noticing his scrutiny, Jiangnan met his gaze with tranquility, no longer shy or blushing as she once was. Madame Xie genuinely liked her, tightly grasping her hand and saying, "After you divorce my foolish son, consider yourself my daughter. I have not forgotten the kindness your family has shown." Mr. Xie also found this proposal agreeable and inquired what Jiangnan desired in the event of a divorce. Jiangnan hadn't anticipated such a scenario, feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond until her assistant called, stating that an urgent matter had arisen at the company. "Mom, Dad, there's an issue at the factory that I must attend to." "The factory? Isn't that in the suburbs? It takes over 2 hours to drive there," Madame Xie remarked. Jiang didn't bring a driver. As her brother, you should accompany her." Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, his long legs stretched out casually. He did not refuse, yet his demeanor was cold and conveyed his unwillingness to go. With the divorce impending, such trivial matters were of little concern to Jiangnan. "It's a minor issue. I can handle it," she said, bidding farewell to Madame Xie. Madame Xie kicked her son lightly and leaned in to warn him. "Xie Qingzhou, if you continue to act shamelessly, you can go live with that woman and abandon the Xie surname. Allowing you to accompany your sister is our greatest concession." As Jiangnan donned her coat in the hallway, Xie Qingzhou approached, draping his arm over her outerwear. Had this been in the past, such a concession would have delighted her immensely. Yet now, she found it rather uninteresting. She did not wish to travel with him, but needing a driver, she relinquished her car keys to him without hesitation. Once in the car, their interaction was as minimal as it had been on the way there. Jiangnan was preoccupied with business calls throughout the 2-hour journey. Xie Qingzhou stole a glance at her. Strands of hair fell beside her cheek, and from his angle, he could faintly see her well-defined nose and vibrant red lips. Upon reaching their destination, as Jiangnan prepared to exit, she suddenly remembered him. Covering the receiver of her phone and saying, "Thank you. Remember to return the brooch, brother." Xie Qingzhou's expression remained frosty as he let out a scoff, quickly adapting to his role. He sat in the car, watching through the window as a crowd gathered around her upon her arrival. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and sent a location to Shun Ke, arranging for him to return without waiting for her. Within moments, a voice call from Shun Ke came through. "Brother, your wife has become your sister. Is this true? Who told you?" Xie Qingzhou's voice was icy. "It's from our godmother. She wants to host a matchmaking banquet for Jiangnan at the old residence this Saturday, and asked me to find some reliable and attractive young men. Brother, Jiangnan is so beautiful. Don't you think it's a pity that you've never been together?" Xie Qingzhou gritted his teeth. "How do you know?" Shun Ke replied, "It's what our godmother said. With such a beautiful wife turned into a sister, doesn't it make Xie Qingzhou look foolish? The circles are abuzz with gossip. You must be feeling overwhelmed. Otherwise, how can such a stunning wife be relegated to the role of a sister?" Xie Qingzhou ended the call and exhaled. It took Shun Ke 2 hours to arrive. He had intended to take a nap in the car, but the constant traffic at the industrial park was irksome. Observing Xie Qingzhou's evident discontent, Shun Ke pondered for a while and said, "Brother, this matter concerning sister-in-law's company is significant. The news has spread in our circles, and everyone is waiting to see her embarrassment. Are we just going to let be?" Leaning against the passenger seat, Xie Qingzhou lazily opened his eyelids and replied coldly, "Are you suggesting I should assist her? On one hand, this is Xie's factory. On the other, Jiangnan is your old sister. Shouldn't we offer our help?" Chapter 5. In opposition, the situation on Jiangnan's end was dire. She meticulously arranged matters one by one and communicated with clients. When she encountered Xie Qingzhou, she was momentarily taken aback. Xie Qingzhou was undeniably handsome, his dark suit tailored to accentuate his tall, athletic frame, yet the sharp contours of his face and the cold, piercing gaze he directed at her extinguished any admiration she might have felt. Xie Qingzhou approached, eager to take credit, and said, "Sister-in-law, my brother has come to assist you." Xie Qingzhou, assisting her? If he truly intended to help, he would have entered the car alongside her. Instead, he seemed to be responding to his mother's reprimands. She had no interest in his reluctant aid. This matter was one she could handle herself. Jiangnan's dismissal caused Xie Qingzhou's brow to furrow deeply. This was a company issue. She had no right to throw a tantrum. A tantrum? In his eyes, was she merely a scheming woman, either playing tricks or sulking? Jiangnan found no desire to explain and turned to leave. Xie Qingzhou, displeased, grasped her wrist tightly and coldly questioned, "What is this attitude?" Jiangnan winced at his grip, attempting to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his hold, his gaze sharp as a blade. She couldn't help but scoff. "Attitude? This is the treatment I've received from you over the past 3 years. I employ it just once, and you can't bear it?" Xie Qingzhou momentarily faltered. Jiangnan forcefully freed her wrist from his grasp, shaking her now red wrist as she entered her office. Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that his usually compliant wife would confront him so eloquently. This left him feeling frustrated and vexed. Xie Qingzhou was equally bewildered, scratching his nose in confusion. Is this still my sister-in-law? Previously, whenever she learned of Xie Qingzhou's return, Jiangnan would personally prepare his favorite dishes, eagerly awaiting his arrival. If he was delayed, she would seek him out and ask, "Xie Qingzhou, could you please take the food to him?" Her eyes sparkled with both flattery and the hope that her husband would understand her longing. "But now, brother, what should we do? This is a subsidiary of the Xie Corporation and concerns a $10 billion export order." "Oh, then let us offer assistance to prevent a quarrel and ensure a smooth resolution." Xie Qingzhou aimed to be the mediator. "Sister-in-law, this is a splendid opportunity to cultivate a good relationship and for him to understand you better." Jiangnan, after responding to work messages, replied to Xie Qingzhou, "I shall leave this opportunity to someone else." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback, moving closer to her and earnestly persuading, "It would be such a pity to miss this chance. You haven't even shared a bed with him, and he is undeniably handsome." Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Indeed, her friends had also described Xie Qingzhou as strikingly good-looking. "Xie Qingzhou, if you were presented with a beautiful apple covered in someone else's saliva, would you still be willing to take a bite?" Xie Qingzhou stammered. "So, you find him unappealing?" Just as he was about to say more, Jiangnan's assistant entered, announcing, "General Manager Jiang, everything that could be borrowed has been secured, and we've already commenced work." "Very well, I shall go and see," she replied. As she stepped outside, the assistant remarked, "Everyone is saying that Feng Liue has arrived." Jiangnan paused in her tracks, turned to Xie Qingzhou, and with a smile said, "As long as he can stay, I shall seize this exceptional opportunity." Xie Qingzhou responded with a hint of dismay. "What on earth is Feng Liue doing here now?" At the entrance of the office building, Jiangnan encountered Xie Qingzhou, who was preparing to leave. "I have a matter of some significance. Please have Xie Qingzhou stay to assist you." Jiangnan replied with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Very well." Xie Qingzhou, pulling Xie Qingzhou back, raised his eyebrows in an attempt to persuade him. "Brother, did you not mention that this is a subsidiary of the Xie Corporation, concerning a $1 billion export order? Nothing is more urgent or important than this moment, right?" Without waiting for Xie Qingzhou's response, she strode away, fully aware of the answer. Matters pertaining to Feng Liue were perpetually of great importance. As for Jiangnan, she would always remain insignificant and thus would never be chosen. She felt a sense of relief that she had not been swayed by the opportunity Xie Qingzhou had spoken of. Otherwise, how painful her expression would be at this very moment. Chapter 6 Blessings. By the time Xie Qingzhou returned home, it was already past midnight. In a corner of the living room, the suitcase he had brought back yesterday remained untouched. Memories of Jiang flooded his mind. During the 3 years he spent abroad, every time he returned, she greeted him with a bright smile, eager to please. His heavy suitcase would lean her slender frame to one side as she huffed and puffed while carrying it upstairs. Her gaze towards him was always filled with joy and shyness, a stark contrast to the current moment. He glanced at his phone, noticing several missed calls, most of which were from Xie Qingzhou, with none from her. He returned Xie Qingzhou's call, which took a while to be answered. "Bro, I'm working overtime." "Are you working overtime with Jiangnan?" Xie Qingzhou found this hard to believe. Matters at the factory were urgent yet manageable. "Yes, still at the industrial park." Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow. How could such a trivial issue take so long to resolve? What was Jiangnan doing? Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou felt a sense of injustice for Jiangnan. This isn't a mistake by the material supplier, as we thought. We could just print more labels or switch suppliers if necessary. This was designed to ensure the first batch wouldn't be shipped out. If it weren't for your sister-in-law, we would have been in deep trouble. In Haicheng, there exists a traditional fruit preserve, which has a fixed annual export quota of 2 billion to Japan and South Korea. This year, 1 billion was entrusted to the trading company under the Xie family for processing. Today marked the dispatch of the first batch. But the packaging materials for the 100,000 items did not meet standards. The designer had gone missing. The producer claimed ignorance. And other companies lacked sufficient supplies to replace them in a short time frame. Upon arriving at the industrial park, Xie Qingzhou greeted him with a dramatic lament. "Bro, can you imagine? Everyone in the park is working overtime to label the 100,000 packages. I've never endured such hardship." Xie Qingzhou pressed his lips together tightly, searching high and low until he finally spotted Jiangnan, who was removing her sterile gown. At the entrance of the brightly lit sterile workshop, the light illuminated her face. Even from a distance, he could see her clearly. Her bone structure was exquisite, her porcelain-like skin devoid of any embellishment. The early morning chill was palpable, yet she was wrapped in a gray cashmere blanket, radiating an undeniable charm. Jiangnan was engaged in conversation with the current general manager, a man in his 40s who towered over her yet held her in high regard. "Bro, Jiangnan didn't reach her current position solely through the support of our parents," Xie Qingzhou reminded him, emphasizing his ignorance and deep-seated biases towards her. When Jiangnan approached Xie Qingzhou, she pretended not to see him. It was that she was intentionally ignoring him. She had not slept the previous night and was utterly exhausted. "Today's mishap was due to my misjudgment. I apologize," he said. Jiangnan was taken aback by his apology, momentarily stunned as she tilted her head to look at him. "I heard from Xie Qingzhou that if it weren't for you, the company would be in serious trouble." The method of labeling the deficient products and affixing the new labels, while somewhat clumsy, was indeed the only solution at that moment. Her ability to remain calm under pressure and make swift decisions revealed her intelligence and problem-solving skills. Jiangnan discerned genuine admiration in his gaze, rather than the cold disdain she had anticipated. A lump formed at her throat. After 3 years, he finally gazed at her with warmth. Yet it was at the moment she decided to seek a divorce. She averted her eyes, murmuring, "It's part of my duty. I cannot accept a salary without merit." Following that, a heavy silence enveloped them. Xie Qingzhou observed the night breeze tousling her hair as she tucked her delicate, fair neck further beneath the blanket. "Though my understanding of you is limited, my parents genuinely hold you in high regard, which speaks to your admirable character. However, my heart belongs to another. I have promised to marry her, and I cannot go back on my word. Should any trouble arise, I will always stand by you." He stood at the edge of the wind, where the chill mingled with the scent of her perfume. Jiangnan's heart ached intricately, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she choked back her emotions and whispered, "I wish you happiness with her." Chapter 7. Jiangnan could not bring herself to call him brother. Her affection for him ran deep, so profound that even when he regarded her with indifference, she remained oblivious. Merely being in his presence filled her with happiness. Yet, he simply did not reciprocate her feelings. The weight of his heart belonged to another, and he was unwilling to grant her even a chance to connect or understand her. Nevertheless, Jiangnan admired him. In the frenetic pace of life, to devote oneself solely to one person was a rarity. Her discernment in choosing men was quite commendable. Thus, she was willing to facilitate their union. Xie Qingzhou mentioned that she could retrieve the brooch from him whenever she wished, or he would deliver it to her. At the moment she agreed. An unprecedented sense of ease washed over her. She thought to herself that she was indeed a good person, and in the future, someone would cherish her as a precious gem. Madame Xie, upon hearing that it was once again that Feng Liue who had called her son away at a critical moment, slammed her hand on the table in exasperation. That woman pales in comparison to Jiang. How could Xie Qingzhou be so infatuated? I must find an opportunity for the two to interact properly. A beauty like Jiang, with such a splendid temperament, is undoubtedly the type for our son. Mother, there is no need to worry. I have spoken with Jiangnan, Xie Qingzhou said, dragging the exhausted Shanke into the house. He observed his parents, still awake at 3 in the morning, with a hint of amusement. What did you discuss? Once I adjust to the time difference, I will finalize the divorce. Xie Qingzhou loosened his collar and sank onto the sofa. Jiang agreed as well. Madame Xie expressed disbelief. Yes, I just dropped her off at home. She even wished me well, as you desired. From now on, we are siblings. Madame Xie had not anticipated that they had already come to an agreement. You, who have had a flower-like maiden marry into your home, have been a mere ornament for 3 years, and now you plan to part ways. Xie Qingzhou, are you certain you want to regret it? I do not regret it. Madame Xie was rendered speechless, pulling her husband upstairs while muttering. How could you forsake someone as wonderful as Jiang for that kind of person? Your eyesight may be restored, but your mind seems to have missed a few beats. You truly are daft. Jiangnan had endured 2 sleepless nights, and when she awoke, it was already afternoon. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air as she stepped out of her bedroom to find her friend and Ning preparing congee. Leaning against the kitchen wall, she greeted, Dear Tianshu, hello. Princess, shall we wash up and have a meal? Jiangnan, truly hungry, quickly freshened up and took a seat at the dining table. While eating, she inquired of Ning, didn't you go to Nan City to shoot a film? Your mother-in-law is worried about you and sent me to take care of you. And Ning served her a bowl of congee and asked, Are you really going to divorce Xie Qingzhou? Yes. After waiting 6 years, is this truly the conclusion? And Ning lamented on her behalf. Had it not been for you, Xie Qingzhou would have perished long ago. Seeing her friend's indignation, Jiangnan sighed, I'm weary. To witness him so resolutely choose if only... It's quite moving. Moving? And you, at such a young age, can you truly let go? Jiangnan's eyelashes fluttered. She felt reluctant for her mother-in-law. And Ning chuckled at her response. Divorcing is for the best. There are far more suitable men in Haicheng than Xie Qingzhou. When we go out tonight with my sister, shall I find a few for you? Certainly. I shall provide a refined rendition of your text. As she spoke, the phone rang. It was her mother-in-law, inviting her to the ancestral home for dinner to discuss the division of marital assets upon divorce. Jiangnan procured some pastries favored by Mrs. Xie and made her way to the Xie family residence. In the living room, alongside Mr. and Mrs. Xie, there was also a lawyer present. Jiang, summon that scoundrel. Mrs. Xie commanded. Jiangnan ascended the stairs and knocked on Xie Qingzhou's door, waiting for a considerable time without a response. She entered his room, finding it empty, and decided to head to the study. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her and turned to see Xie Qingzhou emerging from the bathroom, his body glistening with moisture. His previously styled hair now hung loosely over his forehead, droplets cascading down, tracing the contours of his chest and abdomen, ultimately disappearing beneath the towel that encircled his lower waist. Chapter 8. The mole on the tip of the nose. Jiangnan had always been aware of her figure, which was both slender when clothed and curvaceous when undraped. Especially her waist, it was undeniably slim. Upon meeting Xie Qingzhou's gaze, which was dampened by warmth, her heart involuntarily raced. Such an exquisite visage, it truly was a pity that they had not shared a bed. Jiangnan, feeling embarrassed, averted her gaze, not wishing to appear like a pervert. Mom, I'm calling you. She turned to leave, but a cold, deep voice emanated from behind her. Wait. As the footsteps drew nearer, the realization that he was unclothed caused her back to tense. Xie Qingzhou approached her from behind, observing as her ears gradually flushed, the nape of her neck also taking on a hue, her porcelain skin radiating a subtle blush, utterly enticing. Haven't you seen a man without clothes before? he inquired, circling around to stand before her. Jiangnan's face turned beet red as she glared at him, suspicion filling her eyes. What do you want? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his eyelids lowered, fixating on her. Jiangnan, confused, touched her face, wondering if there was something amiss. It's nothing. I'll continue. Jiangnan was utterly perplexed by his earlier behavior. Was he merely flaunting his physique? Nevertheless, she noted that ever since they had decided to regard each other as siblings, the atmosphere had become significantly more harmonious than before. Upon descending the stairs, Madame Xie grasped her hand. Jiang, our bond as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is truly shallow. But rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. You will receive half of Xie Qingzhou's assets, properties, and shares. Jiangnan was taken aback. Mom, no. Please. Seeing her refusal, Madame Xie began to persuade her. When a girl divorces, she should take nothing. Men will not only fail to appreciate it, but will also deem you foolish. Do not be love-stricken. As Jiangnan processed this, Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs, seemingly oblivious. Furthermore, Madame Xie continued, this money does not even begin to repay the great kindness your family has shown us. Years ago, Xie's father and Xie Qingzhou had encountered an accident, and Jiangnan's father had rescued them. Tragically, Jiangnan's father had met his demise in the ensuing chaos. Although it was Jiang's father who saved them, the foolish son insisted that it was a woman who had done so. Reflecting on this, Madame Xie was incensed once more. Xie Qingzhou had an affair during his marriage and left with nothing. Jiangnan softly reminded her, but Xie Qingzhou is your son. If I had known he was this foolish, I might as well have given birth to a piece of char siu. Jiangnan's fingers brushed her nose as she covertly glanced at Xie Qingzhou. His cold gaze was locked onto her, a smile that was neither warm nor welcoming, both dangerous and captivating. I do not desire his wealth. It is your insistence. My father saved them voluntarily. Had he encountered someone else, he would have done the same. As for gratitude, I believe it has already been repaid. Jiangnan's father was a talented jewelry designer who ran a respectable fashion company. Following his untimely demise, the company fell into disarray and was gradually divided among others. It was Xie's father who purchased the seemingly worthless company and merged it with the Xie family, waiting for her to mature. 2 months prior, the company had been entrusted to her care. The mother-in-law was opposed to her sole ownership of that company, instead granting her the trade company within the industrial park, along with a row of prime storefronts in Haicheng. Mr. Xie did not treat her poorly either, bestowing upon her a 3% stake in the Xie family business. In essence, after a single divorce, she was destined to become a wealthy woman. Mrs. Xie instructed her lawyer to proceed immediately, and then noticed her son still fixated on Jiangnan. She gave him a gentle kick, asking, do you agree? Xie Qingzhou casually rested his hands on either side of the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance and leisure, saying, I have no interest in your affairs. Mrs. Xie was quite pleased with his demeanor and sent Jiangnan to her room to retrieve the jewelry box. Once Jiangnan had departed, Mrs. Xie turned to her son and remarked, isn't she stunningly beautiful? There's still time for regret. What is there to regret? I merely noticed that she has a beauty mark on her nose. Oh, a beauty mark on her nose. And you can't take your eyes off her? You're just being stubborn. Do you think I would be unaware of her true character, given what she carries within her? Chapter 9. Lost Jiangnan was undeniably beautiful. Her hair cascading down her shoulders like seaweed. Her fair complexion and exquisitely refined features were striking as she sat in the passenger seat, using a powder compact to conceal the mole on her nose before applying a vibrant red lipstick, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her, wondering why she felt the need to hide it. It took Jiangnan a moment to realize he was referring to her mole, feeling somewhat foolish. Xie Qingzhou understood. At 26, a young female executive ought not to possess any semblance of innocence, and that mole added an alluring innocence that was difficult to suppress. He chose to remain silent, focusing intently on driving, while Jiangnan found no reason to engage in small talk, her gaze drifting outside the window. The atmosphere in the car was relatively natural, yet the thought that Xie Qingzhou was taking her to a blind date stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. The situation arose before dinner when she prepared a dish in the Xie family kitchen. An incoming call from her mother-in-law was answered on speakerphone. Princess, I've arranged a gathering of eligible young men for you at the July Club, all handsome and well-mannered, perfect for a young heiress like yourself. Jiangnan was taken aback, and the housekeeper in the Xie kitchen wore an expression of shock and disbelief. It was her mother-in-law who broke the silence, saying, "All right, Ning Ning, after dinner, let Qingzhou take Jiang over." The car was still parked in the industrial park, and, at the dining table, Mrs. Xie requested that Xie Qingzhou escort her to the date, to which he readily agreed. Although they had decided to divorce, it would take time to excavate the feelings buried deep within. Xie Qingzhou's indifference only served to amplify the ache in her heart. Upon arriving at the July Club, Jiangnan politely bid him farewell. He nodded and drove away. Xie Qingzhou felt content with their interaction. Jiangnan's lack of entanglement had even garnered him a modicum of admiration. A few minutes later, while waiting at a traffic light, he opened a photo sent by Shun Quebec. In it, Jiangnan wore a backless sweater, speaking on the phone in the corridor outside the private room. The deep gray sweater appeared to be a standard design from the front, but the back revealed skin from her shoulder blades down to the waist, where a large bow tied the fabric together. Her long black hair cascaded down her porcelain-like back, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast that subtly infused the atmosphere with an alluring and intimate quality. No wonder she had worn a coat during dinner. Seemingly unfazed by the heat, she must have feared losing her image as the ideal daughter-in-law in front of his mother. Jiangnan sat on the sofa in the private room, scrutinizing the row of handsome men before her, her brow furrowing slightly. Was she dissatisfied with all of them? They were indeed attractive, yet the term handsome seemed inadequate for men. And Ning reclined on the sofa, casting her a glance. Compared to Xie Qingzhou's exceptional allure, these men were indeed lacking. Xie Qingzhou's brilliance stemmed from an inner grace that radiated outward, rendering mere looks secondary. Jiangnan, possessing discerning eyes, had chosen the best in Xie Qingzhou, which made everyone else appear rather insipid by comparison. She flipped through the resumes in her hand, selecting 4 and handing them over, saying, "Your studio is interviewing artists. You should make it feel as though an emperor is selecting his favorites. The very card you were given has never fulfilled your expectations. These are meant to compensate for the 3 years you have lost." Shun Ke stood at the door for a while, and when Xie Qingzhou, his face as dark as coal, finally departed, he pushed the door open and said, "Sister-in-law, my brother is looking for you." Jiangnan was momentarily bewildered. Had he not returned home? Chapter 10. Sleep in the largest VIP room of July Club. The ambience was dimly lit, and amidst the throng of people, Jiangnan's gaze effortlessly fell upon Xie Qingzhou, who occupied the central position. It was not solely due to his striking appearance, but rather the stark contrast he presented in this lavish setting where every man was accompanied by a woman, while Xie Qingzhou remained solitary, exuding an air of detachment. As a wife, witnessing her husband maintain such decorum was somewhat gratifying. However, the fact that he remained unapproachable, even to his own wife, stirred a tinge of envy within her at that moment. Jiangnan felt an acute jealousy towards Feng Liyue. The moment Jiangnan entered, Xie Qingzhou's eyes immediately traced her waist. Dressed in a gray top and high-waisted black wide-leg trousers, her waist appeared delicate and petite. "President Jiang, I could lift you effortlessly with just one hand," someone jested in the bustling room, even whistling in her direction. Jiangnan shot him a glance, half-jokingly suggesting, "Shall I let you try?" hoping he could indeed lift her. As they exchanged playful banter, Xie Qingzhou rose from the sofa and approached her. The faint scent of wood and tobacco enveloped her as he drew near. Outside the private room, they stood close, his shadow enveloping her, making Jiangnan instinctively want to retreat. He spoke, "The marriage isn't over yet, so tone it down." Jiangnan regarded his cool demeanor. Realizing he had misinterpreted the atmosphere of the room, she pondered an explanation, but given that the division of assets had already been agreed upon, it seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel he was being hypocritical. His entanglements with Feng Liyue were far from discreet. Jiangnan refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing he still held her brooch, although he had promised to return it. If he became displeased, she could find herself waiting indefinitely. "Fine, I won't cause you any trouble." Jiangnan acquiesced obediently. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, observing her lightly made-up face, striking yet not overly alluring, radiant in its uniqueness. She had previously been shy and accommodating, was quick-witted yesterday, and now exhibited an excessive compliance. He found it difficult to discern which version of her was the true representation. "Are we leaving?" Jiangnan inquired. "I'll just stay for half an hour." She felt she was being quite gracious. After all, they were divorced. Yet she was willing to maintain a semblance of harmony. Xie Qingzhou cast her a cold glance before retreating back into the room, clearly displeased. Jiangnan felt he was exceedingly difficult to engage with, and her efforts to assist him were met with indifference. Upon returning to the room, Jiangnan conversed with Ning in the most secluded corner. Ning seemed distracted, prompting Jiangnan to follow her gaze. Xie Qingzhou was smoking, the flame flickering at his fingertips. From her vantage point, his profile was striking, with a jawline of perfect curvature and an impressive physique. The term sexual tension crossed her mind. "Very enticing," Ning remarked, suggesting, "You should sleep with him, otherwise it would be a loss." At that moment, the music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards them, casting a suggestive light on the conversation, assuming she was plotting to seduce Xie Qingzhou. "No, that's not." Jiangnan barely had the chance to clarify before Feng Li, who burst through the door, sweetly calling out, "Qingzhou, I heard you were here." Most of the individuals in the private room were aware that Feng Liyue was the legitimate girlfriend, yet only a few, including Shun Ke, knew about their secret marriage, and she was not well liked. Thus, the group tacitly made way for Feng Liyue. Jiangnan observed her seated beside Xie Qingzhou, affectionately linking her arm with his. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Xie Qingzhou's eyes turned icy as they fell upon her. "Jiangnan, is this a warning? Is he concerned about her, making things difficult for Feng Liyue? How protective indeed." Chapter 11 Departure. Jiangnan scoffed, feeling no need to endure such predatory glares directed at her. Having cast aside him, why should she care with whom he chooses to be intimate? Turning her face, she resumed her conversation with Ning, lifting a glass of milk from the table to sip. The onlookers in the private room were taken aback by her indifference, yet simultaneously captivated by her striking demeanor. The dim lighting of her chosen seat could not obscure her radiant beauty amidst the indulgent atmosphere. Her act of drinking milk bore an air of affectation, yet it exuded a contrasting allure, particularly with her bare back and slender waist, embodying both purity and seduction. Delicately enchanting, several pairs of eyes shifted back to Xie Qingzhou, questioning whether he was contemplating Jiangnan at all. Xie Qingzhou's childhood friend let out a derisive laugh, asking if she truly intended to sleep with him. Shun Ke, biting into a grape, replied, "She won't. My brother has the saliva of Feng Liyue on him." "Whose saliva?" "Feng Liyue's." Shun Ke's unabashed mention caused Feng Liyue to feel a wave of embarrassment. Yet Xie Qingzhou seemed oblivious, his gaze still fixated on Jiangnan's back, his austere countenance growing even colder. Feng Liyue's fists clenched unconsciously. Was he beginning to care for Jiangnan, his wife? "Qingzhou, Director Chun is next door." "What did she say that?" Xie Qingzhou interrupted Feng Liyue's words. Shun Ke, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What did she say?" Their childhood friend Song Yunji chimed in. "When did Jiangnan ever express disdain for him?" Shun Ke replied, "Oh, it was during the time at the industrial park." Realizing the trio treated her as though she were invisible, Feng Liyue's fingertips dug into the flesh of her palm. Jiangnan departed after merely half an hour. The efficiency of the Xie family lawyer was impressive, arranging for her to sign documents the following day. Once the signatures were affixed and the certificates exchanged, their ties would be severed. She felt no longing or hesitation, sending a WeChat message to Xie Qingzhou. "Tomorrow afternoon, bring the brooch. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Xie Qingzhou replied instantly, "Okay." His promptness astonished Jiangnan and filled her with sorrow. How could he reply so swiftly now, when her previous messages had gone unanswered, all the while she concocted excuses for his busyness? Taking a deep breath, she felt grateful for her timely awakening, vowing never again to engage in such unworthy pursuits. Ning noticed Feng Liyue's anger, berating her as a vixen and criticizing Xie Qingzhou for his blindness and ineptitude. Truly, a wild boar cannot appreciate fine grain. Jiangnan was exasperated with her. You should go check on those 4 young men left in the box. What a situation. Subsequently, she lowered her head to respond to him. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. In the private room, Xie Qingzhou's eyes were dark as the sea, fixated on his phone. The next day, Jiangnan instructed her assistant to keep her afternoon free. At precisely 2 o'clock, she arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, awaiting Xie Qingzhou. However, by 2:30, he had yet to arrive. Sending him a WeChat message, she received no reply. His phone went unanswered. Uncertain of Xie Qingzhou's intentions, Jiangnan sat in her car, observing the comings and goings of people at the bureau, some joyous, some sorrowful, others silent and aloof. As dusk descended and the Civil Affairs Bureau had closed its doors for the day, Xie Qingzhou had yet to arrive. On her way home, Ning called her, inquiring if she had not gone. Is he reluctant to part ways? Jiangnan did not share this sentiment. Do you think that could be the case? Then what could be the reason? I am unsure. Perhaps it is because the brooch has not been returned, or perhaps Feng Liyue has entangled him in yet another predicament. Chapter 12. Possessiveness. It was only at 7 o'clock in Jiangnan that she received a call from Xie Qingzhou. I apologize, I was delayed by some matters. His voice was cold and detached, lacking any semblance of sincerity. Jiangnan felt a twinge of anger, for his indifference signified a lack of respect, allowing her to wait at the Civil Affairs Bureau for an entire afternoon. She wanted to express her frustration, but deemed it unnecessary. With a sigh, she inquired, "Can you make it tomorrow morning? I'm out of town. Let us do it on Monday." "I have no time on Monday," Jiangnan replied, abruptly ending the call. The following day, as Jiangnan arrived at work, she learned that Xie Qingzhou's so-called delay was indeed due to Feng Liyue. Feng Liyue was the spokesperson appointed by the previous president, yet she was uncooperative and delayed the shooting, driving the head of the marketing department to the brink of madness. Despite knowing this, she simply refused to show up for the shoot. The assistant discovered through Feng Liyue's Weibo account that she was in Qingcheng. The photos from a certain dining establishment, while neither of them appeared in the frame, perfectly captured the sight of a man's long fingers gripping the quilt. The morning updates showcased the glow of the rising sun against the backdrop of a large bay window, casting an alluring shadow of the man. In essence, the two were elegantly displaying their affection, embodying a serene existence. If she remains uncooperative within 3 days, we shall replace her. After work on Friday, Jiangnan visited the Xie family's ancestral home. Her mother-in-law was discussing the details of the banquet scheduled for the following day. Jiangnan knew that Mrs. Xie was genuinely concerned for her well-being and was tirelessly providing opportunities for her and Xie Qingzhou, hoping they could reconcile. Yet, the reality was that their relationship had deteriorated. The matchmaking banquet was utterly inappropriate. To agree to it would be a grave misjudgment. After all, they were mother and son. "Mom, you know I dislike such social gatherings. I prefer tranquility. I have made all the arrangements and invited many guests," her mother-in-law replied. "Since that is the case, we could consider it a welcoming banquet for Xie Qingzhou, given his return to the Xie family and his impending role in the company. It aligns perfectly. He does not deserve it," Mrs. Xie remarked, admiring Jiangnan's temperament and sensibility. She grasped Jiangnan's hand tightly. "I truly do not wish for your divorce. I understand. Perhaps it is simply that fate has not favored our union. A part of it being siblings might not be so bad." As Xie Qingzhou stood at the entrance to the living room, he observed her calm demeanor, her eyes curving gently. He recalled what Song Yunji had said at the club. "Has she truly loved you for 3 years?" In that moment, Jiangnan, amidst laughter with Zhou Qian, radiated brilliance even in the dim confines of the private room. At this instant, he realized she was indeed resolute about the divorce. It was not merely a ploy to elicit his attention. Yet, instead of the liberation he had anticipated, he felt a disquieting discomfort. This dissonance led him to stand her up that afternoon. During these past few days of solitude, he reflected deeply, recalling the myriad ways Jiangnan had cared for him over the past 3 years. Ultimately, he recognized that his discomfort stemmed from the stark contrast in her fluctuating demeanor and the possessiveness that her role as a wife evoked within him. Xie Qingzhou cannot forsake his promise simply due to this minor change, and choose Jiangnan instead. "Mother, now that we are siblings, the awkwardness between us will dissipate," Xie Qingzhou spoke aloud. Jiangnan turned to him, He had settled into the single armchair and continued. She will find someone more suitable than I. Zhou Qian seems quite fond of her, doesn't he? As for Zhou Qian, he possesses a rather spirited disposition, and both his lineage and character are commendable. Jiang, do you hold any affection for him? Chapter 13. Don't move, Jiang, and observe her mother-in-law winking at her, still attempting to provoke Xie Qingzhou through Zhou Qian. However, it was truly unnecessary. After some reflection, she spoke candidly. I am unsure, as my understanding is limited, but he possesses a delightful sense of humor, and conversing with him brings me joy. Upon hearing this, Madame Xie realized that there was no hope left for the two and ceased her remarks, consenting to Zhou Yi's request for divorce. After dinner, Madame Xie insisted that Jiangnan remain in the old residence, from which she could not decline. Before retiring for the night, she heated some milk and delivered it to Madame Xie's room. As she approached the door, she overheard Madame Xie speaking. You wish to divorce? We cannot agree to that. Setting aside any gratitude owed to the Jiang family, let us consider Jiang. Beyond marrying you out of affection, has she ever committed any heinous acts? You are abroad. Your second brother is in Haicheng, and whenever I am unwell, it is always she who attends to my needs. Can you not show her a bit more kindness in return? Madame Xie's words stirred a lump in Jiangnan's throat, prompting her to knock gently before entering the room. She removed her makeup, donning white wide-leg trousers and a loose gray knit sweater, revealing the beauty mark on her nose, exuding a languid yet playful charm. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her briefly before departing. Jiangnan chose not to engage in further conversation with Madame Xie. Upon exiting the room, she found Xie Qingzhou leaning against the wall, smoking. She shut the door behind her and inquired, Did you need something from me? My mother is right. My behavior towards you has been rather poor these past few years. I shall do better henceforth, he replied. Jiangnan, not expecting much, smiled and responded, All right. On Saturday evening, the Xie family's villa was bustling with luxury cars and lively festivities. The most conspicuous was Zhou Qian, clutching an enormous bouquet of blush princess roses. Searching for Jiangnan. Zhou, where is Nan? Xie Qingzhou had not seen her all afternoon, presuming she was getting ready. However, the banquet had commenced, and the female lead was still nowhere to be found. Brother, please take me to find her. Zhou Qian tugged at Xie Qingzhou, who was aimlessly searching the yard, appearing somewhat awkward. Xie Qingzhou, perplexed, thought, Does he not know where she is? After a thorough search, he spotted Jiangnan in a side hall, baking pastries with his second brother's daughter through the large floor-to-ceiling window in the backyard. I am utterly enamored. How can she be so enchanting? Zhou Qian exclaimed, abandoning Xie Qingzhou to rush inside. Initially intending to return the way he came, Xie Qingzhou reconsidered and followed. The side hall was filled with a sweet aroma of oranges. Jiangnan, holding the large bouquet, smiled at Zhou Qian and said, Thank you, I adore them. Suddenly feeling bashful, the notorious playboy looked up at Jiangnan and, noticing the beauty mark on her nose, was rendered speechless for a moment. You are stunning. That mark makes you utterly unique. Unsure of how to respond, Jiangnan set the flowers down. Zhou Qian, realizing his bluntness, shifted the conversation, glancing at the dried oranges and orange cakes on the table. Did you make these? Xie Qingzhou, feeling slightly displeased, interjected, Who are you to flatter my aunt? Zhou Qian, taken aback, only then heard Jiangnan clarify, Think about it. I am your aunt. Xie Qingzhou furrowed her brow. In the past, hearing Xie Xiangxiang call her third aunt had struck a dissonant chord within her, but today, the utterance of aunt from her lips resonated even more discordantly. The glutinous rice was still steaming in the pot, intended for the making of orange wine. It should be ready by now. Zhou Qian, have something to eat and wait for me, she instructed. She made her way to the kitchen, scattering the glutinous rice that had been doused in cold water. Yet her hair, tie, slipped from her grasp. Xiangxiang, could you help me tie my hair, please? Upon seeing Xie Xiangxiang approach, Jiangnan, with her back to the doorway, crouched down to tighten her hair. The warm fingers inadvertently brushed against the skin along her neck, sending a shiver through Jiangnan. Mistaking it for Zhou Qian, she instinctively recoiled, only to feel a hand clasp her waist as a low voice murmured, Don't move. Chapter 14. Boundaries. Xie Qingzhou's voice was deep and cool, yet the warmth of his breath enveloped her, causing Jiangnan to instinctively shrink her neck. He seemed rather inept at tying hair, as he had been at it for quite some time without success. The heat radiating from his chest pressed gently against her back. An undeniable sensation despite the lack of contact. Taking a breath, Jiangnan removed her hands from the sticky rice, declaring, "I'll do it myself." Xie Qingzhou's gaze shifted from her flushed nape as he remarked, "Not accustomed to my kindness towards you?" Jiangnan met his eyes directly, hoping he would be more mindful of boundaries next time. Having discarded any lingering feelings for him, she resolved to maintain a clear distance. The discomfort in Xie Qingzhou's chest surged anew, yet he remained silent, his eyes still fixated on her. As Jiangnan placed the glutinous rice into a glass jar, the fragmented light danced upon her face, rendering her breathtaking. "Nan, let me assist you. I wish to learn," Zhou Qian interjected, leaning in. "Sure," she replied. Xie Qingzhou turned to leave, but could still hear their conversation. She instructed Zhou Qian to compress the rice firmly, puncture a hole, and set it on the shelf to ferment. She informed him that the orange wine they were preparing would taste best during the New Year celebrations. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Song Yunji noticed his distracted demeanor and remarked, "You're quite something. Letting Zhou Qian cultivate a bond with your wife while you're at it." The two were busy making orange wine. "I'll ask my sister-in-law to save me a couple of extra bottles. It's hardly enough to drink," Shun Kei called out from a distance. "And bring me more boxes of orange sorghum candy," Song Yunji added. Xie Qingzhou took a sip from his glass, the taste slightly astringent. He realized it was orange sorghum candy, not orange cake. During past New Year celebrations when returning to the country, his suitcase often contained several boxes of these delicacies she made, which he had never taken nor tasted. What he had once dismissed as unappealing was cherished by many. The Xie family banquet was a riot of laughter and fragrant attire, filled with the clinking of glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had successfully evaded the crowd all evening, never showing her face, effectively turning the event into his welcome feast. After consuming copious amounts of alcohol, he returned to the main house at 10:30. He removed his tie and languidly sank into the living room sofa, where a plate of orange sorghum candy coated in coconut flakes awaited, looking quite delectable. Xie Qingzhou pinched a piece and popped it into his mouth. It was soft, chewy, and bursting with a rich orange flavor, sweet yet not cloying. Today, he discovered her remarkable skill in crafting such treats. Had it not been for her, he might not have resisted Jiangnan as fiercely. But such is life. The order of appearances holds great significance, and for some, tardiness is simply inescapable. He chose not to indulge further and retreated to his room. After showering, he heard a knock at the door. Aunt Zhang, the servant, stood at the entrance with a glass of honey water. "You've had quite a bit to drink. Miss Jiang prepared this for you. It will prevent a headache in the morning." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. Was she still awake? "Not yet. Would you like to drink it?" she inquired. He gazed at the glass of honey water for a moment before ultimately accepting it. He could not reject her goodwill, especially after their divorce. Jiangnan, in a drowsy haze, heard the knock on the door. She awoke momentarily, then descended from her bed to open the door, only to find Aunt Zhang standing there. "Do you need something?" she inquired. "The young master is looking for you." Jiangnan, feeling utterly fatigued, could barely keep her eyes open. "At such a late hour, he seeks me out? It must be of great importance," she mused. Glancing down on her nightgown and pajamas, she found nothing amiss. Yet she still wrapped herself in a shawl. Xie Qingzhou's room was on the 3rd floor, the door firmly shut, which startled her slightly. Wasn't he looking for her? She gently tapped on the door, but no response came for quite some time. Not wishing to endure a repeat of the previous awkward encounter, she knocked again, calling out, "Xie Qingzhou, are you in there?" The door creaked open, revealing a man with reddened eyes, his dark gaze cold and sharp, as if tempered by frost. Sensing something was amiss, Jiangnan attempted to turn away, but before she could, he pulled her into the room. Chapter 15. Acknowledgement. As dawn broke, the sky displayed a pale hue. Jiangnan lay on the bed, her eyes so parched that tears could no longer flow. Xie Qingzhou donned a bathrobe, casting not a glance in her direction as he proceeded to open the door. Jiangnan was acutely aware that her mother-in-law had come to visit. For the past 3 years, whenever she resided at the old family home, she had risen early without fail to accompany her mother-in-law in practicing the 8-section brocade exercises. Xie Qingzhou opened the door without any pretense, intentionally exposing her humiliation to his mother. Clothes were strewn across the floor, and the sight of the figure on the bed nearly caused Madame Xie to faint. She chastised her son in a sharp tone. "Xie Qingzhou, what are you doing?" "Fulfilling your expectations of a daughter-in-law," he retorted, laden with mockery and disdain. This was a phrase she had grown numb to. The previous night, Xie Qingzhou had bitten her neck and declared, "Jiangnan, you are the most shameless woman I have ever encountered." He then forced her into a degrading position, facing away from him against the door. "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel!" Madame Xie scolded him vehemently, shutting the door to shield her own dignity. Jiangnan did not weep. Instead, she rose painfully from the bed, her clothes rendered unwearable, and she could only wrap herself in a blanket for modesty. Outside, the mother and son continued their heated exchange. "It is not my fault. It is her disgraceful conduct," Xie Qingzhou exclaimed in a fit of rage. He had never before been bested by a woman. While she feigned indifference, seeking a divorce and demanding boundaries, she simultaneously conspired against him. What exquisite patience and cunning! Jiangnan opened the door, her voice icy as she asserted, "It is not me." She had already stated this the night before, but he had disbelieved her entirely. Today, she did not seek to defend herself. She would not claim responsibility for actions she had not committed. Xie Qingzhou was further infuriated by her words. Jiangnan retreated to the bathroom, stepping into the steam as hot water cascaded over her, intensifying her pain. Xie Qingzhou's treatment of her was brutish. The most cultured and refined gentleman in Haiqing found himself entangled with a woman of such shamelessness. Where was the warmth and tenderness to be found in such a union? As Jiangnan observed the water droplets glistening on her skin, tinged with red, she exhaled, contemplating a visit to the hospital. Descending the stairs, she overheard Madame Xie defending her. "I believe Jiang. She is not that kind of person and would not act in such a manner. Aunt Zhang had just stated that it was her instigation. You still defend her? If it is not her, then it must be you," Xie Qingzhou declared, knowing full well that his mother was the last person who wished to see them divorced. 3 years ago, you forced me to marry her, and now you want me to share a bed with her after the divorce? Am I to endure this? My eyes are bloodshot, yet I feel no shame, and I can still consume sustenance? His indignation mounted, and in that moment, Jiangnan felt an unusual heaviness in her heart. Her throat felt as though it were constricted by a sour plum, unable to rise or fall. Did he feel sullied? Was he remorseful for the sentiments he harbored? "Xie Qingzhou, this matter will forever weigh on your conscience, will it not?" Madame Xie wept, lamenting, "For the sake of that woman, you forsake your parents. After 3 years away, you cast blame upon us for the events that transpired. I cherish Jiang, but I would never stoop to such depths to demean her. Since her marriage, there has indeed been a rift between the parents of the Xie family and him, leading to estrangement." As she descended the stairs, Xie Qingzhou's gaze met hers, cold and filled with disdain, as if he wished to tear her apart. Jiangnan approached him, stating, "It was I who did this. Are you satisfied now?" His uproar was merely an attempt to compel her to acknowledge that she is precisely the kind of person he believed her to be. This should not be too difficult. Chapter 17 concerns Xie Qingzhou's expression remained unchanged despite her deliberate vocalization. His gaze merely brushed lightly past her outstretched hand, a smile adorning his face as he spoke into the phone, inquiring if she wished to continue her endorsement. On the other end, Feng Liue fell silent for a moment before replying, "Not for now. I don't want to burden you." It was not that she was unwilling to continue her endorsement, but rather, due to their superficial marital status, she was reluctant to complicate matters for him. Such words conveyed thoughtfulness and maturity, embodying the demeanor of a legitimate partner. In contrast, her previous remarks sounded rather trivial, akin to those of a mistress. Jiangnan chuckled, recognizing that Xie Qingzhou's beloved held a high status. This marked the second occasion Jiangnan had interacted with Feng Liue. The first was the night of the charity auction when she intended to discuss divorce with Xie Qingzhou. However, as the night wore on and he failed to return, She placed a call, which was answered by Feng Liue. Miss Jiang, I apologize, but Qingzhou is currently unavailable to take your call. I will inform him of your call at the earliest opportunity. Her tone was courteous and measured, resembling that of a diligent secretary rather than a lover. The implied intimacy of their situation, whether he was asleep beside her or perhaps bathing, kept Jiangnan awake throughout the night. This time, Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to let her down. As for the endorsement, I will speak with her. I will come find you shortly. Jiangnan let out a cold snort, attempting to rise, but Xie Qingzhou's hand clasped her waist, drawing her back into his embrace. He leisurely tucked away his phone, cupping her chin and softly instructed, "Be good." It was as if he had not just been conversing with a mistress. His blatant disregard for her feelings was evident. He was clearly toying with her emotions. He stood up, glanced back at her, ruffled her hair, and departed. Jiangnan. What is wrong with him? Does he regard her as a mere pet? After Xie Qingzhou left the old residence of the Xie family, Jiangnan prepared to depart as well. She took with her all her personal belongings from the Xie household. Regardless of Xie Qingzhou's intentions, he was nothing to her now. Madame Xie did not intervene, advising her to take care of herself and mentioning that she would visit. Xie Qingzhou's antics had severely affected Madame Xie, her eyes perpetually red-rimmed. Rest assured, my mother will provide you with an explanation. All right, Jiangnan replied, not wishing to reveal to Madame Xie the depths of her situation with Xie Qingzhou. Upon returning home, Jiangnan received a notification on her phone regarding the news of Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liue retreating to their love nest. She chose not to open it. Feng Liue observed the man seated on the sofa, absorbed in his phone. His face bore no emotion, not even glancing her way upon her arrival. Xie Qingzhou ignored her completely, lost in his thoughts. At last, he set his phone down, turned to her, and inquired, "Where is the brooch?" "Now, it's still at the studio," Feng Liue replied. Xie Qingzhou tilted his head, regarding her with an absence of warmth. "Bring it to Qiaozheng in an hour." Feng Liue acquiesced. Xie Qingzhou rose and, upon reaching the door, turned back to remind you that aside from that matter, you should refrain from calling his personal phone and to reach out to Qiaozheng for any concerns. Feng Liue's complexion turned pale as she acquiesced. He then turned and departed, leaving her to close the door and lean against it. Moments ago, she had inadvertently brushed against Xie Qingzhou's phone. His WeChat contact was labeled Jiangnan, and she found herself lost in contemplation as she lingered on their previous conversation. Has he begun to care for Jiangnan? When did he start to harbor such feelings? Has he given up? Is he no longer intent on seeking the girl who could save him? Chapter 18. The Blush Princess at July Club. Upon learning that Xie Qingzhou had temporarily decided against divorce, Song Yunji was not the least bit surprised alongside Shen Quebec Mr. Xie has finally discovered a reason to remain married, Song Yunji jested. At the mahjong table, Xie Qingzhou, cigarette in mouth, cast a fleeting glance at him. Do you think so? Is it possible? Can one last a whole night? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, engrossed in the game. Brother, do cherish your life with sister-in-law. She truly is remarkable. Whether it was anger or amusement, Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, a derisive snort escaping his nostrils. She nonchalantly speaks of divorce and boundaries, while simultaneously plotting against me. Is this kind of person truly remarkable? Earlier at home, she had once again employed the age-old tactic of feigned seduction. He was genuinely curious about how she managed to maintain such an untroubled gaze. I believe she is incapable of such actions, Shunkei asserted, trusting in Jiangnan's character. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding here. What does it matter whether there is a misunderstanding? If she wishes to play, let her play. Xie Qingzhou lingered at the July Club until 10:30. Having consumed some alcohol, cigarette between his lips, he messaged Jiangnan. Come pick me up? Jiangnan, preparing for bed, saw the message and chose to ignore it. Despite his lack of understanding towards her, in that moment, he seemed to anticipate her response. Jiangnan, if I were you, I would certainly come. Upon reading this message, Jiangnan realized he was using the brooch to threaten her. Yet, Xie Qingzhou was untrustworthy. He had promised to divorce her, but left her hanging, and now he had changed his mind. Even if she went, he might not fulfill his promise. She refused to let him manipulate her, and promptly switched off her phone. Xie Qingzhou reclined on the sofa in the club's private room, observing the silence from her side, a smirk forming on his thin lips. Jiangnan, quite intriguing indeed. The following morning, Xie Qingzhou arrived early at Jiangnan's building, carrying 2 breakfast bags. And Ning, noticing his thoughtful demeanor, lightly nudged his side. I think Xie Qingzhou is quite commendable. Nan, I wasn't sure what you like, so I bought a few simple things. Xie Qingzhou explained. I'm not particularly picky, Jiangnan replied. She had woken up to find a message from Xie Qingzhou sent at 5 o'clock, inquiring about her breakfast preferences. It was quite considerate of him. And Ning, sipping her pumpkin juice, added, just make sure to avoid any pork fillings for her. Xie Qingzhou acknowledged her request, and they all got into the car. Upon reaching the pier, the crowd was sparse. Xie Qingzhou handed them hats and scarves. I've checked the weather. The sea breeze is quite strong today. Wait for me while I park. Definitely different from that dog Xie. Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Due to the weather, seagulls flocked around the pier, flying low and unafraid of people, circling them as Xie Qingzhou had described. However, it was rather entertaining. Xie Qingzhou offered her some breadcrumbs, which she held in her palm, and the bold seagulls would even land on her hand. Jiangnan donned a long white down coat, topped with an adorable rabbit-shaped hat gifted by Xie Qingzhou. As she fed the seagulls, Xie Qingzhou captured her charm through the lens of his camera. Although the pier was somewhat chilly, Jiangnan's laughter resonated, bringing a sense of relief to Xie Qingzhou. Upon noticing him, she turned and smiled, expressing her gratitude. Xie Qingzhou, thank you for your thoughtful arrangements. I am truly delighted. Xie Qingzhou's heart swelled with joy upon hearing her words. On their way back, he sifted through his phone to select 2 of Jiangnan's most enchanting photographs and shared them on his social media. During lunch, Xie Qingzhou stumbled upon Xie Qingzhou's post. Acknowledging Jiangnan's undeniable beauty, regardless of her attire, she possessed an irresistible allure. However, Xie Qingzhou had captioned the 2 photos with 6 words. My blush princess. Chapter 19. A warning after watching the seagull. Xie Qingzhou arranged for a reservation at a private dining establishment that was notoriously difficult to secure. Xie Qingzhou, you're quite the photographer, and Ning remarked, giving a thumbs up before sharing the picture with Jiangnan. Nan, I sent you a picture. It should have been discussed with you. Xie Qingzhou spoke, contemplating for a moment before candidly admitting, I have my own little intentions. That day, in the private room, I wasn't the only one who found you appealing, so I did it intentionally. If it displeases you, I can delete it. It wasn't so much displeasure as it was the fact that she was still married to Xie Qingzhou and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. As she pondered how to address Xie Qingzhou appropriately, she noticed that Xie Qingzhou had liked the post. And Ning's expression darkened instantly. Jiangnan managed to maintain her composure. Yet the emotions within her were tumultuous. Whether in marriage, contemplating divorce, or even in the present moment, Xie Qingzhou's actions were quite hurtful, akin to a thorn from a cactus lodged in her finger. Painful, yet discomforting. Seeing Jiangnan's distressed demeanor, Xie Qingzhou grew flustered. I'll delete it right away. Jiangnan snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. No need for that. Perhaps she was overthinking it. In his eyes, she was merely a plaything. How could he truly care? Jiangnan chose not to dwell further on it, unwilling to squander the delightful meal ahead. In the days that followed, Xie Qingzhou ceased all communication with her and did not cause her any trouble regarding Feng Liyue's endorsement, which he also failed to mention. Jiangnan relished the peace, contemplating that his earlier declaration of not pursuing a divorce was likely just a scare tactic. Soon, he would take her to obtain the divorce certificate, granting Feng Liyue a rightful position. On Friday evening, Jiangnan intended to visit her mother. However, due to an unexpected work matter, she concluded her tasks only at 9 o'clock. She noticed several missed calls from the Jiang family home and, upon returning the call, learned that her mother had left in the evening and had yet to return. Since her father's passing, her mother sometimes exhibited signs of confusion. Yet, when unprovoked, she was quite amiable. Upon arriving home and inquiring with the caregiver, Jiangnan discovered that her mother had gone in search of a brooch. What brooch? Wasn't that in Xie Qingzhou's possession? Jiangnan felt a tightening in her chest and checked Feng Liyue's Weibo, where she discovered that Feng was wearing the brooch at a television festival. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. How could Xie Qingzhou do this? She faintly grasped that the like in Xie Qingzhou's social circle had served as a warning. He had previously stated that he lacked patience and urged her to behave. It seemed he had been waiting for her here. Did he know that the brooch was a keepsake from her father? Jiangnan exhaled. Such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was finding her mother. In the past 2 years, her mother's condition had been relatively stable, and the GPS watch she wore had not been removed. The weather in Haiqing that day was dismal, with forecasts predicting sleet. While the snow did not materialize, a light drizzle persisted, chilling to the bone as night fell. Ultimately, Jiangnan found her drenched mother in the cemetery on the mountain. "Mom, why did you give that brooch to someone else?" Jiang Mama, Qin Shuang, was disoriented. Hearing those words pierced Jiang Nan's heart. "Mom, let us go home, shall we? The brooch is at home. You must have forgotten." Jiang, your father was killed by someone," Qin Shuang added. Jiang Nan was aware that, years ago, those who sought to harm the Xie family had learned of her father's rescue of a certain individual and were now intent on revenge. "Mother, shall we return home first?" Qin Shuang continuously murmured about the brooch on her way back, for it was her treasured possession. After escorting her mother to the hospital, it was already past midnight. Alone on a bench in the hospital, Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to dial Xie Qingzhou's number. Chapter 20. Why cry? Jiang Nan dialed Xie Qingzhou's number 3 times, yet went unanswered. A wave of helplessness engulfed her as she rested her elbows on her knees, pressing her forehead against her clasped hands to steady her emotions. After 3 years of marriage, she finally realized how challenging Xie Qingzhou could be. Letting out a sigh, she instructed Sister Li to take good care of her sleeping mother, and then set off to find Xie Qingzhou. The car smoothly arrived at Villa No. 6 on Wudong Road. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Nan spotted Xie Qingzhou. He was sunk into a light brown sofa, lazily reclining, his legs spread wide apart. His expression cold, yet exuding an undeniable air of aggression, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Nan noticed his phone was right beside him. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" she questioned. He cast a fleeting glance at her and replied with a smile. "Why didn't you respond to the WeChat message I sent you?" Jiang Nan thought to herself, "What a petty grudge holder. How can I get the brooch from you?" she asked, determined to shed any pretenses now that she had lowered herself to approach him. Hearing this, Xie Qingzhou leaned back, his palm resting on the back of his head as he scrutinized her, visibly pleased. "You see, dealing with an intelligent person is quite effortless." He said nothing further, yet she effortlessly grasped his intentions. She just wondered what he thought she had been doing, as her makeup was now smudged, the blemish on her face barely concealed, and her complexion was pale to the point of being translucent, exuding a pitiful charm. "First, make me happy, and then we'll talk," he said. Jiang Nan's gaze sparkled as she held his stare for a moment. "How do you intend to make me happy?" she queried. He retorted, "What do you think?" As he appraised her from head to toe, a hint of danger gleaming in his eyes. This outcome was anticipated, yet when it came time to act, she still felt a wave of shame wash over her. Casting her coat onto the floor, she approached him. Xie Qingzhou maintained a neutral expression, but the slight furrow in his brow indicated his dissatisfaction. Yet, she could not bring herself to undress completely to appease him. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she bit her lip, bending over the coffee table before him, reminiscent of that night. From the enormous television screen across from her, she saw her own disgrace, while he remained unchanged in his posture, observing her like an outsider. As seconds turned into minutes, just when she felt she could no longer endure, he leaned in, his fingers unceremoniously slipping under her clothing. Jiang Nan trembled uncontrollably. Today, she wore a simple black sweater, which he discarded onto the floor. He mirrored his actions from that previous night, nipping at her neck and teasing her earlobes, but he did not kiss her. On that night, he had left heavy marks on her shoulder, and now he traced the small, scabbed circle with his lips, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Jiang Nan ultimately could not hold back her tears any longer. The man grasped her chin and asked, "Why are you crying, my little princess?" Jiang Nan gazed at him in disbelief, for his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "If you want the brooch, then stop crying," Xie Qingzhou asserted. Jiang Nan understood that she had interrupted his mood. She forced her tears back, taking a deep breath. "This time, can you be happy?" She finally spoke. This statement may seem somewhat disheartening, yet she felt compelled to clarify matters with him. She feared he might later retract his words, uttering phrases such as, "I never agreed to that," a sentiment she once did not fully comprehend about him. However, she believed that Xie Qingzhou was indeed capable of such actions. It was preferable to address this issue openly from the outset. Xie Qingzhou's fingers pressed against the side of her neck, and he could feel her warmth. What a woman she was in such a state, yet still so utterly clear-headed. Chapter 21. The delicate one. How will you perform? Xie Qingzhou responded to her with a rather perfunctory tone. Jiangnan was quite displeased with this, insisting on a more definitive answer. Be specific. What kind of ambiguous response is that? He fell silent, focusing instead on leaving marks on her fair, elongated neck. Jiangnan understood that since she had arrived, she was entirely at a disadvantage, with no choice but to comply, unless she was willing to forego the brooch. With only a couple of pieces of clothing remaining, when he yanked her from the cold coffee table onto his lap, tears welled up in her eyes once more, helpless and confused. Xie Qingzhou did not physically touch her. He toyed with her body as one would with a plaything. Jiangnan felt both pain and numbness coursing through her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he, aside from his slightly labored breathing, remained clear-eyed, entirely unclouded by desire. As one garment hung from her foot and another fell to the floor, fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. Perhaps disheartened by her weeping, Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow, waved his hand dismissively, and retreated upstairs. Clad impeccably, he glanced at her before she hastily wrapped a thin blanket around herself to shield her modesty. She found this situation intolerable, wishing to slap him twice. But the memory of her mother quelled her fury, mingling with a sense of humiliation that she swallowed down. Xie Qingzhou stood beneath the cool shower for quite some time, only extinguishing the fire within him after much effort. He pressed his lips together, recalling the sight of her arching her body, her neck instinctively tilting back, and his gaze darkened once more. Upon exiting the bathroom, he climbed into bed, intending to ignore her. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to check the guest room, only to find it empty. Descending the stairs, he discovered Jiangnan curled under a thin blanket. A pitiful sight indeed. Placing his palm on her forehead, he confirmed she was indeed burning with fever. Lowering his gaze, he regarded her. Her once translucent complexion was now flushed and unrecognizable. Xie Qingzhou bent down and lifted her into his arms. Jiangnan jolted awake, struggling against him. "What are you doing? Release me." She turned her head, but then went still. He tossed her onto the bed in the master bedroom, causing a pang of bitterness to stir within her. It was devoid of emotion, yet required to be performed here. How absurd. She numbly nestled into the blankets, while Xie Qingzhou departed. Jiangnan felt exceedingly weary. Having missed dinner due to a meeting, the blanket still held his residual warmth. She felt her eyelids growing heavier, no longer wishing to wait for him. When Xie Qingzhou returned to the room with a bowl of congee, he found her sprawled on the pillow, her delicate nose and crimson lips exposed, her long hair cascading across the pillow. The soft light danced upon her face, momentarily capturing the beauty of time itself. Jiangnan was roused from her slumber. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at him. Yet upon seeing the congee he offered, she was taken aback. "For me?" This situation was entirely unexpected, and Jiangnan was unsure how to respond. She accepted the bowl and retreated to the sofa by the window, as she had no habit of eating in bed. Xie Qingzhou lounged on the bench at the foot of the bed, observing her as she delicately sipped the congee, appearing quite refined. Once the bowl was nearly empty, he finally spoke. "You need to take your medicine." Jiangnan acknowledged with a soft "oh," obediently retrieving the medication. Approaching him, he grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace, teasingly saying, "Is it that when I touch you, you become attached?" The man, with distinctly defined knuckles, gently pinched her chin and remarked, "Do not call yourself the Rouge Princess. The Pea Princess suits you far better." After the last hospital visit, though this time she seemed unscathed, her fever was quite alarming. "Do not speak nonsense," she retorted. Jiangnan felt an inexplicable shiver as she pushed him away and took her medicine. The atmosphere was both ambiguous and peculiar. Jiangnan contemplated that perhaps he was merely disinterested, feeling a sense of disappointment. She resolved not to be blinded by this fleeting warmth. She reclined once more, this time removing the sweater she had donned. As the light dimmed, the man's solid and warm body pressed against her. His lips brushed her ear as he whispered, "Sever ties with Zhou Qian." Chapter 22. Love. Vanished Jiangnan felt little inclination to speak. Her relationship with Zhou Qian was rather ambiguous. Whenever he invited her out, he always brought Ning along, displaying a commendable sense of propriety and respect towards her. Yet, in Xie Qingzhou's eyes, it seemed as though she was entangled with someone else. In order to secure the brooch, Jiangnan relented with a soft acknowledgement. He fell silent thereafter, his arm wrapped around her waist, his face nestled in the crook of her neck, appearing as though he had drifted into slumber. As the clock approached 4, whether it was the effect of the cold medicine or the warmth radiating from his chest, Jiangnan began to perspire. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she yearned for a shower. Carefully, she shifted his arm away and began to rise from the bed, inadvertently waking him. Xie Qingzhou, still in a haze of sleep, pressed her down gently and fetched a warm towel to wipe her down. Refreshed, she found herself devoid of any desire to sleep. She pondered why such moments could not have come earlier, rather than when her heart had already grown weary. The following day, preoccupied with thoughts of her mother, Jiangnan rose early. Aunt Li informed her that her mother had awakened and wished to see her. Jiangnan intended to retrieve the brooch first, hoping to bring a smile to her mother's face. It seemed that the aunt on Xie Qingzhou's side had taken a day off yesterday, which explained his relaxed demeanor in the living room. Jiangnan prepared breakfast, and Xie Qingzhou, to her surprise, graciously took a seat at the dining table. The Chinese breakfast consisted of coarse grains, crystal dumplings, and a delightful assortment of side dishes, all quite to her liking. Sensing his good mood, she ventured, "When will you give me the brooch?" His expression darkened slightly, yet his tone remained steady. "Is it solely for the brooch? Isn't that the point?" She replied. After taking a bite of his dumpling, he set it down. "Must you ruin my morning cheer so early?" Jiangnan felt a pang of grievance. She had anticipated his fickleness. Unable to eat, she implored, "What do you want from me? We've shared a bed, and I've tried to soothe you. Do you call that sharing a bed? Is it my fault that you didn't make a move?" Xie Qingzhou scoffed, a hint of mockery in his voice. "If you desire it, you should just say so." Taking a deep breath and maintaining her composure, she pressed on, "What will it take for you to give me the brooch?" He set down his chopsticks, reclining lazily, and responded, "Bring back the endorsement. Allow Feng Liyue to continue her role, and I shall promise to retrieve the brooch." Jiangnan realized why he had not mentioned the endorsement. He had been waiting for her to fulfill her part. "I agree. Please be sure to inform Miss Feng that I am ready to collect the brooch," she stated, leaving without lingering for even a moment. Xie Qingzhou's gaze was icy, filled with displeasure. The woman's affection dissipated so swiftly. Jiangnan instructed her assistant to seek out Feng Liyue to obtain the brooch while she headed to the hospital. Upon seeing her daughter, Qin Shuang, who was dining, wore a face full of remorse. Jiang, it is my fault. I have caused you worry." Jiangnan leaned into her mother's embrace, gently reassuring her, "Mother, you are wonderful. You have been more than enough." She could not bear to reproach her mother. After her father's passing 7 years ago, her mother had endured immense suffering, maintaining a brave front for her sake, stifling her tears. Qin Shuang continued to speak, reminiscing about her love story with Jiangnan's father, and eventually touched upon the brooch that had been lost during their engagement. Jiang, how do you suppose the brooch went missing all those years ago?" Assistant Yang Ji called President Jiang. "Miss Feng mentioned that the brooch was a gift from President Xie and cannot be returned to you." Jiangnan pressed her fingers against her temples, exasperated with Xie Qingzhou. "Miss Feng will be at the company today to discuss the filming. Perhaps you could inquire with her personally?" After hanging up, Jiangnan did not rush to the office, choosing instead to spend the morning with Qin Shuang. She arrived at the company around 2 in the afternoon. When Jiangnan encountered Feng Liyue, her gaze was immediately drawn to the brooch prominently displayed on her black dress. A glaring sight. "Xie Qingzhou did not inform you to return the brooch to me?" Jiangnan stated bluntly. Feng Liu paused slightly, then smiled. Miss Jiang, your father's heirloom should rightfully be returned to you. However, since Qingzhou has not mentioned such a thing, returning it might upset him. Jiangnan felt a sharp pang in her chest. Xie Qingzhou was aware that this brooch was her father's legacy, yet chose to give it to someone else. Chapter 23. Jiangnan pondered what it was that drew her to Xie Qingzhou. Was it the enchanting allure of his handsome visage that captivated her in her youth? Or was it perhaps his promise to return to her? Miss Jiang, you are truly stunning. If you were to venture into the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly thrive. Feng Liu remarked, lounging on the visitor's sofa in her office, one leg crossed over the other, reclining with an air of authority. Clad in a black gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, the brooch she wore further signified her refined taste. Jiangnan remained silent, arms crossed, half sitting and half leaning against her desk, locking eyes with Feng Liu. However, Miss Jiang, Feng continued, beauty alone can be a curse, reducing one to mere playthings for men. Once the novelty fades, one is easily discarded. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow slightly, gathering her long hair into an elegant updo, then approached her slowly. Feng Liu, uncertain of her intentions, noticed the prominent, vivid love bite on Jiangnan's slender neck, oblivious to its implications. Clenching her fists unconsciously, she couldn't help but think how Xie Qingzhou had only returned from abroad a few days prior, and seemed to be indulging in her physicality. She even speculated if his spontaneous trip overseas just a week after their wedding was somehow related to Jiangnan. After all, the Jiangnan of 3 years ago was even more delicate, surely more enticing to men. Will you remove the brooch yourself, or shall I assist you? Jiangnan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Feng Liu found herself glancing at her again, having known of her for 3 years. But this was their first formal interaction. To her surprise, Jiangnan proved to be far more formidable than she had anticipated, showing no signs of intimidation. Miss Jiang, I've mentioned before Feng Liu began, only to be interrupted. President Jiang, please choose between the titles Mrs. Sierra Miss Feng, Jiangnan interjected. Only those unloved are relegated to the role of mistress. Feng Liu's assistant could no longer contain herself. Jiangnan laughed. If there is such love, why not marry you? The expression on Jiangnan's face turned serious. Her palm opened before Feng Liu. The brooch does not belong to Xie Qingzhou. It is a joint asset of our marriage, and I possess the right to reclaim it. Would you kindly cooperate, Miss Feng? Upon witnessing this, Feng Liu's assistant immediately turned to call Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Xie, President Jiang is bullying Liu. Could you come over? The assistant turned back prideful and informed Jiangnan, Mr. Xie wants you to answer the phone. Taking the phone, Jiangnan promptly hung up. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. You. Xie Qingzhou, observing the darkened screen of his phone, chuckled softly. Head to Wei Phone Group. Xiao Zheng, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him. Mr. Xie, are we going to see the madam? Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze. You seem quite familiar with her. We are indeed. Over the past 3 years, the madam has frequently called to inquire about your well-being. Whenever you fell ill, she was more anxious than I, instructing me on when to take your medicine, even knowing your allergies. Your stomach is delicate, and there are many cold dishes abroad. My culinary skills, well, they are the madam's. With all that, you have kept quiet for 3 years? Xiao Zheng opened his mouth. The madam forbade me. Xie Qingzhou let out a sigh, remarking on how obedient one was. Who is your assistant? Xiao Zheng murmured softly. You must find her bothersome. Don't you think she is monitoring your every move? Upon arriving at Jiangnan's office, Xie Qingzhou was met with the sight of Jiangnan crouched on the floor, gathering the fallen diamonds and turquoise from a brooch, while Feng Liu sat weeping on the ground. A young assistant, bearing the marks of slap upon her face, turned to Xie Qingzhou with tear-filled eyes, pleading, Mr. Xie, surely President Jiang cannot resort to violence just because he is displeased? Jiangnan appeared oblivious to her presence. A piece of turquoise lay near his feet as he shifted closer. When a cold, stern inquiry pierced the air, Jiangnan, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 24. You are unworthy. Xie Qingzhou's voice was laced with discontent as he reached out to assist Feng Liu to her feet. Jiangnan cast a fleeting glance. Having already concluded that she had bullied Feng Liue, what was the point of further inquiry? She continued to gather the scattered diamonds, her demeanor somewhat careless. Whatever you think is the truth, so be it. Feng Liue, weakly leaning against him, spoke with tearful eyes. Qingzhou, it is all my fault. I should have ensured that Miss Jiang caught the brooch before letting go. Mr. Xie, Liue was merely careless. President Zhang's temper is truly too harsh. The little assistant chimed in, revealing that Feng Liue's wrist had turned red from being grasped, and that her own face bore the marks of President Zhang's wrath. Jiangnan, is that so? He inquired again, his tone growing colder. Once all the diamonds and turquoises were collected, Jiangnan rose, carefully placing her findings upon the desk. She leisurely rolled up her sleeves and approached Feng Liue. Ignoring Xie Qingzhou's query, she yanked Feng Liue from his embrace and struck her face with a resounding slap. The little assistant gasped, as Feng Liue was momentarily stunned by the blow. After several more slaps, Jiangnan grasped her hair, forcing her to look up, enunciating each word. Now it is I who strikes you. Do you not realize why you are being punished? Before she could finish, she tightly gripped Feng Liue's wrist, asking, is that enough? With tears pooling in her eyes, Jiangnan raised her chin defiantly, responding, not nearly enough. Xie Qingzhou cast her aside, removing his coat to drape it over Feng Liue's head, instructing the little assistant to escort her to the car and wait for him. Jiangnan collided painfully with the edge of the desk. Tears welled in her eyes as she observed him tenderly guiding Feng Liue to the door. When he turned to look at her, his gaze was icy, sending chills down her spine. I ask you, is the situation as she described? Jiangnan held her head high, meeting his gaze defiantly. Did it truly matter how things stood? His attitude was answer enough. Was there any significance in her further words? Xie Qingzhou studied her defiance and stubbornness, surprised by the intensity of her spirit. He grasped her chin firmly, scrutinizing her expression, reminiscent of a frenzied cat. His body pressed against hers. He felt the intensity of her emotions, more pronounced than usual. He had not anticipated that she would be so enraged. Jiangnan, feeling disdain, could not escape and shouted at him, "Get away! Can you not speak to me in gentler tones?" He retorted, suddenly nostalgic for the days when she would knock on his door, peering in with a soft inquiry. "Shall we have fish for dinner tonight?" Gentle words? "You are unworthy." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her to sit upon the desk. "I know how to make you soft." Jiangnan's scalp tingled, her shirt being lifted. He knew her all too well. Just a few moments, and she would tremble uncontrollably. She reclined upon the desk, her hair and clothes in disarray. Xie Qingzhou, seemingly only interested in witnessing her softened demeanor, achieved his objective and rose from his seat. Standing before the desk, he looked down upon her and remarked, "Jiangnan, you ought to diligently learn how to be an exemplary president. Your current demeanor is utterly unprofessional." With that, he departed, leaving Jiangnan to collapse onto the floor, trembling fingers struggling to fasten her trousers. To bully Feng Liue is indeed unprofessional. He merely observed her striking Feng Liue, failing to inquire about the reason behind her actions. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the wound etched in her palm, inflicted by Feng Liue's brooch. Chapter 25. Yang Ji helped Jiangnan to her feet and picked up the scattered documents from the ground. The puddle of water on the desk made Jiangnan feel quite embarrassed. Yang Ji pretended not to notice, but upon seeing the bloodied cut on her palm, he said, "Let me take you for treatment." Jiangnan nodded, and they headed to a nearby community hospital. As Yang Ji went to settle the fees, she sat in the hospital corridor, pondering how to restore her brooch to its former glory. A shadow enveloped her, and when she looked up, she saw Zhou Qian, drenched in sweat. "What happened?" Jiangnan smiled. "Did Yang Ji tell you?" Zhou Qian shook his head. "It was your call," she answered. "I wanted to invite you to dinner." He squatted before her, gently opening her fingers to reveal her pale palm, marred by a slender wound still oozing blood. He leaned down and softly blew on it. Jiangnan clenched her fist, feeling only a slight discomfort. How could a wound this long not hurt? Who did this? "It doesn't matter," Jiangnan replied, though her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Feng Liue. She was indeed quite clever. After the assistant called Xie Qingzhou, her demeanor shifted entirely as she said, "The brooch, I will return it to you." Her palm lay open before Jiangnan, as Feng Liu brazenly marked it. Jiangnan couldn't understand her audacity until Xie Qingzhou arrived. Her husband was genuinely there to support her. The pain was too much for her, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, causing the brooch to fall to the ground. "It's certainly important. I will stand up for you. They will no longer dare to bully you," Zhou Qian said earnestly. Jiangnan gazed at him, appreciating his kindness. However, given the close ties between the Xie and Zhou families, she was reluctant to create awkwardness between them. "Zhou Qian, you should go back. I won't leave. If I go, I will never catch up to you again." Jiangnan fell helpless as Zhou Qian remained squatting before her. "Nan, even if you refuse me, I still like you. We've met before that one night. You captured my attention and entered my dreams." He could not forget her. She lingered in his thoughts, and he longed to see her again. Yang Ji returned with the prescribed medication. The doctor began to clean her wound, causing Jiangnan to wince and pull back her hand. Zhou Qian stood nearby, visibly displeased. "Could you be gentler? Can't you see she's in pain?" He then leaned in closer, speaking softly. Nan, just endure it for a moment. This disinfection stings. But I believe in you. You can do it." The doctor was left speechless. Jiangnan felt slightly exasperated, realizing Zhou Qian was treating her like a child. After a simple bandaging of the wound, Zhou Qian escorted her home, repeatedly reminding her to follow medical advice. Avoid water, change the dressing on time, and he added, "I'll take care of your breakfast and dinner." His meticulous and considerate nature, coupled with his timely reassurances, truly moved Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Feng Liu was thrown to the ground as soon as she entered the door by Xie Qingzhou. "What kind of person are you to provoke her?" His hand rested on her neck, firm yet not forceful, causing her to shudder. She had remained by his side for 6 years, fully aware that his escalating behavior rendered him increasingly perilous, as in the next moment he could indeed snap her neck. In public, he donned a facade of tenderness and affection, professing his deep love for her. "I truly did not intend for this to happen, Miss Jiang. That brooch, she coveted it so dearly, she would never carelessly drop it. Do I appear foolish to you? Pray tell, how did you manage to present the brooch to her in such a shattered state?" Feng Liu's face paled as she forced herself to recount the sordid and disgraceful deeds she had committed, all at the behest of Xie Qingzhou. She was reluctant to speak, yet she dared not defy him. Upon hearing her, Xie Qingzhou exhibited his disdain as if merely touching her was distasteful. He stood to the side, wielding a wet wipe to cleanse his hands. "Mrs. Xie or General Manager Jiang, choose whichever title you prefer." Feng Liu recognized that Jiangnan was not akin to her. Xie Qingzhou entered the car and inquired of Qiao Zheng, "What is she doing?" Qiao Zheng provided an answer within 3 minutes. "The lady has returned to the company from the community hospital, accompanied by young Master Zhou Qian." Chapter 26. Dinner. Xie Qingzhou twirled his fingers and smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Qiao Zheng's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Was this a sentiment of disapproval towards something he disliked? Or perhaps a tinge of jealousy? Unable to decipher, Qiao Zheng blurted out, "Madam has such a long cut on her hand. If you discover it, how can young Master Zhou still be so attentive?" Xie Qingzhou replied, "Are you considering a change of job?" Qiao Zheng turned to face him. "I'm just anxious. Young Master Zhou is pulling out all the stops to pursue Madam. You're still giving him a chance. Madam is truly wonderful, and I don't want you to miss out on her." He remained silent, continuing to fidget with his fingers. After a while, he finally said, "You need to handle a matter." Jiangnan's palm had been treated and bandaged, yet the faint pain was rather bothersome. Yang Ji inquired if the endorsement deal with Feng Liu was still viable. Jiangnan recalled Xie Qingzhou's words, "You ought to learn how to be a competent president. This is utterly unprofessional." He was right. In the company, there should be no personal matters. Those few slaps she delivered were merely a release of pent-up frustration and resentment. If Feng Liu were to back out of filming and breach the contract, it would incur tremendous losses for the company. "You go ahead and keep busy. I'll think of a solution for this." Yang Ji left, and Jiangnan retrieved the broken brooch from her drawer. Her emotions conflicted, yet she dialed Xie Qingzhou's number. She needed to bear the consequences of her actions. No one is exempt from grievances, regardless of their position. Speak. Jiangnan inhaled deeply. If Miss Feng is still willing to meet me, I would like to offer my apologies. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Clearly a calm choice made after weighing the pros and cons. She understood the principle that one must bear the burdens of the crown they wish to wear. Xie Qingzhou, leaning back in the car's rear seat, could not help but acknowledge that his wife was both intelligent and resolute. Not everyone can set aside personal pride. Moreover, she was not at fault in this matter. He remained silent, and Jiangnan continued, "On your end, I owe you a favor." It was a humiliating request to ask her husband to allow her to apologize to a mistress, something Xie Qingzhou should not have consented to. Yet he spoke. What must be done can be done. Indeed, receiving his affirmative answer, Xie Qingzhou hung up. Jiangnan, however, could only smile bitterly, uncertain of how she had gradually found herself in such a pitiful predicament. After work, Jiangnan exited the office building, where Zhou Qian waved at her. "Let me take you home." "Zhou Qian, I have a driver. However, your driver cannot cook for you. I must uphold my promise." Jiangnan nodded and entered his car. Yet this young Master Zhou was also incapable of cooking. After a chaotic attempt in the kitchen, Zhou Qian ordered takeout. "Nan, I will diligently learn culinary skills," Zhou Qian assured while tidying up the kitchen. Jiangnan, not one to dampen spirits, replied, "All right." The doorbell rang, and Zhou Qian, thinking it was the takeout, rushed to answer it. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou, he was taken aback. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Xie Qingzhou raised the dinner he held. "Your princess has injured her hand, so I came to deliver dinner." Zhou Qian smiled. "And I almost forgot that Nan is your sister." Xie Qingzhou smiled silently. Zhou Qian stepped aside and turned to Jiangnan, saying, Nan, Brother Zhou has brought you dinner." Xie Qingzhou stood at the entrance hall and observed Jiangnan's smile freeze on her lips. He truly resembled an ideal elder brother, smiling as he inquired, Jiang, are you displeased to see me? Have I interrupted something?" Chapter 27. Calling him husband, Xie Qingzhou's tone was laced with sarcasm, leaving Jiangnan at a loss for words. "Brother Zhou, what do you mean by disturbing her?" Nan might feel embarrassed. "I haven't even pursued her yet," Zhou Qian interjected. Xie Qingzhou responded with a casual "oh," as Jiangnan, who was pouring water, accidentally knocked over her cup, anxiously glancing at him. Zhou Qian, puzzled, looked at Xie Qingzhou and asked, "What?" With a low chuckle, Xie Qingzhou remarked, "My dear sister, is she truly that difficult to pursue?" Zhou Qian scratched his head. Nan is an exceptionally wonderful girl. I wish for her to know me well. If possible, I would like to marry her." Xie Qingzhou responded with another casual "oh," his gaze fixed on Jiangnan with a knowing smirk. "Should I change my shoes?" he inquired, surveying Jiangnan's apartment, once a 4-bedroom space, now a single room, with an open kitchen, study, and living area, exhibiting a bold design in a predominantly white palette. The spaciousness and elegance of her home were indeed impressive. Upon hearing her insistence that he need not change, Xie Qingzhou placed the dinner he had brought onto the floating island table that doubled as the dining area. "You must be hungry. Let us have a little something first," he suggested, as Zhou Qian, ever attentive, opened the food container. However, upon seeing the dishes, he frowned. Sitting on a chair by the island, Xie Qingzhou asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you know she enjoys spicy food?" His mother had mentioned that Jiangnan was quite the spice enthusiast. "But she has an injury and needs to avoid spicy and fishy foods," Zhou Qian clarified. Xie Qingzhou fell silent, while Jiangnan stood at the opposite side of the island, her eyes cast down, avoiding him and saying nothing. Zhou Qian glanced at his phone, noting, "The delivery will arrive in 5 minutes. I'll wait by the elevator to save time." Jiangnan grasped Zhou Qian's arm. "I'm not that hungry. Don't worry. Just wait for me," he replied, rushing out. Jiangnan turned away, feigning indifference as she asked him, "Coffee or tea?" Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, rising from his seat and pressing his body against her back, teasing, "Are you so displeased to see me?" Jiangnan's back tensed, instinctively trying to break free. "Is it fear? Am I the one afraid? Or are you simply acting irrationally?" Jiangnan felt anger rise within her, for his hands were once again wandering. This reminded her of how he toyed with her earlier in the office, compelling her to yield. His voice was low, almost conspiratorial, with such a soft tone. Are you worried Zhou Qian might overhear? Jiangnan indeed feared Zhou Qian's reaction. She did not wish to hurt him in such a manner. On one hand, he teased, "You owe me. You said you would do anything. Yet here you are, reacting so strongly to a mere embrace. Are you not sincere?" His handsome face nuzzled against the nape of her neck. "Xie Qingzhou, this is a different matter. You need to let go of me," she insisted. "Why should I let you go? When I ignored you before, you were upset. Now that I'm showing affection, you don't like it." He retorted playfully. His demeanor suggested that he treated her as a new toy, perhaps not deeply enamored, but unwilling to allow anyone else to play with it until he had thoroughly enjoyed it himself. Jiangnan felt a surge of anxiety. She feared Xie Qingzhou's unpredictable behavior more than Zhou Qian's potential discovery. She was self-conscious, dreading the thought of being seen in such a vulnerable state. At that moment, she dared not confront him directly. Instead, she softened her tone. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but could you please let me go?" Xie Qingzhou smiled, playfully pinching her soft and delicate waist, relishing in her enthusiasm, unwilling to release her. Jiangnan inhaled sharply, sensing his deliberate provocation. Outside, the elevator chimed, sending a shiver down her spine as she nearly pleaded with him to let her go. Yet, Xie Qingzhou paid no heed, instead intensifying his teasing as his fingers ascended. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou Qian expressed his gratitude to the delivery person, while Jiangnan trembled all over, questioning his intentions. Perhaps she should call him brother first? Chapter 28. Adjustment. Zhou Qian entered the room with takeout, only to find Jiangnan absent. "Zhou, where's Nan Nan?" Xie Qingzhou glanced at the person crouched on the floor, fastening buttons, pondering how to respond. Jiangnan took a deep breath to compose herself. "Zhou Qian, I spilled something and am tidying up." The floor was strewn with a fruit platter she had accidentally knocked over, and she was diligently fastening her buttons and smoothing her hair. Zhou Qian approached, crouching down. "Allow me to handle this, as it may be inconvenient for you." Xie Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. In that moment, he felt somewhat superfluous. He returned to his previous position, observing Zhou Qian's attentive demeanor. Was this truly the same person who changed girlfriends weekly? Yet, after witnessing such behavior repeatedly, it lost its allure. "Take good care of your princess. I shall take my leave," Xie Qingzhou said, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Jiangnan before departing. Jiangnan maintained her composure, though her mood was far from pleasant. His behavior was intriguing. He could be so hands-on, yet appear utterly indifferent. What did he consider her? A mere diversion? Something to toy with when he was amused, only to discard when he grew weary? The moment the door clicked shut, Jiangnan felt a tremor in her heart. She absent-mindedly sipped her porridge before speaking. "Zhou Qian, let us refrain from meeting for a while, shall we?" Zhou Qian was taken aback, leaning slightly forward with his body resting on the island counter. After a prolonged silence, he asked, "Have I done something wrong?" Jiangnan shook her head. "It's not that you've done poorly. Rather, you have been too good. So good that I cannot bear to hurt you." "Zhou Qian, I am not yet. As for our relationship, we are friends. I cannot feel secure with you acting this way. Please don't let me go." He gazed sincerely into her eyes. "I am not currently single." "I know," Jiangnan replied, puzzled. "You are so beautiful. You must have suitors. When you mentioned dealing with matters last time, I surmise you might be addressing your romantic issues. If that man does not value you, it is his loss. I am here, which provides me an opportunity." Zhou Qian spoke candidly, contemplating before adding, "Next time I come, I won't come alone. If Ning is unavailable, I can bring my cousin, Zhou Ying. Would that be acceptable?" Jiangnan found herself at a loss for words. In the days that followed, Zhou Qian consistently brought his cousin Zhou Ying to visit her, accompanying her to change dressings and bringing breakfast and dinner, showing no signs of inconvenience. Jiangnan had to work during the day, while also seeking someone to repair her broken brooch. However, after consulting several individuals, she found no one capable of restoring it to its original state. Zhou Qian's culinary skills had gradually improved. While in the kitchen, he overheard Jiangnan discussing her phone call. At dinner, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to repair?" "The brooch," she replied. "May I see it?" Jiangnan nodded and handed him the shattered brooch. The craftsmanship appeared simple, yet was in fact quite complex. Mr. Nianxiu should be able to fix it. However, at 88 years of age, how could he still undertake such work? Jiangnan had considered him, yet finding someone to repair it was proving more challenging than the restoration itself. There exists an individual who can reach Mr. Nan. If you place your trust in me, I shall assist you in restoring the brooch. Zhou Qian remarked that she has been receiving calls regarding the restoration in recent days. I certainly trust you. However, it seems rather cumbersome. Engaging with someone like Mr. Nin necessitates extensive social exchanges, which can be both time-consuming and exhausting. The relationship between her and Zhou Qian has yet to progress to that level. Nevertheless, for the sake of the brooch, Jiangnan pondered and said, Zhou Qian, should you require any financial assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. Zhou Qian nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I will ensure the brooch is returned to its pristine condition. Chapter 29 above all Jiangnan called out, yet Xie Qingzhou did not release her. Instead, he smiled at her. She understood then that he was untrustworthy. As she heard Zhou Qian's footsteps drawing nearer, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, still grinning, and playfully bit her earlobe, teasing, Are you so afraid that Zhou Qian will discover you are my wife? Jiangnan, already on edge, shivered at his touch. It was only when Zhou Qian pushed open the door that Xie Qingzhou leisurely let go of her. Jiangnan crouched beside the island counter, fastening the buttons he had carelessly undone. Zhou Ge, where's Nan Nan? Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yes, right here. As the hem of her pants was tugged, he shifted the conversation, mentioning the fruit platter that had been accidentally toppled and needed tidying up. Jiangnan sighed in relief, finally regaining her composure and smoothing her hair. Just then, Zhou Qian arrived, crouching down, insisting, I'll clean up. It's not convenient for you. Xie Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the two. In that moment, he felt somewhat superfluous as her husband. He regretted assisting her earlier. Chapter 29. In his earnest endeavor to restore the brooch for Jiangnan, Zhou Qian employed every conceivable connection at his disposal, all in hopes of securing an audience with Mr. Nianxiu, merely to elicit a smile from the enchanting lady. This endeavor soon became the talk of the town, as the most dashing Zhou Qian transformed into a devoted partner, akin to a model son in the eyes of his mother. At the July Club, Song Yunji listened intently to the discussion surrounding this matter. Seated at the mahjong table, Xie Qingzhou appeared oblivious to the chatter, fully engrossed in the game, and tonight, fortune favored him abundantly. His winning streak left Shun Ke visibly perturbed. In a fit of frustration, pushed his tiles away and remarked, You're suffering in love. Spare your brother the torment. Song Yunji interjected with playful disbelief. What are you saying? Has brother Zhou ever faced such romantic misfortune? He's quite the charmer. Xie Qingzhou chuckled lightly as he played a 9 of characters, retorting, When have I ever been at a loss? I haven't even delivered a meal. Song Yunji scoffed. Such matters are not easily controlled, are they? Previously, at this very table, Song Yunji had teased him about his potential addiction, insinuating that the chaos surrounding Jiangnan had merely been a result of substances devoid of any emotional entanglements. That night, as Jiangnan lay sprawled across the coffee table, he refrained from approaching her, perceiving her merely as a beautiful vase, one whose disarray he could incite, all while maintaining his own composure, regardless of her allure. He believed that without genuine feelings, such encounters held little significance. Yet when she leaned in, humming a tune near his ear, he was suddenly reminded of her disheveled state that night in his embrace. He had to take a shower to regain his composure. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Qian hurried in, disrupting his train of thought. Shun Ke, did you once commission a pair of rings from Mr. Nianxiu? Zhou Qian inquired. Shun Ke nodded, confirming the matter. Indeed, but those rings were for Xie Qingzhou, meant as a gift for his beloved. The secrecy of this arrangement piqued Zhou Qian's curiosity. Could you assist me in reaching out to Mr. Nianxiu? I don't. Shun Ke began, only to be met with a pointed kick from his brother, who gazed at him ominously. After a moment's hesitation, he relented. Very well, I will help you. You wish to restore the brooch for Jiangnan? Zhou Qian affirmed. Yes, I am aware that contacting Mr. Nancio is quite intricate. However, you have long desired that plot of land in Xie Qingzhou. I could offer it to you at a favorable price. The last time they played cards here, Song Yunji had playfully teased him about his potential addiction. He had caused Jiangnan to end up in the hospital, but it was merely due to substances, completely detached from any emotional or passionate entanglement. That evening, Jiangnan lay sprawled across the coffee table, and he refrained from making any advances. He regarded her as a beautiful vase, a mere object of amusement, believing he could maintain control over himself despite her allure. To him, engaging in such activities without any feelings seemed rather meaningless. However, when she leaned in and hummed whimsically by his ear, he suddenly recalled the disheveled state she had been in that night in his arms. After taking a shower to calm the unusual stirrings within him, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Qian hurried in, disrupting his scattered thoughts. "Shun Ke, did you once commission a pair of rings for Mr. Nancio?" Shun Ke nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. "Yes, but those rings were intended for Xie Qingzhou. My brother plans to gift them to the one he cherishes. This was a rather secretive affair. How did Zhou Qian come to know about it? Could you assist me in contacting Mr. Nancio?" I'm not familiar." Shun Ke's foot was nudged, and he looked at his brother, who gazed at him ominously before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "All right, I will help you get in touch." "You wish to repair Jiangnan's brooch?" Zhou Qian nodded. "Yes, I understand that contacting Mr. Nancio is quite complex. You've always desired that plot of land in Xie Qingzhou, and I can offer it to you at a low price." Shun Ke interjected, "The higher-ups are aware of this." Zhou Qian, regain your composure. "Are you not aware that Jiangnan is not single?" "I know, but I truly wish to marry her." Chapter 30. Troublesome Xie Qingzhou rhythmically tapped the mahjong tiles against the table, producing a dull yet resonant sound that caused Zhou Qian considerable discomfort. "Brother, Nan is your sister. If she is unhappy, it brings you no joy, does it?" "Unhappy?" Xie Qingzhou's eyes glimmered with a cold intensity. Was it she who had said that? 3 years ago, she expressed her desire for him, only to drug him and induce a divorce later. Now she claims to be unfulfilled? Jiangnan was indeed a complex matter. Shun Ke, well acquainted with his brother's temperament, felt a surge of anger. He pulled Zhou Qian outside, stating, "If you wish for Jiangnan to find peace, refrain from uttering another word." Zhou Qian, frowning in confusion, asked, "What do you mean?" Xie Qingzhou tossed the mahjong tile onto the table and said, "Zhou Qian, if you wish to know who that man is, I can tell you." Zhou Qian turned back, inquiring, "Who is it?" This way of revealing it is rather dull. "I must secure Jiangnan's consent first. I shall inform you later." "Fine." Shun Ke interjected, dragging Zhou Qian away from the private room. "Weren't you supposed to help Jiangnan with the brooch? Why are you inquiring about that man?" With reddened eyes, Zhou Qian replied, "You and Song Yunji both know who that man is. You and Jiangnan have no future. She chose not to disclose that man's identity to spare you pain." Zhou Qian lowered his gaze, confessing, "I have never felt this way about anyone before. Just being near her, doing nothing, fills me with joy." "What about the brooch?" "The brooch can be restored to its original state," Shun Ke assured him, "because Xie Qingzhou has a long-standing friendship with the esteemed Mr. Nancio." "Well, I shall not concern myself with anything else for now. I want to fulfill my promise to her." Zhou Qian handed the brooch to Shun Ke, pleading, "I entrust this to you." Upon returning to the private room, Shun Ke kicked Song Yunji, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why stir up trouble?" The impending clash between the former and current suitor was tantalizing to consider. Xie Qingzhou opened the jewelry box, observing the shattered brooch while stroking his chin. "Brother, regarding the ring you chose years ago, I instructed Xiao Zheng to disseminate the news. It was a ploy to draw Jiangnan here. She certainly knows how to mobilize her forces." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, anticipating how Jiangnan would react upon discovering that the brooch had returned to his possession. Jiangnan returned home only after her mother had fallen asleep. Exiting the elevator, she spotted Xie Qingzhou leaning against the door, smoking. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over her. As she attempted to unlock the door with her fingerprint, he grasped her wrist. "Record my fingerprint as well." Jiangnan chuckled softly, asking, "Why should I record your fingerprint? If you do not return home, I shall accommodate you." Such a beautifully crafted statement. With a sigh, Jiangnan earnestly questioned him, Xie Qingzhou, what exactly do you intend to do? To provide you with the life you desire. That was indeed the life she once yearned for. He understood everything, yet offered it to her only when she no longer wished for it. Jiangnan scoffed, right now? I only wish for a divorce. Do not think about it. He gently refused, his tone soft yet firm. Record my fingerprint. Jiangnan stepped inside, followed closely by Xie Qingzhou. As she changed her shoes in the foyer, she noticed a pair of men's slippers in the shoe cabinet. Picking them up, she realized they were her size, brand new, and matched the couple style of the ones she was wearing. What did you buy these for me? Jiangnan chose silence and headed to change her clothes. Upon entering the bathroom, she was taken aback to find Xie Qingzhou lounging in her bathtub, leisurely sipping her wine. Who permitted you to use it? She asked, visibly displeased. Xie Qingzhou reclined slightly, gazing at her with a smirk. Having shared a bed, do you really think a bathtub still belongs to either of us? Jiangnan, flustered, quickly took a shower in the other bathroom and then retreated to bed. As she lay there, she felt his arm wrap around her waist. Xie Qingzhou's warmth pressed against her back as he kissed her neck. Jiangnan squirmed, annoyance evident in her voice. Let go of me. Unperturbed, Xie Qingzhou playfully twirled a strand of her hair, before finally remarking, the bathrobe and pajamas are also of the couple style. If I truly left, wouldn't that be a loss for you? Jiangnan's body stiffened at his words. She had once genuinely looked forward to a life with him after marriage. The shoes in the cabinet and the clothes in the wardrobe were all evidence of her former affections. But her feelings had since faded, and there was nothing to mourn. Turning away, Jiangnan tried to distance herself. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, gripping her shoulders to turn her towards him. Is your indifference towards me rooted in your fondness for Zhou Qian? Chapter 31, The Cost. It has nothing to do with Zhou Qian. Jiangnan wished to avoid involving others. Then I cannot fathom your intentions. If you desire a divorce so fervently, why do you still resort to such underhanded tactics against me? I swear I did not, he insisted. Do you expect me to believe that? I certainly do not. With that, she turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Dissatisfied with her demeanor, Xie Qingzhou pressed his body against hers, his hands slipping into her pajama bottoms. Jiangnan struggled, yet Xie Qingzhou effortlessly rendered her immobile. Resigned, she muttered, do as you wish. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly against her neck, propping himself up to gaze at her beneath the dim yellow light, admiring her defiant yet alluring demeanor. I will not force you. There will come a time when you take the initiative. Dream on. That time will never come again. She, irritated, buried herself under the covers. Xie Qingzhou observed her, sensing that she believed she had no leverage over him. How brazen she was. The following morning, precisely at 6, Jiangnan's phone rang. An urgent matter had arisen at the company, compelling her to rise and attend to it. In doing so, she inadvertently roused Xie Qingzhou, who lay with his arm behind his head, watching her busyness without stirring. Once she had packed her belongings for the business trip, she addressed him. Remember to close the door when you leave. Leaning against the headboard with one leg bent, Xie Qingzhou inquired, is that all? What else is there? With a raised eyebrow, he noted her coldness after a night spent entwined like octopuses. How many days will you be away? Uncertain. Uncertain? You simply do not wish to disclose it, do you? I'll let you know upon my return. Jiangnan found a certain weight in his words, which lingered in her mind. She was headed to North City to address some issues with a strategic partner and distributor. That evening, Xie Qingzhou sent her a WeChat message. Zhou Qian inquired about the man who broke up with you. How should I respond? Jiangnan thought him absurd and chose to ignore it. 2 days later, she received a photo from Zhou Qian of the repaired brooch. Jiangnan was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly it had been restored. Tonight, I will dine in Haicheng. Firstly, to express my gratitude, and secondly, I have something to discuss with you. She believed it best to inform Zhou Qian of her situation with Xie Qingzhou in person. That is not possible tonight. Shen Ke must express his gratitude to Mr. Ningxiu. I wish to thank him in person. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiangnan's heart. Was the brooch found with the assistance of Mr. Ningxiu? Indeed, Jiangnan. After calling Shen Ke, she learned of the connection between Mr. Ningxiu and Xie Qingzhou. She recalled Xie Qingzhou's words about her taking the initiative. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou was accompanying Nan Xiu on a visit to the military governor's residence. Xiao Zhou, what relation does the owner of this brooch have to you? Xie Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words regarding his relationship with Jiangnan. After a prolonged pause, he responded, not someone of great significance. Not significant, yet you asked me to assist? Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, conceding it belongs to my wife. Nan Xiu felt a profound sense of joy for the young man. In the past, he had toiled for an entire year crafting an engagement ring for his beloved, without a single complaint, which had deeply moved him. You should take some time to introduce your cherished one to me. I am curious to see the extraordinary woman who has inspired such devotion in you. I have yet to find her. Thus the ring remains unbestowed. Nan Xiu paused, gently patting his hand. Born into the Xie family, there are certain matters beyond your control. Feel free to speak your mind, he replied. I shall refrain from sweet words and instead pose a rather unpleasant question. Your wife or the one who resides in your heart? Whom will you choose? The one in my heart is my guiding light. I shall never forget her and would willingly pay any price to reunite with her. As for my relationship with Jiangnan, it will soon come to an end. After hosting Nan Xiu, Xie Qingzhou returned home to find Jiangnan waiting for him on the sofa, weary and travel-stained, with her luggage beside her. Back already? Upon noticing the brooch box he held, Jiangnan felt a tightening in her chest. You plotted against me. Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. He settled into a chair, his long legs sprawled in the same casual manner as before. Take it off. Come sit with me. Chapter 32. Trust Jiangnan gazed at Xie Qingzhou, who reclined upon the sofa. His countenance was undeniably handsome, reminiscent of the breathtaking impression he left when they first met at the tender age of 19. However, the 30-year-old Xie Qingzhou bore little resemblance to that youthful self, and even his laughter now carried a hint of roguishness. Taking a deep breath, Jiangnan approached him. Satisfied with her demeanor, Xie Qingzhou let his hands rest casually on the sides of the sofa, exuding an air of languid ease. Jiangnan had a penchant for basic attire. Today she donned a black sweater that accentuated her slender neck adorned with a pearl necklace, paired with wide-legged black trousers, an ensemble suitable for the office yet imbued with an indescribable charm and grace. He narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on her delicate waist, which he had observed before, fair and distinctly defined, and which he had touched, so soft. As Jiangnan stood before him, he rolled his Adam's apple and unfastened the top two buttons of his shirt. Yet, the scenario he had anticipated, her sitting atop him with reddened eyes, did not unfold. Instead, Jiangnan lunged forward, engaging in a frenzied scuffle. You scoundrel, what do you take me for? Get off, sit on me. Am I some kind of fool? I've truly lost my senses to have fallen for you, to love you. Caught off guard, Xie Qingzhou felt her grip tighten around his neck. This Mrs. Xie, not particularly skilled in combat, was swiftly subdued, pinned down on his lap. With her arms restrained behind her, she was compelled to face him directly. Xie Qingzhou, relishing the moment, straightened his posture, gripping her wrist, forcing her to press closely against him. You rogue, let me go, Jiangnan exclaimed. He remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips, reveling in the sensations that arose from their bodies in conflict. Jiangnan was infuriated. How can you be like this? Jiangnan, you are utterly unreasonable. It is your disobedience and broken promises that have led you back here. When I asked you to return, I did not see your belongings. You allowed Feng Liyue to take your place, and when you struck her, my patience has its limits. I brought you meals, even accommodated you at my place, offering you numerous chances, yet you ignored me, leaving me no choice but to resort to this method to bring you home. As he spoke, one hand caressed her waist, sending an indescribable shiver coursing through her body. She remained silent, her eyes glistening with suppressed emotion as she glared at him. How could he so conveniently sidestep the incident involving Feng Liyue's broken brooch? All these words and actions were merely for the sake of avenging his beloved. Xie Qingzhou's hand traveled to her waist, coaxing her legs to drape over him. Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow in her nose as he leaned closer, gently biting her ear and whispering, I assure you, I did not plot against you. All those things you said you would do without reservation, I have not held them against you. You simply forgot. The implication was clear. All of this was her own doing. "Do not defy me any longer. Remove your clothes," he commanded, his voice laced with a menacing allure. Jiangnan's body trembled involuntarily. With the brooch in his possession, her only option was to comply. She closed her eyes momentarily before reopening them, locking her gaze with his, and asked, "If I undress and comply, will you return the brooch to me? Surely you would, wouldn't you?" Jiangnan smiled, freeing her wrist from his grasp. It was possible that he might refuse. "So let us be forthright and direct about this." Xie Qingzhou leaned back against the sofa, giving a subtle acknowledgement for her to continue. "You have been bringing me meals and accommodating me at home. Your affection feels as though you have transformed into an entirely different person. Is it not your desire to do so?" Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. He missed her body. "I am reluctant and unwilling, or perhaps just lying still. You find it rather uninteresting, don't you?" He couldn't help but laugh. "Jiangnan, you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated." He looked forward to the moment Jiangnan would learn that the brooch had returned to his possession, and indeed, her reaction was as explosive as he had predicted. If she were to behave like last time, obediently arching her back, it would instead be rather dull. "You see, this little cat is quite clever." And then, he inquired, genuinely intrigued, "You give me the brooch, and however you wish to play, I shall gladly indulge you." Xie Qingzhou shook his head. "If I hand over the brooch and you run away, what then? First, indulge me, and I shall give it to you tomorrow. I cannot trust you." Jiangnan rose from him and settled on the side. The lack of trust between a couple, negotiating over such trivial matters, was indeed amusing. Xie Qingzhou was unhurried, leisurely lighting a cigarette, saying, "Shall we discuss this when you come to trust me?" Jiangnan felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, yet he held the brooch, leaving her utterly at his mercy. She exhaled, "I have another plan." Shunke arrived at Villa No. 6 on Wudong Road. Xie Qingzhou sat with his legs crossed on a light brown sofa, smoking, a visible scratch mark gracing his neck. Jiangnan sat with her arms crossed on a single sofa, the atmosphere thick with lingering ambiguity, yet decidedly peculiar. "You take this and give it to Zhou Qian." Shunke, bewildered, held the brooch box, asking, "I send this for my sister-in-law? Why give it to Zhou Qian? Just do as you were told and stop questioning." Xie Qingzhou retorted coldly, "Sinkyekistiv." So, calling him to come over is merely to hand the repaired brooch to Zhou Qian. After transferring it to Zhou Qian, have him call your sister-in-law. Xie Qingzhou emphasized the words sister-in-law heavily. After Shun Ke departed, Xie Qingzhou, through the swirling smoke, gazed at Jiangnan, who was looking at her. Her plan was indeed brilliant. If he was untrustworthy, that was one thing. He suggested handing it to Shun Ke, yet she disagreed, instead trusting Zhou Qian. "Are you satisfied?" Xie Qingzhou inquired. Jiangnan's thick lashes fluttered, and then she looked at him, saying, "I am very satisfied." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, his gaze appraising her from head to toe, hoping that shortly she would also bring him satisfaction. Jiangnan refrained from responding and averted her eyes. The journey from here to Shun Ke's place would take at least half an hour, and neither of them offered a pleasant demeanor, remaining motionless in their standoff. At last, her phone rang. Jiangnan felt a chilling gaze upon her, making her quite uncomfortable. She ignored it and gently answered the phone. "Hello, Zhou Qian? Nan, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to bring you the brooch." Jiangnan found herself inexplicably feeling aggrieved, on the verge of tears. How had it come to this with Xie Qingzhou? "Let us have dinner after I finish work tomorrow evening," she suggested, pulling her thoughts back. Xie Qingzhou listened to her gentle invitation to another man with a heavy heart. Was he dead? Rising, he approached her and pressed her against the single sofa. Jiangnan gasped, hurriedly addressing the phone. "Zhou Qian, let us talk later." "I'll hang up. Continue our conversation," he replied, raising an eyebrow as he caressed her chin. Ignoring the discomfort his touch brought, Jiangnan met his gaze and inquired, "Shall we stay here or return to the room?" "Let us stay here for now," he insisted, gripping her waist and seating her on his lap, taking her previous position. Jiangnan had mentally prepared herself. Yet when the moment arrived, anxiety gripped her. She removed her sweater, her hands fumbling to unfasten the buttons, but they stubbornly resisted. Xie Qingzhou remained still, his eyes fixed on her. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, when the last button finally came undone, she glanced up and asked, "Can we go back to the room? It's too bright here." Although she was aware that the housekeeper would not reappear in the living room, she still felt constrained. Xie Qingzhou stared at her impassively, saying nothing. She recognized that he preferred to remain here. His expression had shifted when she mentioned giving the brooch to Zhou Qian. With difficulty, she tossed the small item onto the floor and leaned into his embrace, pressing kisses against his neck. In that moment, she felt no different from those who cater to guests. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, taking the sight of her alabaster back, her posture strikingly alluring. It was utterly mesmerizing. The phone buzzed again, startling Jiangnan. Xie Qingzhou reached for her phone, glanced at the screen, and remarked, "It's Zhou Qian." Jiangnan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She wanted to grab her phone, but he held it aloft, insisting, "Continue to unfasten it for me." Her hands trembled as they explored the belt of his bathrobe, the phone vibrating incessantly, a distraction to her senses. She looked at him almost pleadingly, hoping he would not answer, struggling with the bathrobe's tie. As she lowered her head for a brief moment, she heard him utter a soft sound. Chapter 33. Jiangnan felt her scalp tingle with dread, and her instinctive reaction was to flee. However, Xie Qingzhou seized her, forcefully pinning her against the coffee table. The icy touch sent tremors through Jiangnan, and tears welled in her eyes. She could not comprehend why Xie Qingzhou chose to treat her this way, subjecting her to such humiliation. He pressed his lips against her back, his phone resting on the table beside them. Jiangnan covered her mouth, fearing any sound might attract Zhou Qian's attention. Xie Qingzhou roughly toyed with her body, biting her back and whispering in her ear, "Let it out. Isn't everything at my disposal?" Jiangnan was reluctant to owe him anything. Yet despite her efforts, she found herself unable to comply. His irritation at her defiance grew. He flipped her over, restraining her arms above her head, compelling her body to yield. A pang of sorrow flickered within him. But the sight of her half reclined on the table, her long hair, cascading chaotically, transformed that moment of compassion into desire. What transpired was far from the anticipated thrill. Xie Qingzhou pressed against her, his breath warm against her ear, questioning her willingness. Is this truly consent? How is this any different from deceit? He abandoned her, donning a bathrobe he had tossed aside, preparing to leave. Jiangnan closed her eyes. He resembled a callous patron. She crouched on the ground, hugging herself, her voice trembling as she implored. "Why?" Xie Qingzhou paused, turning his head to gaze at her pale face for a moment, and retorted, "Why? You know better than anyone." Jiangnan managed a bitter smile, realizing her inquiries were futile. It all stemmed from the incident of her drugging him. Xie Qingzhou resented her for tarnishing his integrity, seeking revenge. How foolish she was. He had merely shared a meal, indulged her at her home, and whispered sweet nothings, only for her to forget his words. "Jiangnan, if you wish to play, I shall entertain your whims. Just a game. What did it matter where or in what position?" Seeing her lost in thought, Xie Qingzhou grew increasingly agitated, tossing a thin blanket from the sofa over her before turning to leave. After drinking a bit that evening, he awaited Xiao Zhang to pick him up, having already smoked several cigarettes by the roadside. In his 30 years, he had never so gracelessly shattered a woman's dignity. Leaving it strewn on the ground, Jiangnan was the first. When he departed from home, Jiangnan remained crouched, enveloped in her shattered sense of self. The night wind was biting, intensifying Xie Qingzhou's vexation. As Xiao Zhang parked the car, he was met with his boss's icy gaze, questioning, "Did you crawl here?" Xiao Zhang stammered. "It only took 10 minutes to get here from his house. Is that too slow?" Observing the palpable anger, he refrained from further comments, but could surmise that the lady of the house was not as submissive and pleasing as before, a reality he was reluctant to accept despite his silence. After a while on the road, Xiao Zheng ventured to the old residence or the hotel. No response was given. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed his boss lost in thought, staring at the ring he held in his hand. Does that person truly exist? Xie Qingzhou's Adam's apple rolled, does he not? Then who are all those he has embraced and kissed during countless nights? Even if it is a solitary dream of his own, who is the one tightly holding him, lying in his arms? How could those he once possessed possibly not exist? I believe in her, just as she is waiting for me as I search for her. Xiao Zheng felt a pang of sorrow at these words. Any hint of connection to that person, regardless of distance or what he is doing, would compel him to investigate tirelessly. Yet after 5 long years of searching, could she have perished in that inferno? No, Xie Qingzhou interrupted, tightly gripping the ring in his palm, his gaze lingering out the window for what seemed an eternity. Xiao Zheng, the scent that lingered on her, I have long since forgotten, 3 years ago. What am I to do if she does not reappear? Xiao Zheng cast him another glance, sighing. Previously, the couple had been separated, devoid of intimacy. Now, their paths often crossed, and Jiangnan was so beautiful. Boss, it must be exceedingly difficult not to be moved, right? It is indeed quite challenging. That night in Jiangnan, sleep eluded her. Upon awakening the next day, her eyes were swollen. Yesterday, she had picked up her phone only to find there were no calls. Xie Qingzhou had intentionally frightened her. Yet, she understood that if she did not clarify things soon, he would not hesitate to let Zhou Qian overhear how she addressed him. Thus, when Jiangnan contemplated retrieving the brooch, she resolved to sever ties with Zhou Qian. Ultimately, she had failed to reciprocate his genuine feelings. Descending the stairs, she found the maid had prepared breakfast. "Madam, you're back. Does your room still require cleaning?" Given the commotion in the living room yesterday, Aunt Shui, who had not emerged from her room, could only surmise the situation. But knowing she had been estranged from Xie Qingzhou for 3 years, she dared to ask about the aftermath. "Please clean it." Xie Qingzhou did not treat her as a wife. She could not sleep in the master bedroom. Aunt Shui hurried off, and Jiangnan received a call from Ning. Ning erupted in fury, berating Xie Qingzhou again. If they were not getting a divorce, what did it mean that the scoundrel spend the night at loathes? Last night, he had massaged her for an extended period, her body rigid and unyielding. That half-hearted encounter had not offered him any relief. And it was only natural that he sought solace with his true love afterward. Ning had returned to Haicheng, and Jiangnan had asked her for help with moving. Ning was even angrier. "Don't you find him repulsive?" "Repulsive, yet I endure it." If she did not comply, Xie Qingzhou had his ways of coercing her into submission. Rather than suffer, it was better to cooperate. It spared her some anguish and allowed him to derive a sense of revenge, as he had long grown weary of her. However, upon meeting Zhou Qian, he said to her, "Nan, that scoundrel has agreed to separate from you." Chapter 34. Confirmation of employment with a perplexed expression. Jiangnan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How can you assert that we are to part ways when you do not even know who that man is?" "It was Brother Zhou who informed me," came a reply. "He said that if I conveyed it this way, you would comprehend." However, Zhou Qian remained baffled and pressed further. "Does this mean that the man does not wish to separate from you, and it was Brother Zhou who negotiated the arrangement for the breakup?" Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he instructed her to move back? Now, through Zhou Qian, he was indicating his consent to the divorce. She hadn't anticipated his decision to grow weary of her so swiftly. Yet, it was understandable, being with her lacked excitement. Feng Liyue was indeed impressive, managing to sway him in just one evening. The discomfort in Jiangnan's heart dissipated within seconds as she accepted the reality. The prospect of divorce, freeing her from enduring a relationship devoid of joy, brought her genuine happiness. Conversely, Ning at the dining table wore an expression of distress, lamenting, "What is this? Is he merely playing with her, kicking her out during the day and sleeping with her at night?" No man could be more despicable than Xie Qingzhou. Zhou Qian, on the other hand, was considerate, ensuring that Jiangnan was not put in an awkward position, even suggesting she come along as a third wheel. "From now on, when you dine with your beloved princess, kindly refrain from bringing me along," and Ning advised, wishing that Zhou Qian could bring joy to Jiangnan's life. "Princess," she pondered, "have you considered allowing him to confirm his position ahead of time?" Today, she was quite anxious about Jiangnan revealing the truth, fearing it might hurt Zhou Qian. For now, they could deem Xie Qingzhou's actions as a benevolent deed. "Nan, will I be confirmed?" Zhou Qian mused, still contemplating how to teach that wretched man a lesson, now diverted and eagerly awaiting her response. "Let's give it a try." At the dining table, Zhou Qian longed to embrace her, but feared alarming her. He struggled to restrain himself, ultimately pressing his hands firmly on the table. Jiangnan couldn't help but smile. And Ning, exasperated, remarked, "Zhou Qian, did you really change girlfriends weekly? Look at you now. You appear like a lovesick novice." Upon hearing Ning's words, Zhou Qian felt a strong urge to survive and sincerely declared to Jiangnan, "Nan, I was incredibly reckless in the past, but I have changed. I wish to have only you moving forward. Do you believe me?" Jiangnan nodded. "I believe you." Zhou Qian gazed at Jiangnan for a long while, his lips moving, yet no further words escaped him. He thought to himself that he was truly doomed, completely ensnared by Jiangnan. Having acquired a brooch, Jiangnan returned home early to present it to her mother. Qin Shuang held the brooch, tears welling up as she exclaimed, Jiang, I miss your father so much." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a lump in her throat and could only embrace her mother tightly. After Qin Shuang's tears had subsided, she pinned the brooch to her chest and asked her daughter, "Is it beautiful?" Jiangnan affirmed, "Yes, it is extraordinarily beautiful, truly fitting for you. It is no wonder your father designed it specifically for you." This exquisite brooch was aptly named Fontainebleau, a testament to the love her parents had forged in that city, and thus it bore the name. Qin Shuang held the brooch tightly, leaning against her daughter. Jiang, I thought this brooch had been consumed by the flames in that great fire, yet it remains utterly intact. How could it be? This is a testament to your father's love. It cannot simply be destroyed by fire, Jiangnan responded, recalling the auction preview when she had seen the brooch without a single trace of damage. Aside from this recent restoration by Mr. Nanxiu, there were no prior records of repair. Why was a brooch that should have perished in the fire still in such pristine condition? Jiangnan felt a surge of doubt, but hesitated to inquire further, fearing her mother's distress. Only after ensuring her mother was asleep did Jiangnan return with Ning. Upon hearing that she intended to go back to Xie Qingzhou's residence, and Ning expressed confusion. "He is leaving. Surely there's no need to return? I should at least go back, as he hasn't explicitly said anything. What if he changes his mind?" Jiangnan reasoned. "Staying there will prevent him from saying anything he might regret." Having resided at number 6 Wudong Road for nearly a week, Jiangnan had not heard from Xie Qingzhou, nor had he returned. This absence made her feel as though their relationship had reverted to its former state. News of him and Feng Liue still circulated online while she waited alone in the vast emptiness of the house. Unlike before, she no longer anticipated his return and was convinced he would not alter his decision. However, she refrained from asking when he intended to finalize the divorce, not wanting to complicate matters and relinquishing control to him. On Sunday, Zhou Qian invited her to dine at a creative Sichuan restaurant. As she stepped inside, he awaited her with a large bouquet of roses of the Rouge Princess variety. "Thank you," Jiangnan said, accepting the flowers and smiling at Zhou Qian. "Is it customary for you to present flowers each time we meet?" "Absolutely. The sense of ritual is essential, especially since I am soon to be your official boyfriend," Zhou Qian replied with a chuckle, maintaining a respectful distance. His cautious demeanor struck Jiangnan with a pang of sadness. "Just a few more days, and we can hold hands. Once the divorce is finalized, it will be possible." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian could not resist gently rubbing Jiangnan's cheek. "How can you be so wonderful?" Once in the private dining room, the dishes were already served. While Jiangnan ate, Zhou Qian rested his chin in his hand, gazing at her intently. "Aren't you going to eat? I fear you might vanish. I can hardly believe this is real." Zhou Qian confessed that he never expected Jiangnan would genuinely wish to begin a relationship with him. Nan, why do you trust me? Do you believe I am sincere?" Zhou Qian asked. She nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I believe you. You asked if I trusted you, and without hesitation, I said yes. If it were my father, he would undoubtedly scoff at the idea." Jiangnan set down her chopsticks and regarded him earnestly. Zhou Qian was rather handsome, after all. It was no wonder he had gained the reputation of a charming playboy in the city. "Zhou Qian, I remember when you had blonde hair. I encountered you several times, and you always seemed so carefree. But when we watched the seagulls together, your hair had turned black." His current appearance was far more dignified than before, dressed in a white t-shirt beneath a brown casual blazer, which suited him quite well. "Is it merely because I dyed my hair that you trust me?" Zhou Qian asked. Indeed, Jiangnan responded, it signifies a fresh start. Are you not afraid that this might be a ruse to deceive women, especially considering my previous conquests? Zhou Qian remarked, hoping she would contemplate carefully, for his past was indeed dark and tarnished. Jiangnan candidly admitted that your cautious demeanor towards me resembles how I act when I am enamored with another. Zhou Qian hesitated to take her hand, merely brushing his fingers lightly against her hand, assuring her that if she trusted him, he would not disappoint her. He would be worthy of her. Xie Qingzhou had no intention of returning to the Xie family business, as the company was still undergoing renovations. The demands of his work kept him exceedingly busy, and he had been residing in a hotel. Occasionally, when he found a moment of respite, he would glance at his phone, only to find no calls or messages from Jiangnan. She had not always been so distant. Previously, even from a different time zone, she would know the weather there, carrying an umbrella if it rained or adding layers when it was cold. Such attentiveness was not uncommon for her. Now, she hadn't even called to inquire about the divorce. As Qiao Zheng passed by Xie Qingzhou, holding a stack of documents, he noticed Jiangnan's name on his WeChat interface and, unaware of Xie's intentions, remarked, Madam has been spending quite a bit of time with young Master Zhou. They met once while collecting a brooch, and again just yesterday, twice in 1 week. Xie Qingzhou had intended to arrange a time to discuss the divorce with Jiangnan, but Xiao Zheng's interruption caused him to momentarily set aside his phone. That evening, he was to attend a business dinner. At the banquet, he encountered Zhou Qian's father, who was in high spirits. After inquiring, he learned that Zhou Qian had started working at the company from the ground up, demonstrating remarkable ambition. The elder spoke of his son having met the right girl and expressing intentions to marry her, claiming he needed to establish a career worthy of her. Hearing this made Xie Qingzhou uncomfortable, yet he quickly reassured himself that it was unnecessary to dwell on the past mistakes made while with Jiangnan. Once he found his own girl, he would explain everything, and she would surely forgive him. Letting go of Jiangnan was a relief. Xie Qingzhou smiled and remarked, You have long wished for him to become more sensible, and it seems your wish has been fulfilled. Has Zhou Qian not accompanied you? He is outside, making a call to his girlfriend. Qingzhou, you are the same age as them, and you're the most successful. He listens to you. I fear he may falter, so keep a close watch on him. Xie Qingzhou responded with a smile. After mingling for a while, he spotted Zhou Qian outside on the steps, engaged in a video call. Whatever was being discussed had clearly sparked joy, as Zhou's smile reached his ears. Standing by the window, Xie Qingzhou observed the figure on the screen. Though indistinct, there was something enchanting about it. He turned to leave, but ultimately found himself standing behind Zhou Qian. Jiangnan's voice was melodious and gentle as she spoke to Zhou Qian. Do not rush into business matters. You have yet to grasp the products and business lines. First, focus on becoming exceptionally proficient. The words of the 10 billion heiress resonated. She was determined to excel in her work. Zhou Qian inquired further, oblivious to the presence behind him. Meanwhile, on the video call, Jiangnan leaned over her desk, scribbling something, and when she lifted her head, her gaze met with a pair of piercing eyes. She froze momentarily, opening her mouth, yet words eluded her. Chapter 35. Dizziness. Zhou Qian sensed something amiss and turned around in a daze, spotting Xie Qingzhou. He called out, Brother Zhou. Xie Qingzhou shifted his gaze from Jiangnan's astonished visage to Zhou Qian, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It seems the relationship is rather pleasant. Zhou Qian, somewhat embarrassed, responded with a casual, It's all right. In the video, Jiangnan spoke again, Zhou Qian, you carry on with your business. We can discuss what you asked another day. Goodbye. Zhou Qian acknowledged with an O, then tilted his head to observe Xie Qingzhou, asking, Did you and Nan have a quarrel? Xie Qingzhou shook his head. No, why do you ask that? You two seem nothing like siblings. Oh, then what do we resemble? A married couple? Zhou Qian waved his hand dismissively. That would be even less fitting. If Nan were your wife, you would be more clingy than I am. I've seen you lost in thought while gazing at her several times. That night at the club, brother, were you not enchanted? All right, enough. Xie Qingzhou interrupted him. What do you know? He turned to leave, but Zhou Qian hurried after him. Brother, are you not going to tell me who that man is? Xie Qingzhou regarded Zhou Qian, who was pushing his luck, leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff. and finally inquired, "Why do you wish to know who that man is?" "I feel Nan has a fondness for him. Knowing one's adversary is essential, of course. I also wish to know who would dare to let her go." Xie Qingzhou felt a pang in his chest. Let this matter rest. Wait for her to tell you herself. He discarded the cigarette and returned to the banquet. Zhou Qian watched his retreating figure, feeling an odd sensation. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's heart raced vigorously. Ultimately, she had not divorced. She felt guilty for being caught on video with Zhou Qian. She was quite apprehensive that her partner's inherent flaws might surface and bring her trouble. Thus, Jiangnan dared not sleep and instead clutched a book and a notebook, descending the stairs to wait for him, hoping to clarify his intentions. However, as the clock struck midnight and he had yet to return, Jiangnan, too weary to move, pulled a blanket over herself and dozed off on the sofa. When Xie Qingzhou returned home, the living room was illuminated solely by the floor lamp. Beneath the cashmere throw, the exposed portion of Jiangnan's slender leg glimmered softly. She was nestled against a cushion, asleep, her hair cascading around her, revealing only the slight blush of her nose and her slightly parted, rosy lips. Even in slumber, she was irresistibly vivid and alluring. Xie Qingzhou averted his gaze, picking up a red notebook from the floor. He opened it to find it filled with her handwritten notes and reflections on her readings. Such dedication to recording one's thoughts on literature was a rarity these days. Xie Qingzhou lingered on her for a while longer before gently nudging her shoulder. Jiangnan murmured softly, her drowsy eyes clouded with confusion as they met his gaze. He shifted his eyes away, coldly asking, "Were you waiting for me?" Jiangnan roused slightly, wrapping the blanket around herself as she sat up, hastily explaining, "As long as we don't divorce, I won't start anything with Zhou Qian." Xie Qingzhou fell silent, seated on the sofa diagonally across from her, his thoughts in disarray. When she was disobedient, he felt displeased, yet now that she was compliant, he found himself vexed. He sighed, his fingers tracing the ring on his ring finger for a while before he found some semblance of calm. Over the past few days, I had asked my lawyer to draft an agreement. M's gaze was captivated by the ring adorning his finger. She had no wedding ring from him. The fact that he now wore a ring on that finger indicated his acknowledgement of Feng Liyue as his wife. Jiangnan believed she had grown indifferent. Yet her heart suddenly ached profoundly. It had been 7 years since she had fallen for him at 19. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of resentment. But recalling her own 3 years, she reminded herself that there was no point in toiling over it. Disinterest was disinterest. Xie Qingzhou fell silent, continuing to caress the ring. Lost in thought, he subtly curved his lips into a faint smile. That smile radiated sincerity, evoking a flutter in the heart of anyone who beheld it. She exhaled softly, wishing to avert her gaze from him, yet yearning for another. "You should rest early. I'll head upstairs now." Xie Qingzhou merely acknowledged her with sound. The living room was left in solitude, his fingers still lingering on the ring. Mr. Nancio often claimed he was sincere. Yet why did it feel as though she had vanished from this world? He had tried so hard, yet could not find her. The next day at work, Aunt Shui informed Jiangnan that Xie Qingzhou had left early. She felt a sense of relief at avoiding any awkwardness. After a busy day, just as she was about to clock out, the head of the trading company, Gao Zhan, approached her. "You mentioned last time you returned from Beicheng that the distributors reported issues with our goods. Just leave it be for now. General Su has arrived." Jiangnan rubbed her temples. Su Jiao was truly oblivious. The matter was straightforward. The industrial park associated with the CF family had a trading company engaged in import and export, as well as a substantial, professional multi-category product supply chain. Su Jiao was a distributor for the strategic partner, Chun Qiao. She had unlawfully printed Chun Qiao's brand packaging to sell goods. Given their amicable relationship and mutual interests, Chun Qiao sought her assistance in resolving the issue rather than confronting her directly. Su Jiao was in the wrong. Should Chun Qiao choose to sue, she would certainly lose. Frustrated, Su Jiao had been claiming there were issues with the supplied goods, and now sought Jiangnan for an explanation. "I have no time. Resolve it yourself." Brother Lei had his connections. Although he had not seized the online group buying trend, he was an elder in the trading circle and deserved respect. Jiang then accompanied Gao Zhan. Upon seeing her, Su Jiao's demeanor softened considerably. General Jiang, how I've longed for your presence. Since your transfer from Xie's trading, Gao hasn't dispatched my goods. General Su has mentioned that my position has changed. Now, everything in the industrial park is at Gao's discretion. Su Jiao eagerly poured tea for Jiangnan. I was just confused. I came to apologize to you. Jiangnan declined the tea, but Brother Lei chuckled. Xiao Jiang, Su Jiao has come all this way. Show her some courtesy. We will still need to collaborate in the future. After a moment of silence, Jiangnan relented for Brother Lei's sake and accepted the tea. Dinner was attended by only the four of them. Su Jiao, midway through, seized Gao Zhan to discuss matters of collaboration, insisting on the urgency of acquiring goods of grade A quality. Jiangnan felt as though their conversation echoed from a great distance. An unsettling intuition nagged at her, prompting her to exhale deeply and excuse herself to the restroom. Su Jiao smiled at her, promising to wait. Upon entering the restroom, Jiangnan was suddenly enveloped in darkness. She leaned against the wall, her body devoid of strength. Turning on the tap, she splashed cool water on her face, yet it failed to restore her clarity. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her solitude, as Gao Zhan called out, Jiang, I will go downstairs to fetch a contract. Jiangnan wished to urge him to stay, but before she could reach the door, she collapsed onto the floor. Before long, Su Jiao's voice called out again, expressing concern for her well-being and entering the restroom. Jiangnan lay sprawled on the floor, and Su Jiao, in a state of panic, rushed to help her. Jiang, what has happened to you? She exclaimed, but before any further words could escape, Jiangnan succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Chapter 36. Ex-husband after Jiangnan fell unconscious. Su Jiao bent down and called out, President Jiang? Noticing her lack of response, she pinched her face for a closer inspection. How could anyone possess such an enchanting and ethereal beauty? Even as a woman, Su Jiao found herself stealing glances. With such a stunning visage and an imposing figure, she glanced back at Lei Wang, who at 50 had succumbed to the ravages of age. How fortunate he was. Make haste. I've hidden the camera well. I'll wait outside for Gao Zhan. Ensure he doesn't come in to ruin things, Su Jiao stated, walking out while dialing a phone number. Rest assured, this matter is under control, and you shall be satisfied. Su Jiao felt confident in Lei Wang. He had been interested in Jiangnan since her entry into the industry. Unfortunately, Jiangnan was fixated on her extraordinary beauty, which did not serve her well in the cutthroat world she navigated, where she fought fiercely for her place. Chairman Xie held her in high regard, further deterring anyone from harboring ill intentions toward her. Lei Wang hoisted Jiangnan from the bathroom and tossed her onto the sofa. As he began to unbutton his trousers, his phone rang. The unconscious Jiangnan subtly opened her eyes and, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, snatched the ashtray from the coffee table. Did he intend to record her face? What vendetta did he hold against Jiangnan? If her face were captured, not only in Haicheng but anywhere, her life would be rendered unbearable. After ending the call, Lei Wang hesitated momentarily. His sole desire was to possess her physically, not to obliterate her entirely. Just as he turned away, the heavy ashtray struck him squarely in the face. Damn you, wretched woman, he exclaimed, taken aback by the pain, gritting his teeth in agony. Instead of fleeing to the door, Jiangnan dashed toward the dining table. When Lei Wang grasped her arm, she seized a fork from the table and plunged it forcefully into his shoulder. Initially, he harbored a sense of tenderness for this exquisite creature, but her fierce retaliation ignited his rage. He struck her across the face. Under the influence of drugs, she was incapable of putting up a proper fight. Now, he sought to overpower her, intent on inflicting further harm. Jiangnan crashed onto the dining table, stars dancing before her eyes. Clutching a pair of chopsticks, she recklessly aimed for his face. In her frenzy, she kept him at bay, with his head bleeding and a fork embedded in his shoulder. He felt a wave of dizziness as he knelt on the ground. Finally, Jiangnan sprinted toward the door, relieved to find Su Jiao absent. Her vision blurred. She summoned her strength to escape while dialing Gao Zhan. From the adjacent room, a figure emerged, but Jiangnan could no longer discern his features. However, his tall silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Before she could reach him, she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Song Yun, who had not even answered his phone, was taken aback when a person fell beside him. The long, dark curls and the figure seemed eerily recognizable. He crouched down and brushed aside a strand of hair. Ah, indeed, a familiar face. Xie Qingzhou rested his elbows on the conference table, listening to a report. A WeChat message arrived, but he paid it no mind. For several days, he had neglected his phone. Xiao Zheng received a WeChat message from Song Yunji, inquiring, "What is Lao Xie doing?" He discreetly snapped a photo of the meeting and sent it over. Song Yunji responded with a brief video, indicating that she did not wish to disturb him. Initially intending to view it later, Xiao Zheng inadvertently clicked on it. The soft yet alluring voice of a woman filled the air, drawing the attention of everyone in the meeting to the assistant who was distracted and watching a video. Xie Qingzhou turned around, leaving no room for subtlety, and asked, "Are you thinking about a woman?" Feeling awkward and wishing to shrink away, Xiao Zheng caught sight of Jiangnan's face, nearly dropping his phone in fright. His expression growing grave. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance over, his gaze deep and unreadable. Emotionlessly, he picked up his own phone and glanced at the photos sent by Song Yunji, one of which showed Jiangnan's face swollen beyond recognition. Jiangnan had been bound by Song Yunji, a towel stuffed in her mouth. She was in considerable distress, an indescribable tingling sensation coursing through her body, rendering her helpless. Gao Zhan stood nearby, anxiously pacing. "Song, what are you doing? We need to get Jiang to the hospital." Song Yunji sat cross-legged on a single sofa, resting her chin on her hand, patiently explaining to Gao Zhan, "Are you attracted to her?" With a furrowed brow, Gao Zhan replied, "Song, what nonsense are you talking? I'm about to become Jiang's father." Precisely. If she weren't tied up with that manner of hers, who could resist? Song Yunji rested her chin on her hand, suggesting they wait a bit longer. Wait for what? For her husband? Gao Zhan's face flushed with shock. Jiang is married? Song Yunji lazily confirmed with a slight nod, glancing at the time on her phone before looking at the tearful Jiangnan. Xie Qingzhou was indeed quite composed. Jiangnan felt overheated and miserable, disregarding everything else. She even wished Xie Qingzhou would arrive sooner. After another 10 minutes, Song Yunji smiled and finally called Xie Qingzhou. "Speak," he responded, seemingly displeased. This caught Song Yunji off guard. In recent days, Xie Qingzhou had been frequently making headlines with Feng Liu, leading Shun Ke to conclude that their relationship was over. His calm demeanor and unhurried manner were indeed telling. "I truly have disturbed you," Song Yunji remarked with a smile. "Take her to the hospital. Why contact me?" Song Yunji replied, "Oh, I see. Then I shall reach out to Zhou Qian." Jiangnan felt as though she were burning alive. Her remaining rationality pierced by Song Yunji's call like a needle in her heart. He didn't care for her. She suggested he find Zhou Qian. He had never been a man consumed by such matters. They were divorced. Why would he concern himself with her? Jiangnan, overwhelmed with discomfort, could not hold back her tears. Observing her, Song Yunji felt a twinge of sympathy, pondering why she would love such a heartless being. "Let us endure this," she said. "Isn't her husband coming?" Gao Zhan was bewildered. "Ex-husband," Song Yunji corrected. As the call ended, Xie Qingzhou resumed perusing the meeting materials, appearing unfazed. Xiao Zhenke had heard everything and couldn't help but inquire, "So, you have not divorced, right?" Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Xiao Zheng pressed the documents. "You have them upside down." Xie Qingzhou fixed a cold stare on Xiao Zheng. "You married me because you liked me, didn't you? Even if you don't harbor feelings. Isn't it too hurtful not to love at all?" He could no longer bear it and called Song Yunji, asking which hospital she had gone to. On his way to find Zhou Qian, Song Yunji mentioned that he wanted to lend Zhou Qian a hand. He glanced back at Jiangnan in the back seat, still bound, her wrists already chafed and red. After Xie Qingzhou finished his call, she remained unusually quiet, though the effects of the medication caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, evoking a sense of pity. At that moment, Jiangnan was already in a hazy state, faintly hearing Song Yunji calling Zhou Qian's name. She thought to herself that Zhou Qian was quite a good person, at least treating her well. Outside, it seemed as though rain was about to fall. The car had been driving for an indeterminate time before it finally came to a halt. Surrounding them was an inky darkness, and she could barely make out the sounds of Gao Zhan and Song Yunji conversing with others. After a short while, the car door opened, and the towel stuffed in her mouth was gently removed. The coolness of his fingers brought her comfort, prompting her to involuntarily call out again. She was pulled into a warm embrace, and in her unconscious state, Jiangnan pressed her lips against his neck, shivering as she anxiously urged, "Zhou Qian, kiss me." Chapter 37. Self-inflicted. He did not kiss her, nor did he speak to her. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness and silence, save for the sound of raindrops pattering against the car window. Jiangnan felt unwell, bound as she was, and after a long wait for someone to arrive, she could not contain her sorrowful sobs. Her cries, reminiscent of a kitten, brushed against the man's heart like a feather in this desolate environment. In the shadows, the man's expression was one of suppressed torment as he turned her over and released the tie binding her wrists. His touch brought her an unexpected comfort, and she seized the opportunity to crawl onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck in urgency. "Zhou Qian, why won't you kiss me? Do you not like me anymore?" A mocking snort echoed in the darkness, and Jiangnan, feeling utterly distressed, pressed against him, seeking solace, before planting a series of clumsy kisses upon him. The man instinctively wished to push her away, yet her uncoordinated kisses felt like hooks, ensnaring him. His breath became heavy as he grasped her waist and hoarsely uttered, "This is self-inflicted." He held her nape and returned the kiss with fervor. The rain pounded against the window, creating a chaotic symphony of sounds all around. As Zhou Qian drove through the storm, the headlights pierced through the mist, illuminating the swaying luxury vehicle. "Call Song Yunji," Zhou Qian instructed. The windshield wipers worked tirelessly, while nearby vehicles swayed increasingly in the downpour. The call connected, but Song Yunji remained silent. "Your surprise for me is to watch someone indulge in frivolities on this rainy night," Zhou Qian remarked. "Are you a fool?" Song Yunji sighed. Upon notifying him, Gao Zhan had already headed towards Zhou Qian's residence. Even Xie Qingzhou had intercepted midway without a word. This round should come to an end. The timing was poor, and he seemed to be floundering in futile efforts. "You don't understand. I'm a good man now. Nan recommended many professional books to me, and I've been studying diligently at home, just finished my notes." Song Yunji was momentarily at a loss for words. The serendipity between people truly defies logic. "Zhou Qian, why don't you check who is in that car? Perhaps help sever this entanglement before it deepens, to spare yourself further pain." Zhou Qian hesitated. "Is it appropriate for me to go take a look?" From a distance, he gazed at the pristine vehicle, finding it unnervingly familiar. "Isn't that the new car you just picked up a few days ago?" Zhou Qian was bewildered. What kind of game was this? Surely, the woman in the car was not his, involved with another man while using his vehicle. Song Yunji exhaled, suppressing his frustration. "Yes, could you check on that? Unfaithful partner? Considered a favor for your brother." "Very well." Xiao Zheng turned to glance at Song Yunji from the passenger seat. "Isn't that a bit harsh?" "Harsh? You clearly do not understand your boss. He appears earnest, but is quite the libertine, possessive to the core." Zhou Qian's retreat was prudent. The sooner he faced the pain, the sooner it would end, thereby sparing Jiangnan further suffering. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Jiangnan found solace in a moment. The body no longer felt as though it were engulfed in flames. However, the tireless individual beside her rendered her utterly exhausted. As her thoughts began to clarify, she found herself unable to suppress a soft murmur in response to his movements, which ignited a blush upon her cheeks. She truly did not anticipate such sounds to escape her lips. "Zhou Qian, could you be gentler?" The moment the words left her mouth, she felt the man's fervent nibbling from behind. Just as a beam of headlights illuminated their surroundings, anxiety gripped her. Yet, the man seemed invigorated by this sudden stimulus. Jiangnan's fingers pressed against the car window, enduring his increasingly fervent advances. Under the bright light, a tall man emerged, holding an umbrella. Dressed in casual pants and a black down jacket, the dark umbrella obscured his face. As the figure drew nearer, the man behind her intensified his grip, prompting Jiangnan to cry out. Pressing her face against the window to exhale, she finally caught a glimpse of his face. It was Zhou Qian, in a state of panic. She turned back, meeting the crimson gaze of the man, realizing, "How could it be you?" Xie Qingzhou's jaw was clenched tightly as he retorted, "It is me." Are you so disappointed? Jiangnan swallowed hard, noticing Xie Qingzhou approaching. He stood before the car and raised his hand to tap on the window. Chapter 38. Let us not meet again. The sound of a rhythmic knock resonated within her heart. She was acutely aware that Xie Qingzhou could not see inside from the outside. Yet, in her current state, Jiangnan felt a wave of embarrassment, anxiety, and unease wash over her. Perhaps it was the effect of the medication, for her thoughts were in disarray. However, Xie Qingzhou's hand rested in front of her, his chest pressed against her back, clearly filled with ardor. Jiangnan found it increasingly difficult to endure. She turned her head to beseech him. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks, her porcelain skin tinged with an alluring blush. Jiangnan's eyelashes were exquisitely beautiful, her eyes elegantly shaped and slightly upturned. Surrounded by a rosy hue, the edges of her inky pupils softened by the haze of their passionate encounter, glistening with moisture. A man could hardly resist such a gaze, including him. This was the most captivating sight he had ever beheld. His Adam's apple bobbed as he kissed her already perspiring neck, expressing his need for her sincerity, urging her to dismiss the other. Trembling, Jiangnan leaned closer. Xie Qingzhou's gaze was profoundly intense as he grasped the back of her neck and deepened the kiss. Only when she melted in his embrace did he wrap her in his arms and send a message to Qiao Zheng. Get Xie Qingzhou to leave. Outside, Xie Qingzhou grew impatient, knocking twice more on the window. Get down. Who do you think you are to touch her? Are you courting death? Jiangnan rested her head on Xie Qingzhou's shoulder, the sound of Xie Qingzhou's voice feeling both near and yet strangely distant. A deep anguish weighed upon her heart, leaving her uncertain if it was for him or for herself. Outside the car, Xie Qingzhou's phone rang. He answered it, yet the words he heard prompted him to abandon his umbrella and dash toward his vehicle. Jiangnan glanced slightly to see Xie Qingzhou's figure retreating into the mist of rain, growing ever more distant. She had no knowledge of how Xie Qingzhou had sent him away. His fingers danced upon her back, teasingly, as if engaged in a delightful waltz. Let's go back, she murmured, and, as the words left her lips, her phone began to vibrate beneath the seat. She reached for it, and Xie Qingzhou did not hinder her. Simply observing her back arch gracefully, her long hair cascading freely, making her skin appear exceptionally pale, her enchanting figure partially concealed, igniting the desire of anyone who beheld her. Once again, darkness enveloped them, save for the bright light emanating from the corner of the phone screen. The name Xie Qingzhou flickered upon the display, and a wave of pain surged through Jiangnan's eyes. Steadying her breath, she answered, "Hello. Nan, which hospital are you in? Are you in pain?" The moment his voice reached her, tears fell freely. "I'm not in pain, nor am I in a hospital. Don't lie to me. Qiao Zheng sent me a photo. You've been hurt. I need to take care of you." His voice was frantic and filled with concern, making it difficult for her heart not to soften. He was driving through the rain, speeding recklessly. "Xie Qingzhou, are you driving? Please be careful." Xie Qingzhou tightened his grip on her neck, pulling her into his embrace, and then pushing her forward with a roughness that startled her. She stifled a cry by covering her mouth. Nan, why aren't you speaking? Why are you ignoring me?" In the tumult, she inadvertently brushed against the seat, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her. Her hand remained clasped over her mouth, forcing her to twist her head back to look at him. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering her unable to discern his expression. Yet, she could palpably sense his ferocity. "Hey, Nan." Xie Qingzhou's grip tightened, causing her phone to fall once more. Jiangnan, with tear-filled eyes, watched the seconds of the call flicker by, hearing Xie Qingzhou's faint voice calling her name. Nan. What is wrong? Please don't scare me." She covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound, as Xie Qingzhou's heavy breaths pressed her toward the precipice. The screen of her phone went black, and he continued to manipulate her for what felt like an eternity until his phone rang, prompting him to pause. He answered, listening to Qiao Zheng say, "I can't return. Young Master Zhou is searching hospital by hospital." Xie Qingzhou leaned back in the seat, his voice hoarse. "I understand. Will you take me to the hospital? Is it necessary?" Xie Qingzhou replied, suggesting that Xie Qingzhou should simply see for himself. "I will sever ties with him completely. We are no longer friends," Jiangnan said, her voice trembling gently. "Xie Qingzhou, having left high school to traverse the tumultuous waters of romance. Barely managed to secure a diploma after his father abandoned him abroad. If one were to speak of his most abundant experiences, it would undoubtedly be those concerning women. The photograph sent by Xiao Zheng revealed Jiangnan's swollen face. No one could unjustly inflict such harm upon a woman, binding her like a dumpling. He immediately discerned the situation. As midnight approached, he received a location from Xiao Zheng. Zhou Qian pushed open the door to the hospital room, where only a dim, yellow light illuminated her face. She had not slept, leaning against the headboard, appearing like a fragile glass doll in the glow. "You're here?" Jiangnan smiled at him. Zhou Qian observed the bruised corners of her mouth, the slight swelling of her rosy lips, remnants of someone's indulgent affection. The marks on her body were unmistakable, and the hospital gown did little to conceal them. Xie Qingzhou's ferocity was evident on her neck. "You've come, but it seems you're late. Haven't tea you?" Jiangnan wept, shaking her head. "No, not at all." Zhou Qian sat before her. "I should have protected you. It's not your fault. It was my own carelessness," Jiangnan replied. Then, reminiscent of their previous encounter at the restaurant, she gently traced a line across his hand. "Zhou Qian, I can't try this anymore. Let us not meet in the future." Chapter 39 Farewell, My Blush Princess. Why? Zhou Qian could scarcely believe the words he had just heard. "You must be joking with me, right?" He chuckled softly, then gently brushed the back of her hand. "Nan, could you please retract what you just said? I cannot bear the thought of not seeing you. The mere idea drives me to madness." Jiangnan felt a tightness in her throat, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she wiped them away with her fingers. "Zhou Qian, not long ago, while indulging in pleasure, I was also on the phone with him." Yet, the words she truly wished to express eluded her. She could not simply pretend that nothing had transpired, even if it was due to circumstances beyond her control. "I understand, but what difference does it make? It is not your fault. You need not feel guilty, nor should you feel indebted to me. I have yet to win your heart. As long as you are here, speaking with me, my heart finds solace. But when I cannot find you, fear envelopes me." Jiangnan's eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade anew. Zhou Qian leaned closer, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Please do not cry. Your face is swelling, and those salty tears must sting." Jiangnan found herself laughing through her tears. "If this is the reason you choose not to meet me, what am I to do?" Zhou Qian sat at the bedside, his gaze fixed on the forebag. The liquid was cold. He grasped the infusion tube, warming it with his hand to make the dripping fluid less frigid. "Am I being too absurd? Am I unworthy to stand before you?" Zhou Qian mused, suddenly lowering his eyes. "Yet, I find myself regretting it. Had I known I would meet you, I would have conducted myself with utmost propriety, waiting for your arrival. That was your past, and I had no part in it. Why should I concern myself?" Jiangnan comforted him in return. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhou Qian." Jiangnan found herself both crying and laughing. The more sincere he was, the more she felt inadequate. She had erred from the very beginning. Back at the club, when she chatted and exchanged WeChat with Zhou Qian, it had been partly an attempt to gauge Xie Qingzhou's affections. However, Zhou Qian had shown no interest in her. His heart had grown cold. She ought to have accepted Zhou Qian's pursuit when she became single after the divorce. Perhaps then, she would not find herself in this predicament now. "Zhou Qian, I am so sorry." She could not afford to make another mistake. Having the chance to tell him directly was better than allowing the day to come when he would discover it himself. Better to endure the pain swiftly than to suffer it for long. Zhou Qian gazed into her eyes, dark and luminous, brimming with wisdom. She was clearly not his type. How then had she burrowed into his heart? "Nan, does my affection for you bring you unhappiness?" Shun Ke had warned him, stating that there was no future for him in Jiangnan, and that her silence regarding that man was to spare him pain. If he loved her, would it not lead to her suffering as well? Zhou Qian recalled a past phone call he had made to Jiangnan, one that had gone unanswered. This time, the call connected, yet she remained silent. He was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, but he was, after all, a seasoned player in the realm of love. Nan is a person of delicate sensibility, possessing striking beauty and an alluring charm. Yet she possesses a touch of propriety, refraining from flirtation. Her gaze always honest and bright. Thus, she finds herself unable to withstand such humiliation. Is it him tonight? Jiangnan did not glance at Zhou Qian but nodded. He's my husband. After the divorce, let us be together, regardless of the duration, be it 5 years or 10. I shall wait. Zhou Qian declared resolutely. Promises. After experiencing Xie Qingzhou, Jiangnan no longer placed her faith in them. Yet, in this moment, she found herself believing in him wholeheartedly. She could not help but gently embrace him. Zhou Qian, wary of her pulling on the stitches, leaned closer. Jiangnan's hand rested on his back. His shirt damp from the rain, stirring a pang of emotion within her. Zhou Qian, meeting you has truly been wonderful. Zhou Qian slightly bent to accommodate her embrace, wishing to hold her tightly, but fearing that once he did, he would never want to let go. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly replied, Nan, I promise you, I will not see you again. Farewell, my enchanting princess. Chapter 40. When Xiao Zheng found Xie Qingzhou, he stood beneath the chilling night wind, smoking a cigarette, his countenance shrouded in icy smoke. Having just extricated himself from the tumult of desire, the remnants of his disarray were evident, presenting a rather dissolute appearance. Xiao Zheng felt a sense of unfamiliarity in his presence. Upon hearing a sound, Xie Qingzhou turned his gaze, asking, Has Zhou Qian left? Yes. Young Master Zhou has genuinely fallen for her. Xiao Zheng summarized their conversation in the hospital room. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, discarding his half-finished cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, choosing not to comment on the matter. After a pause, he said, Tell Song Yunji that I want this car. Xiao Zheng replied, Surely, you needn't mention it. Song Zone won't want it either, right? It's only been a short while since it was purchased, and the two of them made a mess inside. When Xiao Zheng received a call to drive, he blushed upon opening the car door. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a far more disheveled version of his boss than now, with his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a well-defined chest marred by numerous scratches. Xie Qingzhou strode towards the inpatient department, and Xiao Zheng chose not to follow him. Upon entering the hospital room, Jiangnan appeared lost in thought, failing to notice his entrance. Xiao Zheng mused that Zhou Qian had genuinely developed feelings. Perhaps Jiangnan's own heart was also stirring with ripples? When she raised her hand to wipe away a tear, she caught sight of Xie Qingzhou, their eyes locking in silence for a prolonged moment. Xie Qingzhou approached the bedside, glanced at the 4 bag, and inquired, How are you feeling? Not bad, Jiangnan replied. Is that so? Xie Qingzhou expressed skepticism. Having visited the hospital twice prior, the doctor had indicated that the dosage of medication was still quite heavy. She is lying. Jiangnan felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, biting her lip and lying back down. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, causing her to flinch in surprise, feeling a sharp pain on the back of her hand. He removed her 4 needle, and with his hand slipping beneath the hospital gown, he declared, I can help you. This is more effective. Xie Qingzhou's gaze remained fixed upon her eyes. Though she was reluctant, the effects of the medication compelled her to be honest. Before long, the bed in the hospital room began to creak ominously. After Zhou Qian left the hospital, he headed to the restaurant where Jiangnan was attending an evening engagement. Upon discovering that Song Yunji was also present, a sharp pain gripped his chest. The biting cold of the coastal city after a light rain went unnoticed by him. When Song Yunji heard a knock at the door, she opened it to find Zhou Qian standing there. Once inside, Zhou Qian sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, he finally asked, Is she in the car? Seeing his reddened eyes, Song Yunji felt a pang of sympathy, but nodded nonetheless. Zhou Qian's lips quivered as he spoke. Do you know what it feels like when my almost official boyfriend suddenly transforms into someone I must never meet again? The anticipated hand-holding would no longer be a possibility. Zhou Qian, I understand your pain. If you truly comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. If Jiangnan dislikes me, if she find me repulsive and want me to stay away, I will not pursue her. Song Yunji inhaled deeply. What do you mean? What does that man signify to her? Why must there be separation in one place while together in another? Has there been any respect shown towards her? Has her opinion ever been sought? Zhou Qian hesitated to recall the emotions Jiangnan must have felt when he knocked on her car window. Now that he comprehends her predicament, he cannot abandon her to face it alone. Song Yunji observed Xie Qing's somber expression as he prepared to leave and intercepted him, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to create a scene over a woman?" Xie Qing met her gaze and replied, "I refrained from asking you who that man is to spare you discomfort. However, do not try to deter me from my course of action." He stepped forward, pausing at the doorway to add, "Though I may have arrived late, I do not feel regret, nor do I lament my timing." This experience has only solidified his resolve. He adores Jiangnan and intends to cherish and love her as one would a princess. Chapter 41. Addiction. When Jiangnan awakened, the room remained shrouded in darkness. The previous night, Xie Qingzhou had returned her home. While she was in the bathroom, cleansing herself, he had pressed her against the wall once more, leaving him truly satisfied. She had completely lost her strength, yielding to him as he bathed her, momentarily bewildered, unable to discern who among them had truly succumbed to the intoxication. A gentle knock resounded, and Aunt Xue's voice penetrated the silence, inquiring whether the lady had awakened. "Please, come in," Jiangnan replied, suddenly aware of the hoarseness in her voice. Upon entering, Aunt Xue drew back the curtains, and a bright light stung Jiangnan's eyes, making it difficult for her to open them fully. Aunt Xue, noticing Jiangnan's appearance, paused momentarily. Since she began working here, she had known the lady of the house to be an exceptional beauty. Now, with her long hair cascading lazily and dressed in an oversized nightgown that slipped off her shoulders, her skin as fair as snow bore marks that stirred envy in any woman's heart. Even the swollen, bruised cheek did not detract from her allure. Instead, it evoked a sense of compassion. "My lady, you must be utterly exhausted," Aunt Xue said with genuine delight as she approached the bed. "Sir has asked me to apply some ointment for you." "No need. I can manage myself," Jiangnan replied, feeling embarrassed under Aunt Xue's gaze, instinctively tugging at her collar. "Allow me. After applying the ointment, you should eat, for it is already 1 o'clock." Jiangnan was taken aback to realize she had slept until the afternoon and leaned back against the headboard, permitting Aunt Xue to tend to her. Aunt Xue worked with gentle precision, the ointment cool against her skin. "I began working here right after you marry the young master, so I'm well aware of the challenges you face. Once intimacy enters a relationship, the dynamics shift significantly." Jiangnan raised her eyes to Aunt Xue, recalling how cold Xie Qingzhou had been toward her during their first year of marriage. Aunt Xue, more anxious than Jiangnan, urged, "My lady, when Mr. Xie returns, you must adorn yourself in beautiful attire to catch his eye." Jiangnan had indeed tried, only to earn a frown from Xie Qingzhou. In the second year, Aunt Xue often muttered under her breath, lamenting how such a beautiful wife went unnoticed, speculating whether Jiangnan had been deceived into marriage. Unbeknownst to Aunt Xue was the turmoil between Jiangnan and Xie Qingzhou. She assumed Jiangnan was entirely enamored, encouraging her. "This is a promising beginning. While he is still captivated, let him see how delightful life with you can be. Then he shall not stray." Jiangnan smiled faintly. "You are quite the expert in matters of the heart." Aunt Xue clicked her tongue. "An expert? I am merely a woman of experience. Men are predictable. You may feel weary lately, but fear not. I will prepare nourishing soups to fortify you, ensuring you capture the young master's heart swiftly." Though Jiangnan felt a mix of sorrow and complexity within, Aunt Xue's words evoked laughter, despite the slight pain at the corners of her mouth. She could not dismiss Aunt Xue's goodwill and nodded in agreement. During lunch, as she surveyed the table laden with nourishing delicacies, she realized that Aunt Xue was indeed not jesting. After dinner, Yang Ji arrived with Gao Zhan. Lei Wang had turned himself in early that morning, confessing to everything. "Su Jiao sought me out to apologize, claiming she almost caused me harm and expressed a desire to see me." Jiangnan remained silent, while Su Jiao feigned innocence. On that day, she had clearly heard herself urging Lei Wang to act quickly and to capture certain images. "I returned to the private room, finding no recording devices present. Gao Zhan suggested that, in my opinion, Su Jiao and Lei Wang were indeed in collusion. At present, there is no evidence, and Su Jiao would certainly deny any involvement. Jiangnan advised that I should call Chen Xiao to inform him, suggesting we find another supplier for Su Jiao's goods. Once Gao Zhan departed, Yang Ji spoke up, questioning whether Su Jiao would truly stoop so low for President Chen's sake. As a woman, how could she not realize that such actions, if successful, would drive others to despair? Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless over a minor business disagreement? The puppeteer behind this was not Su Jiao. There was another party involved. Who? Jiangnan shook her head, uncertain, yet reassured that the truth would eventually surface. With her face in such a state, she could not return to the office. She coordinated some urgent tasks with Yang Ji and then rested at home. On her second evening of solitude, Xie Qingzhou had yet to return. Aunt Shui, fearing her distress, advised her that successful men often become engrossed in their careers, which can be detrimental. Jiang Nan acknowledged her words, continuing to read. Whether Xie Qingzhou returned or not had become inconsequential to her. On the fourth day, her face had healed enough for her to resume work, yet he still had not returned or called. Jiang then chose not to reach out to him. Apart from the intensity of that night, she occasionally found the experience astonishing, yet she and he had reverted to the coldness of their marriage. Such days felt utterly devoid of meaning. Ironically, she had harbored anticipation and hope for 3 long years, a testament to her naivety. As Jiangnan arrived at the company, she spotted Su Jiao waiting at the entrance. She had no desire to engage with her and instructed the driver to proceed to the underground parking. Su Jiao, left waiting, grew increasingly anxious. She had assumed Lei Wang would take full responsibility, yet Jiangnan was unconscious, and despite her suspicions, Su Jiao lacked the evidence to act decisively against her. After all, she depended on these prominent distributors for her supply chain. Little did she anticipate that Jiangnan would abruptly terminate their collaboration. Undeterred, Su Jiao sought out Gao Zhan. While Gao Zhan's capabilities were not particularly formidable, he had a remarkable influence over Jiangnan, almost dictating her actions. Presently, he deflected the blame onto Jiangnan and vanished. Su Jiao was now in a state of desperation. Her orders were placed before shipment, yet despite having received orders, the goods had not been dispatched within 72 hours, driving the clients into a frenzy. With no other recourse, she dialed the contact. When the call connected, the other party expressed considerable displeasure, reminding her that she had been instructed not to call them proactively. I took risks for your sake, and having reached this juncture, you cannot simply turn a blind eye. I do not ask for much. I only wish to meet Jiangnan, and I shall find a way to persuade her. After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end assured me to await further news. Jiangnan had only just joined the fashion group. Although the operations were gradually falling into place, there remained a multitude of issues to address. The endorsement shoot for Feng Liyue had been delayed, and several senior members voiced their discontent. As she pondered how to resolve this predicament, Yang Ji entered. Su Jiao is hosting a banquet in your honor. You must attend. Attends, to whom shall I extend my courtesy this time? To you, brother. My brother? Jiangnan paused, recalling that she indeed had a brother, yet, brother. Jiangnan. Xie Qingzhou? Su Jiao certainly possesses strong connections with Xie Qingzhou. I will not go, Jiangnan firmly declined. As for Xie Qingzhou's favor, let those who wish to extend it do so. I certainly shall not. Chapter 42. The unpleasant and insipid Jiangnan's refusal was direct, eliciting a sigh from Yang Ji. She had witnessed Jiangnan's hopeful entry into marriage, only to now see her waiting alone within it. As she anticipated someone's return, her indifference was palpable. When the name Xie Qingzhou was mentioned, the sparkle of joy that once illuminated her eyes had dimmed. Yang Ji felt a profound ache for her. Jiangnan now bore an uncanny resemblance to the fragile figure she had been over 6 years ago, when her father Jiang Yuan had passed away unexpectedly. She appeared on the verge of shattering, yet she did not weep. Instead, she comforted her mother while managing her father's affairs, accepting the hand fate had dealt her with grace and striving to move forward. What if staying behind meant missing the chance to uncover the puppeteer behind the scenes? Finding that elusive figure would not be easy. Patience was required. Understanding her resolve, Yang Ji refrained from further persuasion and busied herself. Half an hour later, Xiao Zheng arrived. Upon seeing him, Yang Ji remarked curtly, "Our general manager Jiang will not be attending." Could she afford to be absent? The rumors circulating outside had escalated to an absurd degree, suggesting that General Manager Jiang, relying on the influence of the Xie family, had become aloof and dismissive, ignoring the issues at hand instead of addressing them. Yang Ji was incensed upon hearing this. Su Jiao's audacity was astonishing, twisting the narrative so brazenly. Over the years, the slander cast upon General Manager Jiang had been relentless. Clarifying each accusation became an exhausting endeavor. Now, it dawned on Yang Ji why Jiangnan was so adamant about not showing up, while others might misinterpret her actions. Xie Qingzhou's involvement suggested he too believed the fault lay with Jiangnan. Attending would only exacerbate the situation. No, Xie Qingzhou does not think that way. Qiao Zheng attempted to defend him, but Yang Ji would not hear it, turning away in frustration. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Zheng posed a question. Have you asked Jiang Nan whether she would regret it if something were to happen with Zhou Qian, given her absence? Yang Zi furouet herbroul. Jiang Nan wondered how Zhou Qian had become entangled in this matter. Xie Qingzhou had distanced himself from the Xie family and the trade circle. He should not have been involved in such murky waters. Yet, Su Jiao seemed to have heard somewhere that Jiangnan was the goddaughter of his mother, leading her to approach Shun Ke through convoluted means. Shun Ke had paid her no mind. The situation had escalated beyond reason. Even if Jiangnan stepped forward to clarify, it might not resolve anything. Shun Ke questioned whether they could continue in this limbo, neither parting ways nor coming together. I haven't had enough rest. Why should I leave? He retorted. Brother, during your 3 years abroad, how did you become so unprincipled? Even if you wish to pursue someone, you ought to ensure her spirits are lifted. Xie Qingzhou recalled that occasion when her body had been stiff as a board, perhaps due to her discontent. Thus, he resolved to assist her in resolving her troubles and brightening her mood. In the private room, aside from Su Jiao, several influential figures from the trade circle awaited Jiangnan's arrival, growing increasingly impatient. General Manager Jiang remains unchanged, still radiating her pride. Someone remarked. She is simply too young. Managing such a large business inevitably comes with its challenges. Mr. Xie, I harbor no ulterior motives, merely speaking of Brother Lei. In the 1990s, when the dried fruit product first began its export, the Lei family wielded the power of pricing. How did it come to pass that a disagreement arose with Mr. Jiang, leading to such an unpleasant situation? It is said that Mr. Jiang refused to mediate. Implicitly, it suggests that Jiangnan, still relying on the Xie family's influence, disregarded others. Xie Qingzhou languidly reclined in his seat, pondering, is Jiangnan truly so unreasonable? We are all in a cooperative relationship. Why must it be made so distasteful, right? He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiments expressed. For in the business realm, there are no enemies. As Jiangnan entered, everyone momentarily froze, a hint of awkwardness prompting them to touch their noses. Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze to regard her. This woman, for reasons unknown, had ceased to inquire about him. His absence from home seemed to matter little to her. Su Jiao, upon seeing Jiangnan, linked her arm with hers, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, we have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Could you please lend a hand in this matter? Su Jiao had meticulously laid the groundwork, and nearly everyone in their circle believed Jiangnan was abusing her power. Few were privy to the truth behind her affair with Chun Xiao, leaving Jiangnan to suffer in silence. Jiangnan remained silent, casting a cold glance at Su Jiao, who inhaled deeply, seeking help from Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Xie, although Xie Qingzhou did not know Jiangnan well, he recognized her stubborn nature. If she had done nothing wrong, why would she admit fault? Yet today, if she did not apologize or extend a hand, she would indeed become the pariah of their circle, jeopardizing her future business dealings. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene and resolve the matter for her. Regarding this matter, Mr. Jiangnan withdrew her arm, carelessly tossing her bag onto the chair as she sat down, tilting her head to look at Su Jiao. Do you not remember the actions you took? Su Jiao's face fell, unable to maintain her composure. The individuals present were astute in the ways of commerce. Observing Su Jiao's expression revealed her culpability. Turning to face everyone, Jiangnan wore a radiant smile, raising her glass. Esteemed predecessors, I apologize for my tardiness and shall impose a self-inflicted penalty of a drink. Laughter erupted, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou scrutinized his striking wife, clad in a basic sweater paired with tailored trousers, her long hair casually tied back, exposing her elegant and slender neck. Her features were impeccably refined, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence and depth. The incident she had navigated was significant. Most individuals would have lost their way, yet she remained steadfast, deftly seizing the crux of the matter. Without unnecessary dialogue, she had effectively grasped Su Jiao's vulnerabilities, resolving the situation. Quite astute indeed. She was truly a treasure. As for Lei Wang, if he has committed a crime, it is between 3 to 10 years. I dare not speak falsely, would I, brother? Xie Qingzhou snapped back to reality, acknowledging the truth in her words. Jiangnan hadn't anticipated his cooperation and lingered for another 10 minutes. Observing others currying favor with Xie Qingzhou, she sought an excuse to depart. Exiting the private room, she made her way to the restaurant parking lot, where she found Zhou Qian smoking his car, his mask dangling from one ear and a baseball cap perched atop his head. Jiangnan rapped lightly on the car window. When Zhou Qian caught sight of her through the partially opened window, he momentarily believed himself to be hallucinating. In a fluster, he extinguished his cigarette, swung open the door, and, wearing a forced smile, inquired, Nan, what brings you here? And you, what you doing? Nothing much. I just finished my meal, that's all. Jiangnan cast a glance inside the vehicle, observing a group of individuals, all similarly attired, some wielding fire axes, others brandishing baseball bats. Zhou Qian, stop deceiving me. I am already aware of everything. Zhou Qian had investigated how she found herself in this predicament, concluding that Su Jiao was also involved. Su Jiao had further sullied her reputation, intending to abduct her and, after uncovering the mastermind behind it all, to subject Su Jiao to her own share of suffering. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened, yet he remained silent. He felt utterly foolish. Despite the passage of many days, he could not even ascertain who Jiangnan's husband was. In the face of adversity, fully aware of Su Jiao's complicity, he could only watch as she continued to torment her, resorting to this foolish method. Zhou Qian, it's best you return. I understand your feelings. It is not worth sacrificing yourself for someone like her. I merely wish to assist you. He yearned to help her secure a divorce, yet he couldn't even discover the identity of her husband. He sought to avenge her, only to have his efforts thwarted by her discovery. Xie Qingzhou exited the private room, removing his tie, and asked Xiao Zheng, who awaited outside, "Where is he?" Xiao Zheng hesitated, raising an eyebrow. He queried, "Has he gone to persuade Zhou Qian?" Xiao Zheng affirmed with a slight nod. Xie Qingzhou's gaze darkened slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He did not wish to be here, but upon hearing Zhou Qian's name, he felt compelled to come. It was a declarative statement, not question. Xiao Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. You are well aware of the situation. Chapter 43. The kiss. Jiangnan stood at the windward point, only turning around once Zhou Qian's vehicle had completely vanished from her sight. Through the hotel's expansive windows, she observed Xie Qingzhou standing before the fish pond, feeding the fish. He wore no outer coat, his black shirt accentuating his well-built physique, presenting an erect and striking figure that was hard to overlook. Jiangnan walked back, positioning herself behind him in silence. Having made the decision to come, she was already prepared to face the repercussions of her actions. Xie Qingzhou turned to glance at her, noting the defiance in her upward gaze, imbued with a sense of tragic resolve, and offered a faint smile. You know I would be angered by your association with Zhou Qian, yet you dare to do it again. Jiangnan refrained from defending herself, well aware that he would not believe her regardless of her words. Her expression bore a striking resemblance to that of Feng Liue when she had shattered her brooch. At that moment, he had hoped for her to protest, but she chose silence, convinced that he sided with Feng Liue, allowing him to misinterpret her intentions. Xie Qingzhou scattered the remaining fish food, clapped his hands, and said, "All right, let us go home." Jiangnan was taken aback. Was that it? No biting remarks. No dragging her to the restroom to grip her chin and demand, "Do you not remember what I told you?" The thoughts swirling in her mind, he had already grown weary of fulfilling. Embarrassment washed over Jiangnan as Xie Qingzhou retrieved the coat from the sofa and took her hand, leading her outside. Once in the car, Xie Qingzhou began responding to messages. Jiangnan gazed out the window, still incredulous about the events that had just transpired. Xiaozheng, having witnessed the couple holding hands as they entered the vehicle, believed that the boss was finally taking an interest in his wife. An excellent assistant must attend to every facet of the boss's life. Madam, today's events were not meant to trouble you. The boss simply wished to assist you. Jiangnan was taken aback as Xie Qingzhou lifted his head. Are you mute? Will it kill you to speak? Madam, men can be prideful. They might hesitate to contact you. If they didn't inquire about your activities daily, they would remain oblivious to your situation. President Xie is thinking of you. Xie Qingzhou. When had he ever inquired about her affairs? Jiangnan found herself at a loss. After sharing a bed with Xie Qingzhou, the trajectory of their relationship had veered far from her expectations. Throughout the journey, Xiaozheng incessantly reported on Xie Qingzhou's daily activities, what he had eaten, what he had drunk, what time he had gone to bed. Jiangnan thought that upon arriving home, she would finally find solace and quietude. Aunt Shui, upon seeing Xie Qingzhou return, was overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity while he was in the shower, she grasped Jiangnan's hand, urging her to seize the moment. The nourishing delicacies she had prepared over the past few days had not gone to waste. She reassured Jiangnan not to feel awkward between a husband and wife. There was nothing to hide. Jiangnan did not heed her words and retreated to the guest room. Just because they had been intimate that night, did it mean that Xie Qingzhou would lead a fulfilling life? Nestled on a soft couch in her room with a book, she felt him naturally pull back the covers and join her on the bed. Jiangnan's breath quickened. In her conscious state, she had no desire to engage with him. This fleeting harmony, so trivial it could be overlooked, could not erase the chasm that lay between them. Jiangnan remained still, and surprisingly, Xie Qingzhou did not urge her, merely leaning against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. As the clock struck 11, Jiangnan, despite her reluctance, realized it was time for bed. She settled down onto the mattress, and Xie Qingzhou turned off the light on his side. The room plunged into complete darkness. The man's hand wrapped around her waist, and shortly after, his lips brushed against hers tenderly. This gentle caress made her toes instinctively curl. Chapter 44 Intrigued. Jiangnan contemplated the undeniable allure of a man's tender affection, one that no girl, herself included, could resist. As her crimson lips parted to reciprocate his advances, she felt a sense of dismay at her own lack of resolve. She momentarily forgot his flaws and the myriad of complications that had arisen in recent times. The darkness of her room enveloped them, sharpening their senses to an exquisite degree. The sounds of their impassioned kisses rendered Jiangnan utterly enraptured. She recalled similar moments shared with Xie Qingzhou, where in a room devoid of light, they would embrace and kiss deeply, surrendering wholly to one another. In the fervor of their entwined tongues, she could scarcely distinguish between past and present, let alone summon the will to resist him. After a few days apart, Xie Qingzhou noted that she was even more fervent that evening than on the previous occasion. Her breath quickened as she leaned closer, urging him to be gentler. When he playfully teased her, she would eagerly draw nearer. Captivated by her allure, he found himself reluctant to end their encounter. Only when she begged him, her voice barely a whisper, did he exercise restraint. After tending to her, she cocooned herself in the blankets and drifted off to sleep. Xie Qingzhou lingered at the foot of the bed, observing her for a while before exiting the room. Downstairs, he poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto the sofa. Without the influence of substances or alcohol, he was astounded by the unexpected joy of their connection, marveling at their harmonious synergy. That rainy night, when she had been under the influence of drugs, relinquishing all inhibitions, he felt as though he had become one with her. She was his first woman, and before Jiangnan, the only one. He too was her inaugural man. In the pitch blackness, she had been his companion, nurturing him, becoming his light and warmth. As she wept in pain, yet clung to him tightly, he resolved to marry her. That moment of unity compelled him to seek her once more in the hospital room that night. Though Jiangnan remained ardent, he was unable to replicate the feelings he had previously experienced, even when he returned home to behold her exquisite beauty. Yet, she bore the experience numbly. After several days had passed, her complexion improved, and the marks on her body had vanished. He pondered whether he could decipher the reason for her intense engagement that day. In the suffocating darkness of the room, as her arms tightly encircled his neck, he felt an undeniable sense of her essence. She delighted in wrapping her arms around him, akin to a child seeking comfort. Nearly 7 years had elapsed, and while he wished to forget certain things, they began to fade from his memory. Like the scent that lingered on her skin, pleasant yet elusive. He questioned whether this perception was merely an illusion. Having finished his drink, he grasped his phone and called Xiaozheng. "Boss, please investigate where Jiangnan was 7 years ago." The following day, Jiangnan awoke to find herself gazing into the handsome visage of the man beside her. Xie Qingzhou's long and thick eyelashes softened his features in slumber, making him appear far less imposing and considerably more approachable. This was the marital life she had once envisioned, not the present reality. As night succumbed to dawn, the haze of desire that had clouded her vision must now yield to the light of day. Xie Qingzhou encountered Jiangnan at the restaurant, where she had already changed into her attire and applied light makeup, ready to commence her work once breakfast concluded. Upon seeing him, she greeted him with a nonchalant good morning. Unsatisfied with the service from the previous day, he took a seat opposite her, smiling. Following the incident of her being drugged, she had not inquired about the divorce agreement that had been initially intended. Much like his absence from home, she had grown indifferent. Jiang then exhibited a composure more profound than he had anticipated, displaying an understanding of their dynamic. Aware that the initiative was not within her grasp, she refrained from seeking out troubles. She was a wife who understood her place, well suited for a marriage devoid of affection. "I am quite content," Jiangnan remarked. Her cheeks flushed, yet her tone remained tranquil. "Content? Yet you maintain such a cold demeanor towards me?" he inquired, aiming to alter the established pattern of their interactions. Regardless of the potential Jiangnan held in his life, it was that rainy night when he had changed his mind to seek her out. His body was honest in its yearning for her. As Jiangnan sat at the dining table, her head slightly tilted as she scrutinized him, seemingly trying to decipher the true intent behind his words. Her earnest demeanor was so proper that it evoked memories of her tightly wrapping her arms around him, purring like a kitten in his ear. The stark contrast was tantalizing. "If the company isn't too busy, would you accompany me to the old residence?" Xie Qingzhou proposed. "Are you asking for my assistance?" Jiangnan chuckled in response. "If you prefer the term request, then indeed," he replied, observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, indulging her. 10 million. And if that person completes the shoot within a week, I shall assist you." Once, he had threatened her with a brooch, and now she employed it in a manner that bore a hint of flirtation. Xie Qingzhou laughed, moving beside her, encircling her with both her chair and his arms. "All right then, I shall await Mr. Xie's good news." Jiangnan remained unmoved in her posture. While dining, she held her back straight, her posture impeccable. He glanced at her alabaster neck and buried his face into it, nuzzling gently. Suddenly, he comprehended why Zhou Qian had transformed so profoundly, so infatuated with her. Jiangnan was indeed intriguing. Although Zhou Qian had not reprimanded Su Jiao, he had been persistently drawn to her, determined to uncover the person behind it all. A call from a blonde-haired individual arrived, inquiring about the vehicle, which had been spotted at the Changshan Golf Club. Originally, the car known as Song Yun, after such an incident, would undoubtedly no longer be of interest to him, based on his understanding of the situation. Zhou Qian contemplated that tracing this vehicle might lead to clues about Jiangnan's husband. After several days, news had finally emerged. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and drove towards the location. Chapter 45. Rong Xie Qingzhou strolled leisurely across the now yellowed grass, holding a golf club. The temperature in Haicheng hovered only a few degrees above freezing, and in a couple of days, it would plummet below zero. The club had already closed its doors. It was evident that he had arrived in that very car. Recently, Zhou Qian had been occupied with his work during the day and refrained from frequenting nightclubs or even visiting the club. It was said that he spent every available moment immersed in books, wasting not a single fragment of time. As for the matter concerning Jiangnan's husband, Xie Qingzhou had discreetly reached out through all available channels, but he received not a shred of useful information, never once inquiring about the situation with Shen Ke. Fearing it might put them in a difficult position, Zhou Qian was 2 years their junior and had often trailed behind them in his youth. Xie Qingzhou and his friends had frightened him with stones, yet he still beamed at them like a little tail. To reach this point today, Song Yunji felt a deep reluctance. Must it be this way? Xie Qingzhou had no desire to publicly disclose his relationship with Jiangnan. After all, he himself was uncertain about how far this relationship could progress. The fewer people who knew about this marriage, the better. Zhou Qian had promised not to see Jiangnan, and Xie Qingzhou believed that with time, he would forget her. Even if he were to discover one day that she was the one, perhaps he would not care. Yet Zhou Qian remained so infatuated, quietly doing so much for her. Xie Qingzhou thought it might be best to lay everything bare, extinguishing any flicker of hope he might have. Upon arriving at Qingshan Club, Zhou Qian found a vast parking lot sparsely dotted with a few cars. Even he, despite his naivety, understood that he had been deliberately lured here. Sitting in the car, he felt none of the earlier excitement. He had rehearsed the scenario of encountering Jiangnan's husband, resolving to remain composed, promising to acquiesce to whatever demands he had, as long as he agreed to divorce. Now, however, he felt a pang of fear, contemplating that waiting for Jiang meant a divorce might be acceptable, no matter how many years it took. He would wait for her. As the car engine roared to life and he prepared to leave the parking lot, Zhou Qian abruptly hit the brakes. What kind of man would he be if he abandoned her to confront everything alone? He traversed the luxuriously decorated reception hall of the club and made his way to the back mountain. The golf course, originally surrounded by mountains and adorned with lush greenery, appeared somewhat desolate in the winter chill. Only a handful of individuals dotted the course. As Zhou Qian approached, the figures became increasingly familiar. He spotted Xie Qingzhou dressed in gray sweatpants and a matching top, likely just beginning to play, with a cream-colored down vest atop, his hatless head basking in the sunlight, revealing a handsome and striking visage. Upon noticing him, Xie Qingzhou, after swinging his club and hitting the ball, remarked, "You're here? Why? I've come to shatter your hopes and leave the country. You previously prevented me from uncovering the truth, yet now you have lured me here. Seeing your entangled relationship with her is quite bothersome." Xie Qingzhou, holding his club, prepared to move forward. Zhou Qian seized him, exclaiming, "Bothersome? You speak as if you care for her. Do you not feel any shame? You do not love her at all. Even if I don't love her, she is still my wife." Xie Qingzhou retorted. "And how do you regard her?" Zhou Qian demanded, gripping his collar tightly. "Zhou Qian, in matters concerning women, you possess greater experience than I, do you not?" Xie Qingzhou, with his gaze lowered, spoke coldly. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened. His involvement with Jiang Nan was merely a fleeting dalliance. He had no intention of divorce, only that he had not yet had his fill. He clenched his collar and struck Xie Qingzhou with a fist. Shun Ke and Song Yunji appeared to be oblivious, keeping their distance. After taking 2 punches without retaliating, Xie Qingzhou's displeasure grew as Zhou Qian continued his assault. In a physical confrontation, Zhou Qian was no match for him, and soon found himself pinned to the ground. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he resolved to remain in Haiqing, suppressing his feelings for her, hoping to conceal his turmoil. If he could no longer endure, he would leave the country for 2 years. Zhou Qian's face pressed against the cold grass, yet he remained defiant. "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel, you trample upon her sincere heart. You shall face retribution. As for the notion of retribution, I know not, but I am certain she will suffer. That night, when you knocked on her car window, she pleaded with me to find a way to send you away." Zhou Qian, in a fit of rage, broke free from his grasp, and the two of them became entwined in a fierce struggle upon the grass. Song Yunji chuckled and remarked, "The most refined and cultured young gentleman of high society, Xie Qingzhou, caught in a brawl. Let us capture this moment for social media." Shun Ke shook his head. "Just for carnal pursuits, is it necessary to provoke others so?" When Jiangnan received a call from Qiaozheng, she was having lunch with Ning. Upon learning that she had been schemed against and had yet to uncover the mastermind, Ning leaned closer and inquired, "Could it be Feng Liyue?" "Unlikely," Jiangnan replied. Xie Qingzhou's heart had always been aware of her existence. For 3 years, they had coexisted peacefully, and such a sudden upheaval seemed illogical. If not her, then who? After all these years in the business realm, one must always leave room for negotiation. Although some men speak harshly, I have never encountered such a despicable act. And Ning held a suspicion that it was indeed the Feng family. Investigations are ongoing. Do not jump to conclusions. By the way, regarding the brooch I mentioned, there was no damage, but it may have been taken. Have any of the other jewels or artworks been circulating in the market? Uncle Jiang had no news on the items, but the piece pendant Xie Qingzhou gifted you had surfaced. Someone had attempted to sell it. Jiangnan's heart sank. Did it mean that those items she believed lost to the flames had indeed been taken by someone else? Her phone rang, and upon answering, she learned that Zhou Qian and Xie Qingzhou had fought and ended up in the hospital. She and Ning abandoned their meal. Upon their arrival at the emergency room, Jiangnan saw Xie Qingzhou's down jacket covered in dirt, while Zhou Qian had bits of grass clinging to him. Both were injured, one with a swollen lip and the other with a bruised eye, looking quite disheveled. Zhou Qian hung his head, and upon seeing her, moved his lips but said nothing, letting his head droop again. Jiangnan understood. Zhou Qian was fully aware of everything. She glanced at Xie Qingzhou before approaching Zhou Qian and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhou Qian nodded, appearing visibly hurt. Sorry, Zhou Qian. He looked at her with reddened eyes and managed a smile that was more tragic than tears. "What wrong have you done?" "It seems I have done nothing wrong, yet I have hurt you," Jiangnan replied. Jiangnan stood before the bench, slightly bowing her head, while Zhou Qian tilted his head slightly upward, the two of them locking eyes in an intimate moment, oblivious to their surroundings. The nurse was applying medication to Xie Qingzhou, who brushed her aside and called out, "Come here." Jiangnan had no intention of acknowledging him. She thought the events of the previous day could be brushed aside. He was formidable, directly revealing everything to Zhou Qian. What she had desperately tried to conceal, he had betrayed. "Let go, Nan. If you provoke him, it is you who will suffer," Zhou Qian remarked, then lowered his gaze. He could neither take Jiangnan away nor assist her in escaping her marriage. Merely looking at her felt like a transgression. Without him as a spectator, Xie Qingzhou would not spiral into madness. Zhou Qian rose and walked in the opposite direction. This was the only thing he could do for her. Chapter 46. Madness. Zhou Qian departed, his silhouette marked by a palpable disarray. Jiangnan felt an inexplicable sting in her eyes, recalling the previous night when Zhou Qian, accompanied by others, sought to confront Su Jiao. He had heeded the advice to retreat, yet stood before her, asserting, "Nan, I have always been behind you, so do not fear." She had believed that their paths would no longer cross, that everything would be irrevocably severed. Who would have anticipated his foolishness? Zhou Qian genuinely harbored feelings for her. As Zhou Qian's figure vanished, Xie Qingzhou languidly leaned against his chair, gesturing for the nurse to continue with the medication. "Is this amusing?" he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiangnan, who stood before him, her demeanor markedly indifferent compared to her earlier reaction to Zhou Qian. "I am assisting you." "You are helping me?" she retorted, incredulous. "What ist?" Zhou Qian had sincerely opened his heart, and here she was, doing the same, preventing her from erring within her marriage. "How dare you speak of others so?" And Ning could no longer contain her frustration. He was constantly trending with Feng Liu, spending nights together. It was infuriating. And Ning grabbed Jiangnan and began to walk away. Xie Qingzhou, unfazed, merely watched Jiangnan's retreating figure, saying, "Come back quickly." "Dream on, I won't." And Ning shot back, casting him a fierce glare, pulling Jiangnan away, and Ning remained vexed, questioning his intentions. Was he now addicted to this arrangement? Observing his current demeanor, he seemed disinclined to pursue divorce. How could he act in such a manner? Hadn't he claimed to wear a wedding ring associated with another? How could he be so callous? The memory of the time he gifted her a piece pendant lingered, leading Jiangnan to momentarily pause. She quickly reassured her irate friend. All right, he's doing fine, and I've secured $1 million. $1 million? And Ning's ire subsided slightly. Indeed, he is quite generous with the women outside, isn't he? Everyone's merely playing around. You needn't be so upset. Jiangnan continued, her focus shifting away from Xie Qingzhou. Having endured such events, she found herself more accepting. And Ning, however, still felt pity for her, Once yearning for love, yet now devoid of it, she found herself trapped. Jiangnan urged Ning to speak to Xie Qingzhou. It is not convenient for me now. Having reached this juncture, it is best to extinguish any remaining hope for Xie Qingzhou and allow him to gradually forget, she advised. All right, I understand. You can count on me. And what about you? Will you return? And Ning inquired, her brow furrowed. Yes. I need to discuss a few matters with him, Jiangnan replied, noting that a divorce could not be immediate, as many issues remained entangled. Dissolution would be inappropriate. Upon returning, Jiangnan found Xie Qingzhou had completed his medication and was on the phone. What brings you here? My wife is present, he remarked. The voice on the other end, likely belonging to Feng Liyue. She settled onto the bench, responding to messages from Yang Ji while awaiting him to finish his call. Do you have something to say to me? He inquired after hanging up, turning his gaze towards her. Jiangnan looked up at him. Sometimes, their connection felt remarkably in sync. Do you have time? She asked, considering it was Miss Feng's call. Let us go. He extended his hand towards her. Jiangnan glanced at him, her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat. Once in the car, she regarded Xie Qingzhou. Don't you think you've gone too far regarding Xie Qingzhou? Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a moment, a pang of compassion stirring within him. Jiangnan inhaled deeply and said, Xie Qingzhou, you know everything. There is nothing between me and Xie Qingzhou. The opportunities for us to meet alone are exceedingly rare. You share a good rapport with him. Don't you feel any resentment? Xie Qingzhou insisted that she had done nothing wrong. But what had Xie Qingzhou done wrong? Nothing at all. How infatuated had they become? Engaging in video calls, he even fought for her. Jiangnan found his reasoning unreasonable. When you speak of others, can you not reflect upon yourself first? Are you not aware of your own entanglements with Feng Liyue? What right do you have to criticize others? Should I not adopt the same approach to keep her away from you? Her tone remained steady. Yet, Xie Qingzhou noticed her eyes were once again reddened, resembling a rabbit's, glistening with unshed tears. This marked her first proactive mention of the matter, and inexplicably, his mood brightened. He tilted his head, attentively observing her. She displayed a somewhat defiant demeanor, which was quite captivating. Xie Qingzhou leaned closer, saying, You keep her away from me, and I shall not interfere. As he spoke, he gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her. Jiangnan remained unconvinced, letting out a cold snort. As for Xie Qingzhou, this matter ends here. Do not go mad again. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing at her vividly red lips, and leaned down to kiss her. Jiangnan pushed him away, asking, Xie Qingzhou, what exactly do you intend to do? He replied, I want to kiss you. Is it not obvious? Chapter 47. Pregnancy. Xie Qingzhou found himself unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Jiangnan rolled her eyes dramatically, displaying her disdain. Do you have some sort of serious illness? A beautiful woman, when angered, emanated a captivating vibrancy. The more she resisted, the stronger his desire grew. He leaned in, effortlessly trapping her within the confines of the driver's seat, her delicate back pressed against the car door. With a firm hand, he nudged her face closer. Don't come any closer. It's filthy. I still have to go to the office. You used to dress attractively, flaunting yourself in front of me. Wasn't that an invitation for me to kiss you? It turned out he had noticed her before, but had merely feigned disinterest, choosing to overlook it. He felt an indescribable mix of emotions, unsure if sadness was among them. You mentioned used to. I no longer wish for that now. Xie Qingzhou, who disliked rejection, was in a good mood today and felt playful enough to indulge her. He grasped her wrist, pinning it above her head, his robust frame pressing against her. Jiangnan inhaled sharply, glaring at him. I really want to. His breath brushed against her lips, and he thought she was concerned about his connection with Feng Liyue. Gazing deeply in her eyes, he elaborated, a drooling apple is still edible after a wash. The tone he used echoed her earlier words spoken to Shun Ke in the industrial park, and she found it shameless. As his lips neared hers, she turned her head slightly and declared, You're nothing but a rotten apple now. Had it not been for those two unforeseen incidents, they would have already divorced. She found such intimacy and teasing quite distasteful. No matter how high his spirits were, her continuous lack of appreciation dulled his enthusiasm. He released her and settled into the passenger seat of her car, stretching his long legs comfortably lapsing into silence. Jiangnan glanced at his cool demeanor, realizing he was displeased. Yet, his mood was of little concern to her. I must head to the office. The dismissal elicited a smile from Xie Qingzhou. His wife could ignite flames of passion in others, yet remained unfazed herself. What a remarkable talent. After being shooed from the car, even Shun Ke felt embarrassed for him. Scratching his nose. Is Zhou Qian's film still relevant to him? Upon mentioning Zhou Qian, Xie Qingzhou sighed. He had endured quite a bit and limped away when he left. Returning, he sought the doctor, had an X-ray, and acquired some medication. As he prepared to exit the hospital, Feng Liyue arrived fully armed. Shun Ke furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at her, adorned in designer labels yet masked and capped, she radiated a celebrity vibe. Were you not instructed to stay away? Xie Qingzhou remarked coolly, his gaze steady. I heard you were injured. She looked at him with concern, noticing a cut at the corner of his mouth. He had always maintained an air of aloof elegance. Had he ever appeared so disheveled? All for Jiangnan, it seemed. Are you a doctor? Xie Qingzhou replied, feigning ignorance to her worried expression, his eyes reflecting his displeasure at her presumption. He turned to leave, but then pivoted back, stepping closer to her. Feng Liyue's gloomy demeanor brightened instantly. What's wrong? With such leisure time, why not venture to Breeze Group for a shoot? Her spirits sank once more, and with a sense of grievance, she acquiesced. Observing the indifferent silhouette of Xie Qingzhou, her heart ached profoundly. In truth, she had already moved on. She watched him board the Jiangnan vehicle, and she also witnessed the uncontainable tenderness that graced his countenance. Over the years, apart from recalling the person he sought, this was the first time she beheld such an expression from him. For all these years, she had perceived that Xie Qingzhou paid little heed to Jiangnan. Yet, unbeknownst to her, at some point he had begun to care. Jiangnan was captivatingly beautiful, as if wherever she went, she commanded attention, even from the typically aloof Xie Qingzhou, who found himself yearning to kiss her within the confines of the car. It was a bitter pill for her to swallow. While it was one thing for Xie Qingzhou to harbor feelings for that other woman, a figure he sought at any cost, an irreplaceable beacon of his past, it was another to allow Jiangnan a place in his heart. She could not permit Jiangnan to encroach upon Xie Qingzhou's affections. She would rather he find that woman than witness him forget her and choose Jiangnan instead. Upon returning to the company, Yang Ji approached her regarding Su Jiao. Earlier that afternoon, President Chun had made a public statement on social media, terminating the collaboration with Su Jiao's company. Su Jiao was one of Chun Qiao's distributors. Thus, this termination indirectly supported Jiangnan's assertion about the consequences of her actions. As for Su Jiao, she had returned to Beicheng, especially since her clients were causing a ruckus. Yang Ji replied, however, I have dispatched someone to follow her. She must be feeling cornered and will undoubtedly seek assistance from those behind the scenes. Jiangnan remained silent, lost in thought. By the way, Jiang General, it's not just our people tailing Su Jiao. There are 2 other groups following her as well. Oh, I have discovered that they are from young Master Zhou's faction and also from President Xie's. Jiangnan sighed, acknowledging this information. I recall something. I must step out for a while. Yang Ji exclaimed, but you have an appointment with General Gao to discuss President Chen's pricing. Convey to Gao Zhan that the lack of profit in the prices offered to Chun Xiao is inconsequential, as long as the overall year remains profitable. I trust him. He can proceed confidently. Should anything arise, have him contact me. She left her words hanging and hurriedly departed. Once in the car, Jiangnan called Ning. Ning. Where are you? I am at the Zhou residence, contemplating how to persuade Zhou Qian. Regarding Zhou Qian, I will seek assistance elsewhere. I have pressing matters, and you must help me make a trip to Beicheng. Jiangnan elaborated on the situation to Ning and did not return to the office. Instead, she opted to head back to the Jiang residence. Her mother, Qin Shuang, was in the kitchen with Aunt Li, preparing steamed buns filled with sweet bean paste. Have you returned, little glutton, drawn by the aroma? Qin Shuang spoke gently. I just started boiling the beans. I was about to call you if you didn't come back. Jiangnan affectionately leaned against her mother's shoulder. Glancing at the pot, Qin Jia, please keep Jiang company. Aunt Li ushered them out of the kitchen. Jiangnan nestled against her mother's shoulder, the 2 of them comfortably ensconced on the sofa. Doctor, Wang remarked that sitting beside her mother was akin to having consulted with a psychologist 6 times. "Shall we visit Grandma this weekend?" he suggested. "What's wrong? Have you encountered something disheartening?" Jiangnan nodded. Indeed, she was somewhat troubled by Xie Qingzhou's current demeanor. He no longer mentioned divorce, and she found herself at a loss, unwilling to remain entangled in this situation. Should she confide in her mother? It was merely about work-related matters. Jiangnan smiled, wishing to spare her mother any distress. In the afternoon, she rested her head on her mother's lap, sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and drifted into a blissful slumber. Upon awakening, she found that Aunt Lee's steamed buns were ready. Freshly steamed buns paired with crisp pickles and glutinous millet porridge were a delightful temptation for someone accustomed to social engagements. Just as dinner was still in progress, a call from Yang Ji interrupted. "President Jiang, have you seen the news? It seems the endorsement deal may fall through. It appears Feng Liu is pregnant." Chapter 48. Unscrupulous Yang Ji's phone call left Jiang Nan utterly bewildered. Stepping outside, she answered the call while simultaneously searching online for information. A renowned entertainment reporter had leaked news suggesting that Feng Liu might be pregnant. Accompanying the report were photographs of Feng Liu at the obstetrics and gynecology department, including one taken just this afternoon. The photographer had only captured Xie Qingzhou's silhouette, clad in a beige-down vest, standing before Feng Liu. The simultaneous appearance of both at the hospital led Feng Liu's fans to naturally assume they were there for a prenatal checkup together. Once this revelation surfaced, discussions erupted across the internet. Feng Liu's fans even tagged Xie Qingzhou, eagerly anticipating a grand wedding announcement. Observing the fervor online, Jiangnan noticed that neither party had responded. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou was at the July Club, seated on a sofa with his arms crossed, staring at the phone on the coffee table. The news of Feng Liu's pregnancy prompted a flurry of congratulatory calls directed at him. After all, everyone in the circle was oblivious to Xie Qingzhou's secret marriage and presumed that Feng Liu was indeed his legitimate girlfriend. With the announcement of her pregnancy, inquiries into their wedding date soon followed. Song Yunji found the situation utterly amusing, believing that Xie Qingzhou had brought this upon himself for being so publicly involved with Feng Liu, frequently making headlines. What was even more infuriating was that, despite the 2.5 hours since the pregnancy news broke, Jiangnan, as Xie Qingzhou's wife, had yet to make a call. Observing Xie Qingzhou's stormy expression, one could almost see the rain clouds gathering. He muttered. Jiangnan had awaited his call for 3 long years. Her heart had gradually grown cold, had it not? Song Yunji reveled in her misfortune. Xie Qingzhou cast a cold glance at the bantering duo. "Are you two quite finished? Brother, how do you plan to handle things with your sister-in-law?" Shen-Kai inquired. Ever since he had come to believe that Jiangnan had drugged him, his parents had ceased to inquire about her and their relationship altogether. Previously, whenever he and Feng Liu made headlines, his mother would call, concerned about Jiangnan's feelings. In that moment, Xie Qingzhou felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He had once been annoyed by Jiangnan's persistent calls and her tendency to meddle in his affairs. Now, however, her indifference left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed and a touch melancholic. Rising from his seat, Xie Qingzhou grabbed his phone and made his way towards the door. Just as he reached it, he recalled something and asked, "Why does Zhou Qian call her 11? Is that her nickname?" Shen-Kai and Song Yunji took a moment to respond. "Isn't it Billion?" Jiangnan returned to the company to convene with a marketing department regarding Feng Liu's endorsement. Despite the fact that Xie Qingzhou had been Feng Liu's boyfriend for years, a fact nearly everyone was aware of, the tale of the ethereal and innocent jade maiden entwined with a wealthy heir was a timeless narrative, a veritable recipe for generating buzz. Hence, she understood the previous president's rationale. Feng Liu's image perfectly aligned with the product's positioning, bolstered by Xie Qingzhou's influential connections. However, with the advent of her pregnancy, particularly as an unmarried mother, such terminology cast a shadow over the endorsement prospects. In the end, Jiangnan still wished to replace her. However, her proposal was contentious, and she did not have a more suitable candidate to succeed Feng Liu, which led to the postponement of the meeting's outcome. After concluding the meeting, Jiangnan proceeded to the airport to fetch Anning. The afternoon was spent in Beicheng, and she had to return that evening, a rather hurried affair. Upon picking up Anning, Jiangnan was eager to learn the results. Was it her? Anning, while drinking water fervently, nodded in affirmation, confirming that it was indeed that entity that sought to harm her. How despicable the actions were. What should they do now? Should they report it to the authorities? Chapter 49. Hunger not yet. Wait a moment. And Ning, aware of her friend's thoughts, chose not to elaborate further. The prospect of enjoying some buns delighted her. However, the troubling events brewing online made her uneasy. What about you? Are you all right? I've ceased to concern myself with him. What could possibly happen? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow at her, and Ning embraced her, offering no further words. On their way back, Jiangnan inquired, Ning, do you wish to act again? And Ning, a remarkably gifted actress, had claimed the FIMA Award for Best Actress at the tender age of 17. Her presence in both film and fashion had been nothing short of dazzling. And Ning paused, reflecting on her decision to retreat from the industry 4 years prior. She had not anticipated a return to that world. These past few years, she had lingered at the periphery alongside a few mediocre male actors, sufficiently sustained, yet lacking any notable achievements. Jiangnan regarded her friend thoughtfully, then added, You need only ponder whether you wish to act again. And Ning snapped back to reality. Must I consider other factors? Such as that man? Jiangnan cast her a sidelong glance. Are you so terrified of him that you dare not act? Retreating back to Haicheng? And Ning scoffed lightly. I shall earnestly contemplate your suggestion. Upon returning to the Jiang household, Jiangnan felt a sense of ease, shedding her earlier pretenses. She slumbered peacefully until nearly noon, still clad in her pajamas, lounging on the sofa. When Xie Qingzhou arrived at the Jiang residence, he found Jiangnan draped over the couch, engrossed in a book, her legs casually resting against the backrest, revealing a delicate and fair calf as her pant legs slipped down. Is this the dignified wife who maintains decorum even during meals? Hearing footsteps, Jiangnan assumed it was a Ning and, without diverting her gaze from her book, called out, Please, peel an apple for this princess. Aunt Li, carrying a basket of vegetables, cleared her throat, Jiang. Jiangnan responded, tilting her head to look, only to see Xie Qingzhou slightly bowed, observing her with a bemused smile. She promptly tumbled off the sofa and onto the carpet, where she gazed up at him as he stood with his hands in his pockets, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Jiangnan tidied her hair and returned to the sofa, asking, What brings you here? I called you last night, but you didn't answer. I went to your home, and you weren't there, Xie Qingzhou replied, glancing at her pajamas, clean blue and white stripes adorned with a large white goose, lending her an innocent appearance reminiscent of a child. He was taken aback by her lively disposition, and Ning emerged with her sweet creations, her expression darkening upon seeing Xie Qingzhou. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Qin Shuang appeared from the kitchen, observing the tall man in the living room, then glanced at her daughter. Jiang, why don't you offer your guest a seat? How impolite. Very well, mother. Please, continue your work, Jiangnan replied, gently steering Xie Qingzhou toward the side room, where she quietly questioned him. What on earth are you doing here? Xie Qingzhou was somewhat displeased by her guarded demeanor. Are you so afraid that your mother will discover who I am? Hearing this, Jiangnan let out a scoff. This guest, we have been married for 3 years, and my mother has never met you. Do you truly believe it is necessary for her to know who you are? Reflecting on this, Jiangnan felt a sense of foolishness for her past self. How could she compromise herself and her family for the sake of love? Xie Qingzhou regarded her for a while and suggested, How about I formally pay a visit to my mother-in-law today? Upon hearing this, Jiangnan stood before him as if facing a formidable adversary. What exactly do you want? She inquired, her impatience and displeasure evident. Her unadorned face was quite pure, and the beauty mark on her nose, rather than making her appear fierce, gave her the look of a little kitten playfully extending its paw. It was utterly endearing, lacking any semblance of menace. Mr. Nanxio is leaving Haicheng. Accompany me to see him off. Xie Qingzhou, on what grounds do you think I would go? Yesterday, the incident with Feng Liue had escalated to such an extent that she had no expectations for his explanations or respect. He could disregard her sincerity, even trample upon it. Because of her past affections, she felt she deserved it. Yet, his actions were excessive. If her mother were to witness the state of her marriage, how heartbroken would she be? Mr. Nanxio wishes to meet the owner of the brooch, Xie Qingzhou added. I won't go, Jiangnan replied. To go would only lower the cost of him hurting her. She would no longer be the Jiangnan who would come and go at his beck and call, waiting earnestly for him to glance her way. You should leave. Her demeanor was decidedly frosty. Shall we settle this fairly? Jiangnan retorted angrily. Have you ever settled things fairly? Isn't it you who is constantly shifting your stance? Have some dignity. You can't have it both ways. What era are we in? Still hoping for a harmonious relationship? What harmonious relationship? You are blaming me now. Let us not bring up the topic of divorce. This was an accident. One for you and one for me. We are even. The subject of divorce, after all this time, had finally been broached. Observe the indifference on Xie Qingzhou's face as he spoke, as if discussing the weather. Xie Qingzhou, your words are quite harsh. The accident was my issue. I did not ask for your help. If that were the case, there wouldn't have been so many complications. Let us part ways amicably. Xie Qingzhou regarded her with cold eyes, falling silent. A man might tolerate a beautiful woman he finds intriguing throwing tantrums, acting unreasonably, and even being disobedient. However, when such behavior becomes excessive, it becomes unappealing. You have turned me into this, all the while calling for Zhou Qian to be gentler. What a pity. That person is me, not Zhou Qian, whom you so ardently desire. His voice, now frigid, carried a note of warning. Having once shared such intimacy, why did he choose to humiliate her with this? Was he the one who encouraged her to seek Zhou Qian? Jiangnan's eyes brimmed with tears. Any man is better than you. Xie Qingzhou, truly incensed, thought back to how enchanting she had been that night. As for Zhou Qian, what of the rotund man who sought to harm her? President Jiang, are you truly hungry? He remarked, smiling lightly, inching closer to her. Jiangnan regretted not managing his emotions, succumbing to the temptation of sharp words. His fingers tightened around his tie, pulling it loose, while one hand grasped her waist, forcefully pressing her against the wall. In a struggle, Jiangnan inadvertently knocked a vase off the side cabinet, the loud crash drawing Qin Shuang's concern. Jiang, what happened? Jiangnan felt a surge of panic at the thought of his mother witnessing the scene, his anxiety mounting. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou remained remarkably composed, his fingers leisurely sliding down her neck, circling just below her collarbone. A tingling sensation crept up along her spine. Let go, she insisted. Will you accompany me? You always do this, leveraging the people and matters I care about to pressure me. Such behavior lacks integrity, yet it proves effective for you. As Jiangnan heard footsteps drawing nearer, he closed his eyes and murmured, All right, I'll go. Can you please release me now? Chapter 50. Her heart grows cold when Qin Shuang arrived with a ning. Xie Qingzhou released her. Upon seeing her mother, Xie Qingzhou displayed an amiable demeanor, making it difficult for anyone to harbor negative feelings. Jiangnan felt a sense of grievance, but still managed to smile at her mother, saying it was nothing, just that a guest had accidentally knocked over a vase. Qin Shuang wore a puzzled expression, pressing her lips together in silence. I have a matter to attend to, so please let Ning Ning keep you company. Save me some dessert for when I return, all right? Jiangnan suggested, casting a meaningful glance at a Ning. Yes, Auntie, quickly. What's the next step? Otherwise, I might forget it immediately. And Ning chimed in, giving Xie Qingzhou a pointed look. After Ning took her mother away, Jiangnan sighed in relief. I will go change. Please wait for me. Once in her room, Jiangnan leaned against the door panel, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Qingzhou was truly insufferable. After changing her clothes and applying a light touch of makeup, she informed Ning of her readiness. As she entered the living room, she found Xie Qingzhou sitting on the sofa, peeling an apple. Let's go, he said, handing her the peeled apple. Don't you want to eat? Is this a case of a slap followed by a sweet date? She took the apple, glanced at it, and then, before his eyes, tossed it into the trash bin. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa with a sigh. If you're not going to eat, then let us leave. In the car, Jiangnan sat in the back seat, her expression neutral as she gazed out the window. Previously, she had been an enigma to him, having now witnessed her vivacity. She was indeed beautiful, yet she resembled a soulless doll. He had considered comforting her, but she was not one to be easily appeased. It seemed that every encounter ended on a discordant note. After contemplating for a while, Xie Qingzhou said, "My relationship with Feng Liyue is not as you perceive it." "No need to explain. Your words hold no weight with me," Jiangnan replied, not even sparing him a glance. Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened, and silence enveloped the car. Upon reaching their destination, he smiled warmly and opened the car door for her. Jiangnan glanced at him, her cold demeanor transforming into something more composed. The two appeared as a pair of masquerading spouses, walking towards the restaurant where Mr. Nanxiu waited. After entering the private room, Mr. Nanxiu arrived. Contrary to what one would expect of an 88-year-old, he seemed no older than 70, robust in stature, and greeted Xie Qingzhou with familiarity, patting him on the shoulder. "Your wife is quite beautiful, isn't she?" Xie Qingzhou smiled lightly and invited Mr. Nanxiu to sit at the tea table. "I too find her beautiful," he remarked, proceeding to introduce the two. "Jiang Yuan, what is your relation to her?" Mr. Nanxiu inquired. "I am her father," came the response. Mr. Nanxiu laughed heartily. "Ah, Xie Qingzhou, Jiang Yuan is your father-in-law. That brooch was given to your mother-in-law by your father-in-law when he proposed. The design was drawn by him. Yet every diamond and turquoise was cut and set by me. Your father-in-law is quite the romantic." Xie Qingzhou's fingers paused in their task of brewing tea, his smile becoming somewhat strained. "So, you wish to meet the owner of the brooch? I had hoped to chance upon it, but to my surprise, is the daughter of Jiang Yuan. I intended for you to approach and reclaim the brooch, to return it to its rightful owner as a keepsake," Mr. Nanxiu said, a hint of melancholy creeping into his tone as he mentioned Jiang Yuan. An unforeseen incident claimed Jiang Yuan's life, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. Nanxiu, unwilling to let this profound emblem of love drift away like a fallen leaf, felt a deep sense of responsibility. Fortunately, the words of Mr. Nanxiu stirred Jiangnan's heart with both gratitude and a tinge of sorrow. She was touched by Mr. Nanxiu's understanding of her parents' bond and was willing to undertake these gestures in honor of that love. This only highlighted the stark emotional distance between her and her husband. "Xie Qingzhou." "Thank you, Mr. Nanxiu. Allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine," Jiangnan expressed, her eyes brimming with deep appreciation for Nanxiu. Mr. Nanxiu chuckled heartily, noting, "Your temperament mirrors that of your father, so refreshingly straightforward." He was acutely aware of his own arrogance, having achieved fame at a young age in the jewelry industry, often making life difficult for younger individuals due to his eccentric temperament. The two individuals who left the most lasting impressions on him were the renowned jewelry designer Jiang Yuan from decades past and the young master of the Xie family. It was astonishing to discover that these two were now connected as father-in-law and son-in-law, a curious twist of fate. "Could you share some tales from my father's youth?" Jiangnan inquired earnestly, her interest piqued. Her mother always spoke of the brooch with a sweet smile, yet neither she nor her mother knew of its connection to Mr. Nanxiu. After all, Mr. Nanxiu was a genius craftsman who had pushed the boundaries of jewelry design, from innovation to cutting techniques. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou's emotions grew increasingly complex. He understood that the brooch held great significance for her, yet he was unaware that it was a cherished memento of her father. He had long pondered when exactly she had begun to withdraw her affection, no longer smiling at him. Now, he finally comprehended when her heart had begun to grow cold. Chapter 51. Husband Xie Qingzhou reminisced about the day of the auction when she humbly attempted to reclaim the brooch at double its price. She yearned to explain that it was a relic of her father, yet her words were interrupted. It was also on that day that she declared her willingness to divorce if the brooch was returned to her. Xie Qingzhou observed her companion intently. Mr. Nanxiu shared amusing anecdotes about her father, and she listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling brilliantly, akin to exquisitely crafted diamonds. As they took their seats, Jiangnan expressed her gratitude to Mr. Nanxiu for sharing stories about his father before marriage. Learning of his fondness for light drinking, Jiangnan, who was unaccustomed to strong liquor, accompanied him for drink after drink. Though Mr. Nanxiu was of an advanced age, he could discern Jiangnan's sincerity, which echoed traits of her father. With a sense of camaraderie towards this younger generation, He refrained from excessive drinking with her and turned his gaze to Xie Qingzhou, inquiring gently, "Why do you seem so preoccupied today?" "I've erred," Xie Qingzhou replied, reclining slightly with her arm naturally draped over the back of Jiangnan's chair, casting a downward glance. Mr. Nanxiu understood, concluding that the injury on her face was inflicted by Xiao Jiang. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Jiangnan, having indulged in drink, appeared slightly flushed, her fair complexion turning rosy, and her gaze became somewhat unfocused, clearly intoxicated. "It wasn't me. I would never strike anyone," she asserted. "Then it must be that you engaged in a brawl," Mr. Nanxiu suggested, albeit with skepticism. It was widely acknowledged that Xie Qingzhou, the epitome of refinement among the upper echelons of society, was indeed deserving of such a title. With a demeanor as gentle as jade, impeccable grace, and a calm yet elegant manner, he was the most mild-mannered and amiable of men. Capable of fighting? Jiangnan, upon hearing this, turned her face slowly, retorting, "He has a terrible temper and is quite petty. Mr. Nanxiu, are you perhaps mistaken?" Mr. Nanxiu chuckled heartily. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her, observing her dismantling his argument with an innocent expression. He lowered his gaze, leaning closer to her. "In my 20s, I was indeed of that ilk." Jiangnan rolled her eyes dramatically before turning away. "Mr. Nanxiu, allow me to propose another toast to you. It has truly been a pleasure meeting you today." In her inebriated state, she was hardly capable of continuing to drink. Mr. Nanxiu, equally pleased this evening, exchanged a few more light words with Xie Qingzhou before preparing to depart. Jiangnan rose quickly, bowing deeply. "Mr. Nanxiu, thank you sincerely." She wished to accompany him, but was retained in the private room by Xie Qingzhou. Once they reached the ground floor, Mr. Nanxiu regarded the young individuals before him. The one held at his heart was a beacon of light, but this one was also remarkably radiant. Was she not? He had not intended to meet Jiangnan today, merely mentioning her in passing, yet she had eagerly expressed her desire to see him. Observing the unknowing adoration in his gaze towards Jiangnan, he, having experienced such feelings before, comprehended his sentiments. Humans are not made of iron or stone. It is natural to be moved by the heart, and it ultimately depends on the choices one makes. "Understood. I shall visit you after the new year," Xie Qingzhou stated. Once Mr. Nanxiu's vehicle had disappeared from sight, Xie Qingzhou returned to the private room. Jiangnan, propping her chin in her hand, poured herself another cup of tea, noticing Xie Qingzhou but choosing to ignore her, continuing to drink cup after cup. Xie Qingzhou sat beside her in silence, patiently waiting. She was intoxicated, her entire demeanor languid, reminiscent of her state at the Jiang family residence. With commendable tolerance for alcohol, Jiangnan had consumed enough and rested on the tea table, preparing to drift into a stupor, much like a drowsy cat. Xie Qingzhou gently caressed the back of her head, suggesting, "Shall we head home?" She remained still for a considerable time before turning her head to reply, "We no longer share a home." "Who said that?" he inquired softly, his fingers continuing to stroke her crown. "I did." Xie Qingzhou rose, effortlessly lifting her as well, stating, "Your words hold no weight." The petite woman nestled against him, gazed at him in confusion for a moment before obediently murmuring an acknowledgement, resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, observing her endearing state for quite a while before retrieving her phone and bag, draping her with her coat. As he donned his own outerwear, he noticed her swaying unsteadily towards the door. He inhaled deeply and pulled her back, causing her to tumble into his embrace. She glanced back at him with a smile and exclaimed, "Darling, you saved me." Chapter 52. Deception for 3 years of marriage. Jiangnan had never addressed him in such an intimate manner. In the past, his demeanor had rendered her hesitant to call him so closely. Yet now, it was she who had transformed. The inebriated individual, with a body soft and devoid of strength, spoke in a tone more tender than usual, resonating in his ears with an alluring charm. "What shall I call you?" he inquired, his Adam's apple rolling as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Darling, we are married, after all," she replied, resting her face against his neck, her laughter brimming with contentment. Xie Qingzhou glanced down. recalling how she had smiled in that very way when they received their marriage certificate. He helped her into her coat and lifted her from the private room. As the cold night breeze swept in, Jiangnan's dizzy mind began to regain a modicum of clarity. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the taut line of Xie Qingzhou's jaw, sharp and defined. Isn't this reminiscent of when we first wed? Her thoughts were muddled, and her eyes ached. She shut them once more, finding some solace. Once inside the car, Xie Qingzhou pressed her against the door, leaning down to kiss her. Jiangnan struggled to breathe under his weight, pushing his face away with her hands. He seized her wrist, urging her to straighten her posture. "Let go, you rotten apple." Xie Qingzhou chuckled at her irritation, amused by her defiance. Unable to move, she glared at him, her body as curves undulating with her breaths, an intoxicating sight. He grasped her delicate neck, forcefully kissing her again. Jiangnan clenched her teeth, twisting her body in resistance. "Jiangnan, do you truly behave this way? To flirt drunkenly and then deny it?" The shifting shadows outside danced across her face, her gaze hazy and innocent, reminiscent of a fawn in the forest. This brought to mind their first meeting, when she had sat on her family's sofa, asking his parents, "May I have Xie Qingzhou?" Her eyes had sparkled with the same luminous innocence. "Didn't you say you wanted me?" Xie Qingzhou breathed softly. Jiangnan's mind swirled again. "Is that so?" The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of Xie Qingzhou, who appeared aggressively inclined towards his wife. He dared not stare longer and sighed. How shameless, deceiving her so. The faint scent of alcohol mingled with their entangled lips, becoming increasingly intoxicating. Jiangnan, in a disheveled state, clung to his neck, trembling gently in his embrace. Xie Qingzhou's fingers deftly unfastened the buttons on her back, nearly losing control as he leaned in to kiss her neck. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, causing his back to stiffen as he halted. The woman in his arms tilted her neck in dissatisfaction, gazing at him with curiosity. "We should head home," he stated, his thumb brushing against her glistening red lips before adjusting his clothing and settling back, pulling her into his embrace. Her phone buzzed again, and Xie Qingzhou retrieved it, glancing at the screen before answering. "She cannot take the call. She won't be returning tonight." Upon hearing Xie Qingzhou's voice, and Ning exploded with fury. "You scoundrel. Make Jiangnan answer the phone. How dare you keep her from coming home?" Xie Qingzhou, seeing her wide-eyed gaze fixed on him, smiling, he handed her the phone. "Hello, Ning. In the enchanting Jiangnan, did you indulge in a bit of liquor? Today marks my wedding day, and I shall abstain from alcohol," Ning remarked. Drinking white liquor is akin to consuming counterfeit spirits for Jiangnan. He could embrace a dog and call out Ning, and such a spectacle would hardly be surprising. To Mr. Xie, "I must insist that you refrain from taking advantage of her inebriated state. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you." Xie Qingzhou let out a sound of exasperation and abruptly ended the call. Overcome by the stirring emotions she had evoked in him, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. However, upon returning home, Jiangnan nestled against his legs and succumbed to sleep. Due to his feelings of guilt regarding the brooch, he chose not to disturb her, gently tending to her needs before allowing her to rest. Aunt Shui prepared a hangover soup, and upon serving it, she found Mr. Xie reclining on the sofa, his head slightly tilted as he gazed at his slumbering wife sprawled on the bed. Jiangnan's long hair cascaded over her snow-white back, revealing but one shoulder. Yet Aunt Shui could effortlessly envision her pure, delicate beauty, and it was no wonder Mr. Xie's attention was so captivated that he neglected to dry his hair. She had anticipated this moment and felt genuinely happy for the couple. Aunt Shui chose not to intrude, quietly carrying the hangover soup away while gently closing the door behind her. The following morning, as Jiangnan awoke, daylight had already broken. She found herself ensnared in the robust embrace of a man's arm, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Observing Xie Qingzhou asleep beside her, she realized she lay in his arms, and notably, she wore no clothing. Pondering how it had come to this, she recalled the sensation of wrapping her arms around his neck, sharing tender kisses in his hands, exploring her. With a sigh, Jiangnan turned over and got out of bed. She discovered her own undergarments draped over her arm, and without a doubt, it was the work of that scoundrel. Would he not have the decency to provide her with proper sleepwear? Frustrated, she attempted to fasten her clothing, but her anger rendered her clumsy. A gentle brush of his fingers against her bare back effortlessly secured the buttons. Jiangnan clutched a pillow to shield herself and shot him an irate glance. Xie Qingzhou rested his head upon his arm, his gaze falling upon her slender, fair waist, which still bore the traces of her toned physique. Her long, straight legs ignited a memory of their passionate entanglement. Jiangnan glared at him in anger before darting into the dressing room. He exhaled deeply, realizing he must first take a shower. During breakfast, Xie Qingzhou approached her, standing directly in her path. She frowned, feeling obstructed by his presence, and abandoned her egg before rising to leave. He grasped her arm, insisting, "Let us have a word." "About divorce?" Jiangnan turned to face him. "Last night, you were clinging to me, calling me hubby incessantly," he teased, his brow raised, a playful glint in his dark eyes. "I was intoxicated. I could have called a pig hubby in college. I once embraced a dog from our school and called it Ning Ning." His earnestness rendered him almost foolish. "I was unaware that the brooch was a keepsake from your father." Jiangnan paused, her gaze sharpening as she truly observed him. The injuries on his face had faded, revealing his striking features and well-defined contours, radiating brilliance. His expression was sincere, devoid of deceit. What perplexed Jiangnan was her ignorance of how Feng Liue had learned that the brooch was an accidental gift from her father. "Jiangnan, I have not sunk so low as to deliberately use such matters to trouble you," he said further. "I sincerely apologize for the pain I have caused you." A pang of sorrow welled up in Jiangnan's heart as she gazed at Xie Qingzhou. "Even if you were aware of it, under the circumstances where Feng Liue desires it, and you harbor disdain for me, would you still bestow the brooch upon me?" Xie Qingzhou remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon her. Jiangnan smiled faintly, realizing the answer. He still would not. Chapter 53. Regardless of his circumstances, Xie Qingzhou would never bestow the brooch upon her. Yet today, he found himself apologizing for it. Jiangnan was curious about the reason behind this. She leaned back against the island counter, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze due to their height difference. Xie Qingzhou possessed an exquisite appearance and an admirable demeanor, as Mr. Ningxiu once remarked. He was indeed a paragon of the upper class, a gentleman of refined stature. The Xie family was the wealthiest in Haicheng, with his father-in-law, Xie Jingyuan, being a renowned businessman of great repute, known for his humility. Meanwhile, Madame Xie, Ronghua, was an exemplary mother, although Xie Qingzhou's attitude towards her was somewhat indifferent. He was inherently well-mannered. Thus, when he erred, he would offer an apology. "I wish to know," she inquired, "is your apology motivated by a desire to sleep with me? Or do you genuinely feel remorse?" This caught Xie Qingzhou off guard for a moment. Then he chuckled and leaned closer, resting his hands on the countertop, looking down at her. "So, you prefer to be direct," he remarked, astonished by her intelligence and her fundamental understanding of him. He found it surprisingly easy to converse with her, and being in her presence brought him an inexplicable comfort. "Yes, I like what I like, and I dislike what I dislike. I do not indulge in ambiguity," she replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. Her implication was clear. She found his intentions lacking in sincerity. He, however, did not shy away from his desires, confessing, "The desire to sleep with you accounts for 80% of my motives. Shall we sign the divorce papers, and I shall accompany you to bed twice?" Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, gripping her chin before leaning down. "Do I have full written on my forehead?" His breath was warm against her face, causing Jiangnan to feel a tickle and instinctively turn away. "I did not say that," she retorted. "As a legal couple, you scold me for being a rotten apple and deny me intimacy. Post-divorce, what makes you think I would oblige?" He grasped her waist, effortlessly lifting her to sit on the countertop. He leaned down to kiss her, but she arched back, evading him. "If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall return to work," she declared. Xie Qingzhou seized the nape of her neck, compelling her to look up at him. "Examine yourself. How can you claim sincerity?" he said, his gaze penetrating and voice low. Jiangnan sat on the cold countertop, her neck held by him, his body pressing between her legs. The glass reflected their intimate posture, causing her heart to race. Avoiding his eyes, she replied, "Xie Qingzhou, do not obfuscate the issue. This has nothing to do with sincerity. Let go." His candid admission of wanting to sleep with her, devoid of any romantic feelings, left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, the marriage she once envisioned was filled with love and sweetness. Now, devoid of affection or tenderness, it was merely an endless cycle of waiting and loneliness. No longer willing to wait, he only sought physical intimacy. Few women would welcome such an approach. "Let go," she insisted, having repeated similar phrases too many times as of late. Xie Qingzhou reminisced about the way she once viewed him, full of affection. In those days, had he wished to touch her, she would have gladly embraced him, whispering for him to be gentle while clinging to him even tighter. Since last night, a fire within him had not been extinguished. He ultimately bit down on her lip. Jiangnan never anticipated he would actually dare to do so. Caught off guard, she crumbled under the intensity of the moment. Aunt Xue emerged from the kitchen with an exclamation, swiftly declaring, "I saw nothing," before retreating back into the kitchen. Xie Qingzhou, somewhat dissatisfied, glanced at the flushed Jiangnan and decided to carry her upstairs. She was terrified, pounding on his shoulder. "Xie Qingzhou, have you lost your mind? Put me down." He remained silent, returning to the room and tossing her onto the bed, his jaw clenched tightly as he stated, "I am not mad. But if this continues, it will erupt." Jiangnan blushed. Was he not supposed to be well-mannered? How could he utter such words? Watching him kneel on the bed, loosening his tie, she began to feel a twinge of panic. "Xie Qingzhou, I have matters to attend to at the company. Whatever it is can wait. After spending time together these past few days, I simply wish for you to be obedient and gentle." Moreover, she was particularly sensitive and easily swayed. Xie Qingzhou pinned her beneath him, kissing her while caressing her. Jiangnan trembled involuntarily. "Can we wait until night? I really can't adjust to this during the day." Xie Qingzhou, aware of her reluctance, breathed heavily as he gazed at her. "Do you think I can wait until night? Last night, I didn't tee one hole back." Jiangnan swallowed hard, feeling his fingers send ripples of sensation across her skin. Glancing sideways, she noticed the sun shining brightly outside. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his well-defined and alluring physique. He entwined her lips with his, kissing her deeply. Though her heart resisted, it was still in disarray. He was caught up in the moment, and despite her struggles, his methods were undeniably more forceful. She truly did not wish for this. Yet he was indeed correct. He understood her body well. Jiangnan inhaled deeply, striving to relax, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and whispering in his ear, "You wouldn't tee for someone, would you?" Xie Qingzhou smiled at her. "Are you offering to help me?" At 9 o'clock, Xie Qingzhou descended cheerfully, and upon entering the living room, Xiao Zheng stood to leave with him. Soon after, Jiangnan appeared, her expression clouded. Yang Ji hurried over. "President Jiang, is everything all right?" Jiang then shook her head. On the way to the company, Yang Ji mentioned postponing a meeting and that a niche jewelry brand wished to collaborate with Weifeng Fashion, wanting to discuss matters with her. Jiangnan sighed. "I understand. By the way, Feng Liyue is coming today." Jiangnan replied affirmatively, ultimately searching online for news about Feng Liyue's pregnancy. The announcement from the night before had nearly caused the social media platform to crash, yet today, there was not a single update. Jiangnan couldn't help but admire Xie Qingzhou. Regarding the pregnancy, she felt he was mindful of the impact on the Xie family and would likely ensure she did not conceive. However, the thought of him having held Feng Liyue in moments of passion made her stomach churn. Ironically, Xie Qingzhou had recently been almost feverish in his advances toward her, and she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Upon arriving at the company, Jiangnan spent 2 hours on the phone with Chen Xiao. At noon, she visited the company cafeteria. Just as she sat down, Feng Liyue approached with her assistant. Numerous employees sought her signature, and Feng Liyue graciously obliged, welcoming each request and maintaining her image as a kind and pure idol. It was only when the head of the marketing department intervened that Feng Liyue was able to extricate herself. As she approached with a radiant smile, she inquired, "General Jiang, may I sit beside you?" Jiangnan nodded and invited the marketing department head to join as well, asking about the progress of the shoot. "General Jiang, I don't have your WeChat yet," she remarked. Jiangnan cast her a glance, but ultimately permitted her to scan his QR code. At the dining table, Feng Liyue complimented her capabilities while simultaneously sending a message to Jiangnan. Upon switching to their WeChat conversation, Jiangnan discovered that she had sent an ultrasound report indicating a follow-up appointment in 710 days. Shortly thereafter, another message from Feng Liyue arrived. The early ultrasound may not reveal much, but the urine test shows 2 lines. Chapter 54. Indifference. Jiangnan smiled faintly and set her phone aside. The marketing manager, Xiao, who was updating her on the filming progress, was momentarily taken aback. In his effort to ensure that Feng Liyue completed her shoot swiftly and smoothly, he was reluctantly showering her with praise. What did such a smile from the boss imply? Feng Liyue felt a twinge of confusion and gently inquired, "General Manager Jiang, what has brought you such joy?" Jiangnan leaned back slightly, her fingers resting on her body, regarding her with a knowing yet challenging gaze, and chose not to respond. Instead, she turned to the person in charge and said, "Please hand me Miss Feng's contract shortly." All right," he replied. Feng Liyue, uncertain of Jiangnan's intentions, recalled their previous encounters and understood that Jiangnan was formidable. What could the mention of the contract signify at this moment? After a brief contemplation, she decided to ask directly, "My contract was drafted with the assistance of Xie Qingzhou. Is there an issue?" The mere mention of Xie Qingzhou filled her with warmth. Meanwhile, Jiangnan continued to observe her with an impassive expression. Feng Liyue's assertion held truth. To elevate her status, Xie Qingzhou had established an entertainment investment company, pouring substantial funds and resources into her career, and she had indeed become the company's living emblem. Their relationship was such that it had drawn the envious gazes of not just the dreamers within the company, but also the affluent socialites in the industry. After all, she had been consistently absent from the marriage, yet he remained devoted, lavishly spending on her. Given this history, what was the matter of a mere contract? Perhaps it was the recurring pangs of heartbreak and disappointment, or perhaps she had grown indifferent. The possibility of Feng Liyue's pregnancy did not wound her deeply. She simply reflected on how, whenever they were together, his presence lingered, almost as if he had been away for an eternity. Now that a child was in the picture, it felt as though Xie Qingzhou was adept at feigning sincerity. "Miss Feng is so well protected by Mr. Xie. I suspect you may not fully grasp the contract's details. I shall discuss this matter directly with General Xie," Jiangnan remarked, unwilling to waste further time on her. She then handed her phone to Yang Ji, instructing him to draft a message to General Xie. Feng Liyue grew anxious. "What are you planning to do?" Jiangnan rose and glanced at Feng Liyue, maintaining her smile. "Nothing of concern, Miss Feng. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." Feng Liyue was left stunned. She recognized that her tactics were lacking, yet she felt powerless. She pondered that regardless of Jiangnan's outward indifference, the matter of the child must surely be a source of inner turmoil. After all, if Jiangnan did not harbor feelings, how could she endure Xie Qingzhou's mistreatment? She had existed in the space between them for as long as their marriage had lasted. It was only deep and profound love that could wait for a man to return. Jiangnan, seemingly unaffected, felt a peculiar sense of relief. Yet, when she considered Xie Qingzhou's demeanor, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She understood men all too well. When they pursued, it often lacked seriousness. But if the dynamics shifted, their desire for conquest would emerge, and Jiangnan was undeniably beautiful and intelligent. Xie Qingzhou harbors a disdain for foolish women. In his own words, conversing with them is a taxing endeavor, a waste of precious brain cells. Today, Jiangnan donned a black shirt, neatly tucked in her gray trousers, her hair unbound, exuding a blend of professionalism and ease, reminiscent more of a street fashion model than a corporate executive. In the past, she had dismissed Jiangnan entirely, fully aware that Xie Qingzhou's heart belonged to another, rendering her invisible in his eyes. Over the years, she had come to understand that it would be challenging for him to find someone who truly resonated with him, allowing her to comfortably accompany him, even entertaining the notion that she could gradually usurp that woman's place in his heart. However, recently, Xie Qingzhou had undergone a transformation, not solely due to the publicity surrounding Jiangnan, but also because of the news that their joint appearances required his consent to be released, a stark contrast to his previously tacit approval. Following the revelation of her pregnancy, he had personally sought her out to discuss the matter, his countenance particularly grim, as if she were the source of his troubles, insisting on taking full control of her social media accounts. Everyone around them claimed that she and Xie Qingzhou were a perfect match, with netizens even urging them to marry swiftly. For years, she had been the only woman by his side, and with a steady approach, she believed she could replace that other person in his affections. Yet, she had not anticipated that after 3 years, the seemingly inconsequential Jiangnan would become the catalyst for the most significant upheaval. She had to maintain her facade in public, smiling at Minister Xiao, even as her nails dug into her palms in frustration. What does President Jiang mean? Minister Xiao shook his head. I am unsure, but I believe President Jiang has her reasons. Feng Liu acquiesced with a grunt, feeling a surge of anger. She decided she must confront Jiangnan for a discussion. Xie Qingzhou examined the supplementary document of Feng Liu's collaboration agreement, delivered by Yang Ji. Is this sent by President Jiang? Yes, replied Miss Feng. She stated that you personally reviewed and amended her contract, hence my presence here. This was a prenatal checkup report. Had she dispatched her assistant for such a matter? Xie Qingzhou pursed his lips, fixating on the document. What was she truly thinking? A checkup report from the mistress, and her status as the wife rendered her incapable of even a phone call to inquire. This morning, she had been in his embrace, blushing as she asked if he was well. Now, her demeanor had cooled to an astonishing degree. Have President Jiang speak with me. Xie Qingzhou felt a wave of displeasure. He should not have succumbed so easily to her coaxing this morning, allowing himself to be softened by her flushed face. Look at what she had done, ruining others' moods. Mr. Xie, is this really necessary? It's merely a matter of you signing a supplementary agreement, Yang Ji remarked, finding him rather difficult to please. A mistress so brazenly provocative, and yet you wish to discuss matters with her. Are you unwell? Assistant Yang, what is your monthly salary? Yang Ji stared at Xie Qingzhou in bewilderment. What do you mean? The salary she provides you is not substantial enough to warrant your involvement in matters between a husband and wife, is it? Yang Ji, at a loss for words, responded. I will relay your message to President Jiang. Xie Qingzhou, exasperated, thought, what kind of person employs such tactics with a temperament akin to hers? After Yang Ji left, Xie Qingzhou's expression soured. What was Feng Liu, this foolish woman, up to? He tossed the agreement to Qiao Zhang. Qiao Zhang furrowed his brows, contemplating the situation. Is this a sacrifice? Given her intelligence, the madam would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity. So, what should be done? Perhaps you might consider discussing this matter with her at once. Chapter 55. Guardianship. What shall I discuss with her? Xie Qingzhou inquired with a smile as he sat at his desk, his familiarity with such a smile indicating an impending eruption. Silently, he pushed the agreement back and stood by, refraining from further comment. Rubbing his brow with his fingers, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Recently, he found himself reminiscing about Jiangnan, whether it was the radiant woman she was before their marriage or the way she adorned herself beautifully upon his returns. Her gentle smile aimed at pleasing him, hoping to capture his attention. In truth, what he missed most was his former self. Now, he was overly concerned with Jiangnan. Even if it stemmed from mere interest, he had invested too much attention in her. The incident regarding Feng Liu's pregnancy had elicited a response from her that took him completely by surprise. Either she hid away at the Jiang family home like a child, or now she treated the matter as a business affair, dispatching an assistant to handle it. He had to admit Jiangnan's beauty and excellence. Indeed, he was drawn to her, yet he wished to avoid entanglements of the heart. After all these years of seeking her, it had been futile. He longed for her, but could not help but forget her as well. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? He suddenly inquired. Qiao Zhang snapped back to reality, still pursuing the investigation, confirming several significant leads. Xie Qingzhou fell silent as Qiao Zhang bit his lip, questioning why he was suddenly investigating the madam, who seemed scarcely involved. May I indulge in a fantasy? I envision them as one, a joyous union. Xie Qingzhou shot him a glance, When did you start speaking to her in that manner? Can't you just be quiet? Xiao Zheng retorted. I have always been this way. It is clearly you. Xie Qingzhou abruptly rose. What do you mean? Clarify yourself. You are currently enamored with the madam, seeing her likeness in everyone. Xiao Zheng said while retreating, poking his head back through the door. After all these years, I believe you can move on. If you do not wish to pursue her, embarking on a new chapter in life would be splendid. The madam is truly wonderful. A book flew through the air, and Xiao Zheng shut the door, the volume striking it with a loud thud. Yang Ji returned, conveying Xie Qingzhou's sentiments. Jiangnan leaned over her desk, and after a moment, let out a cold laugh. Husband and wife? Is there such a thing? Yang Ji was well aware of her implications. Even in a loveless union, there should be mutual dignity. Feng Liue wielded her early pregnancy report as a weapon, emboldened by Xie Qingzhou's influence. If he valued Jiang, and even slightly, this matter would not have been handled so awkwardly. The only recourse was to constrain Feng Liue with a supplementary agreement. Jiang Zong, there isn't much to attend to this afternoon. Perhaps you should rest, Yang Ji suggested. Dodging Feng Liue, Jiang propped her head up. Isn't it time to show some ambition? Last time she visited the office, she had scratched your hand. And now this. If she returns and commits further misdeeds, wouldn't that only add to the distress? Jiangnan sighed, indeed feeling quite troubled. She had reached her limit. It was time to initiate divorce proceedings and let a lawyer handle the negotiations. In her marriage, influenced by the presence of the company and her in-laws, she had always remained in a passive role, allowing Xie Qingzhou to take the initiative to sign the divorce papers. A quiet and uneventful resolution she preferred to avoid any public disgrace. She had grown indifferent towards him, yet now there was a child involved, prompting the decision to file for divorce. She was genuinely weary. After finishing his work, Xie Qingzhou was preparing to visit the Wei phone group to see Jiang Nan when her lawyer arrived first. Mr. Xie, my client's demands are quite simple. As long as you agree to sign the divorce papers, she will leave with nothing. However, if you refuse to sign, you did not have a prenuptial agreement prior to marriage, which means that she is entitled to half of your company's properties and shares. Furthermore, President Jiang has asked me to convey a message. Should this matter proceed to legal action, your ambiguous relationship with Miss Feng, which has garnered significant media attention, could serve as evidence of your infidelity during marriage, potentially affecting your future and tarnishing Miss Feng's reputation as well. Xie Qingzhou, with his long legs crossed, rhythmically tapped his fingers on his kneecap for a moment before responding. Are you threatening me? Not only had Yang Ji been a source of irritation, but now a divorce lawyer had appeared on the scene. President Jiang certainly operated with both efficiency and flair. Mr. Xie is a person of dignity and the future head of the Xie family. It would be unwise to have any blemish on his reputation. Signing the papers is in your best interest, the lawyer added. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, envisioning Jiang Nan meticulously instructing the lawyer on what to say. A shrewd negotiator. After dismissing the lawyer, he stepped out of the office building, where Zhou Qian awaited him. Previously, after collecting his medical reports and medications from the hospital, Xie Qingzhou had visited the Zhou family with Shun Quebec. Zhou Qian had inquired if Xie Qingzhou would agree to a divorce if Jiang Nan desired it, offering to fulfill any conditions she might have. He had merely replied to wait until she brought it up. Today, the lawyer Zhao Qingyun, a renowned divorce attorney in Haicheng, was summoned by Zhou Qian for an answer. Xie Qingzhou held his coat in the crook of his arm as he exchanged glances with Zhou Qian for a moment before suggesting, "Shall we go upstairs to talk?" "Let's speak here," Zhou Qian replied. "Brother, will you get a divorce?" "No," he answered without hesitation, surprising Zhou Qian momentarily, who then relaxed with a smile, saying, "She is quite a captivating person, isn't she?" When not in contact, he never perceived her as different from others, merely attractive, as there were many beautiful people in the world. Losing one would not be significant. Yet, the more he interacted with her, the more he recognized her inner qualities were equally remarkable. She resembled a book, becoming increasingly fascinating with each page turned. Indeed, Xie Qingzhou acknowledged. When Feng Liue revealed her pregnancy, did she feel sorrow? Xie Qingzhou was caught off guard by Zhou Qian's question. He had waited for her call all night, knowing she had grown indifferent towards him, yet never inquired if she was upset. Observing his expression, Xie Qingzhou remarked, "You genuinely don't know if she is upset or not. Brother, I am quite disappointed in you and in myself." In recent days, Xie Qingzhou had contemplated much. He thought that even if he could no longer harbor feelings for Jiangnan, it would still be wonderful if Xie Qingzhou could cherish and care for her. Xie Qingzhou indeed had feelings for her, though perhaps not deeply. If the matter concerning Feng Liyue's pregnancy were handled appropriately, the lawyer would not have arrived. Xie Qingzhou felt a sense of disappointment. Xie Qingzhou had the opportunity, yet failed to cherish her. As for himself, he had squandered too many years, achieving little in his career and possessing scant abilities. Observing her struggles, he found himself powerless to extricate her from her circumstances. Brother, I have granted you opportunities and afforded myself time for contemplation. From this day forth, we shall no longer be brothers. I shall protect her in my own way, Xie Qingzhou declared, his gaze resolute and unrepentant. Rest assured, I will treat her well and will not allow you to wield any leverage to harm her. That much I can assure you. Chapter 56. Sweetness. Upon arriving at the Breeze Group, Xie Qingzhou was met with Yang Ji's remark that General Jiang was in a meeting and unavailable. I will wait for her, Xie Qingzhou stated, gracefully taking a seat on the sofa in the reception area. Dressed in a brown turtleneck sweater paired with black dress trousers, his demeanor was relaxed yet elegant. Yang Ji could not help but admit that he was indeed handsome. Both his visage and physique were quite complimentary to General Jiang. Xie Qingzhou had already been left waiting for an hour, yet he exhibited no signs of impatience. This surprised Xiao Zhang, for he was accustomed to being the center of attention, adored wherever he went. When had he ever displayed such a temperament? Feng Liyue's assistant returned from outside, and, upon spotting him, eagerly approached. "Mr. Xie, are you here to pick up Liyue after work?" Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze slightly and replied, "No." His indifferent glance sent a shiver down the assistant's spine, prompting her to retreat hastily. Feng Liyue was not in a good state, and the filming results had not met her expectations. During a brief moment of touch-up, the assistant mentioned having seen Xie Qingzhou. If he is not here for Feng Liyue, then he must be here to see Jiangnan, she concluded. Upon hearing this, Feng Liyue's mood soured even further. "What shall we do?" the assistant inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Liyue whispered her thoughts into the assistant's ear. Understood. As Jiangnan exited the conference room, she overheard several employees discussing the affection between Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue. They have known each other for 6 years and have been dating for 5. Mr. Xie personally coming to pick up Miss Feng is truly enviable, one employee remarked. I heard from the front desk that Mr. Xie waited for over an hour. That's not the case. Jiangnan entered her office, setting down her documents. All right, let's call it a day. I will handle matters concerning Mr. Xie, she stated, gathering her bag and descending the stairs. Many employees at the company admired Feng Liyue, and a crowd gathered around her, eager for photographs and autographs. The entire hall was abuzz with excitement. Feng Liyue leaned contentedly against Xie Qingzhou, radiating happiness and sweetness, while he, in contrast, appeared somewhat displeased, likely disturbed by the commotion. Jiangnan observed quietly. Her husband seemed oblivious to the need for discretion within her workplace. Xie Qingzhou's gaze traversed the crowd until it landed on Jiangnan. Just as he intended to approach her, Feng Liyue wrapped her arms around his waist, preventing him from moving. Jiangnan averted her eyes and walked towards the entrance. Ning approached her, holding a large bouquet of flowers, waving enthusiastically as she neared. Princess, these flowers are for you. A generous bunch of blush roses was thrust into her arms. Jiangnan chuckled softly. Why are you giving me flowers when you have nothing better to do? Especially this particular kind. Ning blinked innocently. To cheer up my princess. Unlike some useless dogs who only bring trouble. She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that Xie Qingzhou could hear her. Xie Qingzhou found himself unable to leave, watching as Jiangnan and Ning departed. Once in Jiangnan's car, Ning said, Princess, let me take you on a trip. Travel? Why? The year is drawing to a close, and my company is extremely busy. It has only been 3 or 4 days. The company will not collapse. Let's find joy in the moment, shall we? Anning blinked playfully, then leaned against her shoulder, pleading, "Please, I wish to travel with you." "Where to?" "To the Spring City, perhaps, to unwind a little." "Was that Zhou Qian's suggestion?" Jiangnan inquired. Anning frowned. "You are so unamusing. Why are you playing messenger for Zhou Qian, and even delivering flowers on his behalf?" Jiangnan disagreed. "We agreed not to meet. What does this signify?" "Ningning, I am not divorced," Anning replied. "I know, but he isn't going. He simply sensed your mood was low and wanted me to take you out for some fun." Jiangnan sighed as he, "Well?" Anning shook her head. "I do not know. He suddenly reached out to me this afternoon, asking me to bring you a bouquet of flowers and 2 tickets for tomorrow's trip to the Spring City." Chapter 57. Did it bring me any words? Jiang Nin inquired once more. And Ning shook her head, no. A pang of bitterness flickered within Jiang Nan, but she soon smiled again, acknowledging the affection bestowed upon her. "Indeed," and Ning remarked, "I am quite touched." "Then go," Jiang Nan replied. "I happen to have a matter to discuss." The head of the niche jewelry brand recommended by Yang Ji hails from Chuncheng. She had perused the brand's designs and philosophy, which were rather commendable. It was a perfect opportunity to engage in further dialogue. After Jiang Nan departed, the lobby of the Micro Wind Group settled into a tranquil silence. Only then did Feng Liu cautiously speak. "I apologize. I embraced you in a moment of desperation. If you were to seek out President Jiang, it could reflect poorly upon you." Xie Qingzhou lounged on the sofa, too lethargic to respond. Xiao Zheng was infuriated by this foolish woman. So, according to Miss Feng, today's incident warrants my gratitude. Feng Liu looked at Xiao Zheng with a sense of grievance. "I know that Mr. Xie holds no affection for me. The rumors over the years were merely for the sake of company publicity. However, if Mr. Xie were to pursue President Jiang after waiting so long, the media would surely misconstrue it. I only worry about the repercussions for President Jiang, especially since everyone believes we are a couple." Xiao Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. "You seem quite aware. Of course, Mr. Xie is devoted to his wife. Did you think it was for you? Look at yourself. You don't even compare to her. After all, Feng Liu had numerous fervent admirers, and should she mislead them, the company could suffer dire consequences. She had calculated the potential impact, which was why she orchestrated this entire scenario. Mr. Xie, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not know you were here. Had I known, I would not have shown up." Only then did Xie Qingzhou lift his gaze to meet hers. As she looked into his cold, distant eyes, her heart raced, and she swallowed hard, maintaining her composure as she held his gaze. Xie Qingzhou tossed the document towards her. "Sign this. Family Iwa Buzlet." Opened the file to discover that the company deemed her unsuitable as the spokesperson for Micro Wind Group and sought to terminate her contract. "Mr. Xie, I do not understand why President Jiang perceives me this way. I believe she has misunderstood. My relationship with you has merely been a performance. If President Jiang does not trust me, that is one thing, but she must trust you as her husband," Feng Liu asserted, thinking to herself. Jiang Nan is rather petty, causing trouble for Xie Qingzhou over a trivial matter, despite her leadership position. Xie Qingzhou crossed his legs and coldly curled his lips. "Is it President Jiang who desires you? Or have you simply acted foolishly by sending her a pregnancy test?" Feng Liu then realized that Jiang Nan's inquiries in the company cafeteria regarding the contract and printing were indeed referring to this. She only wished to provoke Jiang Nan, without considering the implications. "Mr. Xie, I have been terminated before finishing my shoots. Who would dare to approach me for endorsements in the future? Thus, General Jiang, out of consideration for your connection with me, has graciously offered you a chance. However, you must sign an indemnity agreement stipulating a compensation 5-fold that of the previous amount to regulate your conduct and ensure the completion of our collaboration. Given that this predicament arises from your own folly, the company shall not extend its assistance. Just sign, focus on your filming, and refrain from behaving like a fool." Xie Qingzhou rose and departed, while Xiao Zheng leaned closer to her, cautioning, "Recognize your place," and entertained no inappropriate thoughts. Were it not for President Xie's safety talisman with you, you would still be struggling for sales, far from the current glory you enjoy. The mention of the past made Feng Liu shudder involuntarily, her eyes fluttering shut. Jiangnan was at the villa on Wutong Road, packing her belongings. She heard the sound of Xie Qingzhou's car approaching. Shortly after, his footsteps echoed, yet Jiangnan did not turn, her emotions remaining largely unchanged. Xie Qingzhou entered the bedroom, observing her as she arranged her clothes in the dressing room. He embraced her waist from behind, burying his face in her neck. Jiangnan squirmed, but his strong arms tightened their grip. "Stay still. Allow me to hold you for a moment." She was at a loss for words, questioning if he had amnesia. Had he forgotten the fans asking when he would marry Feng Liyue in her company's lobby? "Get away," Jiangnan retorted, feeling utterly disgusted by his shamelessness. "Are you upset?" he whispered tenderly near her ear. Jiangnan's eyes welled with tears. After 3 years of marriage, it was the first time he had shown concern for her feelings. "It was my mismanagement, and your neglect allowed her to exploit the situation. If you had let Yang Ji bring me to your office, this could have been avoided, right?" He licked her earlobe, realizing she had no ear piercings. Nonetheless, her ears were quite lovely. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, she turned and grasped him. "Can you not have some dignity? Can you not be reasonable?" Jiangnan was truly on the verge of a breakdown. He had fathered another's child while flaunting their affection everywhere, and now it was her fault? Losing her composure, she lashed out at him, striking and tearing at him. Xie Qingzhou did not evade her, allowing her to vent her frustration. Once she grew weary, he held her tightly despite the scratches adorning his neck. "Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Xie? If not, strike me again." With reddened eyes, Jiangnan forcefully pushed him away. "It's unnecessary. Signing the divorce papers would be for the best, Xie Qingzhou. Let's not waste each other's time any longer." Her hand ached, and with a sigh, she turned back to continue packing her belongings. "How many days will you be gone?" "What?" Jiangnan asked, puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to be traveling to Spring City?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, leaning against the wardrobe while lighting a cigarette. Jiangnan remained silent, glancing at him briefly. The bouquet of roses was too conspicuous, clearly a gesture from Zhou Qian. When he returned, he had checked every arrangement. From the plane tickets to the flowers and hotel bookings was orchestrated by Ning, with no trace of Zhou Qian. Indeed, Zhou Qian had managed to distance himself entirely from the affair, and yet everyone knew he was behind it. "I will no longer spread rumors about her. Do as you wish." Jiangnan lifted her luggage, preparing to leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, and Jiangnan furrowed her brow, displaying evident impatience. "What do you intend to do now?" she questioned. "I am merely delivering this to you," he replied, taking her suitcase into his possession. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xie Qingzhou handed her a document that had been duly signed. "You may dispose of it as you wish." Jiangnan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would indeed allow Feng Liyue to sign this document. Wasn't Feng Liyue the one he cherished most? Should any scandal arise concerning Feng Liyue in the future, the repercussions would be considerable. At that moment, she found his intentions somewhat inscrutable. After escorting Jiangnan back to her residence, she walked away with her luggage without a backward glance. Xie Qingzhou rested his elbow on the car window, lost in contemplation for a while before addressing Xiaozheng. "And Ning seems rather idle, assisting others in winning over my wife, does he not?" Xiaozheng let out a sigh. One cannot entirely blame others for this situation. A sharp gaze fell upon the back of his head, prompting Xiaozheng to jest. "It is all Feng Liyue's fault. If she cannot recognize her own standing, she ought not to linger in that position." Chapter 58. Upon arriving in Spring City, Jiangnan, after concluding her official duties, decided to indulge herself and enjoy some leisure time. Zhou Qian, a remarkably attentive individual, greeted them upon landing with a charming young lady who graciously accompanied them throughout their stay. She leisurely guided them through various attractions and led them to a serene CF amidst the bustling atmosphere, allowing them to bask in the sunlight while admiring the flora. She also took them to savor the local delicacies. Since the passing of her father, Jiangnan had not experienced such delightful relaxation. To her surprise, this was all orchestrated by Zhou Qian. He had not made any phone calls nor sent any messages. Yet each day, the hotel delivered a bouquet of blush princess roses, accompanied by a note that read, "Princess, be happy." The weather in Spring City was perpetually spring-like, with a radiant blue sky and distant mountains that painted a picturesque scene. making it an idyllic place to reside. After 3 days, Jiangnan felt her time was insufficient and wished to extend her stay. Bidding farewell to the young lady, she noted that it would take over 4 hours by high-speed train from Spring City to the ancient town, where they would arrange their subsequent itinerary independently. Thank you, and please convey to Zhou Qian that I thoroughly enjoyed my time here and am quite happy. Upon reaching the ancient town, Ning eagerly abandoned her luggage and rushed outside. They had chosen a less frequented spot where few tourists roamed and small dogs wandered freely. Ning, adorned in a lovely floral dress, played with the dogs by the roadside, far removed from the clamor of the city. The ancient town, with its cobblestone paths and trickling streams, offered a tranquil and leisurely lifestyle that Jiangnan cherished. While the two posed for a photograph together, a voice called out, "Ning, Ning." The deep, melodious tone caused Ning to stiffen momentarily. Jiangnan frowned and glanced in that direction. Under the sunlight stood a tall, attractive man, dressed in a light blue casual shirt, a white t-shirt, and beige trousers, exuding a refined yet casual elegance. He stood a short distance away, smiling at Ning, and after a long pause, softly beckoned, "Ning, Ning, come here." And Ning's complexion paled, and she instinctively took a step back. Jiangnan positioned herself protectively in front of Ning. "Mr. Yin, what a coincidence." Yin Fangxuan approached them, dismissing the notion of coincidence. "I came to wait for her." His gaze scrutinized Ning, taking in her appearance. After years apart, the once awkward girl had blossomed into a striking young woman, radiating brilliance. Ning felt his penetrating gaze and instinctively averted her eyes, refusing to meet his stare. "We do not know you," Jiangnan asserted, pulling Ning away. "Mr. Jiang, we are old acquaintances. You are a respectable person, but I am not," he replied, turning to Ning. "What do you think?" Ning, aware of his capabilities and tactics, bit her lip. Jiang, please wait for me." Her demeanor pleased Yin Fangxuan, who tenderly stroked her hair before addressing Jiangnan. "Mr. Jiang, I also suggest you return to the hotel." A sense of foreboding surged within Jiangnan. The ancient town was quite small. In less than 10 minutes, they reached their accommodation. Xie Qingzhou sat leisurely on the sofa in the sunken communal area of the courtyard, sipping tea. Upon hearing her voice, he turned slowly. "Back already?" "It was Yin Fangxuan who assisted you," Jiangnan replied. Xie Qingzhou gently poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, observing the perspiration gathering at the tip of her nose. Jiangnan, in a fit of anger, knocked the teacup from his hand and glared at him fiercely. "Do you have any idea that Ning nearly ruined everything?" Xie Qingzhou tilted his head, quietly studying her as she braided her hair. Adorned in a sleeveless blouse with delicate ties, the soft pink hue complementing her elegantly draped white trousers, with a fresh face and a hint of sweetness. She resembled a refined young lady of affluence. He pondered, if they had met years earlier, perhaps this was the true essence of Jiangnan. "Ning is intruding upon my home and shattering my marriage. I merely sought to occupy her time." Xie Qingzhou positioned himself before her, his fingers lifting her chin, gazing at her exquisite neck and fair skin. "Jiangnan, I yearn for you." Yearn for her? This was likely the first romantic sentiment he had ever expressed to her, though his desire was merely for her physical form. That evening, he had approached her under the guise of seeking solace, displaying an unsettling calmness. She had been taken aback, but considering Feng Liu's pregnancy, she assumed he was indifferent to the prospect of divorce. Little did she know the depths of his malice. "Do not blame me. Such intricacies require effort." Xie Qingzhou embraced her and kissed her lovely shoulder. "You are difficult to manage. If I refuse to sign, are you truly willing to escalate our divorce proceedings publicly?" "I have contemplated this for quite some time and devised a method to ensure Yin Fangxuan refrains from troubling Ning, provided you consent." The man's lips traveled from her shoulder to her neck, then grazed her ear, his breath heavy and warm, as if it might sear her. "Xie Qingzhou, Ning is merely my friend. She does not hold such significance," Jiangnan replied, regaining her composure. The man chuckled softly, a sound pouring from her neck. Before he released her, his dark eyes still shimmered with desire for her, yet he could speak to her with utmost clarity. "You may choose to disregard it, but currently, You lack the ability to prevent Yin Fangxuan from taking Ning away. He resumed his seat, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea to quell his yearning for her. Xie Qingzhou recalled what Song Yunji had once said, when desire is unleashed, it becomes uncontrollable. Indeed, he craved her deeply. Though the sun heated Jiangnan's body, her heart remained cold. After years in the business world, she understood the pivotal moment for negotiation. The more one values the outcome, the less one should care. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her once more. She had already adjusted her demeanor and seated herself diagonally across from him. Everyone is inherently self-interested, myself included. I refuse to forfeit the opportunity to divorce you for Ning. She mirrored his posture, crossing her legs with a languid elegance. Xie Qingzhou found her amusing and hoped she could maintain her composure. Jiangnan gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anxiety. Her bond with Jiangnan had transcended mere kinship, akin to family, and she was well aware of Ning's situation with Yin Fangxuan. She could not allow him to take Ning away. Time slipped away in their silent standoff, her eyes reddening as she gazed at him with a profound sense of grievance, ultimately rising to approach him. Chapter 59. Fierce Xie Qingzhou held her in his embrace, chuckling. Feigning indifference does not suit you. Jiangnan remained silent, glaring at him with resentment reminiscent of that fateful night. Xie Qingzhou grasped her slender waist, leaning in for a kiss, but she averted her gaze in disdain. What do you take me for? Here to kiss me? He possessed no sense of shame. Yet she did. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, Mrs. Xie. Rising to his feet, he felt quite pleased. The title Mrs. Xie no longer delighted Jiangnan. Previously, when Aunt Shui had addressed her as Mrs., it had filled her with joy, eliciting laughter from her lips. Marrying him, becoming his wife, had felt like a dream come true, one that made her smile secretly. But now, he did not treat her as a wife, yet referred to her in such a manner. How ironic. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance at her. Her delicate brows were furrowed, devoid of happiness, a stark contrast to her demeanor in Spring City. The Jiangnan and Ning had chosen was a stately courtyard residence, elegant in its new Chinese decor. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the beautiful garden. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa by the window, awaiting Jiangnan to continue. Jiangnan remained motionless at the door. Xie Qingzhou dialed Yin Fangxuan, activating the speakerphone. Hello, he said. Return the person tonight, Xie Qingzhou instructed. Understood. Jiangnan hurried over, admonishing him, don't act recklessly. A low chuckle came through the phone. Rest assured, Mrs. Xie, I am a gentleman. Nonsense. Though he appeared respectable, he was indeed a scoundrel. Yin Fangxuan hung up, and Xie Qingzhou pulled her into his arms. Is that sufficient, my Mrs. Xie? Will you keep your word? As long as Ning is unwilling, you must handle this trouble. As long as you remain my wife, I am more than willing to assist. Jiangnan leaned in to kiss him. Xie Qingzhou, catching a glimpse of the garden's beauty from her neck, felt that the most exquisite view resided in his embrace. However, the person in his arms was reluctant to reciprocate, offering only perfunctory affection. Xie Qingzhou held the nape of her neck, kissing her deeply for a while before resting his forehead against hers. I adore kissing you like this, especially when just a moment ago you were stubbornly resisting, yet now have no choice but to yield. It brings a delightful sense of conquest. Jiangnan's tumultuous thoughts were ultimately shattered by the notion of being conquered. Though she was acutely aware of his intentions, she found herself captivated, even cherishing the intimacy of their lips, which held an emotional resonance. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa, tightening his grip on her legs, forcing her to cling closely to him. He pressed down on her head, kissing her once more. The evident changes in his physique made Jiangnan feel uneasy. Her breath quickened with tension, even in broad daylight. Xie Qingzhou observed her face flush, even her neck adorned with a captivating crimson hue. Her top, secured with two straps tied into a bow at her shoulders, accentuated her angular shoulders and swan-like neck, alluringly tight. Xie Qingzhou's gaze fixated on her. With a gentle bite of his teeth, her top fell to her waist. Her nose turned red, her expression pitiful and vulnerable, evoking a desire to protect her, yet simultaneously inciting a longing to tease her mercilessly. He turned over, pressing her against the sofa, kissing her graceful form and leaving marks on her fair skin. She averted her gaze, choosing to remain like a marionette, allowing him to play with her. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, disheveled and smoking. The sound of running water from the bathroom caused him to squint. He relished the moments they had just shared. He had not touched her physically. He mused that it might have brought him greater tranquility if he had. He had pressed her against the sofa, kissing her deeply. Never before had he been so captivated by a woman's body, nor had she experienced such a connection. At that moment, he could not see her. The sensation of their bodies entwined brought more warmth than stimulation. Perhaps the Jiangnan region lacked the means to conceal such reactions, which intrigued him. Observing her in a state of delightful confusion, he yearned to give her more. The bathroom door swung open, revealing her in a pristine white robe. Her face, whether misted by steam or flushed from his touch, appeared rosy and exceedingly charming. She had changed and was now drying her hair. Xie Qingzhou approached and took the towel from her hands. Jiangnan turned her head to glance at him, and he playfully poked her head, urging her to turn away. Neither spoke. Jiangnan's hair was somewhat long, and Xie Qingzhou, lacking experience, awkwardly dried it. Through the mirror, anyone would assume they were a blissfully affectionate couple. Once Jiangnan had dried her hair, Xie Qingzhou changed into navy blue casual pants, a beige top, and a khaki knit sweater draped over his arm, reaching for her hand. Noticing her long attire, he wondered if she owned any skirts. He seemed to have never seen her in one. She typically donned simple work attire or relaxed outfits. Since she began working, Jiangnan had not worn a skirt. She was reluctant to accompany him on outings. The facade of their mismatched marriage made traveling together rather exhausting. He was insistent, and she, too weary to resist, complied. As they walked through the quaint streets, brushing past tourists, Jiangnan admired the clear waters by the roadside, finding it delightful. Up ahead, someone was washing vegetables while children played in the water, exuding a sense of life. The ancient city was already bathed in a dusky glow, the orange hues of sunset enveloping the earth. She took photos with her phone, sending one to Ning, inquiring about their dinner plans. After sending the message, she received no reply, which dampened her spirits considerably as she worried for a friend. Xie Qingzhou walked behind her, and they exchanged few words, occasionally holding hands. Finding the outing somewhat lackluster, they decided against further exploration, and Xie Qingzhou sought a restaurant. The mushroom hot pot was utterly intoxicating, and Jiangnan felt her hunger return. Silently focusing on her meal, Xie Qingzhou sat across from her, observing as her expression finally blossomed with vitality. By 8 o'clock in the ancient city, darkness fell swiftly, and the temperature drop made Jiangnan feel quite chilly. When Xie Qingzhou draped his jacket over her shoulders, she accepted it without pretense, putting it on obediently. At that moment, Ning sent a voice message, asking her whereabouts. Upon hearing it, Jiangnan dashed toward the hotel. In the ancient city, aside from the main thoroughfare, certain areas were devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness. Jiangnan stood there, while Xie Qingzhou ambled leisurely behind, a cigarette delicately held between his lips. Observing her halt, he too paused a short distance away, quietly savoring the smoke. Jiangnan turned back, watching the crimson glow flicker between her fingers. With a slight grit of her teeth, she returned to his side. Xie Qingzhou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he grasped her hand. Afraid of the dark? He inquired. In unfamiliar places, one must always be cautious, she replied. Xie Qingzhou acknowledged with a soft "oh," discarding the half-finished cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it. As they ventured into the shadowy alley, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing her against the adjacent stone wall. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "What do you think?" Chapter 60. Still in love in a dimly lit alley, where adventure and excitement intertwine. It is a realm of thrill for both Xie Qingzhou and Jiangnan. After all, he is the one she has cherished since her youth, the one she has loved and yearned to marry. She has dreamt of traveling together, imagining moments of intimacy in unfamiliar places, holding hands, sharing kisses. Jiangnan finds her own shortcomings manifesting here. With just a hint of his tenderness, her mind drifts into romantic fantasies. The unresolved issues between them linger like a shadow. While she often criticizes his unkempt nature, she also finds herself succumbing to the allure of his kisses. Ultimately, Jiangnan retreats. In the darkness, the man's fingers grasp her chin as he asserts, "There is nothing between us, and there will be no more rumors." He does not wait for her to inquire, but offers his own explanation. Leaning against the wall, Jiangnan gazes up at the stars, which shimmer brilliantly overhead. Xie Qingzhou's body remains close, his hands exploring her form. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaims as distant voices of tourists echo, making their way back to the inn. "What is there to fear?" He replies, "It's all above board. It's not like we're being reckless in public." He is undeniably captivated by the moment. Lowering his gaze, he notices her wearing his oversized shirt, which, while emphasizing her petite stature, also conveys an unspoken intimacy that pleases Xie Qingzhou. "I must return," Jiangnan states. He holds her against him, retrieving her phone from her pocket. "What's the password? What do you intend to do?" She protests, attempting to snatch her phone back. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Qingzhou inputs his own birthday, surprisingly gaining access. A wave of embarrassment washes over Jiangnan, as if her most guarded thoughts have been laid bare. Although her rational mind urges her towards divorce, her emotions betray her with lingering attachment. After all, why hasn't she changed her lock screen password? "You still love me," he declares, almost as if stating a fact. "You think too highly of yourself," she retorts, her irritation flaring as she attempts to push him away. Xie Qingzhou chuckles softly, clearly in high spirits. He sends a message to Ning from her phone, advising her to sleep early. Earlier that afternoon, he had mentioned how delightful the Snowview hot tub suite at the inn is, with a spacious terrace offering breathtaking views of snow-capped mountains under a starry sky. In that moment, her mind had been clouded by his kiss, leaving her oblivious to his true intentions. Once inside the room, he had pressed her against the terrace, and she finally comprehended the significance of the afternoon's kiss. It was merely a prelude to his grand design. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Jiangnan returned to bed, utterly exhausted. Xie Qingzhou displayed remarkable patience. Feeling weary and drained, she had received several calls while on the terrace, all of which he had silenced. She finally returned Ning's call. "Are you all right?" Ning inquired, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine," Jiangnan replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Ning sighed, aware of the implications of their situation, yet hesitant to voice her concerns. "Has Yin Fangxuan been difficult with you?" "No," Jiangnan assured her. "Get some rest. We can discuss everything in the morning." After hanging up, Xie Qingzhou emerged from the bathroom, casually climbing into bed and enveloping her in his embrace. Her emotions were intricate, and she was at a loss on how to confront him, so she simply closed her eyes. Xie Qingzhou observed her behavior, akin to that of an ostrich, and chose not to expose her pretense, allowing her to be. He nestled beside her. Although Jiangnan felt somewhat uneasy, fatigue soon overtook her, and before long, she drifted into slumber. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xie Qingzhou's phone buzzed insistently. He reached for it and saw that it was a call from Xiaozhang. He stepped out onto the terrace to answer, inquiring about the matter. The mastermind behind drugging his wife was Feng Liue. Chapter 61. "My wife, do you require my guidance on how to handle this?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, his tone rather indifferent. "I understand," Xiaozhang replied, recognizing the matter at hand to be of a professional nature. Indeed, aside from their connection through the peace pendant, their relationship was rather tenuous. Moreover, following Feng Liue's recent disgraceful humiliation of his wife at Weifeng Group, her resources had considerably dwindled. After ending the call, Xie Qingzhou returned to his room. Jiangnan lay sideways on the bed, her hair cascading over her cheek. From his vantage point, he could only see her well-defined nose. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at her tranquil profile and the faint blemishes upon her skin. The memory of her passionate demeanor lingered, undeniably alluring. Such a life was not without merit. After all, his wife was beautiful, intelligent, and quite entertaining, providing him with joy in that regard. Although he did not harbor love for her at present, he found the situation tolerable. Having traveled from Spring City to Ancient City the previous day, and having endured a restless night, his phone buzzed incessantly, yet Jiangnan did not answer. It was not until a series of loud knocks echoed through the door that she stirred awake. Noticing Xie Qingzhou's absence, she donned a robe and opened the door. And Ning, upon seeing her, pulled her to the sofa and handed her the phone. Dazed, Jiangnan beheld the news that Xie Qingzhou had once again made the headlines. Though the more she looked, the more disconcerted she became. The woman he was embracing bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Her mind cleared instantly. Was this not a photograph from the previous night, depicting their kiss in the alley? A few other images captured either her silhouette or angles that obscured her face. Jiangnan was perplexed by the circumstances surrounding these photos. However, the internet was ablaze with speculation, and it was abundantly clear that the woman accompanying Xie Qingzhou in ancient city was not Feng Liyue. The fervor surrounding this revelation surged, as fans inundated both their Weibo accounts with requests for a direct acknowledgement from the couple. In the restaurant, Jiangnan found Xie Qingzhou. The temperature fluctuations in ancient city were quite pronounced, and he was clad in the khaki knit sweater from the previous day, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing her, he scrutinized her for a moment before commenting, "Awake, are we?" The mention of the previous night left Jiangnan feeling quite embarrassed, recalling how he had called out to her on the Grand Terrace. The hotels in this region were predominantly constructed of wood, offering poor sound insulation, and she felt rather uneasy, yet remained composed as she sat opposite him, pushing her phone toward him. What did this mean? Her demeanor was cold and distant. Xie Qingzhou seemed to prefer her enchanting disposition from yesterday and settled beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Jiangnan pushed him away. "Let go of me." Although the restaurant was sparsely populated, the situation felt inappropriate. He tightened his grip, leaning closer to her ear, and murmured, "Last night, weren't you the one clinging to me, even while insisting I let go? Have you no shame?" "None," she retorted. He nuzzled her neck and then slightly lifted his gaze. Is our clever General Jiang unable to comprehend the literal meaning? Jiangnan found it hard to believe that he had parted ways with Feng Liyue. After all, how could one let go of their precious darling? Xie Qingzhou appeared to see through her, kissing her hair softly. "You threaten divorce. I cannot perpetually resort to threats. I must address the root of the issue and demonstrate some sincerity, my dear wife." When the news of Xie Qingzhou kissing the mysterious woman in the ancient city surfaced online, Feng Liyue realized she had been forsaken. However, in order to ensure that their separation did not adversely impact the company under his stewardship, she remained silent. Numerous insider revelations emerged, asserting that she and Xie Qingzhou had never been in a romantic relationship. He had never publicly acknowledged her as his girlfriend. All the rumors of her leveraging their connection for fame, engagement, and pregnancy were mere fabrications. Indeed, she had been riding on the coattails of Xie Qingzhou's popularity. Yet this was tacitly accepted by him. For the one he truly cherished, he had meticulously crafted her image as a star. Now, for Jiangnan, he was prepared to discard her entirely, even to obliterate her existence, revealing the callous and indifferent nature of Xie Qingzhou. His treatment of her lacked any semblance of affection. He entered her life solely because of the jade pendant meant for his beloved, guiding her into a different realm. The clues she had provided him over the years were utterly in vain, met with his unyielding indifference. Xiao Zheng approached with a cold demeanor, handing her the transfer records meant for Su Jiao. "Turn yourself in. Mr. Xie's directive is to do so by tomorrow at the latest." Feng Liyue thought to herself that she was truly finished. Later that evening, her assistant hurried in, bearing a painting. In an instant, Feng Liyue felt a glimmer of hope and called Xiao Zheng. "Assistant Xiao, I have new information about that person." Chapter 62. Who is she? The phone call from Feng Liyue left Xiao Zheng utterly speechless. To be honest, over the past few years, the information provided by Feng Liyue had been exceedingly scarce. He had accompanied his boss to numerous places, most of which yielded no results. Were it not for his boss's insistence that the individual truly existed, he might have concluded that the messages from Feng Liyue were mere fabrications. After years of silence, she suddenly had news, just when he had surrendered. Xiao Zheng scoffed and promptly hung up the phone, unwilling to engage further. Did she truly consider everyone a fool? Despite being dismissed by Xiao Zheng, Feng Liyue was exhilarated, for she had deduced the identity of that person. She believed she had regained leverage, especially since she had sought after Xie Qingzhou for so long. That individual held a unique place in his heart. Thus, she would continue to thrive in the entertainment industry, living her best life. The following day, Jiangnan and Ning enjoyed horseback riding, boating, and even admired the snowy landscapes atop the mountains. Xie Qingzhou patiently accompanied them, capturing moments with his camera. And Ning inquired if he would consider remaining faithful if they were to share a life together, prompting her to contemplate the possibility of not divorcing. Jiangnan felt conflicted. Her youthful emotions ran deep, and he was her first love. Previously, she had earnestly wished for her desires to be fulfilled. Yet now, even with him near, her feelings remained subdued, despite his somewhat flattering demeanor. After a day of exploration, Jiangnan and Ning gazed at the stars in the courtyard. The hotel owner had generously provided them with some homemade grape wine, which was quite delightful, albeit potent. After 2 glasses, Jiangnan languidly reclined on the sofa. Xie Qingzhou had tended to some work matters, and upon seeing her, noticed her slightly tipsy, dreamy state. And Ning, growing increasingly annoyed by Xie Qingzhou's presence, averted her gaze, greeted Jiangnan, and hastily departed. Jiangnan lifted her eyelids to glance at him, but remained unmoved, maintaining her languid posture. Had she drunk too much? Not quite, Jiangnan replied. She had sipped a bit hastily on her second glass, feeling slightly lightheaded but still clear-headed. In this ancient city, the temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night, and she curled up in a blanket on the sofa, still feeling cold. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, she was compliant, leaning against him and gazing at the stars above. He turned his gaze to her fair neck and the strands of hair dancing in a breeze, then leaned down to plant a soft kiss. What are your plans for tomorrow? I'll be cycling with Ning to another ancient city to explore. Shall I accompany you? He slightly leaned in, assertively enveloping her in his embrace, their eyes locking. Jiangnan remained silent, captivated by his handsome visage under the warm, yellow glow of the lights. After marriage, such tenderness from him was indeed rare. Whatever you wish, she replied, attempting to look away, only to feel him grip her chin. He kissed her fervently. Jiangnan did not resist. The previous night, they had shared an intimate moment together, deeply entwined. In the aftermath, she felt a tinge of regret, for the underlying issues had yet to be resolved. She was not one to be overly sentimental, thinking perhaps of it as a fleeting encounter during a journey. As Xie Qingzhou immersed himself in the kiss, his phone buzzed in his pocket. His lips remained pressed against hers as he fished out the device and answered. "Boss, I sent you something urgent. Please take a look," came Xiao Zheng's voice. Xie Qingzhou, breathing slightly heavy, leaned against Jiangnan as he opened WeChat. Xiao Zheng had sent him a sketch, a drawing of himself. The flame that had ignited within him dimmed significantly. The woman in his arms, with her captivating gaze and crimson lips, was alluring in the night. After a brief internal struggle, Xie Qingzhou reluctantly withdrew from her embrace. He stepped away, feeling the cool breeze brush against him. She turned her neck, watching him walk off to take the call, assuming it was work-related. She continued to nestle there, gazing at the stars. Upon his return, Xie Qingzhou said, "Jiangnan, I must return to Haiqing first." She responded with a soft "oh," observing him hastily make his way to the room. Jiangnan followed him, leaning against the doorframe as she watched him toss his clothes haphazardly into the suitcase without asking many questions. By the time Xie Qingzhou arrived at Feng Liyue's residence, it was already past midnight. Feng Liyue sat on the sofa, still appearing delicate. At that time, the flames were too intense, and I couldn't remember much. Suddenly, I recalled that she could draw. Xie Qingzhou abruptly grasped her arm. "Do you know who she is?" Chapter 63. Obedient Feng Liyue fell silent, gazing up at Xie Qingzhou's remarkably handsome visage, characterized by a sharply defined jawline. Clad in a black round-neck woolen sweater rather than formal attire, he exuded an undeniable allure. Yet the frigid glint in his eyes chilled her heart to the core. "Speak, must you flaunt your foolishness?" Xie Qingzhou's impatience was palpable. Were it not for the fact that the painting genuinely bore her signature, he would not have squandered time on this encounter. She remained mute. Xie Qingzhou swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her. Having immersed herself in the entertainment industry for years, Feng Liyue was adept at reading the room. His demeanor confirmed her suspicions. He was indeed akin to the mute from the Jiang family's adjacent courtyard. Xiao Zheng, upon hearing this, instinctively reacted, realizing she had revealed the identity of that woman. "What should we do, madam?" "Mr. Xie, having committed such an act, if I divulge the identity of that person, my fate will not be pleasant, will it?" "You've suddenly become astute. I find it disconcerting," Xie Qingzhou remarked. "If you have any demands, convey them to Xiao Zheng." He was genuinely irked by her pretentious cleverness. As he entered the car, he settled into the back seat, lowered the window, and lit a cigarette. The early morning breeze in Haicheng was biting, a stark contrast to the weather of the ancient spring city. Xiao Zheng approached, his expression far from cheerful. Xie Qingzhou flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window. "What's the situation? There are plenty of conditions, but they all pertain to fame and fortune. She administered drugs to madam. That matter is for you to address." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. "Fine, I shall handle it." Xiao Zheng parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking further as he entered the vehicle. As the car set off, Xie Qingzhou discarded his half-smoked cigarette out the window. Yang Ji and Zhou Qian have been tirelessly seeking the mastermind behind Jiangnan's drugging, correct? "Indeed. Ensure Jiangnan remains oblivious. I will take care of it." "Understood." The afternoon following Xie Qingzhou's departure, Jiangnan booked a flight. Whether for himself or Yin Fangxuan, the allure of leisure had been disrupted. On the return journey, Ning learned that Jiangnan had temporarily agreed not to divorce because of her. "Is your mind truly clear? That is the Yin family. I do not consent. Are you truly prepared to witness him take you away?" Her heartfelt sentiments deeply moved Ning, who gently embraced her friend. Jiang, I hope you stay by his side because you still harbor feelings for him, not for any other reason. As for Yin Fangxuan, I'm no longer the naive girl I once was. I'm no longer afraid of him." Jiangnan scrutinized her, discerning the sincerity behind her words. "I'm not here to comfort you. My affairs with him are ultimately for me to resolve." And Ning pondered briefly before adding, "If you are resolute in your desire for divorce, then pursue it. However, if you still wish to be with him, I reiterate, he is the one you cherished in your youth. If you truly sever ties with Feng Liyue, consider it a fresh beginning with him, if you will." Ning, please do not counsel me in this manner." "Very well, my princess." Jiangnan returned to Haicheng, not to Wudong Road, but to her own home. Yang Ji awaited her, ready to report on various work matters. While the endorsement for the company was rather urgent, other issues were relatively manageable. By the way, Su Jiao had gone abroad. When? It had been a week, and she had yet to return. Jiangnan sensed something amiss and called Chun Xiao, only to discover that Su Jiao's business affairs were being handled entirely by her partner. 2 days ago, Su Jiao's phone was still reachable, but today, no one answered. Never mind, she thought, let us not concern ourselves with her for now. However, the lead on the mastermind behind the scenes had temporarily vanished. Yang Ji expressed her unease, mentioning that she remained restless without finding that person. Jiangnan tilted her head and smiled at Yang Ji, reminding her that over the years, nothing serious had happened. I will be cautious moving forward. When the topic of drugging arose, Yang Ji still felt a chill, grateful that they had encountered President Song that day. Otherwise, what would have become of a girl in such a predicament? Jiangnan's throat tightened with emotion, feeling fortunate indeed. She maintained a positive mindset at all times, which Yang Ji admired. Yet she felt a pang of sympathy for her, a girl striving alone in the world without protection. The following day, after attending to some matters, Jiangnan returned to the office, where Yang Ji, with a grave expression, informed her. Not only had all leads gone cold, but even the waitress they had previously contacted for testimony had called to say she could no longer assist them. Jiangnan, though not dim-witted, understood that someone was deliberately trying to shield the mastermind. She retreated to her office, settled into a soft chair, and, after a couple of turns, called Xie Qingzhou. The call connected swiftly, but before she could speak, she heard the sound of a woman's moans. Feng Liyue's voice rang out, loud and clear. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, apologizing for the interruption. "You're back?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, his tone remarkably calm, which surprised her. It didn't seem like he was engaged in anything of that nature. After all, he would be breathless. Perhaps you could finish up first? Jiangnan's carefully prepared words were abruptly interrupted. What are you thinking? As his deep voice resonated, Feng Liyue's sound seemed to fade into the distance. In her moment of distraction, Jiangnan was left to ponder what the two were up to. Just as her thoughts wandered, Xie Qingzhou spoke again. If you're busy, you should find time for me. Jiangnan responded with an "oh," and asked if he was free for dinner that evening. Her proactive invitation left Xie Qingzhou momentarily puzzled. Was this professional or personal? Personal, he clarified. Would you prefer dining out or at home? Out. I've reserved a place, and will send you the details shortly. Once Xie Qingzhou concluded his tasks, he arrived at the venue. He parked his car at the entrance of the club, but did not exit immediately. This was the same establishment where Jiangnan had nearly encountered disaster due to drugging, and he placed a call to Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng confirmed that no one was aware of this information, which eased Xie Qingzhou's mind. Upon entering the private room, he found Jiangnan already there, her gaze fixed on her phone. Hearing his voice, she looked up and smiled, a bright, radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with innocence, yet seemingly laced with an alluring charm. Xie Qingzhou shed his coat and approached her, resting his hands on either side of her body. Leaning down to speak softly, I thought you would play for a few more days before returning. His posture was quite suggestive, his handsome face mere inches from hers. With the slightest movement, he could kiss her. Jiangnan remained silent, simply locking eyes with him. When Xie Qingzhou attempted to kiss her, Jiangnan evaded him, suggesting they eat first, ordering all her favorite dishes, remarking that this restaurant was quite good. He glanced at the menu, and indeed, it was filled with his preferred choices, which delighted him. It felt as though she had transported him back to those earlier days. Yet, unlike before, he no longer felt irritation. Instead, he experienced a subtle sense of joy. What a well-behaved demeanor today. Chapter 64. The sense of injustice. As Xie Qingzhou spoke, he gently tousled her hair. His affectionate gesture left Jiangnan feeling somewhat out of sorts. At 26, she had long surpassed the age of being consumed by romantic sentiments. In contrast to his cheerful demeanor, Jiangnan's spirits were rather subdued. Clad in a loose black V-neck sweater layered over a matching turtleneck, she exuded a minimalist elegance. Yet there was an air of aloofness about her, creating a palpable distance. Xie Qingzhou sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace, and in a soft tone, he inquired, "What's wrong? Is work not going well?" At that moment, he resembled an exemplary husband, soothing her emotions and alleviating her frustrations. "It's not work, it's you," Jiangnan replied. Xie Qingzhou paused, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of his beautiful wife, who had smiled at him just as she did when he first entered. Sitting on his lap, their proximity allowed him to discern that her smile did not reach her eyes. "Me? Is it because I didn't pick you up that you're upset?" he asked. "Let us eat first," Jiangnan suggested, preparing to rise. The man's hand tightened around her waist, and, as he looked at her, the warmth in his eyes had vanished. "What? Are you afraid you won't be able to eat?" Jiangnan met his gaze, disregarding the coldness that lurked within. "Yes. And what else is troubling you?" The use of else prompted a smile from Jiangnan. If he held even a fraction of affection for her, he wouldn't have phrased it that way. This meal felt rather redundant to her. "I want a divorce," she replied, playing along with him. Xie Qingzhou's expression grew cold, glancing at the spread on the table. "So, this is a farewell dinner? You seem to have quite the sense of ceremony." During their time in the ancient city, while she had not been overly warm, she had remained compliant, allowing his embraces. However, the thought that her apparent compliance was merely a tactic to ensure she wouldn't be taken away by Yin Fengshuan, devoid of any genuine affection, ignited a spark of anger within him. He regarded her with a frosty stare, lifting her to sit at the dining table, his hands bracing on either side of her as he gritted his teeth. "You truly are unyielding, burning bridges after crossing rivers?" His imposing figure pressed against her, and Jiangnan inhaled sharply. "I can refrain from divorce, but I have a condition. Let us hear it. Feng Liyue goes to prison, and I can forego the divorce." Xie Qingzhou's lips tightened. "When did you find out?" His tone caused Jiangnan's eyes to redden. The revelation that he had concealed Feng Liyue's actions against her, and the fact that he had orchestrated Su Jiao's departure abroad, struck her deeply. Hearing it directly was an entirely different experience from mere suspicion. She had thought herself unaffected, yet at that moment, her heart ached profoundly. It was merely a matter of him draping his coat over her shoulders and gazing at the stars in the ancient city. Yet she found herself conflicted, pondering the impossibility of a future where he genuinely wished to share a life with her. She felt so foolish, so very foolish. Regardless of how I came to know, what will your choice be? Xie Qingzhou regarded her earnestly. He felt a sense of guilt regarding this matter and carefully considered his words. She could indeed go to prison, but not at this moment. Jiangnan's eyelashes fluttered. His decision was, perhaps, within the realm of expectation. She pushed him gently this time, easily breaking free from his grasp. She leapt down from the dining table, retrieved the divorce agreement from her bag, and flung it in front of him, demanding a signature. "I will not sign," he stated, his gaze unwavering. Jiangnan felt no anger anymore. Truly, after enduring so much, one becomes numb. "Very well, you may refuse to sign, but let her face the consequences she deserves," Jiangnan declared, turning to leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, halting her. Jiangnan turned to him, asking, "Are you attempting to stop me? I will handle this matter myself. Did you not say that she was to be dealt with as I saw fit? Are you now hesitant?" Jiangnan retorted, a sense of despair creeping into her heart. "Xie Qingzhou, did you not also claim that there would be no more rumors about her?" "Yes, the rumors ceased, but only shifted underground. You asserted that I should not always be threatened, and that sincerity was necessary. I believed you. I even harbored expectations. But what about you?" Her inquiries left Xie Qingzhou speechless. "Jiangnan, there is something she needs to assist me with. Please wait a moment." "You want me to wait for someone who has wronged me? Do you have any idea how she had people confront me face to face?" As she recalled that incident, tears shimmered in Jiangnan's eyes. Had it not been for her vigilance at that moment, had she not encountered Song Yunji, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. Yet, what was her husband saying? To wait for the very instigator? He was her husband. "Will you sign or not?" Jiangnan pressed him. She truly did not wish to prolong the conversation any further. She fought back her tears, striving to maintain her composure in their discourse. "You may assist Yin Fengshuan as you wish, but in Haicheng, it will not be so easy for him to take her away," Jiangnan asserted, having arranged 2 bodyguards for Ning since returning from the ancient city. Xie Qingzhou merely watched her in silence, not even glancing at the divorce agreement, opting for a cold dismissal. Yet Jiangnan did not afford him that luxury. She picked up her phone from the table and, before his eyes, attempted to call the police. Just as the call connected, he snatched the phone from his hand, hanging up. "I said, I will handle this matter," he declared, his patience waning. Sighing, he grasped her shoulders, momentarily at a loss on how to explain Feng Liyue to Jiangnan or how to broach his past. "Jiangnan, please give me a bit more time, will you? Xie Qingzhou, in your heart, I ultimately hold no significance, which is why you continually impose upon me." Chapter 65. Disappointment. Jiangnan's demeanor, teetering on the brink of tears, evoked a deep sense of empathy. Her nose was tinged with red, and the edges of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly refrained from letting them fall, resembling a fragile doll. As he reached out to touch her cheek, she instinctively stepped back. "Mr. Xie, let us not squander each other's time any further." Jiangnan had grown weary of the feigned tenderness in his gaze and wished to escape his presence. She tossed the agreement onto the table and departed with her phone in hand. Once outside the establishment, a chilling gust of wind sent a shiver down her spine. It was then that she recalled the coat and handbag left behind in the private room, realizing that her composure had been merely a facade. A tumult of anxiety and embarrassment stirred within her. Why should she feel such distress over a man who cared so little for her? With her eyes brimming with tears, she stood in the biting cold, summoning a ride through her app. Zhou Qian, having come to dine with a client, spotted Jiangnan as soon as he alighted from the car. She was dressed too lightly, devoid of her usual calm and poise, resembling a lost little girl. Sighing, he informed his client and approached her, shedding his down jacket. The warmth of the garment settled upon her shoulders, prompting Jiangnan, who had been staring downcast, to finally lift her gaze. With a beaming smile, Zhou Qian remarked, "It's -7 degrees today. You need not dress so lightly." Aren't you cold? The misty glimmer in Jiangnan's eyes softened into a smile at his jest. Put it on and head home first. I cannot accompany you today, he added. Jiangnan glanced at the two men waiting nearby. Thank you, but I must leave, she replied, turning to see Zhou Qian walking back towards the establishment. Engaged in conversation with the men beside him, his slender frame accentuated by his inadequate attire. As he reached the entrance, he cast a wink in her direction. Meanwhile, seated in the private room, Xie Qingzhou stood at the dining table, staring blankly at the untouched food and the divorce agreement before him. Jiangnan's words pricked at his heart, a discomfort he could not shake. He noticed her bag on the adjacent chair, containing her car keys, and her coat hanging on the rack. With a sigh, he acknowledged her truth. He had indeed overlooked her grievances. Had he invested even a fraction of the concern he had for another, he might have realized sooner how she had departed on such a frigid day. As Jiangnan entered the car, she gazed out at the city illuminated by neon lights, momentarily lost in thought before instructing the driver, "Please take me to Fengqi Bay." Jiangnan's arrival took Feng Liyue by surprise. As she opened the door, even the most ordinary men's down jacket she wore exuded an air of elegance. This reminded Feng Liyue of a saying, "Basic clothing relies on one's looks to shine, and the more striking the beauty, the better the simplest attire appears." Jiangnan embodied this notion. In Feng Liyue's memory, she had always donned such garments, basic, minimalist work attire that effortlessly drew attention, both for her appearance and demeanor. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Feng Liyue inquired, a sense of pride swelling within her. She contemplated that she was aware of matters concerning that individual, sufficient to plunge the relationship between Jiangnan and Xie Qingzhou into despair. After all, the Jiang family possessed their own sense of pride. Given that Xie Qingzhou had treated her in such a manner, if she could not attain him, no one else would find fulfillment either. "Is there something amiss? Might I not be invited in for a moment?" Jiangnan inquired with a smile. As Feng Liyue allowed Jiangnan entry, she spoke of the house's decor, claiming it was a style Qingzhou favored, boasting that he often dozed off on the sofa. Jiangnan listened quietly, then took a seat on the sofa where Xie Qingzhou frequently slept. Indeed, it was quite comfortable. Subsequently, she regarded Feng Liyue with an inscrutable expression. She did not wish to trouble the woman, understanding well the challenges women face. Even though Feng Liyue's status loomed large, Jiangnan had never sought her out. The origins of such matters lay with the men involved. However, since Feng Liyue repeatedly provoked her, a serious conversation was warranted. "Tea or coffee?" Feng Liyue assumed a hostess's demeanor. "No need for refreshments. I'm here to confront you." Feng Liyue was taken aback, momentarily believing she had misheard, but the next second, Jiangnan seized her hair and slammed her against the wall. When Xie Qingzhou arrived, he found Feng Liyue crumpled against the wall, weeping, her forehead swollen, and her face marked with handprints, while Jiangnan innocently rested her elbow on the armrest of the sofa. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou, Feng Liyue weakly propped herself up and collapsed into his embrace. Although he wished to keep this foolish woman at a distance, upon meeting Jiangnan's cool gaze, he refrained from pushing her away, his voice tinged with frost. "What is going on? Miss Feng, do enlighten your beloved about the situation," Jiangnan remarked, as though she were a mere outsider, not his wife. The moment he uttered the words, "What has happened to you?" Jiangnan understood that he had never reflected on their marriage. He was unwilling to invest his heart, thus rendering the concepts of right and wrong irrelevant. At that instant, in her heart, he had become an inconsequential stranger. Therefore, with whom he chose to embrace at present truly mattered not to her. Feng Liyue wept pitifully, recounting how she had struck Jiangnan and forced her head against the wall. Jiangnan, irritated, retorted, "What was my motive for hitting you? Why not clarify that?" She, after all, was a woman who had forged her own path in the business world, and her authoritative tone commanded respect. Feng Liyue faltered, retreating into Xie Qingzhou's arms, sobbing without uttering another word. Jiangnan rolled her eyes and activated an audio recording on her phone. Feng Liyue's voice was heard when Lei Wang dealt with her. He slapped her face. That disgraceful incident was witnessed by all. How could she possibly remain in Haicheng? She wonders if Xie Qingzhou still wants her. Let Lei Wang handle this matter. You'll reap the benefits. The recording continued, revealing a conversation between Su Jiao and Feng Liyue. In that moment, Feng Liyue could only timidly assert, This is fabricated. Xie Qingzhou pushed Feng Liyue aside, stepping forward to face Jiangnan, looking down upon her for a moment before stating, You were already aware that the fivefold penalty agreement was not intended to restrain her actions. It was a scheme you had meticulously orchestrated. He underestimated his wife profoundly. Jiangnan gazed at the man before her, still as handsome and charming as ever. Yet, what is the worth of such allure when it is accompanied by coldness and indifference? Upon hearing others plot against his wife in such a manner, his immediate response was not one of concern, but rather an inquiry into whether she had been aware of it all along. A dull pain throbbed within Jiangnan. She rose to her feet, reflecting on the dinner where Su Jiao had urged him to act as a mediator. Who possessed such influence to summon the illustrious Xie Sanshao? When Su Jiao found herself cornered, it was he who sent in Ning to Beicheng. Indeed, Jiangnan acknowledged, at that moment, she had already discerned that Feng Liyu was the mastermind behind it all. The time that had passed since her realization felt substantial, yet she found herself uncertain of what she awaited. Here, she comprehended that she was anticipating Xie Qingzhou's reaction upon discovering this news. Alas, he disappointed her yet again. You are capable, Jiangnan, Xie Qingzhou remarked, his gaze fixed upon her. She had calculated every possible outcome, whether it was the compensation for Feng Liyu as a high-risk artist or her desire for divorce. As long as the audio remained in her possession and he refused to sign, she could release it online at any moment. Not only would Feng Liyu's career be irrevocably tarnished, but his film investment company would likely see its stocks plummet as well. Observing the grim expression on Xie Qingzhou's face, Jiangnan felt a surge of satisfaction. She playfully adjusted his collar and teased, Darling, shall we meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow? Chapter 66 embraced Jiang. Nan had her hands tucked into her pockets, preparing to leave. However, her arms were seized, drawing her into his embrace. We're only getting divorced tomorrow, aren't we, Mrs. Xie? Jiangnan remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon him. Xie Qingzhou chuckled lightly and effortlessly hoisted her over his shoulder. Like a sack of potatoes, his actions ignited her irritation, prompting her to pound his back and tug at his ears. But he seemed utterly unfazed as he carried her into the elevator. Feng Liyue was left dumbfounded. Was no one going to attend to her? Xie Qingzhou tossed Jiangnan into the back seat of the car before sliding in beside her, his body leaning over her. Jiangnan reclined against the seat, no longer struggling as she usually would. Instead, she shifted slightly back, pressing against the opposite door. We can still pretend to be a couple for one more night. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. Though I find you quite repulsive. You're not unappealing to look at. That matter. It's manageable. I'll just pretend you're a hired companion. From the driver's seat, Xiaozheng stifled a laugh. Xie Qingzhou. He supported himself, his brow furrowing as he gazed at her for a moment before gripping her chin. Do you think you have the upper hand? That I am powerless against you? Will you comply? If not, then step aside. Jiangnan pushed him away, the fragrance of Feng Liyue's perfume nauseating her. Are you disgusted by me? He chuckled, looking down at her in the men's down jacket. Honestly, neither of us should judge the other. He lifted her, straddling her, pressing her neck to compel her to kiss him. Whether she acquiesced or not was not his concern. For her, the meeting of lips was the most intimate and beautiful experience. Yet in that moment, she felt a deep discomfort. His preference for this position stemmed from a thrill of conquest, devoid of any deeper sentiment. This brought to mind that fateful night at the Xie residence when he had been drugged. He hadn't kissed her then. It turned out that kissing someone you don't harbor feelings for could bring one to tears. He had been forceful and gentle, yet yielded no cooperation from her. Xie Qingzhou pulled away from her lips, panting slightly as he gazed at her. Despite being in his embrace, their lips mere inches apart. The glimmer in her eyes made her seem so distant. It's not as you think with her, he insisted, his fingers caressing her cheek in a soothing manner. Jiangnan remained silent, genuinely disliking such intimacy as she slipped from his grasp. Yet he clutched her waist, his eyes filled with dominance. Never mind, she thought. Weary of being coy about such trivial matters, let him do as he wished. She held no belief in his words, which left Xie Qingzhou feeling defeated. I'm serious. I could believe it if you ensured she received the punishment she deserves, Jiangnan replied. Xie Qingzhou's lips pressed tightly together, and his expression grew notably profound and stern. Jiangnan placed her hand on his shoulder, smiling at him as her fingers gently traced his facial contours, resembling a little fox. Xie Qingzhou swallowed hard. She had never looked at him this way, her smile imbued with allure. Jiangnan, come home with me. He straightened, their bodies intimately aligned. Do not dwell on it. The marriage is over, and thus there is no home. Even if it were a home, what have you ever given me there? She inquired. Can you recall even a single beautiful moment? There were none, not even a trivial occurrence typical of a couple. Jiangnan's phone rang, and she retrieved it from her pocket, glancing before answering. Hello, Zhou Qian. In the confined space of the car, Zhou Qian asked if she was well. Quite well, where are you? Have you been drinking? Jiangnan remained seated beside him, gazing into Xie Qingzhou's eyes. Even if he were to humiliate her as he once did, it no longer mattered, for she had grown indifferent. Then wait for me there. Let your driver take the client. I shall drive you home, she proposed. As she descended from him, he did not impede her, merely watching in silence. Xiaozheng, please take me over. My car is over there, Jiangnan stated, retrieving her bag and donning her coat. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Xiaozheng hesitated to drive, but finally dared to turn back, looking at Xie Qingzhou. Boss. Henceforth, we shall heed the boss lady. Jiangnan appeared not to hear, leaning against the car window, gazing at the desolate winter nightscape of Haichen. Shadows danced across her face, her beauty enchanting his gaze. He pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing to say nothing, averting his eyes. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the club, and Jiangnan stepped out, clutching Zhou Qian's down jacket. Through the car window, Xie Qingzhou watched as she handed the garment to him. Zhou Qian stood at the entrance, grinning broadly as he donned the coat, exuding joy. Jiangnan stood beneath the streetlight, quietly observing him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Once dressed, Zhou Qian looked down at Jiangnan, pondered for a moment, then opened his arms. Come here, let me give you a friendly hug. Jiangnan's tears shimmered. Her husband had never thought to embrace her, to offer solace during her times of distress. I was joking. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask the discomfort. He reproached himself for placing her in such a quandary. Jiangnan approached him, gently enveloping him in her embrace, unable to suppress her sobs. Zhou Qian sensed that she had quarreled with Xie Qingzhou, and the depth of her tears indicated the magnitude of her grievances. He refrained from questioning further, instead offering gentle pats on her back, providing warmth and comfort. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow, observing the scene with a heavy heart. Xiaozheng glanced back at him, suggesting, perhaps you should consider divorcing her? If possible, she would not wish to be in such a position, devoid of protection and love, resorting to her own machinations. An inexplicable pain pierced Xie Qingzhou's heart. He recalled her strength, but forgot she was merely 26 years old. He understood the implication behind Xiaozheng's words. Such an embrace was not beyond his capacity to give, yet he deemed her not sufficiently significant to warrant it. Chapter 67. Letting go. Jiangnan's nose was red from crying, and she felt quite embarrassed as she looked at the tears and mucus on Zhou Qian's clothes. Wiping her tears, she apologized, unable to control her emotions for a moment. Zhou Qian remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to observe her. Since the moment he met her, she had always exuded a calm and composed demeanor, tinged with a hint of aloofness. Seeing her cry took him by surprise and filled him with a pang of sympathy. Her eyes were also red-rimmed, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. However, Zhou Qian felt a sense of joy. Perhaps her vulnerability had only been revealed in his presence. Are you hungry? Zhou Qian inquired, offering her his tie to wipe her tears. Jiangnan chuckled softly, hastily dabbing her eyes. She felt a little hungry. Shall I take you somewhere delightful to eat? As Zhou Qian led her into McDonald's, Jiangnan tilted her head and asked, Is this what you consider good food? Indeed, Zhou Qian replied, urging her to take a seat while he placed the order. Before long, he returned with a hamburger and an array of chicken wings. You must have not eaten this in ages, Zhou Qian remarked, handing her a cup of cola. "Here, enjoy a cup of happiness." Jiangnan accepted it with a smile, teasingly saying, "Are you employing tricks to charm a little girl?" "You are the little girl," he replied. Jiangnan fell silent, but her heart brimmed with joy. After her father and brother were gone, she had ceased to regard herself as a young girl, for there was no one to dote on her anymore. Zhou Qian's affectionate gaze made her feel a bit bashful. She covered her face, feeling quite embarrassed. Her sudden shyness elicited a laugh from Zhou Qian, who realized that she had spent so long in the adult world that she had forgotten her youth. Jiangnan indulged in a hamburger, fries, and chicken wings, washing it down with a generous cup of cola. Perhaps it was due to her full stomach, but her mood improved significantly. Zhou Qian gazed at her for a while and asked, Nan, is there anything I can do for you?" Jiangnan felt grateful to Zhou Qian for his thoughtful arrangements both now and during their time in Spring City. She had resolved not to dwell on Xie Qingzhou any longer. A husband who remained indifferent to her suffering was of little consequence. The thought sent a tremor through her heart. She no longer yearned for his love, yet his indifferent attitude left her feeling cold and distressed. Across the small table, Zhou Qian observed her trembling eyelashes, sensing her sense of grievance and vulnerability. "I am here for you," he reassured her. Jiangnan looked up and smiled, "I know." Steering away from the burdensome topics, she inquired about Zhou Qian's recent work. Zhou Qian sighed when discussing his job, leaning back in his seat. "I've been running around tirelessly lately, and not a single deal has materialized." He seemed somewhat disheartened as he sipped his cola through a straw. Nan, you come from a procurement background. Back when Xie Supply Chain only dealt with fresh produce, how did you manage to achieve a monthly performance of 70 million, with 60 million attributed solely to you?" Zhou Qian asked, having learned that Jiangnan was a prominent figure in her field. Jiangnan expressed his astonishment, dismissing the rumors surrounding his capabilities. However, as a senior figure, and in light of the meal he had treated him to, he offered a few insights. The market is replete with products, yet lacks quality offerings. A superior product, if its costs are meticulously managed, significantly enhances competitiveness. During my tenure in the supply chain sector, a major reason many sought collaboration with us was that, despite the comparable quality, Xie's prices were the most competitive. Xie Qingzhou reclined on the sofa in Feng Liyue's home, occupying the very spot Jiangnan had once sat. "Mr. Xie, please spare me," she implored, wishing fervently that she could kneel before him. He lazily lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying little emotion. Had it not been for her own fortuitous instincts, would he have shown her any mercy that day? Yet, she faltered, unable to voice her thoughts. Xie Qingzhou was indeed ruthless. He had acquiesced to all of Qiao Zheng's demands. At that time, she felt a flicker of joy, no matter how charming and captivating Jiangnan was. He paled in comparison to the one who held his heart. It was a near coercion. What wife could endure such cold indifference from her husband? Neither she nor Jiangnan had attained what they desired. Yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of relief. However, the following day, he arrived with Xiao Zheng in tow. Xiao Zheng unreservedly set up a high-definition camera before her, carelessly tossing a packet of pills onto the coffee table. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the wall of the entrance hall, commanding her to consume them. Trembling, Feng Liyue inquired with a nervous smile, "Mr. Xie, what is this?" "It is a return of what you gave her that night," he replied, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, as if discussing the weather. She gazed at his profile, strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being. Fear gripped her, and she nearly pleaded with him. He lit a cigarette, his gaze laced with arrogance, momentarily disregarding her. "Consume it, and let the camera capture your face. If it fails to record the complete process, continue until it does." Ultimately, Feng Liyue accepted this grim reality. For Jiangnan, he was willing to treat her in such a manner. Was this not sufficient? Was one instance inadequate? Did she not deserve a return? She questioned. "What makes you think you can compare yourself to her? Were you?" Xie Qingzhou retorted, his disdain palpable as he regarded her with irritation for indulging in such foolishness, which consumed his time. Feng Liyue recognized her lack of options and, like before, ingested the pills. Just as previously, Xie Qingzhou stood to depart. Sitting on the floor, She watched the imposing silhouette of the man as he left, exclaiming, "Mr. Xie, you shamelessly bask in Zhang's affection while awaiting that person's arrival. How despicable!" Xie Qingzhou's back stiffened at her words, as a taunting smile graced Feng Liyue's lips, seemingly mocking him. Regardless of what he had done for Jiangnan, it was clear that this was not what Jiangnan desired. The rift between husband and wife had emerged, seemingly difficult to mend. Upon returning home, Xie Qingzhou held Jiangnan's work resume in his hands. At the age of 21, having graduated from the esteemed Parsons School of Design, she embarked on a career at a subsidiary of the Xie Group, specializing in supply chain procurement. It is without reservation that one can assert that this company has flourished into a comprehensive supply chain leader within the industry, thanks in no small part to Jiangnan's contributions. The financial reports reveal impressive figures, with revenue consistently on the rise. And she has also cultivated a remarkably efficient management team. He had always assumed that Jiangnan's success was merely a result of her parents' influence. However, through this period of interaction, he has come to realize the formidable nature of his wife. Xiao Zheng entered in haste, casting a glance in her direction, and in a hushed tone inquired, "Has she returned?" "Yes, she drove Mr. Zhou home before heading back herself," replied Xie Qingzhou. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 10:30. What could they have discussed for such an extended duration? Xiao Zheng eyed the items in his hand and sighed, reflecting on the impending divorce. Was it not somewhat too late to begin understanding his wife now? Still standing nearby, Xiao Zheng observed him before taking a seat. "Why do you urge me towards divorce?" he asked, recalling Xie Qingzhou, who had often played matchmaker between him and Jiangnan, just like his mother. Recently, his mother had ceased all communication, showing little interest in his affairs. Xie Qingzhou had similarly distanced himself. Even Xiao Zheng was now advocating for divorce. As Xiao Zheng pondered how to articulate his thoughts, he heard him say, "You all can no longer bear to watch. How disappointed must she be in me?" Xie Qingzhou recalled her poignant question. What had he truly offered her in this marriage? Beyond her 3 years of patient waiting, had he subjected her to the humiliation of being prostrated before the coffee table? Feng Liyue had already discerned the identity of his heart's desire, and it was clear that he held little affection for his wife, finding solace with the one who illuminated his dreams. Indeed, Xiao Zheng spoke with great accuracy. That person was the one he yearned to uphold, the one he had tirelessly sought without surrender. Yet when it came to Jiangnan, he simply could not bring himself to pursue divorce or relinquish her. Chapter 68, Xie Qingzhou found that Feng Liyue's words resonated with him. He had feigned a tender demeanor towards her, allowing him to bask in her affection while simultaneously awaiting the arrival of his true love. For the past few years, he had been searching for her, maintaining a semblance of virtue, and, at times, he felt a sense of pride in his restraint. He envisioned the day they would reunite, relishing the opportunity to boast about his unwavering devotion. However, he felt a deep sense of shame at how quickly he had succumbed to such a state upon returning to his homeland. A wave of confusion washed over him as he pondered how he would explain his past infatuation with a woman's physicality when they finally met again. Leaning back against the sofa, he pinched the bridge of his nose, overwhelmed by his thoughts. His affection for Jiangnan was superficial. He merely admired her spirited nature and physical allure, a fleeting infatuation. The discomfort in his heart likely stemmed from his prior promise to obtain a divorce certificate, only for her to conspire with Aunt Zhang to drug him. Would things have been different if nothing had transpired that fateful night at the old residence? His ruminations were interrupted by the ringing of Xiao Zheng's phone. After the call, Xiao Zheng's expression turned grave. Feng Liyue has had a miscarriage. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. She was truly pregnant? Their connection had begun with a piece of jade known as a ping and kuo, a gift from his grandparents at birth, which he had placed around her neck on the night they had declared their love. It was rather kitsch. Following a tragic incident involving his father, the only valuable possession he had left was that jade pendant. Thus, when his parents insisted that Jiangnan's father had saved them, he vividly recalled the faint fragrance she wore as she pulled him beneath the bridge where the brook flowed gently. Yet, upon his return, he discovered that the Jiang residence had burned down, along with half the mountain surrounding it. The ping and kuo he had gifted her was now at a jade shop. Passed through many hands before he managed to trace it back to Feng Liyue. He remembered the heartbreak he felt upon learning that she was working at a nightclub. In less than a year, how could she have fallen so low? After meeting Feng Liyue, he felt a sense of relief. She was not the person he was searching for, though she was aware of the people and events around her and possessed a pleasant appearance. He had introduced her to the entertainment industry. Beyond their professional interactions, he remained oblivious to her personal life, uncertain if she had a boyfriend. However, it was unrealistic for a relatively attractive and successful star not to have a man in her life. Should we visit the hospital? Xiao Zheng inquired. After all, Feng Liyue had been assaulted by the lady of the house. Although her miscarriage was attributed to that incident, it was inevitable that the blame would be directed at the lady. Wester's I'm not the child's father, Xie Qingzhou replied dismissively, believing that Feng Liyue would refrain from inviting unnecessary trouble. Yet, the following day, news of her suspected miscarriage spread like wildfire online. This revelation also reached the ears of Xie Qingzhou and his wife. As for their son, they were weary of meddling in his affairs, whether in matters of marriage or divorce. Mrs. Xie, feeling compassion for Jiangnan, called her early in the morning. Hearing her mother-in-law's apologetic and caring voice moved Jiangnan, leaving her both touched and somewhat embarrassed. After all, her marital relationship with Xie Qingzhou was not adversely affected by her in-laws. Over the past 3 years, due to his indifference, her in-laws had compensated her in many ways. She had a brief conversation with Madame Xie and promised to visit the old residence on Saturday to assist her with flower arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nin proceeded to work. The young women in the office began to gossip about Feng Liyue, even mentioning the woman who had traveled to the ancient city with Xie Qingzhou, who audaciously intervened between Xie and Feng, resulting in a lost child. Reflecting on her days in the ancient city, Jiang Nin felt a sense of disorientation. However, she was indifferent to the rumors circulating outside. After all, she was on the verge of divorce. Chapter 69. To bear a child? On Saturday morning, Jiang Nin arrived at the Xie family's ancestral home early. Upon seeing her, Madame Xie expressed her delight, warmly engaging her in conversation while also mentioning her relationship with Xie Qingzhou. The day before, Madame Xie had called to inquire about Jiang Nan's steadfast decision to divorce, and she intended to persuade him to acquiesce, thus sparing them the disgrace of a bitter fallout akin to the situation with Feng Liyue. Jiang, I truly feel sorry. Marrying into our family has caused you undue hardship, Madame Xie lamented, her gaze filled with compassion. I simply have a shallow connection with him as a husband. But my bond with you is profound, Jiang Nan replied, directing the household staff to transport the floral materials she had brought from her car to the side hall. You wish to arrange flowers, did you not? Let's begin. As Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs, he spotted Jiang Nan along with his mother, his second sister-in-law, and Xie Qingzhou engaged in flower arrangement. The long table in the side hall was cluttered with various floral materials, yet under her adept hands, combined with exquisite vases, the chaotic assortment transformed into a stunning display of elegance. What are you staring at so intently? Xie Qingzhou turned to find his brother behind him, cradling his 5-month-old son. The cherubic infant, chubby and gurgling, gazed back at him. Xie Qingzhou absent-mindedly poked the baby's soft cheek, replying, I wasn't looking at anything. Shall we chat? Xie Qingzhou suggested, and the two brothers settled onto the living room sofa. From his vantage point, Xie Qingzhou could still see Jiang Nan, who, not being at work, wore loose blue jeans and a casually elegant red sweater. The vibrant colors suited her perfectly, exuding a striking charm without appearing gaudy. What are you pondering? Xie Qingzhou inquired with a smile. Xie Qingzhou glanced at him, retorting, You can see it, and yet you still ask? He then lowered his gaze to playfully engage with his nephew's tiny hands. Their mother often remarked that had it not been for Jiang Nan's father, her life would likely have consisted of flower arranging and leisurely gallery visits, living a carefree existence. Jiang's family had the means to ensure that their daughter could enjoy a life of comfort without excessive toil. If she could find a man she truly cherished, she might cultivate a rewarding marriage. If not, she would be supported for life. Xie Qingzhou regarded his brother for a moment, then asked, Are Mom and Dad sending you to persuade me? Not quite, Xie Qingzhou replied. It's just that seeing Jiangnan like this makes me worry about Xiangxiang's future. I realize that your father-in-law's hopes for Jiangnan mirror my own aspirations for Xiangxiang. In other words, if Xiangxiang were to encounter a husband like you, I would be compelled to take drastic measures. Xie Qingzhou remained composed and silent. I admire her greatly, Xie Qingzhou continued. Graduating from an art university, she chose to work at one of Xie's least reputable subsidiaries, fully aware that without her father and brother, the burden of the Jiang family rested upon her shoulders. The future her father envisioned for her was consumed in that devastating fire. She took on procurement, striving to secure the finest sources and highest quality products. In an industry like fresh produce, she had to negotiate directly with farmers. Having never farmed herself, how did she manage it all? Father mentioned that after 2 years in Jiangnan, she purchased a new car, and in less than 2 years, it had already covered nearly 100,000 kilometers. This did not include trips outside the province, suggesting that she was either on the road or en route to assess goods. The supply chain company she held was established through her meticulous control over product quality. Xie Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the image of Jiangnan, the elegant and charming daughter of a wealthy family during their time in the ancient city. Presently, she appeared quite well, basking in sunlight with a smile adorning her face, harmoniously arranging various floral materials in a single vase, creating an exquisite tableau. Unlike before, when she was ruthless in her scheming, even towards him, she showed no mercy when it came to calculations. Xiaozhou, your parents genuinely like her and feel a sense of guilt towards her, hoping she has a good life. The pressure to marry her was not solely due to her father's influence. Her own excellence played a significant part. They believed that once you interacted with her, you would surely grow fond of her. Who would have thought? I just ran away after we got her certificate, Xie Qingzhou interjected. Indeed, it seems Mother had a keen insight into you, Xie Qingzhou chuckled. It hadn't been long since his brother had shown considerable concern for her. Perhaps he was unaware of his own budding feelings. Precisely. If it weren't for her scheming against me, I would have left long ago, he murmured, leaning against the back seat, his long legs casually stretching forward, somewhat resistant to the topic. Are you referring to the incident where Jiangnan drugged you? Xie Qingzhou tacitly acknowledged. Here, Xie Qingzhou produced a piece of paper from his pocket, placing it on the small tea table before him. Confused, Xie Qingzhou picked it up and scrutinized it closely. Xie Qingzhou used a napkin to wipe his son's drool, explaining, this was from the glass of milk you left behind. Father had it tested. It contained several banned substances, indicating that this drug was procured from the international black market. Xie Qingzhou met his gaze, fully comprehending his elder brother's implications. After all the groundwork laid out regarding Jiangnan's struggles over the past few years, how could her character be deemed commendable? A person who dedicates themselves so fervently to their work would surely detest such underhanded tactics. Naturally, she would not resort to such means. If it wasn't her doing, why should I admit to it? His throat tightened, and memories of that day flooded back. She was frightened and vulnerable. It could not push him away, left to endure his torment and humiliation. Xie Qingzhou ceased his discourse. She had denied it, yet he had not believed a single word. Raising his eyes, he observed her placing the trimmed flowers into a small vase, arranging them on the tea table. Xie Qingzhou retreated to his room, skipping lunch. No one called for him, likely out of concern for Jiangnan's feelings. After lunch, Jiangnan played a game of pick-up sticks with Xie Xiangxiang on the carpet. The loud noises from Xie Qingzhou particularly irritated Xie Qingzhou. Was the soundproofing in the old house so inadequate? Shortly thereafter, a sound akin to a baby's cries echoed. After a prolonged period of neglect, Xie Qingzhou made his way to his elder brother's room, discovering only the chubby infant in a stroller. He lifted the child, who wailed even louder. Furrowing his brow, Xie Qingzhou murmured, "What have I done to you? Am I selling you off or something? Why are you crying so fiercely?" Jiangnan ascended the stairs, unexpectedly finding Xie Qingzhou at home. "Uncle, you don't know how to soothe a child?" Xie Xiangxiang pondered aloud. Xie Qingzhou merely nodded in response. Jiangnan stepped forward, taking the child from his hands and gently patting him twice. The little one, who had been crying inconsolably, fell silent within moments, obediently resting on her shoulder, tears glistening on his eyelashes as he gazed at him. What are you staring at? Xie Qingzhou shot him a stern look. The small fellow pouted, and without engaging him in conversation, Jiangnan carried the child downstairs. Xie Qingzhou trailed after her like a little shadow. Frowning slightly, Xie Qingzhou followed suit. Jiangnan did nothing extraordinary. She simply held him, and the little one remained remarkably well-behaved. It is said that those who attract children, puppies, and kittens possess a heart of pure innocence. He reclined gracefully on the sofa, observing her tenderly cradling her nephew, while Xie Qingzhou nestled closely beside her. Speaking to her niece with a gentle demeanor, he mused that she must surely be an excellent mother. You adore children. Shall we have one of our own? Chapter 70. Fatigued Jiangnan raised her eyes to gaze at Xie Qingzhou, who was seated on the sofa clad in a simple knitted sweater and casual pants. His gaze imbued with a gentle smile. He resembled a husband who truly adored her. However, she was acutely aware that he was not. Contemplating her feelings towards Xie, Jiangnan felt disinclined to engage in an argument, recognizing the futility of such a confrontation. She exchanged a fleeting glance with him, remaining silent. Having failed to elicit any amusement from her, Xie Qingzhou continued to observe her intently as she navigated the living room, cradling her nephew, Xie Qingzhou. At merely 5 months old, the infant weighed an astonishing 19 pounds, and Jiangnan, being slender, found it somewhat strenuous to hold him. Shall I hold him? He inquired, rising to approach her. Jiangnan, unwilling to acknowledge him, noted that Xie Qingzhou also seemed indifferent, pressing closer to her and gripping her sweater tightly with his tiny hands. Xie Qingzhou, noticing the chubby little hand resting upon her chest, frowned and attempted to push it away, declaring, "This is not yours." It was startling to witness an adult dismissing a child's hand in such a manner. Jiangnan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you unwell?" She was genuinely exasperated. For the duration of the hour that Xie Qingzhou and his wife were away, Jiangnan held the child continuously, either cradling him or sitting with him on the sofa, speaking softly. Despite the desires of Madame Xie and the servants to hold the baby, she did not yield. "I adore him," she thought, feeling an indescribable warmth as the little creature nestled closely in her embrace, evoking a profound sense of comfort and unexplainable emotion. The newly arrived servant, unaware of the delicate nature of her relationship with Xie Qingzhou, remarked upon hearing her words, "You are so beautiful. Mr. Zhou is handsome as well. So your child must certainly be exquisite." Jiangnan refrained from responding, instead focusing on the chubby little hands of Gigi. Children? She had once harbored hopes of having two, a boy and a girl, to form the character Run, a harmonious union. Imagining a son who resembled a miniature version of Xie Qingzhou brought her joy. Yet, discussing the topic of children felt oddly out of place, considering their divorce. Their relationship had always been marked by such ill-timed sentiments. "Well, let's put this on the agenda," Xie Qingzhou interjected. Jiangnan did not engage with his comment, and Madame Xie, observing the scene, remained silent, noting her discontent. In the past, when Xie Qingzhou was overseas, there had been a flicker of hope and light in her eyes. But now it was evident that Jiangnan was neither happy nor content. She wished for her son to cease his relentless probing. As she prepared to leave upon the return of Xie Qingzhou and his wife, Jiangnan sought assistance from Xie Qingzhou and then bid farewell to Madame Xie. "Allow me to escort her," Xie Qingzhou insisted, following her and halting her at the car door before she could enter. She stood calmly before him, meeting his gaze. "Are you not planning to acknowledge me any longer?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, his eyes cast downwards. "Sign the papers, shall we?" "There is truly nothing between us," he explained. Whether there was or was not, it no longer concerned her. Since the previous evening, when his father summoned him to discuss the divorce, along with his second brother, he had felt somewhat burdened. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his indebtedness to her regarding the matter of Feng Liue. Especially upon realizing that the one who administered the poison was not her, he reached out to grasp her shoulder, silently gazing into her eyes. Jiangnan forcefully shook him off, and Xie Qingzhou slightly bent forward, murmuring, "I have caused you distress." Her eyes welled with tears, staring blankly at him. "Yes, ever since I married you, I have been enduring grievances. The sufferings I faced before were willingly borne by me, self-inflicted. Your words now stem from your choice of Feng Liyue. In any case, you will continue to impose grievances upon me. There is no need for you to say anything. I do not wish to hear it, and I am truly exhausted. Jiangnan sighed. As a husband, you are inadequate. Xie Qingzhou, since you cannot shield me from the storms of life, I no longer require your presence. With that, she turned and got into the car. Seated within, she contemplated her emotions when Xie called to inform her that Feng Liyue's leg had been broken by Zhou Qian. Chapter 71. Unbearable Jiangnan pondered for a moment and inquired of Xie. Does he know? Yes, he's been investigating the incident since he learned of your troubles. Although Xie hesitated, unsure how to continue. A wave of emotion washed over Jiangnan, and she interjected, Xie Qingzhou wished to bury this matter in obscurity. But it seems he was a step too late, correct? Indeed. Jiangnan turned her gaze toward the window, where Xie Qingzhou stood outside the car, maintaining his usual erect and imposing posture. However, Xie's definitive response compelled her to compare her husband with Zhou Qian. Zhou had been protective of her. Although she disapproved of his methods, she felt genuinely touched. As for Xie Qingzhou, he remained indifferent, offering only a fleeting sense of grievance that failed to resonate deeply with her. What purpose did that serve? How could she not feel disheartened? After ending the call, she withdrew her gaze and started the car to depart. Xie Qingzhou stood in the courtyard, watching her leave. Ronghua draped a coat over her son's shoulders. Turning to his mother, Xie Qingzhou remarked, Mom, you're quite impressive. Since yesterday, upon his return, his father had spoken with him about his future career plans, cautioning him that regardless of whether he intended to take over the Liu family business, the overwhelming negative news would inevitably impact him. His second brother was next in line. Inviting Jiangnan today was meant for him to witness firsthand that had it not been for Jiang Yuan's untimely death, her life would have been entirely different, instilling a measure of guilt within him. The ultimate goal was to prompt him to divorce Jiangnan. Ronghua glanced at her son, smiling as she replied, Not bad. And the test report you had my second brother show me, was it genuine? Ronghua sighed. My dear son, your inquiry is rather redundant. After these days of interaction, do you truly believe Jiangnan would engage in such behavior? Xie Qingzhou maintained a stoic silence. If you genuinely wished to build a life with her, to cherish and love her, would you still pose such questions? Mrs. Xie felt a profound disappointment in her son. Not only had Xie Qingzhou squandered Jiangnan's sincere affections, but he was also grappling with personal issues. After a moment's contemplation, Mrs. Xie continued, My son, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Whether Feng Liyue is the one you hold dear or not, you've matured. Matters of the heart cannot be so easily controlled. If you hold even a modicum of affection for Jiangnan, then commit your heart to win her back. Should you choose another, then refrain from provoking her, understood? Xie Qingzhou gazed at his mother, words unspoken. Mrs. Xie scrutinized her son earnestly. Son, ask yourself, has Jiangnan truly erred? Apart from her insistence on marrying you 3 years ago? No. Correct. She has done nothing wrong. That night, you weren't left with only one path to take. Xie Qingzhou's throat tightened, a sense of embarrassment arising from being seen through. The night he administered the drug, there was a lapse of time from consuming the milk to the onset of its effects. Such a drug could not render someone instantly unconscious. Upon realizing something was amiss with his body, he had allowed the situation to unfold. If his resolve had been steadfast, he could have entirely averted the events of that fateful night. Instead of evading the situation, he callously directed his frustrations towards her. Now, devoid of any justification, should he continue to torment her, it would be nothing short of despicable. His mother's words, though veiled, served to preserve his dignity, subtly guiding him to reflect. Just as he recognized that Jiangnan was deeply disappointed in him due to the affair with Feng Liyue, he preferred to witness her disappointment firsthand rather than take any actions to remedy the situation. Even if Feng Liyue leveraged that individual against him, he was not without means to navigate the dilemma. Yet he had grown accustomed to her sacrifices and was reluctant to invest thought or effort into her well-being. It was not that Jiangnan was undeserving. She was exceptional in every regard. He simply hesitated, feeling that any effort expended on her would amount to a complete betrayal of that person. Contemplating this, A heaviness settled in his heart. Ultimately, he had overestimated his own willpower. He was, after all, merely human, incapable of committing to a single person for a lifetime. Please grant me 2 days to contemplate, Xie Qingzhou implored. After all, I am your own son. What mother encourages her child to divorce? Madame Xie scoffed, expressing her disapproval. I do not wish to assist you in your misdeeds, you scoundrel. I told Jiangnan to give you 2 days without pressuring you. With that, Madame Xie departed, leaving Xie Qingzhou to sigh heavily as he lit a cigarette. 2 days was all he had. It appeared his parents had reached an accord with Jiangnan. Should he refuse to sign, they would not object to Jiangnan utilizing what she had to ruin him. Xie Qingzhou felt a twinge of regret for having stirred up rumors with Feng Liyue. He had profited handsomely, but this was surely a consequence of his own actions. Jiangnan first sought out Yang Ji to comprehend the situation, only to discover that he had acted covertly, evading detection by Feng Liyue, which offered her a measure of relief. As long as President Xie refrained from intervening, that surveillance footage would remain undisclosed, and young Master Zhou would remain unscathed. Good, Jiangnan affirmed, though she pondered whether Xie Qingzhou would truly act as expected. Yet, in her heart, uncertainty lingered. Feng Liyue held a distinct place in his affections. Temporarily setting aside her concerns, she attempted to contact Zhou Qian, but to no avail. With no other options, Jiangnan drove to the Zhou residence. Upon learning of her arrival, Zhou's father was both puzzled and pleased. Jiangnan, during Jiang Yuan's time, you made quite a few public appearances in elite social circles, and the most sought-after match was with the Jiang family. Now, your reputation in the community is commendable. I have interacted with you a few times, and you are impressively grounded and virtuous for your age. Young Master Jiang, please come in, he said, beckoning her. Jiangnan felt a bit bashful at the greeting. Uncle Zhou, please don't call me that. Is Zhou Qian home? Ah, Zhou's father replied. You're here to see Zhou Qian? Yes. Then you must be the mysterious girlfriend of Zhou Qian? Jiangnan pondered for a moment and deemed it accurate enough. Zhou's father clapped his hands, visibly delighted, and immediately summoned a servant to fetch Zhou Qian. Have you genuinely taken a liking to my troublesome son? He inquired, filled with gratitude towards Jiangnan. His wife passed away due to illness, leaving him, a rugged man, to raise their son alone, and his parenting skills were rather lacking. The transformation in his son was so profound that it robbed him of sleep at night. Zhou Qian was truly exceptional. He treated Jiangnan with utmost kindness, a fact she could not deny. What is it that you see in him? Jiangnan pondered seriously before responding. Zhou Qian is quite handsome, comes from a good family, and is evolving, striving for betterment. His character is genuinely pure, but most importantly, he treats me exceptionally well, and I relish the moments spent in his company. She acknowledged that being with Zhou Qian allowed her to leave her worries behind. When Zhou Qian descended the stairs, he overheard her words, which brought a smile to his face as he approached her. Nan, what brings you here? You haven't finished your call? He remarked, giving her father a respectful nod. Zhou Qian was no fool. He cast a glance at his father before asserting, You enjoy yourself. We shall have our conversation. He then gently pulled Jiangnan away. Once they reached the small living room upstairs, she pleaded, Please don't scold me. If I was unaware, it would be one thing, but if I knew and said nothing, wouldn't that be unfair to you? Zhou Qian reassured her, I will handle this matter myself. Jiangnan felt a lump in her throat. Zhou Qian genuinely cared for her, a stark contrast to Xie Qingzhou. I understand. I know this is not acceptable, and with the evidence gone, I am left with no choice, Zhou Qian explained. Nan, please do not carry any burden. I believe that if your family were present, they would make the same choice I did. He was aware that it was Feng Liyue's doing, yet without evidence, the law could not hold her accountable. Jiangnan's eyes misted as she gazed at Zhou Qian in silence. His embarrassment at her attention made him scratch his head. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Nothing will happen. I just intend to teach her a lesson so that she won't dare to bully you again. All right, Jiangnan replied, recalling Zhou Qian's earlier words. Don't be afraid. I am here for you. He truly stood by his promises. After discussing the matter of Feng Liyue, Zhou Qian nodded and invited Jiangnan to stay for dinner. Zhou's father personally prepared the meal, making it difficult for her to decline. Zhou Qian felt a sense of happiness. He refrained from explaining that he could not bear to see Jiangnan bullied by Feng Liu, especially since Xie Qingzhou chose to do nothing. He kept silent to spare Jiangnan any sorrow. After dinner, Jiangnan chatted for a while with the Zhou father and son before leaving, and by the time she departed, it was nearly 10 o'clock. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou was on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Since their quarrel, Jiangnan had returned to her own residence, where a few of her clothes remained in the guest room. Can't she wait until the divorce? Xie Qingzhou thought, feeling displeased. She and Zhou Qian have nothing going on, right? You didn't wait for the divorce before being with Feng Liu. A piercing glare from him silenced Xiao Zheng, who wisely chose to remain quiet. Xie Qingzhou closed his book, pinching the bridge of his nose to alleviate the throbbing headache. After a moment of contemplation, he ascended the stairs to retrieve the peace token. Xiao Zheng, puzzled, did not quite grasp his intentions. You should hang up this pendant of peace. Xie Qingzhou, perplexed, asked, We cannot place our complete trust in Feng Liu, can we? He contemplated that as long as she laid eyes on the pendant, she would seek him out. Very well. Xiao Zheng, too, was aware of his employer's choice. No matter how enchanting and beautiful Jiangnan may be, it ultimately pales in comparison to the ethereal allure of the white moonlight. Chapter 72. The insider. Upon returning home, Jiangnan discovered a message from Madame Xie, indicating that Xie Qingzhou would require 2 days. Reading such news, Jiangnan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her mother-in-law. Witnessing her unhappiness and learning of her steadfast decision to divorce, Madame Xie, reminiscent of the devoted support she offered during her marriage, was determined to assist her once more. Thank you, Mother, Jiangnan expressed. Madame Xie promptly replied, You're welcome, my precious daughter. With a faint smile, Jiangnan recognized that Madame Xie was not jesting. Although she could not become her daughter-in-law, she was willing to embrace her as a daughter instead. As night fell, sleep eluded Jiangnan. She harbored a foreboding sense that this time, Xie Qingzhou would indeed pursue a divorce. After all, he was the son of the Xie family, and with Madame Xie taking action, there seemed no reason for him to withhold his signature. It was evident that he held little affection for her. If there had been even a trace of fondness, he would not have been so protective of Feng Liu. With this realization, Jiangnan felt a strange calm envelop her, as if she had come to terms with her profound disappointment and perhaps had found clarity. He did not hold her in high regard. Yet there were those who did, such as Zhou Qian, who treated her with utmost care. Following the divorce, she envisioned nurturing a sincere relationship with Zhou Qian. Jiangnan believed that 2 days would swiftly pass. However, on the evening of the second day, an incident occurred. Ning had arranged dinner with Jiangnan. The jade pendant that she had asked her to take note of was showcased online by a vendor. This revelation startled her. In the past, her desire to find this pendant stemmed from its significance as a token of affection from Xie Qingzhou, a symbol of their bond. Her insistence on locating it had been akin to reclaiming their relationship. Yet now, her search bore no connection to Xie Qingzhou. After all, everything she once thought lost to the flames had resurfaced. Her father's brooch remained intact, suggesting it had been removed prior to the fire. Could it be that the pendant had also been taken? I want to find a way to purchase that pendant. I wish to ascertain whether it bears any signs of damage, Jiangnan stated. She harbored suspicions about Feng Liu, feeling an unsettling notion that she might be an insider. If she were an outsider, it would be implausible for her to casually mention it as a relic of her father, displaying such familiarity. Do you suspect that someone else may have caused Uncle Zhang's demise? Yes, Jiangnan replied, her intuition strongly linking this matter to Feng Liu, despite lacking concrete evidence. Yet, she did not wish for it to be Feng Liu. With Xie Qingzhou's presence, even if she were implicated, he would likely protect her. Deep down, she desired to sever any ties with these two individuals. Of course, it was also possible that she was being overly sensitive. During their meal, Ning learned of Xie Qingzhou's choice and was incensed. That scoundrel! He acted so deeply in love during our time in Spring City. Yet now he hastens to leave? What a filthy, despicable man. Upon discovering that Zhou Qian had directly incapacitated Feng Liu, and Ning's admiration for him soared. Thank goodness for Zhou Qian. He must come over for dinner, she declared, promptly reaching out to him. Hello, Jiangnan began. You have divorced, and you should engage with Zhou Qian. He will undoubtedly treat you like a princess. Anning remarked, attempting to call Zhou Qian, but the line was unreachable. How curious. Just as she praised him, he vanished. He must be quite occupied. Anning murmured in acknowledgement and tried again after dinner, only to find his phone still turned off. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Jiangnan as she called Zhou Qian, but no one answered. Just then, Yang Ji called, revealing that Zhou Qian had been taken away by the local police earlier that afternoon. Jiangnan's breath hitched. What could have happened? I had just visited the hospital, and the security had backed up the surveillance footage. Someone had paid a substantial sum to acquire it. Jiangnan exhaled. This predicament stemmed from her, and she could not remain passive. She drove to the hospital. Upon encountering Feng Liue, who was suspended with one leg, her face bore the marks of their previous altercation. Her complexion pallid and devoid of her usual beauty. Feng Liue glared at Jiangnan with a venomous intensity. It's quite fortunate that someone is protecting you. I see that someone is safeguarding me as well. You paid a hefty price to acquire the surveillance records, but someone even wealthier has reclaimed them. Could that someone be surnamed Xie? If not this Mr. Xie, who else possesses such wealth? On her way, she inquired of Yang Ji whether it was Xie Qingzhou. Yang Ji replied that they were investigating. But aside from him, who else could it be? How would you retract the case? Jiangnan questioned. I will not withdraw the case. Zhou Qian suffered a broken leg as a result of intentional harm. I intend to see him imprisoned. And even if he were to kneel before me, I would not forgive him. Feng Liue retorted, her expression brimming with hatred, then added arrogantly, Jiangnan, your husband ultimately aided me. You are a complete failure. Jiangnan refused to waste a breath on her. Yet she understood that this matter required a discussion with Xie Qingzhou. She needed to ensure Zhou Qian's well-being. Chapter 73. Fleeing in disarray, Xie Qingzhou was engrossed in his work in the study when Aunt Xuan knocked on the door. Sir, Madam has returned and is in the living room. She seems to be looking for you. Would you like to go down? He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her arrival. He lightly tapped his pen against the table and asked, Is there something she needs? Aunt Xuan shook her head, no. But Madam appears to be quite upset. Rising from his chair, Xie Qingzhou considered her words. Aunt Xuan hesitated before speaking again. Sir, you shouldn't always argue with Madam. Over the years, she has endured much for your sake. Even during disagreements, you should show some leniency. She has a gentle disposition and is easy to appease. He acknowledged her with a grunt, recognizing her amiable nature, yet he often provoked her ire. Descending the staircase, he caught sight of Jiangnan, elegantly seated on the sofa. Her fair complexion and crimson lips accentuated by a long black coat, exuding an air of grace. However, her gaze was cold and devoid of warmth, diminishing her beauty. You sought me out. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired, taking a seat diagonally across from her, meeting her piercing stare. Jiangnan was incensed by his habitual detachment, yet she understood that such emotions would not resolve their issues. Lacking the patience for pretenses, she decided to be forthright. I have exchanged evidence of how Feng Liue wronged me for Zhou Qian's safety. What? His brows furrowed as he scrutinized her. The confusion etched on his face elicited a mocking response from Jiangnan. Her expression, inevitably, darkened his mood, and his voice turned icy. Do you not consider my feelings as your husband at all? You have never done so before, yet now you demand it? It is truly laughable that our marriage has crumbled to this point, and you seek my consideration. In the past, whether he was abroad or back home, she had excessively indulged his feelings, spoiling him in the process. She had neglected her own needs in favor of his. The outcome was his repeated disregard for her. Jiangnan found this profoundly tragic. Xie Qingzhou pressed his lips tightly together, pondering for a moment. Recalling that Xiao Zheng had mentioned Zhou Qian's involvement in an incident that resulted in Feng Liue's leg being broken. Her leg? Let it be. She brought this upon herself. It dawned on him that Zhou Qian's carelessness had provided others with leverage against him, and Jiangnan assumed he was responsible. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer to her. In your eyes, am I truly that despicable? Aside from infidelity and being unkind to my wife, am I not otherwise commendable? Jiangnan retorted, locking eyes with him. Xie, you stand to gain from my proposal. With their faces nearly touching, he looked down at her with a somewhat condescending air. This is your bargaining chip for divorce. You cannot expect to have it all. Do you truly believe it is feasible? She was well aware of this dynamic. In a marriage, desires often require negotiation. Jiangnan recalled Zhou Qian, who had provided her with warmth and comfort, contrasting sharply with her own role as a perpetual seeker. Upon her arrival, she had resolved to agree to any demands he might make for Zhou Qian's sake. If what you desire is inadequate, I can sweeten the deal. What do you want? Speak plainly. It is merely a matter between us. He deliberately scrutinized her with a gaze that roamed up and down as if assessing an object. Xie Qingzhou felt a surge of anger within him, for she was fully aware of his disdain for her mentioning Zhou Qian. Now, she had the audacity to plead for him. Jiangnan's heart ached momentarily, yet she readily acquiesced. Very well. You. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback, genuinely astonished that she would go to such lengths for Zhou Qian. A bitter sensation filled his chest. She was his wife. Yet now, she was willing to negotiate for another man. Here, or in the designated room, I can accommodate either, she stated, her gaze unwavering. The intimacy that once defined their marriage had devolved into a mere transaction. Xie Qingzhou grasped her arm, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. Right here, she paused for a moment, then smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck and pushing him onto the sofa, positioning herself atop him. She shed her coat and leaned over, bestowing teasing kisses upon him. An indescribable sensation coursed through Xie Qingzhou, rendering him nearly delirious. Even though her advances were reluctant, they drove him to the brink of madness. This woman seemed intent on ensnaring him completely. His hand tightened around her waist, drawing her closer as he sought to capture her lips. She evaded him, opting instead to nibble on his ear. Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted her and carried her back to their room. Jiangnan reclined on the bed, exhibiting an unprecedented compliance, save for the absence of kisses. When he kissed her, she would yield her body, embracing him in return. Yet, the stiffness of her form was unmistakable, betraying her true feelings. It reminded him of the time she intended to present the repaired brooch to Zhou Qian, a scenario strikingly similar to this one. Her reluctance was palpable, yet he was indifferent to her feelings. After their half-hearted encounter, he had left in a state of discontent. She lay half-reclined on the coffee table, her allure captivating his senses. He felt that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to please her. This time, without hesitation, he acted, enfolding her in his arms and reverently worshipping her exquisite form, beginning at her alabaster neck. Chapter 74. Affection. Jiangnan longed to curl up within herself. Reaching this juncture with him brought her no joy, only humiliation and discomfort. She was unable to control her body, biting down on her own hand to suppress any sounds. Xie Qingzhou sought to discern her expression. Observing her hair cascading over the pillow, her fists pressed against her lips. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, captivating yet devoid of any pleasure. Filled instead with embarrassment, Xie Qingzhou's breath was heavy. He had never sought to please a woman in this manner, not even her. Yet now it was too late. Jiangnan found even his touch to be unsettling. Xie Qingzhou propped himself up, breathing heavily as he pulled the blanket over her. His clothing was disheveled as he turned to sit at the foot of the bed, murmuring an apology to Jiangnan. His frustration was not directed at her, but rather at himself for his wavering resolve. He was also vexed by his own actions, knowing she had done nothing wrong, yet choosing to torment her and cause her distress. Jiangnan remained still, unresponsive, her gaze vacantly fixed on the curtains. Xie Qingzhou glanced back at her, seeing her frail figure curl beneath the blanket, her shoulder exposed. He sighed, moving closer, letting his fingers brush through her hair, observing the pitiful redness at the tip of her nose. From now on, unless you wish otherwise, I shall not disregard your feelings. He played with her hair, speaking softly. He understood that at this moment, her greatest desire was likely for him to agree to the divorce, acknowledging that their marriage had long lost its purpose. Yet the words remained lodged in his throat, unspoken. He was uncertain. I do not care whether you consider my feelings, he added, choosing to remain silent and not press her further, lightly patting her head. You may sleep here. Jiangnan watched him enter the changing room, changing into attire suitable for going out. She wished to voice a question, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, ultimately swallowed back down. Moments later, she heard the sound of the car starting. Jiangnan, disregarding his suggestion to stay, dressed herself. Although nothing had transpired, she still felt a profound awkwardness. She had never anticipated such intimacy from him. Rubbing her flushed face, she descended from the bed, gathering all her personal belongings. Upon reaching the ground floor, Aunt Xue emerged, saying, "Madam." Jiangnan smiled at Aunt Xue. "I shall take my leave now. Please rest early." Aunt Xue said nothing further. As a servant, it was unwise to comment on the emotional matters of her employers. Xiao Zheng descended the stairs, spotting his boss seated in the car, smoking. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were dark and indifferent, tinged with an indescribable emptiness. Upon seeing him, Xie Qingzhou took a drag from a cigarette. "What happened to Zhou Qian?" His tone was flat, the crimson glow at his fingertips flickering, his expression stern. "What has happened to young Master Zhou?" Xiao Zheng inquired, puzzled. "I heard he was taken away by the police last night," he continued, perplexed. "That shouldn't be. Young Master Zhou is not a fool. How could he have gotten into such a mess?" "Forget how it happened. We must get him out first," Xie Qingzhou replied, surprising Xiao Zheng with his unexpected response. Zhou Qian is currently in a warm relationship with his wife, exhibiting an aura that suggests their divorce may soon be resolved. The boss's actions are somewhat unexpected. Does Xie Qingzhou not comprehend Xiao Zheng's intentions? Surely, one cannot become adversaries with Jiangnan. She has committed no transgression, as his mother has said. Her only fault lies in loving him and insisting on marrying him. What he cannot deny is that Jiang Yuan has saved his father's life. Now, she claims to harbor no affection for him. If he continues to mistreat her, it would imply bullying someone who has no support from her family. "You go speak with Feng Liyue. I do not wish to see her," Xie Qingzhou stated. "Very well," Xiao Zheng replied, proceeding to seek out Feng Liyue. Feng Liyue is under Jiangnan's control, and she desires to align herself with Xie Qingzhou for fame and fortune. So persuading her to withdraw her case should not pose much difficulty, especially if she relinquishes all backups. Upon returning to the car, Xiao Zheng handed over the backups to him. Xie Qingzhou declined to accept them, saying, "You handle it. You may give to Jiangnan or Zhou Qian." He leaned back against the rear seat, closing his eyes. Xiao Zheng glanced over and noticed the tightness of his jawline. Xie Qingzhou is being groomed as the heir of the Xie family. They both graduated from university and joined Xie Corporation simultaneously. Chairman Xie holds high expectations for his successors, and Xie Qingzhou has also worked his way up from the ground level. However, his vision and capabilities inevitably surpass those of his peers, making him stand out in every department. Within just over a year, he was promoted to project manager, and it was during this time that he began to follow him. Over the course of more than 8 years, it is evident that Xiao Zheng has recognized Xie Qingzhou's unique feelings towards Jiangnan. After all these years, despite encountering individuals more attractive than Jiangnan, possessing a more engaging spirit, or demonstrating greater intelligence, Xie Qingzhou's responses remain tepid. Song Yanzizi and Shun Ke have even teased him, suggesting that he might have an inclination towards men. His gaze towards Jiangnan is a mix of admiration and affection. Of course, Xie Qingzhou, a workaholic who toils for 16 hours a day abroad, likely devotes the majority of his thoughts to his wife upon returning home. Zhou Qian remained silent at the police station, awaiting his lawyer. However, he was released the following morning, the investigating officer stating that it was all a misunderstanding. His first instinct told him that without Xie Qingzhou's intervention, he probably would not have been released. His mind buzzed, and he thought, he must have bullied Jiangnan again. He retrieved his mobile phone, reassured his father, and then proceeded to Wei Phone Group. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was driving to see Zhou Qian, hoping to understand the situation. She was surprised to receive a call from Yang Ji. Upon seeing Zhou Qian, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling genuinely happy for him. "Is everything all right?" she asked with concern. "I am fine. What about you? Are you okay?" Zhou Qian inquired with a worried expression. Jiangnan recalled the previous day. It wasn't anything significant, so she shook her head. Yang Ji, standing nearby, appeared anxious. "Zhou Qian, come with me," Jiangnan said. leading him upstairs for breakfast while instructing Yang Ji to fetch a change of clothes for Zhou Qian from the department store. Yang Ji complied, handed her a document folder, which had been delivered by Qiao Zheng that morning, containing no further backups. Jiangnan felt a moment of confusion, realizing that Xie Qingzhou had offered assistance without stipulating any conditions. Chapter 75. Utterly shameless Jiang Nan instructed Yang Ji to attend to her tasks while she accompanied Zhou Qian for breakfast. Nan, your company's breakfast is delightful, she remarked, sitting opposite him, silently observing his demeanor. Zhou Qian sighed. I must be more thoughtful in my future endeavors. Do enjoy your meal, Jiang Nan replied, acknowledging that she could not reproach him in this matter. Moments later, Yang Ji arrived with shopping bags in hand. Once you finish eating, I'll take you for a shower. Zhou Qian paused, bewildered. A shower? Is that appropriate? Jiang Nan noticed the flush creeping to his ears and gently rubbed her forehead, pondering if he truly had remained unscathed amidst all the chaos he had encountered. Yang Ji chuckled softly, young Master Zhou, having just emerged from the police station. Perhaps a shower will wash away your misfortunes. Zhou Qian cleared his throat, refocusing his thoughts as he finished his breakfast. Jiang then returned to her office, presenting Yang Ji with the audio and video recordings from the club. Yang Ji gasped, Jiang Zhong, this should be given to Qiao Zhong. Jiang Nan insisted, unwilling to remain indebted to Xie Qingzhou. At that moment, Yang Ji felt a pang of distress in her heart. The audio and video Yang Ji delivered fell heavily into Qiao Zheng's hands, conveying a weighty burden. Xie Qingzhou was preparing for a business trip, and for reasons unknown, he decided to view the recordings. From the polite exchanges at the dining table to Jiang Nan being tossed onto the sofa by Lei Wang, he watched intently. He observed Jiang Nan removing the ashtray from the coffee table and heard Lei Wang's phone conversation, which included the troubling question, should we film her face? He witnessed Jiang Nan being struck and collapsing onto the dining table, his heart racing with apprehension. Watching her struggle valiantly, yet helplessly against her circumstances. The brief video left Xiao Zheng in a cold sweat. Where's she? He asked, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. We should go find Madame. The flight might. Xie Qingzhou shot a cold glance at Xiao Zheng. As Xiao Zheng drove, Xie Qingzhou stared vacantly out the window. The car came to a halt in front of a hot spring club, and, as he lowered the window, he spotted Jiang Nan seated calmly on a sofa in the lobby, engrossed in a book. She had an innate ability to find tranquility. And Zhou Qian emerged from the left side, circling around her. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with mirth as she gazed at Zhou Qian, appearing relaxed and at ease, quite unlike her demeanor when he was present. Zhou Qian was clad in brand-new attire, a black turtleneck, matching suit, and a brown overcoat, exuding sophistication and elegance. Even if Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to admit it, he could perceive that Jiang Nan was joyful and at ease in Zhou Qian's presence. Zhou Qian cherished her, willing to change for her and protect her. In stark contrast, Xie Qingzhou reflected on his own actions. After having taken advantage of her vulnerability following her entrapment, he had never inquired whether she had felt fear at that moment. He remained oblivious to the perilous circumstances she had endured and how she had managed to escape. After viewing the video today, he pondered, if not for her intelligence and fortunate encounter with Song Yunji, what might her fate have been? He believed that by punishing Feng Liyue in his own way, this matter could be easily brushed aside, but that was insufficient. Because of this incident, the last remnants of Jiang Nan's affection vanished completely. Zhou Qian carried Jiang Nan's bag as they exited the hot spring clubhouse. When confronted by Xie Qingzhou's piercing gaze, Zhou Qian instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Nan. This action caused Xie Qingzhou to frown as he called out, Zhou Qian, come here. Zhou Qian remained unmoved, his cold eyes locked in a standoff with him. I have told you before, we are no longer brothers, he declared, resolute in his refusal to heed Xie Qingzhou's words. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. I recall you saying you would protect her in your own way, yet your actions lack follow-through. She must handle the aftermath herself. Zhou Qian, you are unworthy of her. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth, his fists clenching tightly. Even if he tried not to think about it, he knew that if it weren't for Jiang Nan, and even if it weren't for Xie Qingzhou, he would not have emerged from this situation. And what have you given me as a husband? Jiangnan stepped forward, smiling as she inquired of Xie Qingzhou. Everything within Zhou Qian's capacity has been offered to me. I believe he will only grow stronger in the future. And you, Mr. Xie? Xie Qingzhou exited the car, seizing Jiangnan's wrist. She furrowed her brow, questioning, what are you doing? What madness is this? Zhou Qian stepped forward, but Xie Qingzhou directly pulled her into his embrace, asserting possessiveness as he pressed her against him. This is my wife, understand? He then leaned slightly closer, brushing his cheek against hers to whisper in her ear, Jiangnan, the stakes are gone. What do you have left to divorce? Zhou Qian's eyes blazed with fury as he grasped Xie Qingzhou's collar. Why? Why do you humiliate her in this manner? Treating her as an object, disregarding her willingness and feelings, simply because she holds the title of wife. Xie Qingzhou's expression remained impassive, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Zhou Qian, when you seek to criticize me, perhaps you should consider your own standing. Jiangnan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, mingled with a sense of despair. Xie Qingzhou was utterly untrustworthy. How could she not really believe that he would assist her unconditionally? Zhou Qian, you should return home. Do not worry your father. Jiangnan said. Zhou Qian gazed at her, his face etched with sorrow. I'm sorry. Just go back, Jiangnan urged. I understand. She knew how hard Zhou Qian had tried to love and protect her. In this moment, however, he felt an overwhelming hatred towards himself for squandering the past, leaving him unable to shield the woman he cherished now. Jiangnan looked up at Xie Qingzhou. Let go of me. Xie Qingzhou obediently released her. As she retrieved her bag, she handed him the car keys. Drive carefully on your way back. I will ask Yang Ji to retrieve the car. Nan, I'm sorry, Zhou Qian said, his gaze lowered, unable to meet her eyes. I have always been unable to help you. This is not your fault. It is the issue between him and me that ultimately remains unresolved. Jiangnan remarked that it was precisely due to her infatuation with his warmth that she allowed him to repeatedly find himself in such predicaments. As Jiangnan settled into the back seat of Xie Qingzhou's car, she tilted her head to observe him. Last night, you were so earnest in dealing with the matter concerning Zhou Qian. I thought perhaps you had a moment of conscience, but in truth, you were merely performing, attempting to deceive me into relinquishing evidence detrimental to your little lover. Is this your way of enacting revenge for my past calculations against you? Not all. Xie Qingzhou countered. You never truly considered divorce. The notion of a couple of days is merely part of your scheme. The Xie family is quite amiable. So why would you provoke such disgust? Jiangnan questioned, her tone resolutely declarative. Xie Qingzhou froze, gazing at her tear-filled eyes, which sparkled yet remained stubbornly unyielding. He gently reached to embrace her. Jiangnan, I am truly sorry. In response, Jiangnan delivered a sharp slap across his face. Xie Qingzhou, your simultaneous apology while stabbing me in the back is utterly shameless. Chapter 76. Amends. Jiangnan returned to the office and said to Yang Ji, please inform Zhao Qingyun that there is no need to trouble him with the divorce matter. Kindly provide him with a bit more for the legal fees. He has worked hard these past few days. What is wrong? Yang Ji asked with concern. Jiangnan felt a pang in her heart. He had deceived her into relinquishing her means to confront Feng Liyue. The surveillance footage regarding Zhou Qian, which had no backup, was also fabricated. She truly had not anticipated such despicable and shameless behavior from Xie Qingzhou, since he was unwilling to pursue a divorce. She saw no reason to exit this marriage in a spirit of defeat. If he intended to make her life difficult, then neither of them would find peace. Please inform the marketing department that we are terminating our contract with Feng Liyue. The company will issue an official announcement regarding the contract termination, and we will publicly declare our new spokesperson as Ning. But won't Feng Liyue's fans cause a stir? Yang Ji remained concerned about the company's reputation. Is Feng Liyue considered a high-risk artist? Jiangnan inquired. Yang Ji understood. At noon, Jiangnan arranged a meeting with a luxury brand representative, aiming to entice the brand back to Breeze Plaza. During her father's tenure, Breeze Plaza was a landmark shopping destination in Haiqing. However, in the past 2 years, it had incurred losses exceeding 200 million annually due to unclear positioning, resulting in the loss of many brand partnerships. The other branches of the business were also underwhelming, lacking any particularly outstanding lines. Her first order of business upon taking charge of the company was to revamp the brand strategy. The head of luxury goods, Tong Xin, felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Jiangnan. She had requested meetings with him 8 times over the past 2 months. He had declined each time, yet her determination remained unshaken, leaving her sometimes at a loss as to how to proceed. President Jiang, I sincerely apologize, but we are currently more inclined towards Wanxiang. The current state of Breeze Plaza is incomparable to theirs. The mismanagement over the years has led to continuous losses, and what was once a premier luxury shopping hub in Haicheng has fallen from grace. However, today is not tomorrow. Breeze Plaza possesses operational experience in luxury retail, and with the backing of the CF family, we aim to reinvent it into a new benchmark project. I am confident that within 6 months, Breeze Plaza will transform significantly. Regardless of what position Wanxiang offers you, we can provide a space for a 2-story boutique. Tong Xin pondered, gazing at the exceptionally attractive female executive before him. He mused that even a 2-story setup might not suffice. Given the current customer traffic at Breeze, a standalone structure would likely lead to demise. In recent years, many luxury department stores like Eton and Yucheng had collapsed, leaving Breeze Plaza at a disadvantage. How could it possibly rebound and secure a foothold in the market? Moreover, Breeze had experience in this area, while Jiangnan possessed no prior market expertise. Perhaps reform is beneficial for the current state of Breeze. But I remain skeptical about Jiangnan. She is simply too young, Tong Xin remarked. Jiangnan smiled gently. What you say may hold some truth. Yet I am a graduate of an art university. I entered the trade sector starting from procurement, and with a stroke of luck, I arrived at Breeze after 6 years. I have faith in my abilities. As for our collaboration, there is no rush. We have ample time to understand one another. Tong Xin ceased discussing business matters, and after a light chat on other subjects, he took his leave. Upon exiting, Yangji felt somewhat disheartened. These brand representatives were indeed challenging to please. These luxury brands often carry an air of arrogance, yet we have several alternative options at our disposal. Once a leading brand joins the fray, the rest will follow suit. Jiangnan was reminded that beginnings are always the most challenging. On her way back to the company, she received a call from Xie Qingzhou. Second brother, the items you requested have been secured. Jiangnan smiled. Thank you, second brother. I will transfer the payment immediately. Xie Qingzhou chuckled. We are family. There is no need for that. That won't do. This is a personal matter for me. If I were to indulge in this habit of receiving without effort, what would become of me? Jiangnan was resolute on this issue. Unable to sway her, Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment and replied, All right, I will have Qingzhou handle the payment. Upon hearing the mention of Xie Qingzhou, Jiangnan fell silent for a while before responding with a simple, Okay. Married for 3 years, she had endured his indifference. She was sensible and independent, possessing her own wealth, and aside from waiting for him at number 6 Wudong Road, she had never touched his money. Yet at this moment, she found her own aloofness and reticence somewhat laughable. Her refusal to spend only allowed other women to indulge in his wealth. After arriving in Shunshin City, Xie Qingzhou received a call from his brother. Transfer 49. 6 million to me. Remember, we are brothers, and we keep our accounts clear. You owe me 50 million. Understood, Xie Qingzhou replied. Aren't you going to ask what she wanted me to purchase? Xie Qingzhou inquired. Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Before meeting Jiangnan today, he had not made a decision. However, the sight of her laughing and chatting with Zhou Qian as they exited the Tangquan Club ignited a resolute desire to remain married that he could not suppress. He knew Jiangnan all too well as Zhou Qian, and he had the means to swiftly achieve his objectives. Without hesitation, he decided to make things difficult for both of them right at the entrance of the club, while the marriage would not dissolve. The future of his relationship with Jiangnan remained uncertain. He would be the third person left struggling. Remember to transfer the funds, he said before hanging up. After the call ended, Xie Qingzhou instructed Xiao Zheng to take care of it. Xiao Zheng sighed. Why don't you explain things to madam? Xie Qingzhou shot him a glance. Explain what? You approached her precisely because you wanted to make amends after seeing the video. Xiao Zheng understood his intent. Will she believe you? He asked. Perhaps, Xiao Zheng conceded. Today, Jiangnan seemed particularly irritable, a side he had never witnessed before. What surprised him further was his boss, usually calm and composed, who had lost his temper upon seeing Zhou Qian causing such a scene. That evening, after work, Jiangnan returned home to find Ning already there, having prepared a delightful meal. Come, princess, it's time to dine. Jiangnan smiled and sat at the table to eat. Yang Ji said you were feeling down, so I came to keep you company. What is troubling you? Jiangnan wished to avoid mentioning Xie Qingzhou to preserve her mood, but Ning had already guessed the source. It was indeed an issue with Xie Qingzhou. Since you're feeling low, let me show you something that might lift your spirits, and Ning offered, presenting the trending news online. Jiangnan had removed Feng Liyue as a spokesperson, and she had been thrust into the spotlight. Initially, the internet erupted with criticism, and many netizens maliciously attacked the company. However, Yang Ji's handling of the divorce has shifted the media's focus on Feng Liyue, labeling her as a high-risk artist. Previously, numerous brands had hinted at Feng's diva-like behavior, and now, contracts are being terminated before they even reach their expiration. If she were not deemed a high-risk artist, why would such a popular figure be discarded in favor of Ning, a once celebrated actress now past her prime? Jiangnan's maneuvering has inadvertently generated a wave of publicity for herself, driving Feng Liyue into a frenzy. As for Xie Qingzhou's company, it has likely been thrown into disarray due to this incident. In a fit of rage, Feng Liyue smashed items in the hospital, while the company incessantly called to inquire how to address the situation. Xiao Zheng, hesitant to make unilateral decisions, awaited Xie Qingzhou's return from a client meeting before relaying the information. This Mrs. Xie certainly has her methods, Xie Qingzhou remarked, although the evidence may be lacking. The moment Jiangnan brandishes the marriage certificate, Feng Liyue risks being labeled as the interloper in another's marriage, thereby jeopardizing her career considerably. Assisting Feng Liyue has left Jiangnan utterly disheartened, while failing to offer support could result in significant losses for the company. It is best to allow the company to adopt a measured response, letting General Jiang cool down first. Chapter 77. Compassion. The matter of Feng Liyue's contract termination has escalated online. Jiangnan, while engaged in official business, finds herself troubled by the lack of substantial progress in her communications with the brand representatives. After finishing her bath, Ning peruses a book on the sofa, then saunters over to Jiangnan, who is still occupied. Noticing her friend's preoccupation, she resumes reading. Jiangnan glances at her companion. Is there something on your mind? Lying on the sofa, Ning listens to Jiangnan speak, rises, and nods in response. What is it? Ning cheerfully approaches her. Look, Feng Liyue is still trending online. Let it be, Jiangnan replies. So, are you not a bit glad that Xie Qingzhou hasn't aided her? Ning inquires. Jiangnan smiles. When do I have the luxury of being unhappy? I'm swamped with work at the company. Ning responds with an understanding nod, relieved that Jiangnan is not distressed over that scoundrel, Xie Qingzhou. You should get to bed early. You have a shoot at the company tomorrow. Don't stay up late. You need to be in your best shape for the camera. Ning obediently glances at the list of brand representatives before her, feeling overwhelmed, and recognizes her lack of commercial acumen, deciding not to complicate matters further. As the house descends into tranquility, Jiangnan finds herself momentarily distracted, reflecting on Xie Qingzhou's tight grip on Feng Liyue. The previous incidents had vanished from the internet within 2 hours. The current neglect is indeed surprising. Yet, how he chooses to act is of little consequence to her. At 6 in the morning, Jiangnan rises to prepare for a business trip. Ning, genuinely concerned for her, rests her head on the pillow. Jiang, how can I assist you? Jiangnan turns to her. Just focus on your shoot. That is how you can help me. The success of Weifeng relies on your efforts. All right, I shall do as you say. No objections, Ning replies. But do take care. We are a serious establishment. Jiangnan responds. You can manage your breakfast. I have the earliest flight to Hangzhou to meet with a brand representative. This brand has been under Jiangnan's scrutiny since she took over Weifeng, and it seemed on the verge of fruition. But the former president of Greater China has been promoted, necessitating renegotiation. By 8:30, Jiangnan, accompanied by Yang Ji, arrives at the brand's regional headquarters. The newly appointed president, Li Ruo, has also made efforts to advocate for Jiangnan, yet the other party remains reluctant to collaborate. Seeing your determination, Jiangzhou, would you like me to show you around? Li Ruo offers. Sure, Jiangnan replies. Li Ruo then takes Jiangnan on a tour of several renowned luxury department stores in Hangzhou, even making a trip to Nanjing before flying to Shenzhen in the afternoon. The other party remains silent, merely accompanying her on the stroll. Rain falls in Shenzhen, and the biting cold of the southern city during winter is somewhat unbearable for her. Jiangzhou, I am quite embarrassed. Regarding our collaboration with high-end malls, as you have seen today, we have decided not to choose Weifeng. Or, if Weifeng truly aligns with your vision, we can reconsider at a later time. After Li Ruo departs, Yang Ji expresses some frustration if they do not wish to collaborate. So be it. What was the point of all this fuss? She adds, at least they have shown us the disparity compared to other luxury department stores. Jiangnan, however, remains unperturbed, knowing that in the marketplace, there are no favors given in times of need, only embellishments in times of abundance. So what shall we do now? There are alternative options. Now that she has arrived in Deep City, it would be prudent to visit other brands. Jiangnan smiled, as if no obstacle could possibly deter her. Feeling peckish, she decided to return to the hotel for a shower, a meal, and some rest. Preparing to face the day anew tomorrow, Jiangnan noted that the department store was merely a 10-minute walk from the hotel. The rain was light, and she wished to take a stroll to gather her thoughts. Yan Fangxuan was in a CAF within the CBD, engaged in discussions, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass, he spotted Jiangnan. The rain in Deep City was not heavy today, yet walking in it seemed rather dismal. He lifted his phone and captured a photo. Yan, do you recognize her? He was asked. Yes, he replied, aware that Xie Qingzhou was in Deep City, and though the mark on her face was faint, it was indeed this Mrs. Xie who dared to lay hands on her. After forwarding the photo to Xie Qingzhou, he pondered for a moment before sending it to another recipient. When Xie Qingzhou received the photo, she was dining with a business partner. Jiangnan still wore that black coat, her hair cascading down, the delicate raindrops creating an ethereal sheen in the light. Yet the aura of defeat surrounding her evoked a sense of compassion. He scrutinized Jiangnan's face, recalling the despondent look in her eyes from the previous day. Taking a sip of his drink, he found that today's liquor tasted particularly sharp. Apologies, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I must excuse myself after 3 self-inflicted drinks. We will meet at the company tomorrow, he stated. The venue for his social obligations was not far from the hotel, and as he exited the car, he noticed Jiangnan waiting for her ride at the hotel entrance. She stood there without an umbrella, enveloped in the delicate curtain of rain. Since yesterday, Jiangnan had contemplated sending a message to Zhou Qian to inquire about his well-being. However, she felt uncertain about reaching out, so she hesitated to take action. A shadow fell overhead, and Jiangnan initially assumed it was Yang Ji returning with an umbrella. Without lifting her head, she remarked, "The umbrella. Please, you should go rest. I will manage on my own." Although Li Ruo had not collaborated with the gentle breeze, she had introduced her to the head of another brand, and Jiangnan intended to engage in conversation with him. Yang Ji remained silent, and when Jiangnan turned around, she was met with the handsome yet stern visage of Xie Qingzhou. "What are you doing here?" she began, but the words caught her throat. The third young master of the Xie family was not solely an investor in film. He owned a film company and was a top-tier investor, having successfully funded numerous hot projects. His expertise led several companies to engage him for corporate services with remarkable outcomes. Any company he advised transitioned from losses to profits. Thus, his presence here was not surprising to her. What a striking individual, yet living so carelessly, venturing out without an umbrella, he remarked, his tone tinged with a familiarity akin to that of a couple. Jiangnan regarded him with a placid expression, remaining silent. "Where to? Shall I give you a ride?" he inquired. Just then, her ride arrived, and she replied, "No, my car is here." Without a backward glance, she walked away as she had before. Xie Qingzhou stood under the umbrella, watching the departing vehicle. His wife, it seemed, had yet to fully quell her ire. Jiangnan visited a fragrance brand, and the conversation went rather well. However, Without the inclusion of those top luxury brands, it would be challenging for the venture to transform. She still wished to give it another try. As long as there was one agreement, everything else would fall into place. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock, and fatigue washed over her. Observing the person on the lobby sofa, Jiangnan felt more exhausted than after a day of chaos. Xie Qingzhou accompanied her into the elevator. Feeling somewhat drained, she leaned gently against the wall. The man's fingers rested on her shoulder, kneading it with a hint of solicitude. "Would you like to sleep with me?" he inquired. Jiangnan turned to look at him. "Do you think that is possible?" He nodded knowingly. "Not really. So I moved my luggage to your room." Jiangnan was at a loss for words. She truly lacked the energy to engage with him. Once in her room, she headed for a shower while Xie Qingzhou settled onto the sofa with a book. Noticing her, he patted the space beside him. "Come here. Let me give you a massage." "Mr. Xie, did that slap from yesterday hurt?" Jiangnan retorted. "There's no need to pretend after we've already torn the mask off." Xie Qingzhou, not particularly patient, stood up and pulled her onto the sofa to massage her shoulders. Jiangnan realized that she simply couldn't match his strength and ceased her struggle. His touch was surprisingly gentle, and she softly closed her eyes. After a moment, she heard him ask, "Is that comfortable?" Jiangnan murmured an affirmative. "Is there anything more comfortable, then?" Chapter 78. Fascination. No, Jiangnan firmly rejected, brushing his hand away. Xie Qingzhou, clad in a loose sweater, rested his hands on the back of the sofa, gazing at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Clearly in high spirits. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "What do you think I am, a beast? I promised not to touch you if you disagreed, and I shall not go back on my word." Misunderstanding his intent, Jiangnan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm going to sleep now. You could take the sofa." She stood to leave, but Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, insisting, "Let me make you comfortable." Jiangnan recognized his attempts to placate her after yesterday's incident. Yet she remained unyielding. "I'm not going anywhere. I just want to sleep. Whether you go or not, I can handle you," he replied, his tone gentle yet assertive. Jiangnan was irritated by his feigned benevolence. Deep down, he desired a woman who would comply and be obedient. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, "Xie Qingzhou, I admit I cannot win against you, but do not presume to dictate my life." Undeterred, he pressed on, leaving Jiangnan with no choice but to concede. To her surprise, he had arranged for her to enjoy a spa treatment. The room was bathed in a warm, golden light, conducive to relaxation, and the aroma of orange blossom essential oil wafted from the humidifier, enveloping her in a soothing haze that intensified her weariness. Jiangnan shed her clothes and reclined on the soft bed, pondering how adeptly he orchestrated such arrangements, likely having treated Feng Liue in a similar manner. When Xie Qingzhou entered, he beheld the massage therapist applying the oil onto her pristine, supple back, with the blanket resting just below her waist, accentuating her pronounced waistline. This sight stirred memories of their fervent kisses when he had once held her waist. He had witnessed her graceful movements, and, as he settled onto the sofa, he listened to her softly instruct the therapist, "That pressure is perfect. A bit more would be fine." A whimsical thought crossed Xie Qingzhou's mind, recalling the time she had whispered in his ear, requesting him to be gentler. She had called his name with that same tender tone. "Qingzhou, we are married now." The joy radiating from her face when they received their marriage certificate lingered in his memory, her gentle voice reminiscent of a kitten's soft pawing at his heart, which had once irked him. "Qingzhou, today's fish is exceptionally fresh." "Qingzhou, the rainy season has begun in Luo City. You must dress warmly." "Qingzhou, do you like the new shirt I customized for you?" These once tiresome recollections were now vividly imprinted in his mind, and he found himself longing for them. How fickle human nature is. He lowered his gaze, realizing that upon his return to the country, she had not called his name even once. The massage therapist spoke to her again, but she offered no response. The pressure on her waist and legs was gentle, and Jiangnan remained in slumber. After the therapist departed, she lay on the bed, still asleep, her hair casually tied, revealing a glimpse of her face, her red lips slightly parted, radiating a gentle and obedient demeanor. He brushed his finger against her nose, and she scrunched it slightly, not opening her eyes. Jiangnan was unsure how long she had been asleep when she opened her eyes to find Xie Qingzhou seated on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in a book. He wore a loose black sweater, lacking an outer garment, revealing a glimpse of his neck, his skin fair and truly pleasing to the eye. She turned over, realizing she was unclothed beneath the covers, and hesitated before asking, "Could you fetch me some clothes?" Hearing the languor in her voice, Xie Qingzhou kindly brought her garments to the bedside. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" he inquired. Jiangnan replied, indeed feeling considerably more relaxed. She sat up, clutching the blanket tightly, as if to shield herself from his gaze. "You don't seem unfamiliar to me," he remarked, leaning slightly closer to her. Having just awakened, she lacked her usual composure. Post-bath, her face was devoid of makeup, and whether it was her beauty mark or her current appearance, she resembled a drowsy cat, endearingly vulnerable. "Please move away. I need to get dressed," she insisted. "Not just yet," he countered. As Jiangnan lifted her gaze, his lips descended upon hers. After enduring several hours of suppressed desire, the flames of passion easily rekindled. Following a few moments of shock, Jiangnan instinctively recoiled. Xie Qingzhou grasped the nape of her neck, urging her to tilt her head back. The blanket slipped away, and under the soft yellow light, her form was breathtaking. He drew her into his embrace, seeking to touch what he cherished most. His approach was both forceful and gentle, proving effective for her, who was still dazed from sleep and lacking resolve. Despite her disdain for him, Jiangnan found herself unable to control her body's reactions. In recent days, the two had been embroiled in constant arguments. He yearned to kiss her, while she persistently evaded him. Once he had her at his mercy, Xie Qingzhou lost some restraint. Consumed by an almost frenzied desire for her, Jiangnan found it difficult to escape, breathless for a moment before regaining her composure. The yellow light felt excessively bright for her, while Xie Qingzhou remained half-propped on the bed, his lips lingering on her shoulder and neck. "Didn't you say you wouldn't force me if I disagreed?" Jiangnan spoke up, wary of him kissing her as he had done previously at his home. Such sincerity from him could easily lead her to feel cherished. But he was Xie Qingzhou. How could he show her tenderness? He was a master of disguise, merely coveting her body. Xie Qingzhou held her close, greedily provoking her to emit soft sounds before lifting his head. His fingers brushed against her cheek, enchanting like peach blossoms, while her eyes reflected a hint of shy bewilderment. "The atmosphere is delightful today," he remarked. If she acquiesced, he would find great joy. Jiangnan gazed at him and replied, "But you're quite filthy." Jiangnan was beautiful, intelligent, and spirited, yet to Xie Qingzhou, these qualities paled in comparison to her ability to dampen the mood. With a cold expression, he retreated to his room, choosing to ignore her. Jiangnan, equally dismissive, took a nap and, now alert and full of energy, sat at her desk reviewing her recent work progress. Xie Qingzhou, having awakened from his slumber, noted the untouched side of the bed. A glance at the time revealed it was 2 a.m. This woman would rather sleep on the sofa than share a bed with him. She offered him no consideration whatsoever. He stepped out of the bedroom and found Jiangnan resting her head on her arms, peacefully asleep at the desk. Instantly, his troubled thoughts dissipated. Approaching her, he noticed a scattering of progress reports from various luxury brands, none of which bore success. However, solutions followed closely behind. Xie Qingzhou smiled. His wife never ceased to surprise him. Ever since they had been together, even in his restraint, he could not deny that her brilliance compelled him to admire her. His fingers brushed her cheek, and in his gaze lay a tenderness that even he had not recognized. She had come a long way to reach this point. These brands now shied away from her, yet when her father was alive, which of them did not clamor to be involved? He lifted her gently, and she opened her eyes. "Close your eyes, go back to sleep." To his surprise, she did just that. He tenderly laid her on the bed, turned off the light, and pulled her into his embrace, closing his eyes as well. Meanwhile, a woman hastily arriving from Haicheng rang the doorbell on the top floor of the hotel. The man pulled her inside and pressed her against the door, exclaiming, "Darling, you have truly grown up, and I am even more captivated." Chapter 79, Jiangnan. I adore you. The following day, at the break of dawn, the doorbell rang insistently. Jiangnan furrowed her brow, turned over, and fell back into slumber. Xie Qingzhou went to answer the door. "Mr. Xie, I have great news." Yang Ji began, but upon seeing Xie Qingzhou's sullen expression, she hesitated. "Mr. Xie," dressed in a robe, Xie Qingzhou leaned lazily against the wall by the door. "You'd better have something important." "I'm looking for General Manager Jiang," Yang Ji replied, locking eyes with him, unwilling to back down. Truly deserving of her assistant's title, she does not regard him lightly. "Yang Ji, please come in." After a moment's thought, Yang Ji maneuvered around him and spotted Jiangnan. Enthusiastically, she grasped her arm, suppressing her excitement. "General Manager, didn't you ask me to send out the proposals to major brands? They've scheduled a meeting with us." "Who?" Jiangnan was taken aback. "When?" "This afternoon at 4 o'clock, with an hour allocated." Jiangnan calculated the time. The high-speed train to Jiangsheng would only take 2 hours. "Book the tickets, we'll depart at 10. After Yang Ji left, Jiangnan felt a surge of exhilaration. When opportunity does not present itself, she creates it. She would seize this chance without hesitation. Standing before her desk, cluttered with scattered papers and documents, she brimmed with confidence. Having overheard Yang Ji's announcement, Xie Qingzhou approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. "It's still early. Shall we indulge in another nap?" His lips brushed against the skin at her neck, inhaling deeply. "Is it the scent of essential oils from last night's spa? She truly smells divine." Jiangnan was naturally opposed to this notion, but what did her dissent matter? He hoisted her onto his shoulder and tossed her onto the bed. Jiangnan exclaimed. Xie Qingzhou held her close. "You want to heed my words. A slightly more assertive approach can yield better and swifter results. Last night, I held you and hardly slept at all," he said, his tones softening as he rested his head on her chest. Jiangnan found his weight overwhelming, suffocating her. "Get off me. It's too early for this ruckus." "Really?" he said, rising to pin her beneath him. Jiangnan kicked at him, but he quickly grasped her calf and pressed it against his waist. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she exerted all her strength, yet he remained unmoved. Defeated, Jiangnan covered her mouth, conceding to him, though her disdain was palpable, and she made no effort to hide it. Xie Qingzhou felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Their morning frolic had morphed into a playful skirmish. Yet he sought to reclaim the upper hand. The buttons on Jiangnan's attire popped off, landing on the floor, leaving her with a few unsightly marks, leaving her feeling a sense of shame. Though he did not touch her, he possessed alternative means of indulgence. Breathing heavily, he fixated on her flushed skin and bashful eyes. In matters of intimacy, Jiangnan was far less adept than in the business realm. The weight of his breath enveloped her. "Jiangnan, may I?" Her silence served as the most eloquent refusal. In the dim light of the early morning, the curtains drawn tight, the bedroom remained shrouded in twilight. The woman's porcelain-white skin glimmered as she lay on the bed, while the man knelt before her, his gaze locked onto her. As his breath grew heavier, she closed her eyes in embarrassment. "Look at me," he rasped, his voice laden with desire. He relaxed, leaning against her, whispering in her ear, "Jiangnan, I am fond of you." Just by gazing at her, he became entranced. Xie Qingzhou found it absurd. How could he allow himself to be so vulnerable before her? In the presence of that man, he felt an overwhelming desire, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to yield completely. Was Jiangnan's significance due to her being his wife? He did not conceal his longing for her body, nor did he disguise his true self, allowing her to witness his descent into passion. In the afternoon, as Jiangnan departed from Deep City, Xie Qingzhou went to see her off, and she did not refuse. Once they alighted from the vehicle, she did not look back, offering no farewell. Xie Qingzhou understood that Jiangnan's compliance stemmed from a temporary resignation she could not escape. If she had the choice, she would surely walk away just as resolutely, without a backward glance. While Jiangnan perused documents in the car, and Ning called, Jiang, where are you?" "I need to make a trip to Jiang City." "What is the matter?" "It's nothing, just Uncle Jiang once supported Feng Liyue." "What?" "I happened to learn of it." Jiangnan's fingers tightened, pondering what role Feng Liyue played in that tragic fire. After ending the call, her emotions remained turbulent. Meanwhile, Ning found herself reluctantly seated on the man's lap, as he continued to explore her body, insatiable in his desires. "As an old flame, I still have my merits." Jiangnan must be on her way to Jiang City. I even provided a little bonus. Are you considering a long-term relationship with me? No, I want to consider it. Yin Fengshuan's expression darkened as he grasped her hair, forcing her to tilt her head and kiss him, then pushed her down onto the sofa. Just this once. Then I must satiate myself. Chapter 80. The little darling, due to the commotion caused by Xie Qingzhou and her late-night antics, Jiangnan missed the high-speed train scheduled for 10 o'clock, rescheduling it for the afternoon. Arriving precisely on time at the BR conference room, she sensed a tinge of discontent, as if she were disregarding the brand's significance. However, upon meeting the person in charge, General Su, she was met with a remarkably friendly and enthusiastic demeanor. A flicker of doubt arose in Jiangnan's heart, yet she chose to dismiss it, articulating in detail the development and advantages of Weifeng. General Su exhibited even greater confidence than she did, stating, "Little Jiang, I believe in you, and I am committed to making Weifeng a benchmark project in Haiqing." Exchanging a glance with Yang Ji, Jiangnan smiled subtly, interpreting General Su's words as an inclination to collaborate with Weifeng. Certainly she thought. Jiangnan refrained from further comment. After all, with years of business experience, she had encountered a plethora of individuals and situations, and such amicable negotiations were indeed rare. Just then, General Su's phone rang. After he concluded the call, Jiangnan boldly inquired, "General Su, would it be possible for BR to be the exclusive store in Haicheng?" The other party hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. "Of course." Leaning back in her chair, Jiangnan cut to the chase. "General Su, who has entrusted you with this?" With a chuckle, General Su recounted how he initially thought it was a call regarding some romantic entanglement when he received a call from Yin Tian. Little did he anticipate that Jiangnan would prove to be such a capable individual. Her keen insights into Weifeng's future business philosophy were not traits easily possessed by a mere ornament. "Your father, Jiang Yuan, has shown me great kindness," he added. Jiangnan found it hard to believe. "This is genuine. At first, I only intended to offer this opportunity. Regardless, the conditions presented by Weifeng are quite favorable. After hearing your thoughts, I feel more confident," General Su affirmed, expressing sincerity in his subsequent remarks. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou, having addressed matters concerning the other company, awaited Yin Fengshuan at a tea house. After waiting from 4:30 until 6, Yin finally arrived, casting a glance at the still fresh marks on his neck. "Did you just get out of bed?" he asked, sipping his tea. Yin raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Oh, did you summon me to inquire how many times one can go in a night? Since you're not the one with me, how does it concern you?" Xie Qingzhou retorted, a tone of playful confrontation that Yin found rather enjoyable. After all, the third young master of the Xie family was typically refined and gentlemanly, possessing a commendable demeanor. It was evident that the treachery he faced years ago had significantly altered him. "Why do you ask me to facilitate the BR project rather than handling it yourself? Isn't this a rather roundabout way to appease your wife?" Yin questioned, perplexed by the situation. He had inadvertently spotted Jiangnan at a CAF, capturing a photograph and sending one to Xie Qingzhou and another to Ning. Within 2 hours of receiving the photos, Xie Qingzhou had already dispatched relevant materials about BR, clearly having learned of Jiangnan's predicament almost instantaneously. And Ning expressed her unexpected delight, stating that as long as he had a plan, she would willingly accompany him once. How could anyone refuse such an advantageous opportunity? It was reminiscent of Ning's serendipitous entrance into his life years ago. A truly fascinating occurrence. "You need not concern yourself with this matter," Xie Qingzhou stated. Yin Fengshuan raised her hands in a gesture of indifference, declaring her intent to remain silent, allowing everyone to believe that this matter was orchestrated by the Anning gang. However, the affection this naive girl held for Jiangnan was undeniably genuine. Despite being subjected to torment, she bore the pain with grace, tenderly embracing his neck and pleading, "Could you perhaps inform the person in charge of BR that your assistance is due to Jiangnan's father? If not, Jiang, being so astute, might uncover the truth." Such a foolish display of misplaced affection. Did she not realize that her husband had previously invested in BR? Xie Qingzhou was to remain in Deep City for another 2 days. He called Jiangnan that evening, but she did not answer. even before retiring for the night. She had not responded to him. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the desk with a sigh. As Xiao Zheng aptly remarked, why would Xie, with such a charming little wife like Jiangnan, not cherish her? Indeed, why would he not? A knock resounded on the study door, and upon hearing it, Xie Qingzhou approached. Inquiring, what is it? Young Master Zhou seems to be preparing for a trip abroad. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, pondering the timing. Does she know? Chapter 81. Precious as pearls, Jiang Nan never anticipated that the decision made by Zhou Qian, after several days of silence, would be such. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to return, only to be halted by Yang Ji. General Manager Jiang, we have finally made some progress at work. If we can indeed secure the BR, we will gain a competitive edge. If you leave now, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. No amount of BR could compare to Zhou Qian, Jiang Nan replied. She had once loved Xie Qingzhou, a love that was restrained, one that feared imposing upon him, seeking only to bring him a modicum of joy, which sufficed for her. Zhou Qian treated her as she had once treated Xie Qingzhou. She understood him. Thus, when Xie Qingzhou lay upon her, declaring, Jiangnan, I like you, she felt no elation. Words spoken in the throes of passion by a man should not be taken to heart, even if he truly liked her. So what? It was merely an attempt to exchange sweet words for her affection. Whether she reciprocated was of no concern to him. His feelings were all that mattered. Jiangnan left Yangji in Jiangsheng and promptly returned to Haicheng. Xie Qingzhou was in a foul mood. Jiangnan was an astute individual, and the significance of BR to her was self-evident, yet she chose to return. Her decision, while displeasing to Xie Qingzhou, also left him feeling unsettled. He was acutely aware that nothing inappropriate had transpired between them, yet he remained deeply perturbed. He thought to himself that there is indeed karmic retribution in this world, a consequence of his indiscretions with Feng Liu, who had been reckless with rumors. In those days, his heart was not in this marriage. Now, hers had drifted far away, even after they had shared intimate moments just the day prior. Xie Qingzhou lit a cigarette, remaining silent for a long while. Xiao Zheng, standing before the desk, pondered for a moment before asking, are you going back? Forget it. What difference would it make? My matters are urgent as well. He hesitated before adding, there is also something else. You can't even report on your work now? Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened to the extreme, seizing the opportunity to unleash his frustration. If you can't handle it, find someone else to do it. 7 years ago, during the time you mentioned, Jiang Nan attended classes at school, unwavering through all adversities, as confirmed by her mentor. Such news was anticipated, yet it left him feeling a profound sense of loss, coupled with a hint of embarrassment at having confronted the past. Ultimately, he had broken his promise to her. During this period, he had scarcely thought of her at all. Just a week after they obtained their marriage certificate 3 years ago, he had left for abroad. Was that truly the right choice? Jiangnan landed at Haicheng Airport and arrived at the Zhou family villa by 10 o'clock that night. Upon hearing from the housekeeper of her arrival, Zhou Qian sighed and arranged a car to take her home. He dreaded seeing her, fearing he would become reluctant to part ways, filled with regret, and thus remain. The housekeeper turned away, and he thought, perhaps it was best to bid her a proper farewell. With just a month until the new year, the chill of Haicheng was palpable as she stood outside the Zhou family villa, gazing at the lights around her, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Zhou Qian emerged without a coat to greet her. Jiang Nan stepped forward, her eyes brimming with profound regret. Why the sudden decision to go abroad? He gazed at her frostbitten hands and urged her to come inside. She had traveled to a southern city for work, dressed rather lightly in a black overcoat, and upon returning to the frigid sea city, she was thoroughly chilled. The servant of the Zhou family went to brew some hot tea, and Zhou Qian inquired, have you eaten? Just a little, she replied. You haven't tasted my cooking, have you? I've just learned to make noodles. Shall I prepare a bowl for you? Yes, please. Jiangnan responded. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles was ready. The eggs were added only after they had been thoroughly cooked, as she had mentioned her aversion to the fishy taste of egg soup. He was attentive to her needs, a fact she was well aware of. After finishing her meal, feeling warm, Jiangnan tilted her head back and smiled at Zhou Qian, saying, it's a bit salty. Next time, perhaps a touch less salt. Zhou Qian was momentarily taken aback. Next time? All right, I owe you one. Have you made up your mind? Jiangnan asked him. Zhou Qian, I hope that every decision you make is true to your own heart and not influenced by anyone else, including me. He replied, the primary reason for this decision is myself. I refuse to linger by your side like a coward, Nan. One day, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Your regard for me should not solely stem from my kindness to you, but also from your pride in me. Nan, even if I am reluctant to admit it, I must acknowledge the vast chasm between him and me. I cannot assist you, nor can I find a solution. Thus, I shall refrain from complicating your life further. This is the last thing I can do for you. Jiangnan felt tears welling up, unable to find comforting words. Like that day when Xie Qingzhou questioned Zhou Qian, she, too, felt devoid of identity and stance. Zhou Qian, I'm truly sorry for the discomfort I have caused you. That was her only means of expression. No, I do not see it that way. One can dine well and live splendidly. You are that kind of person. Our encounter is enough. I am happy and even feel fortunate. Because of her, he yearned for a different way of life. In the vast sea of humanity, some individuals shine like stars, illuminating the lives of others in fleeting moments. Jiangnan was that star. Jiangnan did not anticipate receiving such praise from him. Zhou Qian, I suddenly recall something. When Xie Qingzhou vowed to take responsibility for the one he loved and to marry her, I envied his beloved. And perhaps I wished for someone to treat me with such care and adoration. As she spoke, tears inexplicably fell. My wish has come true. Zhou Qian wanted to smile, yet his lips trembled and his eyes grew moist. He truly cherished her and found it hard to let her go. Jiangnan stood up, opened her arms, and embraced him. Zhou Qian, though the mountains are high and the roads long, please take good care of yourself. Zhou Qian held her tightly, Nan. He left her alone, wishing for her happiness and hoping that his desires would be fulfilled. In the end, everything whispered her name, Jiangnan, his beloved princess. Jiangnan departed, and Zhou Qian stood at the door, seemingly oblivious to the chill enveloping the air. Zhou's father, overhearing the conversation between the two from upstairs, began to understand the depth of his son's affections. He had never contemplated that his son's growth might occur through such a means. Reflecting on this, he mused, heartbreak is perhaps the least painful yet the most rapid path to personal development. Zhou Qian gazed at his resolute father, feeling a surge of frustration that nearly brought him to tears. Is it too much to ask for a word of comfort? He thought. Zhou's father considered for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, saying, My son, I have faith in you. You are no less capable than that young man from the Xie family. If she is suffering, you must rescue her from his grasp. Unlike the current circumstances, she is in such distress, and you lack the power to lift her from it. Zhou Qian remained silent. Chapter 82. Separation. Jiangnan returned to Jiang City on the last flight from the Zhou family. Before boarding, she posted on her moments, each striving for her own goals. We shall meet at the pinnacle. The night had deepened, and Xie Qingzhou had yet to sleep. Her new update featured a picture of the grand bouquet of roses Zhou Qian had once gifted her. Xiao Zheng, while reviewing the printed proposal, noticed Xie Qingzhou gazing at Jiangnan's moments. Madam has returned to Jiang City, he thought, crammed into economy class. Xie Qingzhou turned off his phone, remaining silent. He spent an additional 2 days in Deep City. Aside from a few minor incidents, everything proceeded smoothly. As the project reached its preliminary conclusion, he said to Xiao Zheng, You may head back. I need to visit Jiang City. He knew Jiangnan had not yet departed. She was deeply involved in the BR project, managing every detail with remarkable proficiency. Despite the other party's sincerity, she utilized her leisure time to explore luxury department stores in Jiang City and engage in discussions with industry peers, leaving no room for wasted moments. He had once overlooked her depth, merely perceiving her as attractive. Now, he realized that her beauty was but a superficial trait. It was no wonder Zhou Qian was willing to do so much for her. She truly deserved it. In public, Jiangnan presented herself as a resilient individual capable of shouldering responsibilities. When Zhou Qian left, he did not ask her to see him off, nor did she go. Although her work arrangements in Jiang City were tightly scheduled, Keeping her busy, she often felt unwell and melancholic during her moments of respite, despite their brief acquaintance. His sudden departure left her despondent. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiangnan sank into the sofa in the lobby, remaining there for half an hour. Yang Ji was at a loss for words to console her. She had been unusually reticent and quiet these past few days. Noticing the piano in the hotel, Jiangnan approached it. Before long, the once tranquil lobby resonated with the soft notes of her piano playing. When Xie Qingzhou arrived, he was greeted by the enchanting melody of the sadness in your eyes. The tune was beautifully melancholic, imbued with a subtle sorrow. He spotted Jiangnan at the piano, playing the poignant line. As I look back on the past like smoke, my heart shatters, like broken glass scattered everywhere. Is this truly the end? Xie Qingzhou's expression turned grim. She appeared so heartbroken over Zhou Qian's departure. Was she expressing her longing for him through music? Yang Ji noticed him first and rose from the sofa, raising her voice, "Mr. Xie, what brings you here?" Jiang then paid no heed. She merely wished to play the piano to elevate her spirits. As shadows loomed, her wrist was suddenly seized, and the music abruptly ceased. He dragged her toward the elevator, and she stumbled for a moment but managed to keep pace. Upon entering the room, he pinned her against the door, gripping her chin with his fingers. His eyes filled with fury. "He has merely gone abroad, not dead. Why are you mourning so? We quarrel over divorce, yet I've never seen you so distraught. You are unworthy to compare yourself to him." Jiangnan's spirits plummeted further. She had grown weary of his domineering and aggressive demeanor. If it weren't for him, Zhou Qian would not have left. "Indeed, you have found a new love. My status as your old flame has diminished." His tone revealed a hint of anger. She had truly challenged him for Zhou Qian's sake. Is she truly infatuated with Zhou Qian now? He yanked off his tie, ensnaring her. Gazing down at her from his elevated position, one hand deftly unfastening the buttons. "You are but an old flame," he murmured. He captured her lips, instantly entwining her within his grasp, asserting his dominance. Her body trembled under his touch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not resist, surrendering to his kisses. His caresses, she felt numb. Their garments lay discarded at the threshold, his belt clattering to the floor. And at that moment, the tension in her mind snapped. He stated that he would not force her should she refuse. Yet he seemed to have forgotten. She inadvertently glanced back, catching a glimpse of herself in the hallway mirror, his hand gripping her waist, her appearance a disheveled mess. A wave of emotion surged through her, and she gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tears, a look of quiet indignation on her face. Xie Qingzhou recalled the lyrics of the English song she once played. "Why do I suffer so, lost in your gaze?" He sighed. His intent was to understand her sorrow, to offer her companionship. Much like last time, having watched that video, he felt a pang of compassion, striving to make amends. Yet it seemed he was perpetually coercing her. He exhaled softly, attempting to quell the restlessness within him. Her vulnerable demeanor only intensified his desire, making it increasingly difficult to release her in such a critical moment. He kissed her back for what felt like an eternity, ultimately refraining from forcing her. However, this treatment left Jiangnan feeling ashamed. "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel." He smiled, relishing the quivers of her body, watching as she slowly succumbed. Only then did he feel a semblance of peace. Her back pressed against his chest, nestled closely in his embrace, brought him a measure of satisfaction. The flames of jealousy within him were momentarily quelled by this fleeting pleasure. "What are you thinking, Jiang? As long as you voice your desires, I shall grant you anything." Yet, this wife of his resembled a proud little cat. This feeling prompted him to reminisce about the beauty she had once displayed for him. So exquisite, so enchanting. Jiangnan remained obstinately silent, showcasing her tenacity to Xie Qingzhou. He held her close on the sofa, unable to resist her body. Jiangnan shut her eyes, unwilling to confront him, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed the emotion she harbored. In her eyes, this bore no difference from intimacy. The sole distinction lay in his intent to tame her through this experience. In an effort to coax her consent, he shamelessly toyed with her body, teasing her, which filled her with shame. Xie Qingzhou noted the lingering blush on her skin. the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Do not be shy. We are husband and wife, the closest of bonds. He had revealed his vulnerable side to her, and with a hint of pleasure, he admired his wife, believing there was nothing wrong with it. Her tousled hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her both fragile and endearing. His fingers caressed her hair tenderly, a flicker of affection igniting within him as he pressed a kiss to her cheek. Jiangnan interrupted. Get away from me, you pretentious fool. She displayed no appreciation, and Xie Qingzhou did not press the matter. Perhaps she had recently found some solace and was quite patient, for he had never spoken to her in such a manner before. You mentioned that was in the past. Her mood was dismal. She lamented her previous blindness to the nature of such a scoundrel as you. Xie Qingzhou gently embraced her, his hand tenderly caressing her back. Jiangnan disliked this display and struggled against it. A low chuckle emanated from above. Insects, pupae, if you continue to act like a larva, do not blame me. I never intended to endure this. She had witnessed his shamelessness and felt utterly drained. Xie Qingzhou, what will it take for you to release me? You are not lacking in women. You have Feng Liyue. Why must you cling to me? Is it merely to conquer me? I concede. I cannot compete with you. Will you not let me go? He continued to hold her gently, responding to her plea with a question of his own. Do you wish to cry? Cry to your heart's content today, and afterward, you must not think of him again. Xie Qingzhou, my relationship with Zhou Qian is not as you suspect. How so? There is nothing untoward, yet you behave like this. Are you attempting to drive me to madness? He pinched her chin, his tone and gaze indulgent. Jiangnan felt exasperated. He had been fierce and relentless before, and now he was like this. Was he suffering from a split personality? She closed her eyes. Speaking to him felt exhausting. The following day, Jiangnan departed from Jiang City early. Xie Qingzhou awoke alone in the hotel bed, reflecting on how this woman disregarded his attempts to please her. He felt somewhat helpless and truly did not wish to resort to forceful measures. Returning to Haicheng, he rested for half a day, waiting for her to finish work, yet she did not return. Anshui approached him to inquire about dinner, and he snapped back to reality, asking if his wife would be dining with him. Shortly thereafter, Anshui returned with the news that his wife had stated she would not be coming back. Wishing to separate. Chapter 83. Assistance. It has been 3 days since Jiang Nan returned to Haicheng, yet she has neither visited Wudong Road nor made a phone call. Apart from that marriage certificate, it seems as though their connection has truly faded into oblivion. Seizing the momentum from securing the BR project, Jiang Nan sought out Tong Xian once more. Mr. Tong, before you finalize the contract with Wanxiang, I would like to make one last attempt. Last time, you listened to my thoughts on the future and advantages of Weifeng. This time, I wish to hear your perspective or any conditions you may wish to propose. Tong Xian regarded her thoughtfully. Ms. Jiang, your proposed conditions and vision for Weifeng are indeed compelling. But I regret to inform you that we still perceive the risks of partnering with Weifeng as too great. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. This meal is on me. As Tong Xian departed, Yang Ji felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Why is it always like this? They clearly acknowledge our value and express confidence in our terms, yet refuse to collaborate. Jiangnan leaned back against her chair. They simply lack faith in me. Although I graduated from an art university, that was a long time ago. Renowned luxury brands are reluctant to partner with someone inexperienced in the luxury retail sector. That's not true. They just don't understand your capabilities. You can excel in anything. Yang Ji reassured her confidently. Jiangnan felt a surge of joy at those words. Let us have a meal first. And what about Mr. Tong? As long as he hasn't signed with Wanxiang, we still have a chance. As Tong Xian exited the private room, he harbored a genuine desire to collaborate with Jiangnan. However, the decision was beyond his sole discretion. He had assessed the risks and ultimately deemed the venture with Weifeng too perilous. Making his way to the parking lot, he spotted a man in a brown coat leaning against his car, smoking. The scarlet glow of the ember flickered between his fingers, and Tong Xian recognized him as Xie Qingzhou. Under the street lamp, he appeared in a black turtleneck and brown coat, exuding a refined nonchalance. Although Haicheng had entered its coldest season, at that moment, he felt as though the surroundings were infused with vibrancy. Indeed, beauty knows no gender. Mr. Xie, what a coincidence. I was just waiting for you. Xie Qingzhou did not keep him guessing. Tong Xin was taken aback. He had little to no interaction with the third young master of the CF family, a rising star in the investment circle. Mr. Tong, it has been many years. Have you contemplated your future? Xie Qingzhou inquired as he opened the car door. Do you have time for a discussion? Tong Xin was well aware of Xie Qingzhou's capabilities. Many companies sought his counsel, and he possessed an uncanny ability to pinpoint problems and turn losses into profits. Though uncertain of his intentions, he was familiar with the dynamics of the business world, often crossing paths without direct engagement. Arriving at an antiquated tea house, the atmosphere was serene, with incense burning and tea being brewed. In a corner, a graceful woman clad in a qipao played the guzheng. If General Tong does not wish to resign, he might contemplate the future, such as his retirement. Currently, General Tong possesses absolute, unchecked authority in management, with shareholders lacking both a voice and a right to information regarding operations. No matter how high his salary and bonuses he grants himself, they pale in comparison to the company's annual profits. Tong Xin has made comparisons, as he is surrounded by numerous privately held enterprises controlled by founders, which, despite their inferior management, generate far greater earnings. Upon retirement, he will no longer receive such substantial sums, nor will he have any assets to pass down to his children. However, how did he come to know such insider information about the company? Why did Mr. Xie bring this up? There seems to be a problem with the structure of equity and management rights, a matter that is not difficult for me. Why would Mr. Xie assist me without any merit? We are engaged in a mutual exchange. You provide Micro-Wind with an opportunity, and I will resolve your current awkward situation. Tong Xin was perplexed for a long while. Was he doing this for Micro-Wind Group or for Jiangnan? After dining at the club, Jiangnan returned home. After taking a shower, she began to sift through the troublesome brands in her hands. The brands she desired were uncooperative, although she did not want insisted on collaboration. Jiang, is there still an issue with work? And Ning inquired. Didn't TU secure the BR project? Why the long face? It's just a minor success, Jiangnan replied. Micro-Wind Group is the largest single-store mall in Haicheng, and the expansive first floor naturally attracts a greater array of luxury brands. If they join, it would further solidify the luxury lineup on that floor. How has your filming been? You've been busy these days, and I haven't checked in with you. Minister Xiao has called me several times, saying you are quite dedicated. Jiangnan continued. Moreover, several of the designs suit you perfectly. Ningning, do you still aspire to be famous? Of course, I long for fame. Once I achieve it, there will be ample wealth and resources, empowering me to become self-sufficient, and Ning replied. Jiangnan chuckled softly, recognizing whom she was alluding to. Very well, prepare yourself. You may be quite busy in the coming period, Jiangnan stated. By the way, there is new progress regarding Feng Liyue. Uncle Jiang has been supporting her since high school, and after she entered university, she has consistently worked at the resort during weekends and vacations. So, she indeed has a chance to acquire the brooch? Yes. And perhaps the safety talisman that Xie Qingzhou sent you as well, and Ning speculated. Speaking of the safety talisman, it has been quite a challenge. It has changed hands several times, and the current owner is very secretive. She has inquired multiple times, but no information has been revealed. My safety talisman. Jiangnan sighed. She had been quite upset when she lost it. Now, it matters little to her. She no longer loves him, and thus material possessions hold no significance. In the coming days, I will seek an opportunity to inquire about Miss Feng, Jiangnan remarked. Feng Liyue's reputation has suffered due to her breach of contract, and coupled with Xie Qingzhou's lack of resolution, her current situation is quite dire. Jiangnan pondered that if Feng Liyue were indeed connected to the fire, she would certainly not let her off the hook. As she was about to retire for the night, Jiangnan received a WeChat message from Xie Qingzhou. Are you coming home tomorrow? She glanced at it and then dismissed it, pretending she had not seen it. The following day, after concluding a meeting, Jiangnan emerged from the conference room. Yang Ji appeared unusually cheerful, prompting Jiangnan to inquire about the cause of her elation. President Tong expressed a willingness to collaborate. Jiangnan responded with a note of disbelief. Really? Indeed. Why the sudden change? Upon reflecting, Jiangnan mused that it was indeed perplexing. She decided to ask Assistant Yang to investigate President Tong's whereabouts from the previous day. It was quite strange how one could change their mind after a mere nap. Chapter 84. Be a little kinder to her. Jiangnan learned that Tong Xie had entered Xie Qingzhou's car after leaving the restaurant. They had a conversation at the tea house for nearly an hour, the contents of which she was unaware. She hoped their relationship would remain strained. If he truly assisted her, it would only add to her vexation. In the afternoon, Tong Xie had urged her to sign the contract, but she found an excuse to postpone. The trust between her and Xie Qingzhou had crumbled. She was uncertain of his intentions, even if they were well-meaning. She had no desire to accept his help or feel indebted to him. That evening, Jiangnan hosted a brand representative from a trendy label. As she exited the private room, she spotted Xiao Zheng and discreetly signaled to Yang Ji, who understood immediately and descended with the brand representative. Once they entered the elevator, Xiao Zheng and Xie Qingzhou joined them. Xie Qingzhou appeared slightly inebriated and glanced at Yang Ji, inquiring about Jiangnan's absence. Yang Ji replied that Jiangnan had other matters to attend to. Xie Qingzhou merely smiled faintly, refraining from exposing her pretense. The venue for the evening's gathering had been deliberately chosen by Xiao Zheng, knowing she would be present. Did she truly wish to avoid him? Jiangnan delayed her descent by 10 minutes. After Yang Ji escorted the clients away, she stood at the entrance preparing to call for a car when Xiao Zheng approached. "Madam, may I drive you home?" he offered. Reluctant, she heard him say, "Xie, it's time to head home." "Very well," she replied, displaying no semblance of embarrassment at being caught avoiding anyone. Once in the car, Jiangnan continued to check her work messages. Xiao Zheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and remarked, "The items I delivered that day were not backed up." Jiangnan paused, realizing he referred to the video concerning Zhou Qian's altercation with Feng Liyue. Since Zhou Qian had already gone abroad, those items no longer held significance. She shifted her focus back to her phone screen. "Madam, I assure you, I genuinely meant it. If Feng Liyue could produce the video, I personally negotiated that matter." "You negotiated with Feng Liyue?" Jiangnan inquired, puzzled. "Wasn't it Xie Qingzhou who had spent a fortune to acquire the video from the security?" "Yes, it was me. That day, watching you two exit the hot spring club, he truly wished to make amends with you." Jiangnan chuckled at this, saying, "Xiao Zheng, there's a saying, the intention matters little. What is significant is the action itself. Harm is harm. There is no need to excuse Xie Qingzhou. However, Xiao Zheng, I never realized you could talk so much." Jiangnan interjected, wishing for him to quiet down. Xiao Zheng, with a playful grin, countered, "When you sought me out to inquire about how the boss was faring abroad, you didn't seem to mind my chatter." Jiangnan remained silent. She was not one to forget kindness. The following day, she visited the office with the contract Tong Xie had sent, seeking out Xie Qingzhou. The building was new, as they had recently moved in. After waiting briefly downstairs, Xie Qingzhou emerged, his tone surprisingly gentle upon seeing her. "Why not come upstairs? Is it appropriate for me to ascend under the guise of Mrs. Xie?" she retorted, her words laced with sarcasm. Sighing, Xie Qingzhou asked, "When do you intend to let this go?" "You sign, and I will," Jiangnan replied. "Previously, I hesitated, out of guilt towards you. I felt compelled to seek a divorce. However, the moment I witnessed you alongside Zhou Qian, the thought of parting vanished." He spoke, his gaze intently fixed upon her. "So, is this your sincerity?" Jiangnan inquired. "No," he replied. "Do you wish to converse here?" Jiangnan scoffed, aware that in the bustling lobby of the office building, if they were caught by onlookers, Miss Feng would surely be driven to madness. She had no desire to propagate rumors about herself. Upon entering his office, he settled into the sofa diagonally opposite her, stating, "I harbor no romantic feelings for Feng Liu. Her child, I am indifferent." Jiangnan interrupted him, retrieving a contract from her bag. "Regarding President Tong, I still hope to achieve this through my own efforts." Thus, regardless of whether it was his sincerity or some other reason, she remained resolute in her refusal. Xie Qingzhou observed her. Recalling that night, he sought out Tong Xie when Xiao Zheng was equally puzzled. He had been excessively harsh and unfeeling towards his wife. He merely wished to assist her. Yet when he saw her in distress, he chose to remain blind to it, truly lamentable. But you possess no notable luxury brands, Xie Qingzhou remarked. You are correct. However, I still aspire to succeed through my own endeavors. After all, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on water may result in it drying up. If I require assistance, would it not be more effective to approach Chairman Xie than you? Jiangnan asserted, emphasizing that her journey had been one she navigated alone. Even if times were currently challenging, given time, others would eventually recognize her efforts. She preferred to say no more. From the moment he chose Feng Liue, any possibility between them had been extinguished. As Xie Qingzhou watched her approach the door, his gaze darkened slightly. If this was a favor from Zhou Qian, would you not acknowledge it? Jiangnan turned back, puzzled. Zhou Qian is responsible for Zhou's overseas market and is heading to Luocheng, passing through Shen City. Before his departure, he made a point to see me. At that moment, he had been playing golf with a client. Zhou Qian, holding his golf club, asked President Xie, "Shall we have a round?" Golf, a sport that tests both stamina and patience, had previously held no allure for Zhou Qian, who deemed it unexciting. Yet, once on the course, despite trailing behind, he found himself steadily surpassing others with his calm demeanor. Xie Qingzhou narrowly triumphed as twilight descended. Zhou Qian, seated on the ground, proposed, "I will trade my departure for you to treat her better, if that is acceptable." He was aware that being kind to Jiangnan would cost him numerous opportunities. Yet he still voiced it. Zhou Qian continued, "Your current situation is rather dire. Using my absence to secure a brand partnership is something you should accept, though I am indifferent if you do not." He lounged lazily on the sofa. Jiangnan turned back, seized the contract from the coffee table, and departed. In the afternoon, she did not return to the office, but instead visited the Beishur prison. In the preceding years, during a time of flourishing real estate, my father constructed an exquisite villa estate in a picturesque area embraced by mountains and water. However, what was once a highly regarded project fell victim to a catastrophic fire that engulfed the mountains, adversely affecting the surrounding villages. Those responsible for the incident received severe sentences. My father-in-law, Xie Qingzhou, proved to be quite resourceful, arranging a meeting with an individual who had persistently appealed. This person, maintaining his innocence, claimed he merely accepted money for services rendered and intended to teach the Jiang family a lesson, denying any involvement in the arson. Yet all evidence pointed towards them, leaving them with no means of defense. The cries of innocence seemed merely a desperate attempt to absolve themselves. Regardless of the evidence presented, their appeals were consistently dismissed. Jiangnan visited this individual, who, despite his previous arrogance and malice, now bore a vacant, numb look in his eyes. He repeatedly insisted he did not set the fire. Yet my father and brother perished in that inferno. The entire mountain was consumed, and many nearby residents suffered greatly. I remained perplexed by the circumstances. Perhaps it was a cigarette that ignited the blaze on that windy day, making it easy for flames to spread. As I departed, I seemingly heard the sounds of an argument, a man questioning, "What did you take?" Jiangnan felt her heart leap to her throat. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Sister Li. "Hello? Jiang, you must hurry. Your mother has gone to the hospital and is having a confrontation. She is unwell." As Jiangnan made her way to the hospital, news spread online about the incident. Feng Liue's wheelchair had been overturned, and her mother was wildly slapping Feng Liue's face in a frenzy. Chapter 85. Transformation. An hour later, Jiangnan arrived at the hospital from the northern district. Sister Li informed her that Xie Qingzhou had already come and taken Feng Liue away. She had visited her mother, who had fallen asleep after receiving a sedative from the doctor, prompting her to inquire with Sister Li about the situation. Sister Li explained that during the examination, she had encountered Feng Liue and exchanged some words, which had triggered her mother's condition. Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow and asked what had been said. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Sister Li stammered, "She mentioned your father. What did she say?" Jiangnan was nearly frantic. "She claimed that your father forced her." A chill ran down Jiangnan's spine. She was spouting nonsense. She rushed to Feng Liue's hospital room to confront her. Upon entering, she saw Xie Qingzhou slightly bent over Feng Liue's bed, his expression grave, perhaps due to the severity of her injuries. The noise of the door startled them both, and they turned to look at her. Feng Liue recoiled in fear, burying herself in Xie Qingzhou's embrace. He furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiangnan and instructed, "You should leave." She would never choose her, nor would he care for her. Was this his way of atonement? Jiangnan disregarded his command and approached them. Feng Liyue, shedding her earlier aggression, now appeared feeble and terrified, clinging to Xie Qingzhou as she cried, "Don't come any closer, my leg is broken. Your mother has beaten me this way. What more do you want?" Tears streamed down her face. "Jiangnan, you should go out," she implored, her voice trembling. With a cold laugh, Jiangnan retorted, "What? Are you afraid I'll hurt her? Leave." Xie Qingzhou's tone grew more severe. Jiangnan felt a lump in her throat as she gazed into his indifferent, profound eyes. "I want to leave. I have questions for her." She reached out to grasp Feng Liyue, but Xie Qingzhou seized her wrist and dragged her out of the room. "Stop causing a scene," she protested. "What have I done? It is Feng Liyue who is slandering my father, leading to my mother's breakdown. Why is it my fault? Look at her. Don't let her in," he instructed, handing her over to Xiao Zheng. As he prepared to re-enter the room, he glanced back at Jiangnan, his tone softening slightly. "Just listen and behave. We will talk soon." Jiangnan charged forward, intent on striking Xie Qingzhou's face, but Xiao Zheng intercepted her. "Madam, you should heed Mr. Xie's advice. Their relationship is not as you think." Jiangnan let out a derisive laugh. "Is that so? Not a word of it do I believe. Please calm down," Xiao Zheng urged, guiding her to sit. There was no way for her to remain composed. She was engulfed in sorrow, anguish, and shock. Today had unveiled various unsettling truths, and the events that transpired had left her utterly drained. Feng Liyue could provoke her, could flaunt Xie Qingzhou's affection while disregarding her. But she could not bear to harm her family or allow her father to be falsely accused. She could not tolerate it. Seated on the hospital bench, Jiangnan remained silent for a long while, contemplating her next move. Xiao Zheng spoke again. "Madam, Mr. Xie truly has no connection with her. As you have observed these days, he has not intervened in matters concerning her and has instructed the company to refrain from doing so." Mr. Xie is indeed annoyed. Feng Liyue persistently attempts to manipulate information about that individual to her advantage. The boss merely intends to distance himself from her, seizing the initiative and preventing the surname Feng from overstepping boundaries. Indeed, he continued, "Recently, Feng Liyue's news has been circulating online, and he has not taken action. Various speculations abound, suggesting that the two have parted ways, which may jeopardize Feng Liyue's resources. He assisted her in finding Tong Xin, and Xiao Zheng expressed a desire to make amends, leading her to believe that his attitude towards her might change. However, this was merely a figment of her imagination. Is there truly no connection? He attends to her while pushing me aside?" Jiangnan pondered, perplexed by Xiao Zheng's unwavering defense of him. Unable to fathom why he appeared to be the victim of false accusations when he had indeed strayed, Xiao Zheng parted his lips, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. Suddenly, Qin Shuang contacted Feng Liyue, and the matter was urgently addressed before it could escalate online, thus sparing Madame Jiang from becoming a target of cyberbullying. She came to the hospital intending to reprimand Feng Liyue, yet she was at a loss for words, and the boss's demeanor shifted. Xie Qingzhou leaned slightly forward, gazing intently at Feng Liyue. "Where's the list?" "Mr. Xie, if you have given me the list, then I'm left with no leverage," she retorted. For days, she had been engulfed in turmoil, and when her assistant called Xie Qingzhou, he did not answer. She had also heard that they had traveled together on a business trip. Even if Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to admit it, he was undeniably infatuated with Jiangnan. He no longer seemed as anxious about news regarding his beloved as he once was, which revealed the underlying truth of the matter. Xie Qingzhou was indeed angry. She consistently used that person's affairs as leverage. With her reputation tarnished, she sought to exchange information about him for all news pertaining to Jiangnan, aiming for a resolution. Lacking any bargaining chips, she resorted to revisiting past matters with the Jiang family. Xie Qingzhou straightened his posture, visibly impatient. He pressed his lips together and grasped her neck, exclaiming, "I am truly exasperated with your foolishness in my presence." Feng Liyue gasped for breath, stammering, "If anything were to happen to me, that list would be made public, and Jiang Yuan's reputation would be irrevocably damaged." I asked for nothing more than for Mr. Xie to secure me a role, allowing me to represent Wanxiang. I will provide you with a list. Rather than loosening his grip, Xie Qingzhou tightened it further. Feng Liyue's complexion turned an alarming shade of purple before he finally released her. Give me that person's information, and I can help you quell this public uproar. Feng Liyue finally breathed in fresh air, coughing for a while before asking, Mr. Xie, do you want the list first or the information about that person? First. Provide me with the list. A sense of despair washed over Feng Liyue. She realized he had changed. He prioritized matters concerning Jiangnan over those pertaining to his beloved. Chapter 86. Regret. Jiangnan leaned against the bench, exhibiting an unusual calmness, more so than ever before, enveloped in silence. After 10 minutes, Xie Qingzhou finally emerged. Approaching her and bending down to gaze at her, Jiangnan raised her chin slightly to meet his strikingly handsome face and asked, Can I come in now? Xie Qingzhou lowered himself, gripping her shoulders gently. You should go home first. Jiangnan scoffed. What? Are you afraid I might harm her? Not all. Then what do you mean? Jiangnan inquired, her patience wearing thin. Jiang. Don't call me that, she retorted, genuinely finding him repulsive. The scent of another woman lingered on him. Feng Liyue had embraced him, and he had turned to embrace her, which she could not endure. She has never been my lover, Xie Qingzhou explained. I have never laid a finger on her. Believe what you wish, Jiangnan replied indifferently, dismissing his explanation entirely. She stood up, and this time Xie Qingzhou did not attempt to stop her. Upon entering the hospital room, Jiangnan asked Feng Liyue, What did you tell my mother? Feng Liyue lay weakly on the hospital bed, gazing at her with feigned innocence. Miss Jiang, I genuinely do not know what you're referring to. Do you wish to sever the other leg as well? Jiangnan said, her eyes devoid of warmth. Feng Liyue began to weep. Jiangnan, with a cold smile, seized a chair from the ward. Feng Liyue's shriek summoned Xie Qingzhou, who intervened, taking the chair from her grasp. I will handle this. His manner of handling the situation resembled his approach to Feng Liyue's schemes against him. She found herself uncertain of her own expectations, despite Feng Liyue's malicious actions. Xie Qingzhou trivialized the matter, merely bullying her mother, which was inconsequential to him. Jiang then observed Feng Liyue, gaining insight into her cunning nature, stirring the waters while playing the victim. Her heart grew numb. She felt that prolonging this was futile. She exited the hospital room, taking a considerable time to regain her composure before confronting Xie Qingzhou. Xiao Zheng said you wish to make amends. Is that correct? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Is it true or not? Yes, I wish to make amends. I do not wish for us to remain as adversaries, he confessed earnestly. Ever since he learned she had not drugged him, a sense of guilt had settled within him. Watching the video where she was nearly bullied by Lei Wang intensified his desire to make it right. She detested his constant coercion, so he resolved to change. She desired his respect, and he sought to provide it. He understood that the more he forced her, the further she would drift away. Thus, he altered his approach, hoping to assist her in some manner. These actions were tinged with a desire to please, naturally aimed at transforming their relationship. Will you allow me to leave this circle? Jiangnan asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She thought that if he agreed to this request, she would genuinely believe he was changing, willing to alter the dynamics between them. Time flowed by second, and though he did not speak, she awaited his answer. When hope remains unfulfilled for too long, one becomes numb to disappointment and loss, for she had grown accustomed to it. Jiang then decided not to wait any longer. She stepped away, heading towards her mother's hospital room. Shortly after, the Xie couple arrived to visit her mother. Her mother was asleep, and her mother-in-law had been offering comfort. Jiangnan's expression was subdued. She conversed briefly with her mother-in-law. It was not until 10 o'clock that her in-laws took their leave. As the night deepened, Sisterly mentioned that Xie Qingzhou had not departed either, choosing to wait outside for her. She mused, he is not merely guarding me, but observing me. Do not lay a hand on his beloved. Her current calmness is the stillness before a tempest, harboring thoughts of vengeance. Of course, she would not commit such folly, especially for her mother, and moreover, Feng Liyue was hardly worth it. Jiang then kept vigil at the hospital overnight. The following morning, news emerged from Feng Liyue's studio. She had secured the lead role in the major project Female General, and the official WeChat account announced her as the new spokesperson. This news, anticipated yet painful, pierced Jiangnan's heart. Female General was rumored to be a top-tier project in the film industry, and the lead role had remained unassigned until now, with Feng Liyue confirmed for the part. Just days prior, due to a contract termination with Feng Liyue, public opinion had shifted, criticizing the lack of foresight from Wei Feng. The vitriol from Feng Liyue's fanbase also targeted her, perceiving it as malicious retaliation. Consequently, the board, already disgruntled by her change in endorsement, reignited their dissatisfaction. Yang Jie had called her multiple times, informing her that several board members were present and that Chairman Xie was attempting to soothe them. Jiangnan remained motionless, merely resting her chin on the bed's edge, her fingers grazing her mother's knuckles. At 9 o'clock, Qin Shuang awoke, and upon seeing her daughter, tears streamed down her face. Jiangnan gently embraced her mother and nestled into her embrace, smiling as she asked, "What is it?" Qin Shuang replied, "Your father, under the guise of providing support, was actually, do you believe it?" "I do not." "But, Mom, I cannot believe it. How can you trust an outsider over my father?" After a lifetime of love, her parents were now burdened with such accusations following her father's passing. There was no way to verify the truth, even if unsubstantiated. Her mother's current state seemed to plant seeds of doubt in her heart. Just the thought of it was distressing. Jiangnan harbored resentment towards Feng Liyue. She was too malicious. Her mother, having lost both son and husband in her middle age, fluctuated between sanity and despair. Regardless of the truth, it inflicted immense pain upon her mother. Yet, Xie Qingzhou was colluding with her. "Jiang, I do not know. I truly do not know," Qin Shuang lamented, covering her head as she wept anew. Jiangnan held her, continuously offering reassurance. "It is all right, it is all right." After a long while, Qin Shuang suddenly grasped her neck, asking, "Have you ever done such a thing? Have you ever been unfaithful?" Jiangnan's appearance mirrored her father's, which endeared her to her mother, causing her brother to feel envy. A man with a successful career, an eye for beauty, self-disciplined, and good-looking, was indeed captivating. When she was in high school, her father attended a parent-teacher conference, and a young English teacher inquired, "Jiangnan, is that your brother?" This moment had once filled her father with pride. Mother has not recognized her as father for many years. Perhaps Qin Shuang is venting through such inquiries, which deeply distress her. Feng Liyue's words have indeed affected her. Aunt Li was terrified and attempted to pull her away. But how could two people restrain a frenzied patient? Jiangnan struggled to breathe, repeatedly asserting her singular love. Qin Shuang released her grip, her face reflecting confusion. If there was no truth to it, then why did others know of the birthmark on her waist? Jiangnan, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. The discomfort lingered until Xie Qingzhou and Xiao Zheng entered, providing her much-needed release. Xie Qingzhou summoned a doctor, and it took a while for Qin Shuang to regain consciousness. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou supporting Jiangnan beside her, she inquired, "Are you that guest?" "Not a guest, but Jiangnan's husband," he clarified. Jiangnan shook off Xie Qingzhou and exited the ward. She had always wished to sever ties with Feng Liyue, and her suspicions proved correct. As long as Xie Qingzhou was present, Feng Liyue could rise again. Just like this time, amidst such a significant uproar, a leading lady and an endorsement were all it took for him to resolve the crisis. He did not foresee that his decision would thrust her into turmoil. Jiangnan's husband? How dare he utter such words? It was utterly laughable. Jiangnan closed her eyes, filled with regret for the first time. An overwhelming regret for marrying him. She even pondered whether her father regretted rescuing the Xie father and son all those years ago. Back then, she and her father encountered the Xie family's overturned vehicle at the foot of the mountain. Xie Jingyuan was gravely injured, and Xie Qingzhou had lost his sight. Given the severity of the situation, Jiang Yuan feared further complications and decided to take Xie Qingzhou with her and her brother, leaving himself behind to await the ambulance. Knowing the risks, it was not in her father's nature to abandon others in peril. He saved others, yet in vengeance, he and his son perished in flames. His daughter achieved her wish to marry the man she desired, but found herself devoid of her husband's love, caught in a tempest. She would never know whether her father regretted his choices, but she truly regretted. Chapter 87. Seizing the moment, Jiangnan sat in the lounge of the VIP ward when a Ning called to inform her that the peace amulet gifted to her by Xie Qingzhou had shown no signs of damage. During weekends and holidays, Feng Liue worked at her family's resort. This indicated that both the brooch and the peace amulet had been taken before the fire. Could it be that she was caught stealing by her father or brother? These were mere conjectures, devoid of tangible evidence. If any evidence existed, the Xie family, with their capabilities, would not have allowed the situation to devolve into chaos. To ascertain whether Feng Liue's family disaster was connected, Jiangnan felt that she would need to be dislodged from her current position to pry the truth from her lips. The thought of Xie Qingzhou always coming to her aid filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Xie Qingzhou had procured some ointment and knelt before her. He noticed a long scratch on her porcelain-like skin, inflicted accidentally by her mother. He gently cleansed and disinfected the wound with medical cotton. Jiangnan did not flinch, lowering her gaze towards him. Xie Qingzhou looked up and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" She remained silent, her eyes soft yet filled with an indescribable emotion. He would have preferred her to be tempestuous, to lash out at him as she had done on previous occasions. In her silence, he tenderly applied the ointment. Yet she remained composed, not uttering a sound. Xie Qingzhou held her hand, his fingers brushing against her delicate skin. He had never harbored romantic feelings for her, nor did he hold affection. She was merely a presence in his life for reasons beyond that. Jiangnan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gently withdrew her hand. He sighed and rose to envelop her in his embrace. "Today I am not here to scold you, but because—" She interrupted him, "Given the circumstances, lamenting and hesitating will resolve nothing. It is better to focus on work." Xie Qingzhou looked down at her calm demeanor, which gave him the impression that she could shatter at the slightest touch. His heart tightened as his fingers caressed her cheek. "Jiang." Jiangnan turned her head away, pushing him away. In the ward, Qin Shuang saw her and wept anew. Jiang, I am sorry." Jiangnan merely held her mother close, whispering, "It's all right." She truly felt pity for her mother, who had lost so much. She could understand. She stroked her mother's back and said, "Mom, regardless of what others say, I steadfastly believe in him. You must believe in me too. I trust that time is the greatest healer, capable of revealing the truth. Even if it is indeed true, it matters not. I am still here, still loving you." Qin Shuang nodded, tenderly caressing her daughter's face. "Mom understands. Then you be good. I will come to see you tonight. I have to go to work." She needed to go to the company, and Xie Qingzhou insisted on accompanying her. Jiangnan still refused, stating, "You tend to your matters. I can manage on my own." "Then let Xiao Zheng take you." "All right. As long as it isn't you, that is fine." Jiangnan proceeded to the company, where the board meeting was still in session. She stood at the entrance of the conference room, listening to several shareholders express their doubts about her capabilities, criticizing her poor decisions that had eroded their confidence, even contemplating her replacement. Xie Qingzhou spoke on her behalf, advocating for her to be granted more time. Jiangnan, unwilling to let others suffer for her, stepped inside and addressed the chairman. "You wish to replace me. Do you have a better candidate?" She inquired. "We could recruit professional managers to oversee Weifeng," suggested another board member. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Will a professional manager be more dedicated than I am? This is my father's company." "Xiao Jiang, you indeed excel in trade, but you lack experience in managing chain real estate and luxury department stores. Just look at the current debacle with the spokesperson. Your decision-making has cost us dearly," another shareholder chimed in. The shareholders grew discontented as Weifeng struggled financially after separating from the Xie family last year, becoming self-sufficient. Jiangnan, feeling irritable today, did not wish to engage in a lengthy dispute. "If you want to replace me, that is fine. As the largest shareholder, first buy out all my shares," she asserted. Such a domineering stance for a young lady. They retorted, "If you have no constructive suggestions, let us adjourn. Or choose to trust in my leadership," Jiangnan declared. The shareholders exchanged glances, their expressions sour as they looked at Xie Qingzhou. "I have faith in General Jiang. he affirmed, appreciating her decisiveness and understanding that she operated with a methodical approach, albeit requiring time. Once the business matters were resolved, Xie Qingzhou inquired about her situation with Xie Qingzhou. Jiang, whatever decision you make regarding Qingzhou, your mother and I will support you. Xie Qingzhou felt a sense of helplessness towards his son. He had been overly strict in his childhood, leaving the child reluctant to share his true feelings with his parents. Thank you, Dad. After seeing Xie Qingzhou off, she entered the elevator, where Yang Ji informed her that Ning was looking for her. Now, she called earlier this morning. Yes, she's in your office. Ning's shoot had gone smoothly and impressively, ready for use at any moment, though she found the overall promotional strategy lacking and had not yet released it. Upon entering her office, Ning rushed in, exclaiming, Jiang, I might have caused a problem. I might lose the endorsement. Why do you say that? Jiangnan asked, noticing her friend's unusual panic. Yin Fangxuan, you two haven't been in contact, have you? Well, not really. I don't want to be in contact, it's just. Ning struggled to articulate her thoughts and opened WeChat, playing a voice message he had sent. Jiangnan listened intently, hearing a woman's voice, barely restrained, saying, be gentle. Gentle, Ning doesn't tea like. A hint of discomfort washed over Jiangnan as Ning turned pale. I'm finished. When did this happen? Unable to hide the truth, Ning recounted the entire sequence of events. Jiangnan sighed, realizing why Mr. Su had reacted as he did. I only wanted to help you. You have it so tough. Ning remarked that, for just one occasion, switching to a different project seemed worthwhile. Who could have anticipated Yin Fangxuan's despicable behavior? Having sent her a voice message, it surely contained a video as well. It has dawned on me that seeking him out is akin to courting disaster. I am finished, and I cannot allow you to be further affected by this. Jiangnan gazed at her friend, realizing she could not hold her accountable. It's all right. I will take care of this matter. How will you resolve it? Ning inquired. Jiangnan tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. Ning, why don't you audition for the lead role in The Female General? I will secure that part for you. Chapter 88. Only Xie Qingzhou was preoccupied throughout the morning until Xiao Zheng returned. How did it go? Xiao Zheng had hardly rested the entire night. Holding the list provided by Feng Liue, he had personally verified those he could meet and confirmed the identities of those he could not, conducting thorough inquiries. It was reported that Jiang Yuan had initially engaged in lewd behavior, which escalated to coercive actions, lasting for a maximum of 3 years. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou languidly leaned back in his office chair, contemplating for a moment. Is that so? Some even claimed they could testify. So, Jiang Yuan truly is a hypocritical scoundrel, using the guise of financial support to indulge in sordid deeds? Some are quite attractive, while others are not, Xie Qingzhou inquired further. Some are good-looking, some are not, he replied. Xie Qingzhou, maintaining his composure, began to grasp the situation, whereas Xiao Zheng was incensed, asserting that Jiang Yuan was no longer around to defend himself. And now mud was being flung simply because there was no means to clarify the truth. Xie Qingzhou raised his gaze. You've never even met Jiang Yuan. Why are you so quick to speak on his behalf? If that were the case, Jiangnan would not be so righteous, would he? He fell silent, tilting his head to observe Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng felt a jolt within. My admiration for the lady is purely sincere. Do you not share the same sentiment? Jiangnan was beautiful, well-regarded, and those who had collaborated with her spoke highly of her. Do you find Yang Ji attractive? He suddenly asked. Quite attractive, tall, and slender. Indeed, aligning with contemporary aesthetic standards. Why do you ask? Jiang Yuan provided support to her. Xiao Zheng scoffed. Such a beautiful woman once served as Jiang Yuan's secretary. Yet she is conspicuously absent from the list. Go investigate. Investigate what? Jiang Yuan seemed bewildered. Discover who is manipulating events from behind the scenes. Feng Liue lacks the intellect for that, Xie Qingzhou replied. After all, back at the old residence, the matter of who administered the drug remains unresolved. Just as Xiao Zheng departed, he received a call from Yin Fangxuan. Your wife contacted me, requesting to abandon the collaboration with BR. What? Yin Fangxuan sighed. This is partly my fault. I was too hasty. I initially intended to pressure Ning, but Jiang Nin directly called to reprimand him. insisting she would not exchange friends for projects. And Ning was brought to tears by Jiangnan's outburst. What's wrong with you? I've shared a bed with him. Given your current predicament, how can you still be so calculative? Jiangnan looked at her. All right, let us put this matter to rest. I only hope that your intimacy with him is driven by desire, not by ulterior motives. Were you not also involved in an exchange because of me? And Ning countered. In the ancient city of Spring City, don't think I'm unaware. I can do so because that person is my husband, but you cannot. One of us must have the freedom and autonomy to choose whether to accept or decline, Jiangnan asserted, though she felt temporarily trapped. And Ning had the option to avoid the quagmire. If you still harbor feelings for him, that is another matter altogether, Jiangnan stated, before dialing an internal line to summon Yang Ji. Leak some information regarding Feng Liyue's interference in others' families. Yang Ji remained silent, gazing at her superior, while Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What are you planning to do? Confront it head-on? No, I am employing strategy. I intend to strip Feng Liyue of everything. Relying on Xie Qingzhou was futile, and waiting for him to tire of the situation felt passive. Therefore, she would pursue her objectives through her own means. At noon, Xie Qingzhou had called her twice, but Jiangnan did not answer. After work, she visited her mother, who seemed in better spirits, as Li Sa reported that Feng Liyue had been transferred to another hospital. Jiangnan mused that perhaps this was to prevent further harm. As she left the hospital, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and she headed to the club. And Ning had summoned a few young men for her, all of whom were rather handsome and obedient. Though her mood was somber, she could still tell jokes. When she desired solitude, she simply remained at the side, pouring drinks. In the dimly lit private room, Jiangnan began to comprehend the pleasure men derived from beautiful women, which indeed offer a measure of relaxation. The previous night, she had scarcely slept in the hospital, leaning against the sofa for a brief respite. When she was gently drawn into an embrace, she kept her eyes closed, resting her head on the man's shoulder and relishing the intimacy, nuzzling against his neck. The woman's lips were exquisitely shaped, full and rosy, as they parted slightly. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, brushed against his skin, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. He observed her long, thick eyelashes, reminiscent of delicate fans. You make me feel so comfortable. Stay with me tonight, Jiangnan said, her tone soft yet laced with a tantalizing allure. How would you like me to accompany you? He replied, tightening his grip around her waist, his voice equally gentle yet tinged with suppressed anger. Jiangnan found his voice somewhat familiar, her brow furrowing slightly as she opened her eyes. Before her stood the handsome visage of a man, magnified by her inebriation, causing her to waver in certainty. Xie Qingzhou? Who else? He retorted, disappointment evident in her tone as she withdrew from his embrace. In this moment, her demeanor bore an allure he had never witnessed before, a charm he could not condone. Am I a disappointment? He murmured, drawing her back into his arms, his heart simmering with frustration at her choice of companions that evening. He understood that she was a proud and dignified woman. His forceful tactics would only deepen her displeasure and push her further away. Given the events of the previous night, he was reluctant to exacerbate the rift in their relationship. Isn't that right, sour cucumber? She quipped, averted her gaze from him, shutting her eyes. Xie Qingzhou. He sought to placate her, cupping her face as he softly explained, it's not like that. Over the years, you were the only one. Jiangnan opened her eyes, lazily reclining on the sofa, lifting her eyelids to meet his gaze, her expression a mixture of judgment and confusion. It was a dazed look, as though she no longer recognized him. Their unwavering eye contact revealed her eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, with long lashes curving delicately. An irresistible allure. Jiang. She suddenly leaned in, capturing his lower lip with her teeth for a lingering moment, then sucking on it with a force reminiscent of jelly. Shun. Xie Qingzhou felt a jolt of sensation coursing through him. Recently, she had grown weary of him. Even in their intimate moments, she displayed little interest. When he yearned to kiss her, she recoiled. Such assertiveness stirred excitement within him as he grasped her waist. Yet when he seized the initiative, she eluded him once more. Xie Qingzhou felt a tumult of emotions as she tantalized him, his fingers gently gripping her chin, their breaths entwined as he murmured, "Having had a drink, little enchantress, what are your intentions?" She remained silent, her gaze innocent as it met his. Xie Qingzhou swallowed hard. That look was irresistibly alluring, igniting a fire within him. He leaned down, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. She let out a soft hum, her fingers trailing to the nape of his neck, caressing him tenderly. In that instant, he was overwhelmed by sensation, kissing her deeply as he cradled her in his arms, pressing kisses to her neck and shoulder. Jiangnan leaned against his shoulder, surrendering to his touches, caresses, and kisses, her eyes reflecting a cool detachment, devoid of any emotional stir or intoxication. Chapter 89. You Kiss Me. Jiangnan was fond of Xie Qingzhou's waist and shoulders. When they were closely entwined, she would caress his back and then embrace him tightly, evoking memories of their few intimate moments. Her face nestled against his shoulder. As desire surged within her, she would whisper tender words into his ear. Today, under the influence of alcohol, she playfully nibbled on his ear. Xie Qingzhou held her slender waist, but after several attempts at resistance, he ultimately released her. The atmosphere in the place was delightful, yet rather unkempt, and he was concerned about her comfort. Today, Jiangnan wore a sharply tailored dark striped shirt paired with beige straight-leg pants, exuding an air of elegance. After a prolonged kiss, her shirt had become disheveled, buttons undone. As she nestled into the couch, her delicate neck exposed, breaths uneven, gazing at him innocently yet enchantingly. "Let's go home," he rasped. She responded with a soft "oh," as if reluctant to part, and playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, curling like a cat against his collarbone. Such obedience filled Xie Qingzhou's heart with immense satisfaction. He longed to remain in this moment forever. Ultimately, he took her clothes, wrapped her snugly, and carried her away. And Ning intercepted Xiao Zheng outside the private room. Spotting Jiangnan, "Let her go. You're taking advantage of her while she's drunk." Xie Qingzhou shot her a cold glance. "Your games are unsuitable for her. Don't corrupt her." And Ning scoffed. "You think these young boys are my doing? It's you who is corrupting her." Jiang said, "If you don't get divorced, then you can both play around." Jiangnan slowly opened her eyes, a hint of smugness evident. Ning, it makes me feel so good." At that moment, Xie Qingzhou was 100% certain that this inebriated girl had forgotten who he was. After all, a drunken soul could easily embrace a dog and call it Ning. Once in the car, he intended to teach her a lesson, to remind her who truly made her feel this way. However, as soon as they were inside, she leaned against him, ready to sleep. Jiangnan was genuinely exhausted. She had stayed up late the night before and worked all day, and now she had been entangled with him for quite some time. She thought to herself, perhaps this was enough for today. Her tranquil, sleeping posture against him, her ruby lips luminous and exquisite, evoked a sense of genuine concern in him, despite their brief acquaintance. This affection was driven not only by desire, but by something deeper. The following morning, Jiangnan awoke to find herself at number 6 Wudong Road, in bed, with no sign of Xie Qingzhou. She was clad in one of his oversized t-shirts and decided to take a shower before heading downstairs. Aunt Shui greeted her with a cheerful smile, commenting on how well Mr. Xie had cared for her while she was intoxicated. She had only drunk a little. She had been completely inebriated. He had indeed taken meticulous care of her, but what had transpired behind closed doors? After breakfast, Xie Qingzhou returned, dressed in sports attire. Having gone for a morning run, she cast him a cold glance before averting her eyes, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Where had the obedient demeanor from the previous night vanished to? He went to wash his hands and sat down at the dining table, where she was having breakfast without even glancing at him. Yin Fengshuan inquired, "Aren't you collaborating with BR anymore?" Your actions are rather impulsive." "I don't believe so. I merely wish to accomplish things through my own efforts." "And what of that? You disregard my assistance, and even when a Ning helps you, you show no gratitude? Is Zhou Qian the only exception?" "I certainly appreciate in Ning's help, but if that person named Yin intends to use this matter to manipulate her, then that is unacceptable." Implicitly, it meant he would not acknowledge his kindness. Xie Qingzhou felt a lump in his throat as he gazed at her across the table. After finishing her milk, Jiang then rose to leave. Xie Qingzhou took a few bites of his meal before seeking her out. Jiangnan, waiting for Yang Ji to bring over some clothes, was dressed in Xie Qingzhou's oversized t-shirt that concealed her hips while simultaneously engrossed in her phone and jotting down notes. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were drawn to her long, fair legs, and he frowned. Previously, he had little interest in such matters. Why was it now consuming his thoughts? He sighed in resignation and draped a blanket over her legs. "What are you doing?" Jiangnan frowned. "You're cold," Xie Qingzhou replied. Jiangnan rolled her eyes. "Just because you think I'm cold, does that mean I am? The house is temperature controlled, you know." She tossed the blanket aside, but Xie Qingzhou caught her and pressed her onto the sofa. "Jiangnan, you are doing this on purpose, enticing me, aren't you?" Leaning back on the sofa, Jiangnan tilted her delicate neck, rolling her eyes as if to say he was being overly sentimental. Xie Qingzhou sighed and embraced her. "It's been a while. I simply cannot endure this. Cover up." As he spoke, he pulled the blanket over her legs again. Jiangnan remained silent, but did not push him away. After all, one must master the art of restraint in the dance of desire. "Shall we have a discussion?" he asked, unwilling to let their relationship grow cold. As for her suggestion of not divorcing and both of them having their own affairs, that was utterly impossible. "If we are to discuss that person, I have no time," Jiangnan said, sliding off his lap to sit beside him. "All right, shall we talk about work instead? Would you like to know why so many brands are unwilling to collaborate with Wayphone?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the topic. After all, she was eager to see Mr. Xie take the initiative, which would cost quite a bit. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she focused on him, awaiting his next words. "You never suffer a loss. You always seize an opportunity," Xie Qingzhou remarked, yet he found her unabashed nature quite appealing. "You can choose not to speak." "I insist on speaking," he said, pulling her back into his embrace. "You need to find a highly professional manager and place them in that position." Jiangnan responded with an "oh," then looked at him. "So just placing them there? Does that mean my plans and strategies for Weifeng's future are viable?" Gaining his acknowledgement certainly instilled Jiangnan with more confidence. "Do you have a suitable candidate you can introduce to me? That would be a different price. You are my wife, so we can negotiate." Jiangnan huffed coldly and pushed him away, heading upstairs. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa and suddenly chuckled. On the coffee table lay yet another stack of paper, inscribed with several names. He cast a fleeting glance, and fortuitously, they all belonged to industry leaders with experience in managing luxury goods and possessing a keen sense of fashion. In that moment, Xie Qingzhou seemed to comprehend why Zhou Qian had transformed so drastically in such a short span of time. As for himself, he was not in a much better state, consumed by thoughts of her. Although her beauty was a factor, the most significant revelation was that she had always been radiating brilliance. Yang Ji approached and nodded in his direction. Before long, Jiangnan descended from the upper floor, clad in her usual commuting attire. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa, gazing at her. This woman was so intelligent, so rational, and yet so enchanting. She bent down to retrieve a stack of A4 papers from the coffee table. Suddenly, he inquired, "Jiangnan, would you give me a kiss?" Chapter 90. Sweetness. Jiangnan gazed at him in astonishment for a while before turning away with a cold expression. Once in the car, Yang Ji chuckled and remarked, "I never expected that President Xie could be so playful." Jiangnan laughed lightly in response. President Xie is truly dashing. It's my first time seeing him in casual attire, and he exudes a youthful charm." Jiangnan conceded this point. Xie Qingzhou possessed striking features. His skin was pale. His eyes were long and narrow, and his contours were well-defined. His physique was enviable due to years of fitness training, undeniably captivating. However, as charming as he was still a scoundrel. Jiangnan chose to dismiss thoughts of him and focused instead on company matters. Recently, she had faced numerous setbacks with the brand representatives. She had reflected on this, realizing that they lacked confidence in her abilities. Although she could prove herself over time, the current situation with the company could not afford to wait. She needed to see results swiftly. She perused a list of candidates she favored and, in the end, added Tong Xin. This individual was clearly a suggestion from Xie Qingzhou, and Jiangnan was momentarily puzzled by his intentions. Upon arriving at the office and finishing a meeting, Ning approached her. The popular domestic jewelry brand Lu Sun, was seeking a spokesperson, and Jiangnan wanted Ning to give it a try. Ning lacked confidence, having lost her influence after years away from the spotlight. Just be yourself. If you can secure the role, that will be wonderful. If not, that is fine too. Jiangnan reassured her, personally offering to drive her there. As Ning sat in the passenger seat, she hesitated for a moment before asking Jiangnan, "How about you?" "What do you mean?" "You know, about your feelings." Jiangnan pondered Xie Qingzhou's reactions and replied, "Quite good." She imagined the sensation of a jelly-like kiss. The next step being to taste, her tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth, sending shivers down her spine. If she truly found herself at a loss, she would simply use her tongue to sketch the alphabet in his mouth. Jiangnan had never anticipated that one day she would have to seduce her own husband. It seemed rather absurd. She felt compelled into this situation, not only to help Ning secure a role, but also to ensure that Feng Liyue would fall completely out of favor. Since divorce was not an option, she decided to make the most of the situation. However, the methods of seduction were indeed limited and required learning. While searching for videos online, Ning caught a glimpse. Ning was very supportive, hoping that once Jiangnan captured Xie Qingzhou's heart, she would then discard it. However, it felt strange to hear her friends say such things with a straight face, and Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Do you have any boyfriends? Shouldn't we be equals?" And Ning had only ever had one boyfriend, Yin Fangxuan. "You wouldn't understand, would you? When you were with Xie Qingzhou, you were both so innocent, right? After 3 years of marriage, he is hardly home. It's natural for you to lack experience. But I'm different. Firstly, I'm an actress. You have no idea how hard I worked to pursue Yin Fangxuan, learning how to kiss and practicing how to flirt with him. Anyway, these are tried and tested methods. I genuinely liked Yin Fangxuan, so feel free to use them, sister." "All right, I'll remember to credit you for this." In the following days, Jiangnan remained preoccupied with work and didn't return to number 6 Wudong Road. She ignored his calls and messages, maintaining a cold demeanor. Her attitude left Xie Qingzhou feeling quite helpless. After all, he had work to attend to and couldn't possibly chase after her every day. On Friday evening, he returned to the ancestral home, where Xie Qingzhou handed him a box. "What? 50 million? You don't know what Jiangnan bought. Be more mindful, will you?" Xie Qingzhou opened the box to reveal an exceedingly rare Patek Philippe watch, which had fetched nearly $3 million at a Sotheby's auction, one of a kind, and immensely valuable. Was he buying this watch to surprise me? Upon hearing this, Madame Xie rolled her eyes dramatically, dreaming sweetly. "It wasn't he meant for me. Who else could it be for?" Xie Qingzhou fell silent for a moment, then smiled at his niece, saying, "How about you use Grandma's phone to call Auntie and tell her you miss her, inviting her for dinner?" Madame Xie scoffed, now aware of the need to please. Did she not think it was a bit too late? It was clear that Zhou Qinyan had suddenly gone abroad, and one could easily surmise his influence was at play. Still, one did not fully understand Jiang. A mere fraction of kindness would earn you a 5-fold return. If one resorted to strong-arm tactics, she wouldn't show it on the surface, but she would remember every single detail. When Jiangnan received a call from Xie Qingzhou, she was quite surprised. The young girl sweetly expressed that she missed her and inquired if she was busy, suggesting they dine together that evening. "All right," Jiangnan replied, but after a moment's thought, she added, "Is your third uncle around?" Xie Qingzhou, lounging on the sofa with the phone on speaker, was about to respond when Xie Qingzhou quietly interjected. "Tell her I'm not here." "Third uncle says he is not here," Xie Qingzhou relayed. Jiangnan rolled her eyes, feeling that the chill of the past few days had subsided, and she had other matters to discuss with him. As she prepared to leave work, Yang Ji entered, reporting, "Ms. Jiang, the task you assigned me is beginning to yield results online." The scandal involving Feng Liyue intruding into another family, though lacking concrete evidence, had garnered significant attention. The cast of female general would certainly consider the ramifications. She understood Yang Ji's intent in coming at this moment, yet with the growing buzz, Xie Qingzhou's methods could easily protect her if he chose to. Tomorrow morning, they could stoke the fire and generate a trending topic with little effort. But regarding Mr. Xie, "Leave that to me," Jiangnan responded, contemplating, "I want to be coming over tomorrow morning." After Xie Qingzhou ended the call, Xie Qingzhou felt quite pleased, believing that Jiangnan was not as indifferent as she pretended. Although the watch was purchased with his funds, her thoughtful gesture brought him joy. Third uncle. You look like a male model today. Are you dressing up to see my aunt? Xie Qingzhou shot him a look, remarking how utterly ridiculous he appeared. Like a peacock displaying its feathers. You are just jealous of my physique. As the Xie family prepared to dine, the sound of a car echoed from the courtyard. Xie Qingzhou stepped out to greet her, his spirits lifted, and he walked briskly towards her, accepting the items she had brought. Jiangnan immediately recognized that his attire was a high-end piece from Zegna. The light gray shirt jacket paired with a matching turtleneck and trousers exuded elegance and sophistication. And coupled with his striking looks, he resembled a male model heading to the runway. Jiangnan was seldom seen dressed in such a manner. It was quite striking, yet also peculiar. Are you going out? She inquired. If he were to leave, her plans would need to be adjusted. No. Jiangnan responded softly, refraining from further questioning. At the dining table, Mrs. Xie inquired about her mother's condition. Much improved. I hope to have her discharged in a few days. Jiangnan replied, noting that her mother's state had stabilized significantly, though she still struggled with restless nights and frequent tears. The words spoken by Feng Liyue had indeed left an impact on her. That evening, Xie Qingzhou opened a bottle of red wine, which had a delightful bouquet. His second sister-in-law, still in her nursing period, abstained from drinking, while Xie Qingzhou, absent from social engagements, seldom indulged in alcohol. Jiangnan felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of kissing Xie Qingzhou while sober. After they finished the bottle, Xie Qingzhou made no objection, as he preferred the inebriated version of Jiangnan, soft, sweet, and tender. Chapter 91. Entanglement after the evening meal at the Xie residence. Jiangnan and Xie Qingzhou engaged in playful antics in the side hall. Her tolerance for alcohol was decent, yet the effects of the red wine began to take hold, rendering her cheeks warm and her demeanor languid. She leaned against the sofa, seated upon the carpet, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at the scattered sticks on the floor. When she reached for one, her movements were sluggish, her focus somewhat impaired. Aunt San, your face is quite flushed. Have you had too much to drink? Xiang inquired. Not quite, Jiangnan replied, aside from a slight fuzziness in my mind. My awareness remains intact. Xie Qingzhou, holding a cup of tea, offered it to her, and she obediently took a sip, glancing up at him. As he sat on the sofa observing her, he recalled how they had shared the wine at the table, each sip leading to a delightful intoxication. Xiang, stop playing. Your Aunt San cannot possibly win this round against you, he said, affectionately ruffling Jiangnan's hair. With a playful huff, Xiang retorted, Uncle, you just want to play with Andy. The 7-year-old, full of mischief, darted about. Jiangnan turned to rest on the sofa, and as Xie Qingzhou looked down, he found her nestled against his leg. Is it uncomfortable? Would you like me to prepare a hangover remedy? He asked. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful reproach, undeniably enchanting. Xie Qingzhou's fingers brushed against the tip of her nose as he leaned slightly closer. Why not stay here tonight? You need not return to the office for overtime tomorrow. Xiang would love to continue playing with you. Jiangnan remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering as she fixed her gaze upon him. Is that agreeable? He inquired again, his tone tender. In the past, Jiangnan would have succumbed to his gentle demeanor. Yet, now, the complexities between them clouded her judgment, leading her to perceive his affection as mere pretension, a facade masking his true desires for her body. Why did you write Tong Xian's name that day? She asked, attempting to spark a conversation, though she was uncertain if it was wise to delve into such matters. She had long pondered this issue, knowing that Tong Xian was held in high regard. Madam Xie, I only discuss business in the office, he replied, his gaze fixed on her slightly dazed eyes. Jiangnan scoffed softly, rising to leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her waist, causing her to tumble onto his lap. The warmth of his face brushed against her neck as he murmured, Madam Xie, you are an exception. Jiangnan shot him a sidelong glance. Enough of that. Let go. I shall not, he insisted, intensifying his playful nibbles on her earlobe. Jiang, please calm down, all right? His discomfort was palpable. Jiangnan was acutely aware of his intentions. During their time in Deep City, he had sought solace against her legs. Aunt Li had remarked on how attentively he cared for her that night. Once the door was closed, Xie Qingzhou had been far from courteous, engaging in various intimate gestures. What would Xiangxiang think of such behavior? Jiangnan mused, noting how increasingly inappropriate he had become, disregarding the context entirely. With a sigh, Xie Qingzhou released her. Moments later, second Anne arrived, cradling Xie Qingzhou. Having consumed alcohol, Jiangnan exerted herself to remain animated, playing with the child for a while before conversing with second aunt. Mrs. Xie approached her, suggesting she might as well stay the night. She did not decline. However, upon returning to Xie Qingzhou's room, memories of that fateful night inevitably resurfaced. Xie Qingzhou pressed her down, showing no regard for her feelings, charging forward with ferocity. After their marriage, she had envisioned the moments they would share together. Yet she never anticipated such a disarray. Xie Qingzhou received a call downstairs while Jiangnan lounged on the sofa by the window, drowsy. Upon returning to the room, he saw her lazily leaning against the sofa, her eyes closed, resembling a kitten on the verge of dozing off. In their 3 years of marriage, they had shared this space only twice. The first time was that night when he felt resentment, yet was unable to restrain himself from touching her. She was not necessarily comfortable, but he found himself wanting more. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of guilt. Had he known it would turn out this way, he should have treated her with more kindness from the beginning. Approaching her, he noticed her cheeks still flushed. Jiang then opened her eyes, and now she could speak of Tong Xin. Xie Qingzhou studied her for a moment, reluctant to utter a word. Jiang then wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him, revisiting the previous lesson, savoring his lower lip, and, as she licked the tip of his tongue, Xie Qingzhou felt himself becoming numb. Then, pulling away from his lips, she asked, "Can I say it now?" Xie Qingzhou shook his head. Jiangnan lazily rolled her eyes and distanced herself from him. He chuckled softly, holding her waist, his voice husky as he said, "It's not that I don't want to speak. My mind is clouded, ensnared by you." His words were filled with affection, causing Jiangnan to momentarily lose herself. The man's lips found hers once more, tenderly teasing, deeply entwined. Jiangnan thought, compared to her, his kissing technique was quite refined, likely honed on Feng Liu. As she lay there, she envisioned this moment. However, tonight was not suitable. It would be best to wait until tomorrow morning. Their breaths quickened, hearts unwilling, yet their physical reactions betrayed them. His face hovered before hers, and she trembled, whispering, "Xie Qingzhou." The man in her embrace murmured softly, lifting his head to capture her lips again for a while before asking, "What's wrong? If I sleep with you, will you secure the role of female general for a Ning?" Xie Qingzhou's body stiffened as he propped himself up, gazing at the flushed woman in his arms, her breath in disarray. What does she think of him? What does she think of herself? Wasn't she the one who despised such arrangements? Learning that a Ning had secured the BR project only because Yin Fongsun had slept with her, she had rejected such a proposition during her most difficult times. Yet now, for a role, she was willing to sleep with him. Jiangnan, are you doing this on purpose? These days, he had longed for her. He had promised that as long as she did not agree, he would never force her. So he had endured. Even when it became difficult to control himself, he had not crossed the final line. The last time, she had kissed him after drinking, igniting a passion within him he could barely contain. Now, with tensions high, she proposed such a request. Xie Qingzhou looked at her, a sense of desolation blossoming within. Should marital intimacy be a matter of exchange? In the past, he coveted her physical form. Even now, his desires remain unchanged, yet he appears increasingly unfulfilled. He yearns not only for her body, but also for her heart, her love. Half kneeling on the sofa, he pressed his body against hers. Contemplating for a moment before withdrawing from her embrace, his expression darkened. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Jiang then leaned back on the sofa, attempting to calm the turmoil within her. His silence was anticipated, yet despite their current predicament, she found his restraint commendable. However, she could not shake the curiosity. How could someone so enamored with Feng Liu appear so insatiable? A message from Yang Ji arrived on her phone, inquiring if she was indeed set to escalate the situation to its peak the following morning. Jiangnan responded affirmatively. After attending to her personal care, she retired for the night. That night, Xie Qingzhou struggled to find rest. His anger and unfulfilled desires kept him awake until the early hours. At 7:30, he still had not awakened, prompting a frown from Jiangnan. After a moment's consideration, her fingers slipped beneath his sleepwear. It must be said, Xie Qingzhou's physique was truly remarkable, with distinct muscle definition. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his typically serious and somewhat aloof wife, now seated upon his waist, exuding a seductive charm reminiscent of a fox. This unprecedented boldness and initiative left him breathless. "What are you doing?" he managed to stammer. She lowered her head slightly, her hair brushing against his chest, sending a tingling sensation through him. "I intend for you to remain in bed this morning." Chapter 92. She was afraid on Saturday morning. Xie Qingzhou was once again reminded of Mrs. Xie's formidable tactics. Even he, despite his stature, found himself ensnared. As for Jiangnan, every ambition she pursued was achieved not through pleading or flattery, but through her own relentless effort. Insiders revealed that Xie Qingzhou was allegedly married 3 years ago, and the mysterious woman he was seen touring the ancient city with was none other than Mrs. Xie. This revelation immediately put Feng Liyue in the spotlight, raising questions about her involvement in Xie Qingzhou's marriage. The media, unable to reach Xie Qingzhou, discovered the address of the hospital where Feng Liyue was located and flocked there, eager to acquire first-hand information. Feng Liyue, hindered by her mobility issues, found herself trapped in her hospital room. When questioned about her knowledge of Xie Qingzhou's marriage and whether she was aware of the circumstances, the hospital staff exerted considerable effort to shoo away the reporters. Feng Liyue's first instinct was that this was Jiangnan's retribution against her. Although the scandal was not colossal, it nonetheless tarnished her reputation significantly. At such a critical juncture, this incident threatened not only her commercial viability, but also the stability of several promising roles she had secured. Her situation had been trending for an hour, yet the company had not attempted to suppress the heat of the news, nor had anyone stepped in to manage the fallout. Previously, whenever Feng Liyue faced negative press, the company acted swiftly. However, since the last incident, President Xie had allowed matters to unfold unchecked, and everyone speculated on the implications. Without a directive from the top, they chose to remain oblivious. With no other recourse, Feng Liyue repeatedly attempted to call Xie Qingzhou, hoping to resolve the matter. Unfortunately, though her calls connected, no one answered. Finally, at 9 o'clock, her call was answered. Just as she was about to speak, she was taken aback by the sound on the other end, an uncontrollable sob from a woman and the heavy breaths of a man. Before she could gather her thoughts, the call ended, leaving her stunned as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou lay on the bed, feeling a sense of defeat. Jiangnan's complexion was flushed, her body beyond her control, surrendering to his advances. Despite her state, she managed to reach for his phone, intentionally answering the call, fully aware that it would infuriate Feng Liyue. This call also stirred a sense of annoyance within him, feeling somewhat manipulated. Last night, as their passion peaked, she had provocatively claimed she would fight for a role in the production, knowing he would refuse. This morning, in a moment of weakened resolve, she had seductively taken the initiative, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. To refuse further would be unmanly. The annoyance he initially felt dissipated in the satisfaction of having won her heart. His wife truly understood him, keeping him in bed the entire morning. As Xie sat idly on the carpet, he turned to his father and inquired, "Why didn't Aunt Sin ever stay in bed late before?" Xie Qingzhou glanced at his daughter and replied, "Occasionally." "Shall I go wake them up?" she asked eagerly. "Absolutely not." Xie Qingzhou grasped his daughter's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. As Xie Xiangxiang waited with a heavy heart for lunch, the disappointment grew palpable when only Xie Qingzhou arrived. "Where's third aunt?" she inquired. "Sleeping," Xie Qingzhou replied, furrowing his brow as he stared at his phone. "The word has a knife above it, and that knife cuts deeply," Xie Qingzhou remarked. He had perused the online news, which was rife with speculation. The media could not locate Xie Qingzhou, and there was no useful information from Feng Liyue's side. Fearing collateral damage, The official account of the female general urgently issued a statement clarifying that the lead role had yet to be confirmed, and that Feng Liyue was merely one of the candidates. Xie Qingzhou could not help but admire Jiangnan for her adept handling of the situation, which left Xie Qingzhou in a precarious position. Admitting to a hidden marriage would imply infidelity, while denial would leave Jiangnan with a marriage certificate in hand. No matter the course of action, it seemed fraught with peril. At this juncture, Mrs. Xie showed no sympathy for her son. You should have anticipated this outcome that day in the hospital. That surname Feng has no leverage at all. Even if you divorced Jiang, she would never be allowed to cross the threshold, she chastised. Xie Qingzhou rubbed his forehead, exasperated. What marriage? I haven't even touched her. Mrs. Xie was astonished. You haven't touched her at all? For all these years, I thought she was your true love. She could be a financial boon for the company. It was the first time Xie Qingzhou found himself explaining the situation to his parents. With a deep sigh, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding regarding Jiangnan. The more he understood her, the deeper he felt ensnared. When Jiangnan awoke at 1 o'clock and met Xie Qingzhou's gaze, dark and abyssal, she felt no fear. She had anticipated the consequences of her actions when she devised her schemes. His anger and potential punishment were inconsequential. They would only serve to further fracture their already beleaguered marriage. As she stirred, Xie Qingzhou rose from the sofa and approached her bedside. The anticipated storm did not materialize. He merely inquired with a grim expression, "Are you hungry? What do you think?" Jiangnan retorted, cocooned in her blankets. She had skipped breakfast and, after such a prolonged ordeal, her stomach was growling with hunger. "Serves you right," he replied, leaning down to grasp her chin, his tone laced with irony. "Not bad at all, huh?" She owned her actions. After all, he was no fool. If her conjectures were accurate, Feng Liyue would likely not secure the lead role in The Female General. Xie Qingzhou observed her lips, slightly swollen from indulgent affection, appearing most enticing. He leaned in to kiss her, but she turned her head away. "What's this? Now that your objective is achieved, you want to even pretend?" he asked, unable to suppress his irritation. The kiss and the intimacy had been meticulously orchestrated, and he had foolishly believed she still cared. Jiangnan remained silent, presenting a demeanor of submission. Xie Qingzhou held her chin and kissed her for a while before stepping back. As Jiangnan gasped for breath, the sound of the door closing echoed in her ears. Was that it? Was it not what she had envisioned? Before long, Xie Qingzhou returned with food in hand. Jiangnan had just changed her clothes. Her hunger was overwhelming, and she showed no restraint. Xie Qingzhou reclined nearby, smoking a cigarette. In the past, he had intentionally allowed her to misunderstand the nature of his relationship with Feng Liyue as a form of retribution for her unwavering desire to marry him. After watching the video, he genuinely sought to make amends, yet an unfortunate incident occurred in the hospital. If one were to consider her perspective, her anger was entirely justified. She demanded an explanation, but how could a man of his stature claim, as if seeking praise, that he had driven her away for the sake of her father's reputation? Such a demeanor was not in his nature. After some contemplation, he stated, "She is truly not my lover. I have never laid a finger on her." Jiangnan could not recall how many times he had explained his relationship with Feng Liyue. Just moments after he had left, she had seen Xie Qingzhou's public response, where he admitted to being married and insisted that his connection with Feng Liyue was purely professional. Jiangnan found it impossible to trust him. After all, just days prior, he had entangled her in considerable trouble. She was genuinely frightened, fearing that every time she dared to hope for him, she would be met with a harsh reality. Thus, whether the truth or a lie, she resolved to remain unmoved. What she truly wished to uncover was the truth behind those events from years ago. Was the tragedy of the Jiang family linked to Feng Liyue in any way? Chapter 93. The child Jiangnan's explanation failed to pique Xie Qingzhou's interest as much as the meal before him. He furrowed his brow in frustration, feeling exasperated by his wife's knack for manipulation. Within his heart, Xie Qingzhou felt a mix of irritation and a certain delight at having met his match. Previously, he had deemed her dull and uninteresting, but now he recognized the charm of living alongside her. Though he found himself ensnared by her schemes, he could not help but admire her spirit. As he took a drag from his cigarette, He cast his gaze down upon her. Had it not been for that box of contraceptives, he mused, he would have continued to indulge her, perhaps even spoiling her. After all, a man who has just been well-fed tends to possess an excellent mood and ample patience. Once Jiangnan finished her meal, she relaxed against the sofa, appearing languid and at ease. Aware that he had been rather indiscreet in the morning, Xie Qingzhou was willing to attend to her needs. As he cleared the dishes and prepared to ascend the stairs, the newly hired maid called out to him, informing him of a delivery from the courier. Upon receiving it, he noticed it was a shopping bag from a pharmacy. As he ascended the stairs, he glanced inside and found a box of contraceptives. This indicated that she had placed the order online the moment she awoke, clearly expressing a desire to avoid bearing his child. A man may indulge a woman, even to the point of spoiling her, while today's incident could be brushed aside as mere marital playfulness. This box of medication felt akin to touching upon his most sensitive nerve. Upon returning to their room, he tossed the medication at her, demanding clarification. Startled, Jiangnan quickly picked it up, glanced at it, and coldly remarked, "I do not wish to have children." "Do you mean you do not wish to have children? Or do you mean you do not wish to have my children?" He countered, his earlier affection morphing into anger directed toward her. Since she had initiated the divorce, he believed her demeanor and composure had been quite commendable. Her ability to endure did not imply a lack of temper. She stood up and declared, "Indeed, I do not wish to have a child. If you do not wish to bear my child, then for whom?" "Zhou Qian?" Xie Qingzhou questioned, leaning closer and pinning her beneath him. Jiangnan frowned. "Do not go mad. What does Zhou Qian have to do with this? If you are unwilling to divorce, I think we should simply muddle through this life together without demanding too much." Ultimately, she no longer loved him. Kissing and intimacy had become entirely devoid of affection. Their argument ended without resolution. The person who had previously attended to him with such eagerness now left with a cold expression, leaving Mrs. Xie bewildered and muttering about her lack of ambition. Meanwhile, Jiangnan remained slumped on the sofa upstairs, her eyes slightly moist. Over the past 3 years, how many grievances had she endured? What was today's incident compared to all that? Jiangnan did not linger at the Xie family residence for long. After tidying up, she prepared to depart. Xie Qingzhou, feeling discontent for not having played with her, was left feeling quite unhappy. Jiangnan had urgent matters to attend to, and she promised Qingzhou that once she finished, she would invite her to stay for a few days. In the following days, the two did not communicate, each engrossed in their commitments, particularly Jiangnan with her endorsement for the Anning Lucen brand. Xie Qingzhou was quite agitated by her indifference, and her lack of desire for reconciliation only served to darken his expression. Over the past few days, Xiao Zheng had refrained from provoking him. She intended for Anning to serve as the spokesperson for Lucen, did she not? Indeed, Anning's demeanor was quite fitting. Xie Qingzhou let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Let Feng Liue join in the spectacle as well." The founder of the Lucen brand, rather than opting for a celebrity of high stature, had persistently sought a spokesperson that resonated with the brand's essence, even organizing auditions in major cities. This could be seen as a subtle means of elevating the brand's visibility, although some suggested that the founder was merely seeking publicity. At the auditions for the esteemed Lucen brand, there were both ordinary individuals and some familiar faces from the entertainment industry. Even Feng Liue, who had suffered a leg injury, had neglected her recovery in the hospital to attend, highlighting the brand's significance. Upon spotting her, Feng Liue felt a surge of triumph. "Miss Jiang, I truly apologize for the incident the other day, even though I have been treated poorly by your father." Jiangnan suppressed her anger, realizing that any impulsive actions would be foolish. Feng Liue's intention was clearly to provoke her. And Ning, unaware of what had transpired at the hospital, looked puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. You go ahead first," Jiangnan replied, casting a glance at Feng Liue. "Liue, President Xie has arrived, truly feeling for you." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan turned around and indeed spotted Xie Qingzhou's vehicle. Chapter 94. Brother Xie Qingzhou stepped out of the car, clad in a navy blue suit paired with a black shirt, lacking a tie and a heavy coat. In the weather of Haicheng, he appeared somewhat underdressed, yet remarkably dashing at first glance. The preliminary selection for the Lucent endorsement had progressed to the regional finals, and numerous media personnel flocked to Xie Qingzhou. After all, the recent scandal involving Feng Liyue as a mistress had surfaced, with the parties involved only making vague responses on social media. Now that both parties were present, the journalists were not about to let this opportunity slip by. Is Mr. Xie here for business or personal matters today? Personal matters, Xie Qingzhou replied, his gaze drifting over the crowd to rest upon Jiangnan. Is it concerning Miss Feng? A reporter inquired. At that moment, Feng Liyue sat in a wheelchair, her complexion pale, exuding an air of fragility that evoked sympathy, gazing at Xie Qingzhou with admiration. Xie Qingzhou's public clarification that their relationship was purely professional lost all credibility in this context. What does he mean by that? And Ning frowned, exasperated. Is Jiangnan digging a pit for Feng Liyue while Xie Qingzhou is filling it in? How despicable. Jiangnan glanced at Ning. What he means is not your concern. Focus on your own matters. Everything unfolded as she had anticipated, did it not? As long as Xie Qingzhou was present, she could not act against Feng Liyue. He was always undermining her while expecting her to bear his children. Jiangnan felt a suffocating frustration welling within her. At this moment, Feng Liyue appeared bashful, further emphasizing her innocence. Whispers began to circulate, speculating that Xie Qingzhou did not truly love his wife and that his affections lay with Feng Liyue. Otherwise, he would not be here supporting her at such a time. Upon hearing such remarks, Jiangnan remained composed. This was typical of Xie Qingzhou. While he explained to her that his relationship with Feng Liyue was not of that nature, he simultaneously indulged in a public flirtation, amplifying the situation as if he were eager for others to witness his affection for her. Thus, his explanations always seemed feeble and unconvincing. If he truly cared for her, how could he remain silent at such a moment? A simple clarification from him would prevent her from enduring such embarrassment. That day, he had mentioned Zhou Qian, whose subtle affection and warmth had captivated her, making her willing to submit. Xie Qingzhou was certainly not oblivious to this. Jiangnan felt weary. Continuing this charade held little interest for her, yet she found herself ensnared, which only deepened her sense of ennui. Her husband was no different than before. In the past, she would have felt utterly wronged, but now, he seemed to be brazenly slapping her in the face. That was unacceptable. With a cold laugh, she parted the crowd and, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, walked to Xie Qingzhou's side, gently linking her arm with his. Feng Liyue glared at Jiangnan, her face ashen hue. Jiangnan tilted her head, her gaze sparkling as she met Xie Qingzhou's eyes. May I ask, Mr. Xie, your relationship with Mr. Xie is? He is my brother. The word brother hung in the air like a hook. Xie Qingzhou's gaze darkened slightly as he regarded Jiangnan with an expression of profound indifference. His reaction cast doubt upon the veracity of Jiangnan's words. Brother, and Ning is waiting for me over there, Jiangnan insisted once more. Qingzhou. Feng Liyue was on the verge of tears, harboring intense resentment towards Jiangnan. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to restore her reputation. Yet, Jiangnan had effectively thwarted her plans. Jiangnan did not afford Feng Liyue a chance to retaliate. She firmly grasped Xie Qingzhou's hand and led him to Ning's side. Under the watchful eyes of numerous media personnel and journalists, they entered the venue together. Once they distanced themselves from the crowd, Jiangnan released him and turned to leave. However, Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, stating, I have something to discuss with you. I have my own matters to attend to, she replied, declining his request. This was indeed the truth. She had only come to escort Ning and did not intend to linger. Had it not been for her irritation at Feng Liyue's display, she would not have orchestrated such a scene. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze upon her for a moment, then grasped the nape of her neck, pulling her into his embrace. Jiangnan inhaled sharply, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Have you lost your mind? She questioned. Every time I attempt to converse with you earnestly, you refuse to listen. If that is the case, then perhaps it is time for you to comply. Jiangnan instinctively glanced outside, where the throngs of media and journalists loomed. She had just claimed him as her brother, yet here they were, entangled in such ambiguity before the public eye. How would the media portray her? and Ning was equally alarmed. This was a critical moment for the company, and any negative publicity could prove to be a severe blow. Xie Qingzhou, are you even a man? Is threatening women your only skill? And Ning interjected, attempting to confront him. Xie Qingzhou let out a cold laugh, tightening his hold around Jiangnan. Jiang, tell me, do you think I'm a man? Chapter 95. Dearest Jiangnan, with her delicate disposition, now serving as the manager of the Breeze Group, found herself unable to act in a manner that would compromise her dignity. Xie Qingzhou was acutely aware of this, which emboldened him to pressure her in public. I suppose we can wait for you, she remarked, her eyes darting nervously, fearing the presence of prying cameras. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly and, seizing the opportune moment when someone approached, released her from his grasp. Jiangnan maintained a cold demeanor, glaring at him from a distance. The watch you requested from second brother is in my possession, he stated leisurely, careful to avoid any false promises. Having dealt with her frequently, he understood her character. She was not one to easily comply, especially not with his demands. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan scoffed. Is that truly your only tactic? I call it a decisive move. He replied, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. Jiangnan, resolute in her stance, held his gaze defiantly. Just then, Xie Qingzhou's phone vibrated, and after responding to a message, he added, Jiangnan, it's best to know when to concede. I believe my concessions have been ample and quite accommodating. Feng Liue was infuriated by this brother-sister dynamic and dragged Ning away in frustration. It wouldn't be long before the media caught wind of the situation. He intended to launch Ning into the spotlight. Jiangnan, now regarding him as a mere tool, was becoming increasingly adept at utilizing him. Madame Xie, do not overreach. If I choose not to cooperate, I possess the means to utterly dismantle your situation, he warned, his smile evaporating, replaced by a chilling aura of menace and pressure. Xie Qingzhou, are you not merely relying on your resources to prevent me from securing the endorsement for Lucen? I can forego the endorsement, but you should cease threatening her. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, tilting his head to regard Ning. Missin, you truly lack discernment. From the moment she arranged for you to endorse Breeze, she was strategizing to elevate your visibility in the shortest time possible. You declined this endorsement and that role. How long do you intend to remain so lofty? Watching her thrive in the industry, Ning opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, casting a distressed glance at Jiangnan. I'm simply waiting for you. Stop scaring her, Jiangnan reassured Ning, urging her to maintain a calm mindset and perform normally. Finally conceding, Xie Qingzhou's expression softened slightly. He entered the elevator with Ning, while Jiangnan headed toward her car. As she prepared to get in, she was halted by Feng Liue's assistant. Miss Jiang, Liue would like to speak with you, the young assistant said. I have no desire to converse, she declined. What schemes might Feng Liue be concocting this time? She climbed into her car, awaiting Xie Qingzhou, uncertain of what he wished to discuss. Her thoughts wandered back to Feng Liue, contemplating how such petty antics could hardly threaten her fundamentally. What could she do to ensure Feng Liue faced a complete downfall, leaving Xie Qingzhou unable to salvage her? Lost in contemplation, a knock on her car window jolted her back to reality. Upon seeing Feng Liue, she furrowed her brow but ultimately rolled down the window. Seated in a wheelchair, with reddened eyes and a pitiful appearance, Feng Liue implored, Miss Jiang, what must I do for you to facilitate my relationship with Qingzhou? Jiangnan was taken aback. At this moment, is it not Xie Qingzhou who refuses to divorce? Jiangnan leaned against the driver's seat, gazing at the innocent and harmless woman, suddenly feeling that Xie Qingzhou's previous assertion, that he and Feng Liue were not lovers, that he had not even touched her, might indeed hold some truth. Yet he claimed that he had not laid a finger on you, Jiangnan remarked, observing Feng Liue closely. The flicker of panic in her eyes did not escape his notice. Feng Liue responded swiftly, smiling as she said, Can one truly believe a man's words? While a man's words may be untrustworthy, his body cannot deceive, can it? Jiangnan deliberately stated. Feng Liue forcefully struck the armrest of her wheelchair, exclaiming, What are you so pleased about, Jiangnan? Once he finds that person, he will cast you aside. He is merely enamored with your physique, while that individual is his true love. Chapter 96 Another Chance. As Xie Qingzhou ascended to the top floor via the elevator, he was met with a hearty laugh from Nan Xiao, who was already aware of the commotion below. Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, observing him for a moment before remarking, "Did you not say that it is natural for one's heart to be swayed, as one is not made of iron or stone?" "Oh, are you admitting to being moved?" Mr. Nan Xiao continued to smile, inviting him to take a seat. "What is there to deny?" Xie Qingzhou sat down, his mind drifting to his beautiful wife, radiant, ambitious, and unlike the affluent young ladies he was accustomed to. In other words, she was a captivating soul, delightfully intriguing. Such a person would surely inspire affection effortlessly, wouldn't she? Since you've broached the subject, what of the one who resides in your heart? Xie Qingzhou fell silent for a moment, contemplating that he should first find the person in question. After all, he had already shifted his affections. What more could he demand? Yet, to disregard her entirely was beyond him, not to mention the debt of gratitude he owed her for saving his life, nor the profound impact their initial romance had on him. Do you not have any regrets about such a choice? Your exquisite wife appears to be unimpressed by your charms. Mr. Nan Xiao chuckled once more. Xie Qingzhou rubbed his forehead. Indeed, she is not easily swayed. If you provoke her, her temper only escalates, like a spring that rebounds with greater force the more it is compressed. As Nan Xiao gazed at him, a hint of unrecognized fondness and pride flickered in his eyes when he spoke of Jiangnan. After their casual conversation, Mr. Nan Xiao inquired if Xie Qingzhou's visit was related to his endorsement. "Not at all. You are most knowledgeable about the endorsement matter, and I shall not interfere. However, should you find it convenient, I would not mind your assistance." Nan Xiao grasped his intention. "You wish for me to help you cause some trouble for Jiangnan, do you not?" "Not entirely. She cannot constantly plot against me. Do I not have my pride?" Xie Qingzhou replied. "In return, I will sponsor the jewelry design competition you are organizing. While pursuing a lady, one must not always be a source of trouble, Xiao Zhou." "I understand, rest assured." Meanwhile, Jiangnan sat in her car, mulling over the urgent words spoken by Feng Liyue. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzhou exited and entered her vehicle. Upon settling in, he frowned. "Your car is too small. I can hardly stretch my legs." Jiangnan retorted, "This BMW 3 Series, priced under 400,000, suits me perfectly. You need not ride if it displeases you. We cannot compete with your ostentatious luxury in your affairs with women." The Xie family valued modesty. Her father's vehicle was an older model A6, and she held no particular regard for cars, having grown accustomed to them. It was Xie Qingzhou who flaunted his multi-million-dollar Bentley. He reached out to pinch the delicate nape of her neck. "Had you lost your senses?" Jiangnan recoiled. Evading him, "Let's get to the point. First, I shall take you out for a meal." She exhaled, tilting her head to regard him. "I am not hungry. What do you truly wish to discuss?" Jiangnan, "If I were in your shoes, I would obediently go for a meal. There's a limited edition Patek Philippe watch from our circle that was purchased by a mysterious individual. Was that perhaps orchestrated by you?" Jiangnan gazed at him and asked, "What are you up to now?" A few days prior, he had felt quite pleased, believing she was thoughtful enough to gift him a watch. However, upon witnessing her resolute stance against pregnancy, he realized he had misinterpreted her intentions. That watch was not meant for him. After coming across some news regarding the watch online, he speculated it was intended for promotional purposes for Anning. His wife was exceptionally astute in marketing and adept at creating a buzz to capture attention. "Are we going to eat?" he inquired with a soft smile in his eyes. "All right, then may I ask, Mr. Xie, what would you like to eat?" "Anything you desire," he replied, his words dripping with sweetness. In truth, Jiangnan was reluctant to dine with him, yet she was acutely aware of his intelligence. The endeavor she wished to undertake appeared trivial in his presence, which irked her. Feeling somewhat disheartened by her comparative inadequacy, she decided to playfully tease him with minor antics. Jiangnan chose hot pot for their meal. Xie Qingzhou had faced considerable challenges while establishing his career abroad, as a national in a foreign land. He had endured cultural disparities and even instances of racial discrimination, all in a bid to prove himself. Moreover, having ventured overseas, he could not rely on his father's resources, necessitating his own hard work to navigate the waters of life. This had taken a toll on his health, afflicting him with a mild stomach ailment. He was not particularly fond of heavy flavors, so when he beheld the bubbling, spicy hot pot, he frowned slightly and remarked, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Whether at the Xie household or during his previous visits, her meals had always been both delicious and gentle on the stomach. He had once overheard his mother tell her, Xie Qingzhou can't eat this kind of food too often. It won't be good for his stomach." "That's all right. Even a little benefit is better than none," she had replied with a sweet smile. Now, however, she sat with her head bowed, seemingly unwilling to meet his gaze, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. "I'm doing this on purpose. You needn't eat if you don't want to." "You should know I absolutely adore hot pot," Jiangnan retorted. Xie Qingzhou pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further. The intent behind her choice of spicier meal seemed evident. He took only a couple of bites before setting down his chopsticks. Conversely, she savored her meal with enthusiasm, her demeanor poised yet slightly delicate as she dined amidst the rising steam. "Grant me another chance," he said, reclining in his seat as he observed her. Jiangnan paused, taken aback. "What? You heard me," he replied, gazing into her ever-clear eyes. "I may not excel in many areas, but surely I excel in that regard, right?" Jiangnan rolled her eyes in exasperation. In the past, Xie Qingzhou had been regarded as a dashing young gentleman, exceedingly refined. The influences of foreign culture had altered him somewhat. Yet, he was not entirely wrong. Despite the barriers between them, their intimate experiences had been few but memorable. Now, she found herself weighing her options, aware that it was unwise to create an insurmountable rift between them, leaving no room for reconciliation. However, when he earnestly sought this opportunity, she was disinclined to grant it. "The watch. Might I have another chance?" "That watch rightfully belongs to me." Jiang Nandao furrowed his brow. He was always like this. Nothing but threats. "It was you who wished to purchase it with my money." "Who cares for your money? I could transfer it to you immediately," she declared, having forsaken her meal, and once again clashed with him. Xie Qingzhou reminisced about his once gentle wife, now fiery like a chili, a source of helplessness. "All right, I understand you're not short of funds, Miss Jiangxi. Let's eat first," he said, ordering beef for her. After their meal, Xie Qingzhou prepared a cup of tea and handed it to her. "Miss Jiang, have you considered my proposal?" "The watch, please," she replied, accepting the tea. He nodded, and 5 minutes later, Xiao Zheng delivered the watch. Jiang Nandao examined it closely. Indeed, it was a fine piece. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, nuzzling her fair neck and kissing her ear. She frowned. "What are you doing?" "Trying to please you," he responded. "When I lose my temper, you ignore me. I try to soothe you, yet you remain unresponsive. Being your husband is quite a challenge." Jiang Nandao lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment, then stated, "Xie Qingzhou, this reflects my past attitude towards you. Neither warm nor cold, indifferent." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback, turning her around, embracing her waist, and kissing her vibrant lips. "You have endured much," he murmured. "Not at all necessary," she replied. Yet her lips remained ensnared by his. He gripped the back of her head, and she found no escape. His kiss was gentle yet assertive, pushing her back against the tea table in their private room. As their bodies leaned back, she instinctively supported herself with her palms on the table. Quick as a flash, the man guided her to wrap her arms around his neck to avoid toppling the teacups. Their breaths quickened. He held her close, kissing her softly, playfully entwining with her for a while. His humble demeanor was quite endearing. She recalled Ning's words about the joy of wealthy women. "Consider it when you return." He embraced her, nibbling on her earlobe, then added, "In our union, you have gained nothing. How fortunate." After Jiang Nandao departed, Xie Qingzhou leisurely prepared tea for himself. When Xiao Zheng entered, he remarked, "Find an opportunity to explain that incident at the hospital." Xiao Zheng responded with an "O," noting that if Jiang Nandao understood his poor attitude towards her was for the sake of Jiang Yuan's reputation, she would likely be less upset and more forgiving. "Boss, you truly are cunning and calculating," Xiao Zheng observed, somewhat perplexed. "Would it not have been better for you to explain the matter personally? Why beat around the bush? You should clarify. The effect would be magnified." Chapter 97 Assistance. The heart of an individual and the essence of love cannot be acquired without due effort. This is an undeniable truth, is it not? Xie Qingzhou sipped his tea. Xiao Zheng sighed, pondering the veracity of the statement. His sudden change in strategy towards Jiangnan was not unconnected to Feng Liyue's recent phone call. Jiangnan returned to the company, clutching her watch, and instructed Yang Ji to investigate Xie Qingzhou. He had previously assured her that his heart had never been swayed by Feng Liyue, attributing his sentiments to a different matter entirely. At the time, she had brushed it aside. Thus, did this concern a woman? Who was Xie Qingzhou's true love? What was the connection to Feng Liyue? If his beloved was not Feng Liyue, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance for her. Yet, she found herself perplexed by the intentions at play, compelling her to rely on Yang Ji's inquiry. Currently, her endeavors were not progressing smoothly, whether with the brand or her chosen spokesperson, Ning. Fortunately, Ning proved to be resilient, despite having been out of the core circle for years. She maintained her poise and clarity in gaze, successfully advancing to the final round. Moreover, riding on the coattails of Xie Qingzhou's popularity, Ning's former fans began to share her candid photographs online, resulting in a significant surge in visibility. Jiangnan invested some resources into the subsequent promotions, witnessing slight improvements by evening. However, the competition for the endorsement of Liu Sun was exceedingly fierce. Unlike other talent shows, Liu Sun's selection process was distinct. It involved nationwide auditions, but with limited exposure. The brand preferred not to be overly entangled with capital, valuing its autonomy, while simultaneously preserving an air of mystery. This alone was sufficient to maintain interest during the uncertainty of the spokesperson's identity. Ultimately, the final choice remained unpredictable. Hence, one could not place all their hopes in a singular basket. It was imperative for Ning to gain additional exposure. That evening, Jiangnan returned home and presented the watch to Ning. Ning, captivated by the watch, couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a beautiful lady, you must be quite affluent." Jiangnan replied, "This is Xie Qingzhou's money. I shall return it once spent." She suggested sharing some daily moments online, utilizing them as a backdrop. "All right, my esteemed benefactor," Ning responded. Jiangnan chuckled softly, resuming her dealings with the brand representatives, which were proving to be quite the headache. Due to this matter, she had truly exhausted herself with trips to Beijing. While preparing to board her flight home, she received a call from Sister Li, inquiring if she had time to return home. Recently, Jiangnan had been busy. After her mother was discharged from the hospital, she had only managed to visit once. Post-discharge, her mother had become exceptionally quiet, a silence that tugged at Jiangnan's heartstrings. She no longer mentioned her father, and this thought alone caused her distress. "I will return, but it will be later," Jiangnan replied. Sister Li acknowledged this, though her tone suggested she had more to say. "What's the matter?" Jiangnan prompted. "Well, Sister Qin has been online quite a lot recently," Sister Li shared. "She has been searching for Xie Qingzhou." "I understand," Jiangnan replied, reflecting on how Xie Qingzhou had transitioned from being a mere guest to her mother's husband, entangled in rumors with a woman linked to her father. What thoughts would her mother harbor upon discovering this? Upon this thought, a wave of bittersweet melancholy washed over Jiangnan, leaving her in profound discomfort. Seated in the airport lounge, she pondered for an extended period before ultimately dialing Xie Qingzhou's number. Since their decision to divorce, she had seldom taken the initiative to call. "Hello." His voice was deep and cool, yet surprisingly melodious. "Could you do me a favor?" Qin Shuang wished to access the internet at home, but Li Sa consistently forbade it. Jiang, you're married. How was I unaware of this?" Qin Shuang questioned, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt for having forgotten her daughter's wedding amidst her illness. "It's not like that," Li Sa struggled to explain. "Why don't you go online? Jiang's husband is quite the gentleman, and his capabilities are commendable," she suggested. Online, all traces of Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue had vanished, along with their photographs. "Oh, that? His parents are wonderful. They always come to visit me," Qin Shuang remarked, reassured that Jiang would fare well in such a family. Li Sa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that no matter the severity of her illness, a mother's concern for her child remains unwavering. As Qin Shuang perused various interviews online, she felt content with Xie Qingzhou. Meanwhile, all information regarding him and Feng Liyue had been thoroughly expunged from the internet, including the subtle hints of their relationship on Feng Liyue's social media. all of which had been deleted. Speculation swirled online, and it was evident that Feng Liyue's social media account had been taken over, further exacerbated by the removal of those photos, leaving her exceedingly displeased. She understood that this was yet another consequence of Jiangnan's influence. Originally, Xie Qingzhou would never have done such things for her, yet he once again made an exception. Even if she were foolish, she grasped his intentions. The information she held about the man dwindled, indicating that as her worth diminished, he was willing to exchange all knowledge of that person for her future. Ultimately, their relationship would be irrevocably severed. Feng Liyue felt a sense of resentment, but was at a loss for resolution. She contemplated confronting Jiangnan, yet felt hopeless against her. With nowhere to vent her anger, she resorted to intruding upon Jiang's ancestral home, hoping to instigate anguish for Jiangnan by unleashing her own turmoil. When Feng Liyue burst in, Lisa was powerless to stop her. Upon seeing Feng Liyue, Qin Shuang became agitated, her fingers trembling as she pointed at her. This reaction delighted Feng Liyue, who chuckled softly. "Aunt Qin, not only have I slept with your husband, but when he discovered I had taken your brooch, feigning sentiment to reclaim it, I knocked him unconscious and set a fire." Chapter 98. Hatred. As Jiangnan disembarked from the plane, she noticed her phone battery was nearly depleted. Upon exiting the terminal, she spotted Xiao Zheng waving at her. Approaching him, Jiangnan inquired, "What brings you here?" "Your husband sent me to fetch you. I also have a few matters to discuss with you," Xiao replied. "I must admit, I feel quite unworthy of being called your assistant." Jiangnan chuckled, and together they made their way to the parking lot. Once inside the car, Xiao handed her a document. Jiangnan, puzzled, flipped through it, noticing that the first page was filled with names. "This is, during our last visit to the hospital, I arrived with General Manager Xie." Feng Liyue mentioned matters concerning Mr. Jiang and referred to a particular list. "You were inquiring about it at the time, and I must admit, her tone was rather brusque." Recalling the events of that day, Jiangnan realized there were deeper implications at play. "I personally investigated the list, and I also spoke to those who prefer to remain anonymous. I've recorded detailed accounts from them, and those willing to speak up have indicated their readiness to cooperate should legal actions be pursued. They have previously received support from Mr. Jiang and wish to ensure that his legacy remains untarnished after his passing." Jiangnan felt a lump in her throat. She had always known her father was incapable of such deeds. "I intended to inform you of this sooner, but locating these individuals and conducting inquiries took time. Rather than attempt to explain everything at once, I thought it prudent to provide you with some reassurance," Xiao said. Jiangnan carefully examined each name and the circumstances surrounding the events. It became apparent that minor errors in their dealings, coupled with substantial bribes, had led to their involvement in the slander. Additionally, there was a list of schools supported by her father during his lifetime, showcasing numerous donations and scholarships for both male and female students, some of whom were unaware of his generosity. Feeling a surge of pride for her father and grateful for her unwavering belief in him, Jiangnan finally spoke, "You have worked hard on this matter. If my mother were aware, she would undoubtedly be pleased." As the car merged onto the airport expressway, Xiao received a call from Xie Qingzhou and promptly handed the phone to Jiangnan. "Hello," she answered. "Return home at once," Xie instructed. "What's wrong? Please just come home. I will be waiting for you at the Jiang residence." Xie's terse response heightened Jiangnan's anxiety, prompting her to call Aunt Li for clarification. Jiang, do not worry. Your mother has suddenly fainted. Mr. Xie has brought the family doctor to examine her. There's nothing serious. She received an injection and is now asleep." Jiangnan's heart raced. It took her over 40 minutes to reach home. Upon her arrival, she found Aunt Li with red-rimmed eyes, grasping her hand tightly, on the verge of tears. "You should go inside." In the living room, Xie Qingzhou was conversing with the doctor, while Ning waited on the sofa, arms crossed for another visitor. To her surprise, Feng Liyue was also present in her home. "Miss Jiang, you have returned," Feng Liyue cried, her voice trembling. "I'm truly sorry. I only came to apologize and express my gratitude. I had no idea it would turn out like this." She feigned innocence remarkably well. Had one not known her, they might have truly believed her. Jiangnan first visited her mother, who was in a stable condition, albeit suffering from a bout of intense anger. Unable to reach her mother by phone during the flight, the only recourse for Aunt Li was to contact Ning. Upon arrival, Ning encountered Feng Liyue, who was there both to express gratitude and to apologize, appearing exceedingly sincere. No one could dismiss her. Thus Ning had no choice but to summon Xie Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Aunt Li retreated to the kitchen to prepare something to eat and quietly recounted the entire situation. Jiangnan trembled with rage, forcing herself to maintain composure. Did she truly utter those words? Indeed, she had said those outrageous things, even claiming responsibility for the fire, which led to Sister Qin fainting from anger. Aunt Li recounted how Feng Liyue had smirked with delight upon witnessing Qin Shuang's collapse. Yet, after that fleeting amusement, she remained seated, continuing her performance. Jiangnan clenched her fists, turning her gaze toward the lovely girl on the sofa, whose tear-streaked visage seemed so pure and flawless, akin to the moon in the sky. But who could fathom the depths of this woman's malice? Her audacity stemmed solely from the fact that, apart from Aunt Li, no one could attest to her words. Any outburst on Jiangnan's part would merely incite Xie Qingzhou's ire and perhaps lead to further discord between them. Feng Liyue lingered, evidently relishing the spectacle of Jiangnan clashing with Xie Qingzhou. Releasing her tightly clenched fists, she reminded herself that a moment's impatience could disrupt grander schemes. Emerging from the kitchen, she wore a congenial expression as she regarded Feng Liyue, wishing fervently to see her in pieces. Yet she maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "Miss Feng, we understand your intentions. The hour grows late. Shall I arrange for a driver to escort you?" Upon hearing her words, Xie Qingzhou's gaze fell upon her, and after a moment's pause, he declared, "I will accompany her." Jiangnan's heart tightened. Very well. And Ning, on the verge of exploding, was restrained by her. Xie Qingzhou donned his coat and personally pushed Feng Liyue's wheelchair. Jiangnan watched as he wheeled Feng Liyue through the Jiang family's courtyard, their figures fading from view. Had he lost his mind? And Ning was furious. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou led Feng Liyue out of the villa district. For her, this time spent alone with him was sweet and blissful. "Mr. Xie, you are exceedingly kind to me," she remarked. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. "I have always been quite patient with women." Feng Liyue felt a surge of triumph, but in the next moment, Xie Qingzhou pushed her toward the center of the road. Chapter 99. The person she seeks, the wheelchair, glided into the center of the road, prompting the oncoming vehicles to veer sharply to avoid her. The bright headlights and the blaring horns filled Feng Liyue's heart with trepidation. Flustered, she attempted to propel the wheelchair, yet amidst the bustling traffic, she dare not make a rash move. The glaring lights from the approaching cars blinded her, leaving her in a state of utter helplessness. When Xiao Zheng arrived, he was taken aback by the scene. While Feng Liyue's disheveled appearance was shocking enough, it was his boss, Xie Qingzhou, who truly astonished him. Standing by the roadside, a lit cigarette in his hand, an aura of hostility and chill surrounded him. Without hesitation, Xiao Zheng dashed forward, blocking the cars before rushing into the street to push Feng Liyue back to safety. Feng Li, momentarily stunned, remained speechless for a while after reaching the curb. Xie Qingzhou, upon catching sight of her, lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze as unfathomable as an abyss, fixed upon her without uttering a word. She understood the depths of his ruthlessness. In the past, his gentler methods had proven far more terrifying. Now his silence was the true embodiment of dread. Halfway through his cigarette, Xie Qingzhou discarded it onto the ground and departed without a backward glance. Xiao Zheng, too, remained silent in her presence. The weather in Haicheng was frigid, yet her back was soaked with perspiration. "Boss, have you lost your mind?" Xiao Zheng remarked, unable to fathom the usually composed Xie Qingzhou's reckless behavior today. Xie Qingzhou said nothing, leisurely returning to the Jiang family's villa while engrossed in his phone. Moments later, Xiao Zheng received several photographs of Feng Liyue in the middle of the road. "Go take care of it," Xie Qingzhou instructed. Xiao Zheng looked up at her, questioning whether she should withdraw from the circle. But, will that person still be sought after? Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment. "We both know very well that Feng Liyue is oblivious to the identity of that person, with no prior leads. I had no choice but to permit her repeated foolishness. A reckless fool who lacks discretion will only bring trouble, persistently ignoring my words. Such a person is more of a liability than an asset. Jiangnan did not expect Xie Qingzhou's swift return. Her mother remained unconscious, leaving her with little inclination to converse. Xie Qingzhou stood at the doorway of Qin Shuang's room, observing her for a while. Her eyes were red, a testament to her sorrow, prompting him to turn away. Aunt Li, upon seeing him, was at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. It was only when he inquired about the location of her room that she faltered. And Ning, overhearing, laughed lightly. "Mr. Xie, you've been married for 3 years. Don't you know where your wife's room is?" Xie Qingzhou shot her a glance. "You'd best refrain from provoking my displeasure." "Xie Qingzhou, are you threatening me? Who do you think you are? An emperor. I see you as the one most adept at inciting others' displeasure." And Ning harbored a genuine disdain for him. "And Ning, if I were you, I wouldn't engage in such verbal sparring. After all, I possess considerable resources. Achieving fame in the shortest time possible would benefit her greatly. Isn't having genuine strength far superior to anything else?" And Ning opened her mouth, intending to say something more, and inexplicably found his words quite reasonable. Were it not for Xie Qingzhou's unseemly behavior, she might have held him in higher regard. At such a late hour, regardless of the circumstances, Xie Qingzhou remained Jiangzhang's husband, and she, as a mere servant, had no right to drive him away. Thus, she informed him that the room was on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, she relayed this to Jiangnan. Jiangnan, currently preoccupied, had no time to attend to Xie Qingzhou, only hoping for her mother to awaken soon. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Qin Shuang finally stirred, and upon seeing Jiangnan, she silently shed tears. Jiangnan gently wiped away her mother's tears, asking why she was crying and offering to show her something. Qin Shuang shook her head, stating she was not in the mood. "Just sit up and keep me company, please," Jiangnan urged. Aware of her daughter's exhausting business trip, Qin Shuang complied without protest. Resting her head against the bed's headboard, Jiangnan proceeded to flip through the documents given to her by Qiao Zheng, page by page for her mother to see. Initially taken aback, Qin Shuang's eyes soon brimmed with tears. In Jiangnan's eyes, her father was handsome and possessed a refined character. He had accomplished numerous deeds without boasting, even teaching her and her brother to remain humble and discreet. Therefore, he had engaged in many charitable endeavors, and she felt immense pride. "You are falsely accused. You are the one he cherished most, and you should understand better, shouldn't you?" After weeping for a considerable time, Qin Shuang finally began to speak of Feng Liyue. "But that woman, I suspect she was stealing when my father caught her." Yet he was unguarded, and at that moment, someone retaliated against him for meddling in the affairs of the Xie family, setting off a chain of events that led to the calamity of that year. "Mother, although many years have passed and countless clues have vanished, believe me, if she was responsible, I will ensure she faces justice to bring solace to father and brother." Qin Shuang could not bear such words, lamenting, "Jiang, mother is utterly useless, always relying on you." Jiangnan chuckled softly. "Then please, take good care of yourself. Allow me to rely on you, if you would." Xie Qingzhou found himself in Jiangnan's room, a space adorned with soft yellow bedding, impeccably neat. Countless books filled the room, which was decorated in a somewhat vintage style, exuding a sense of quality, with tasteful ornaments and artwork. Xie Qingzhou gazed intently at a painting on the wall. The vibrant, neon-lit city shone brilliantly, filled with countless lights, yet at the center of the artwork lay another world, where an eagle soared above a forest. The incongruous brushstroke in the middle, oddly harmonious, suggested a narrative of its own. This world encompassed cities, humanity, and animals alike. The white stroke bisecting the painting's center seemed to traverse time and space, imbuing the entire piece with profound meaning. In moments when he could not see, a girl appeared to possess a similarly vast imagination. She adored painting, inscribing letters in her palm, and posed a question to him. What would it be like if a desert and a whale existed in a single painting? A desert and penguins. She expressed her aspiration to become a surrealist artist. At that time, his sight was obscured, and he had naturally never beheld her art. He had traversed numerous surrealist art exhibitions in search of clues pertaining to her. After years of relentless pursuit, he never anticipated that he would encounter the very painting she had described within a room in Jiangnan. His heart inexplicably swelled with excitement. Jiangnan. Could it be that Jiangnan was the person he had been seeking all along? Upon returning to her room, Xie Qingzhou rushed towards her, gripping her shoulders tightly. "Is that painting on the wall your creation?" His grip was firm, causing her shoulders to ache. She turned her gaze towards the artwork on the wall. It was indeed her own, a piece she had crafted during her university days. However, over the years, her skills had deteriorated, and she felt incapable of recreating such art now. Lost in thought, Xie Qingzhou's breath quickened as he implored, Jiang, please tell me, is that painting yours?" Chapter 100, a date? Xie Qingzhou's reaction left Jiang Nan both perplexed and somewhat disheartened. Memories of the past flooded her mind. Back then, her father forbade her from bringing Xie Qingzhou home. She had concealed him at her father's secretary, Uncle Zhang's residence, caring for the comatose Xie Qingzhou. Upon awakening, he was left with impaired vision and a tempestuous temperament. The slightest sound in the household would provoke his ire. Gradually, he grew calmer, and she would alleviate his boredom by sharing her dreams. She aspired to be an artist. Yet, despite expressing her aspirations, the only enduring remnants were her own reflections. When Xie Qingzhou inquired if a particular painting was hers, it seemed almost absurd. It was reminiscent of their 3 years of marriage, during which he had never questioned her determination to entrust herself to him. How could he forget the moments when he had embraced her, whispering his affection in her ear? Whether genuine affection or a mere byproduct of loneliness for Jiangnan, who had endured so much, it no longer mattered. If he had forgotten, there was no need for her to revisit the topic, only to invite discomfort and entanglement. "No," she asserted, pushing him away and settling onto the sofa by the window, oblivious to the disappointment reflected in Xie Qingzhou's eyes. The word "no" jolted him awake. A pang of bitterness surged within him. How could he be so irrational? Knowing full, well, it was not her work, yet clinging to such notions? He found no faith in the evidence Qiao Zheng sought, choosing instead to trust his own feelings. Nonetheless, her denial brought him a modicum of relief. If it had indeed been her work, how could he confront her, after inflicting upon her so much pain and humiliation? The initial thrill he felt dissipated, replaced by a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiangnan nestled into the sofa, rubbing her face vigorously. Her mind was in disarray. Upon exiting her mother's room, and Ning had shown her the latest entertainment news featuring Feng Liyue. Feng Liyue was depicted in a wheelchair, positioned in the middle of the street. The report was intriguing, stating that due to a lingering leg injury, she was suffering from severe depression and had contemplated ending her life. Such news undoubtedly signaled that Feng Liyue was unfit for work. Just minutes after the announcement, her studio released a statement declaring a suspension of her current projects to focus on her health, thanking her fans for their support and expressing hopes for a reunion. Even Jiangnan, in her naivety, understood that Feng Liyue would never resort to such drastic measures. She merely thrived on driving others to madness. Xie Qingzhou had gone to see her off but did not hear the sound of the car. Truthfully, she would have preferred otherwise. Moments later, Xie Qingzhou approached her, his expression serene. She lifted her gaze to meet his, lacking the energy to ponder why he had been so agitated moments before. Leaning back against the sofa, she looked up into his eyes. "I want to thank you," she said. "Which thank you?" Xie Qingzhou asked, looking down at her from his elevated stance. "For the slander you directed at my father. How do you intend to repay me?" he inquired. At that moment, the mercenary nature of his character was vividly apparent. "How would you like to express your gratitude?" She continued to gaze into his eyes. Jiangnan understood that this was not the time to assert herself and settle scores with him. She should be more patient, graciously accepting his overtures, and gradually dismantling Feng Liyue's ambitions, ensuring her ascent was permanently thwarted. Moreover, with her mother now aware of her relationship with Xie Qingzhou, it was inevitable that questions would arise. Should tensions escalate, and he refused to cooperate, she would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences, with her mother left heartbroken. If her marriage were to be unhappy, it would indeed be a far greater blow to her mother. Thus, when Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, she did not resist. "The favor you requested could be considered a transaction," he said, his voice deep yet melodious. "Indeed. Shall we arrange a meeting then?" Chapter 101, Cooperation. A date? Such an innocent request, indeed, left Jiangnan momentarily astonished as she reclined on the sofa, quietly observing him. Xie Qingzhou, as if he could read her thoughts, smiled and remarked, "What? Do you think I would only shamelessly ask you to share my bed?" Jiangnan offered no reply. Feeling the fatigue from her business trip, compounded by the distress caused by Feng Liyue to her mother, leaving her utterly drained, she had no excess energy to engage with him, simply leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, Jiangnan finally spoke. "You could do that as well. Just sleep with you?" he queried, his tone growing slightly colder. Jiangnan nodded. "In front of my mother. Would you be willing to cooperate with me?" Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a while in silence. Jiangnan pressed her lips together. She intended to express herself so bluntly, yet the lack of clarity left her feeling unsettled. "Very well. 5 times. Jiangnan." Xie Qingzhou remained silent, sitting beside her, brooding for a while. Watching her weary form nestled on the sofa, he ultimately wrapped her in his embrace. She exhaled softly, gently closing her eyes, seeking to clear her cluttered mind. However, what she intended as a brief rest turned into genuine slumber. Xie Qingzhou felt a weight on his shoulder. Glancing over, he found her asleep, her long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, the sheer exhaustion radiating from her evoking a pang of sympathy. He tenderly brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her cheek and gazed at her for some time, his eyes drifting back to the painting on the wall. He contemplated for an extended period, his gaze heavy, lost in his thoughts. The following day, when Jiangnan awoke, she found herself alone in bed. During the night, she had risen to change into her sleepwear and wash her face, while Xie Qingzhou had remained clothed beside her. Descending the stairs, she was greeted by cheerful voices in the dining room. "Zhou, is Jiang really that impressive?" "Indeed, she's remarkable." At that moment, she seemed to radiate light, he said, reminiscing about her resplendent presence in the sterile workshop. Who could have foreseen that within such a short span, he would shift from a firm resolve to divorce her and take responsibility for his beloved, to now contemplating how to accommodate her? Jiang, so intelligent and diligent. Qin Shuang spoke proudly of her daughter. "Zhou, you must cherish her." "I will. I truly like her. You need not worry." That declaration of affection sent a tremor through her heart. It was indeed a challenge for him to speak untruths, yet she felt grateful. It had been a long time since her mother had experienced such joy. As Jiangnan entered the dining room, Xie Qingzhou's gentle gaze fell upon her. Rising, he assisted her in pulling out her chair. Aunt Li brought forth breakfast. Jiangnan obediently began her meal. Jiang, Zhou remarked, "You can stay here for a while." Qin Shuang was overjoyed. Jiangnan glanced at Xie Qingzhou, who affectionately patted her head, displaying an endearing camaraderie. In the following 2 days, she and Xie Qingzhou remained at the Jiang residence. Mother's condition has been steadily improving, while it seems that Feng Liyue is truly unable to work any longer. Jiangnan instructat yang zitu investigata, and it turned out that Feng Liyue was confined to her apartment with limited mobility. Jiangnan hoped to find an opportunity to inquire about her situation. As the workday neared its end, she received a call from Xie Qingzhou, inviting her to dinner. It was then that she recalled his previous mention of a date. "Sure. What would you like to eat? How about hot pot?" Jiangnan replied, momentarily startled as memories of their previous hot pot meal flooded her mind, particularly his gaze. "All right. Since you want to eat it, I shall accompany you," she said, aware that he was accommodating her. However, just as she was preparing to leave for the engagement, Yang Ji called to inform her that the head of BR had arrived. With no other option, Jiangnan had to rush back to the company to find President Su. To her surprise, it was not only President Su who had come, but also a tall, remarkably handsome man accompanying him. President Su introduced them, stating that he was the head of their entire domestic market. Jiangnan nodded, greeting him with hello. The man smiled slightly, replying, "Hello, Jiang. I am Rongzhang." Chapter 102. Vinegar, as Xie Qingzhou arrived at the hot pot restaurant where they had dined together previously, he received a message from Jiangnan informing him of her cancellation. This was their first date, and he felt a sense of frustration. After pondering for a moment, he decided to call her. Jiangnan glanced at the name flashing on her screen and quietly disconnected the call. Mr. Rong, I sincerely apologize for the unannounced visit. It was truly an intrusion. Rong Zhang smiled. However, may I inquire what prompted this action? After all, she had already declined the collaboration with Br Su. The general manager explained that Mr. Rong was very interested in her partnership. Jiangnan felt a twinge of disbelief. Was it not due to Mr. Yan's connections? Upon hearing this, Rong Zhang smiled faintly. Even if Mr. Yan had facilitated the introduction, it mattered not. He merely provided an opportunity. What truly captivated BR was Jiangnan herself. I have observed your sincerity and believe in your capabilities. Is that not sufficient? If that is indeed the case, then that is commendable. Although Weifeng certainly needs BR, if BR were not optimistic about Weifeng's prospects and did not trust the operational capacity of the Weifeng team, any collaboration would be fraught with discord, hindering mutual benefit. This was the genuine reason I initially expressed my reservations to Mr. Su about the partnership. Rong Zhang nodded, gazing at Jiangnan for a moment before extending his hand. Ms. Jiang, I have faith in my judgment and in Weifeng. Jiangnan clasped his fingertips. Mr. Rong, may our collaboration be fruitful. Rong Zhang's sincerity was palpable. They were the sole representatives in Haiqing. After the business matters were settled, Yang Ji had already reserved a restaurant. Following their meal, they discovered that Rong Zhang was her senior from university, which significantly bridged the gap between them. In high spirits, Jiang then indulged in some wine that evening. After dinner, they engaged in conversation over tea, sharing anecdotes about a certain professor from their school. The restaurant chosen by Yang Ji was splendid, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the city's brilliance, and the indoor setting featured a traditional Chinese tea table, where the fragrance of tea lingered. Rong Zhang was quite the conversationalist, making dialogue enjoyable. Perhaps due to their shared alma mater, Jiangnan felt an unguarded connection with him, fostering a sense of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. Mr. Rong, it seems to be snowing, Su remarked. Rong Zhang stood and walked to the window. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. He then turned and smiled at Jiangnan. I apologize, Ms. Jiang. Having lived in the South for so long, I find myself rather unrefined in my excitement upon seeing snow. Where are you from? She inquired. I was born in Haicheng, but moved abroad at a young age, Rong Zhang replied. As the clock struck 9, even though their rapport was delightful, it became apparent that it was time to part ways. Yang Ji handed them the room key, and Jiangnan added, if your schedule permits, Mr. Rong, you could stay in Haicheng for a couple more days. There's a splendid ski resort nearby. I have never skied, but given the favorable weather, it would be a shame not to go, Rong Zhang responded. The group departed the restaurant. Snowflakes cascaded from the sky like a delicate curtain, enveloping the city in a unique beauty. However, as Jiang then descended the steps, her foot slipped unexpectedly. She was so terrified that her heart felt like it would leap from her chest. A firm hand grasped her arm, steadying her unbalanced form. Due to inertia, her back leaned against his chest. Jiangnan let out a sigh of relief and glanced back at him. His dark, profound eyes gazed at her, and then, with a gentlemanly demeanor, he released her grip. Be careful, he said. Thank you, Jiangnan replied after staring at him for a while. The car arranged by Yang Ji arrived to take Rong Zhang and General Su back to the hotel. Jiangnan stood for a long time, watching the taillights of the car disappear, before regaining her senses and asking Yang Ji, do you feel that Rong Zhang has a familiar aura? Yang Ji shook her head. Familiar? How so? Jiangnan smiled. Perhaps I am just overthinking. As she prepared to walk towards the car, she seemed to sense an intense gaze upon her. Turning around, she spotted a black Bentley parked across the small path of the restaurant. Its rear window rolled down, large snowflakes drifting into the car. The occupant inside appeared indifferent. Only the flickering crimson glow of a cigarette at his fingertips illuminated his half-turned face, revealing a demeanor colder than usual. Jiangnan took out her silence phone to find that Xie Qingzhou had called her 6 times. You need not see me off. The roads are slippery. Please drive carefully. She told Yang Ji before crossing to the other side of the road. Leaning back in the rear seat, Xie Qingzhou allowed his handsome features to fade into shadow. Yet amidst the interplay of light and darkness, he looked ethereal. Jiangnan stood outside his car, observing him. He took a drag from his cigarette and flicked the ash out the window, ignoring her presence. The two remained in a stalemate for about 2 minutes before Xiao Zhang could no longer bear it. "Madam, please get in the car. No one is answering your calls, and Mr. Xie is worried. He hurried over when he learned you were here, socializing. You talk too much. Our concerns are truly unwarranted." General Jiang is quite busy and never expected work to be discussed in such a manner, Xiao Zhang remarked. "That is how I conduct business. If you find it displeasing, simply look away," Jiangnan retorted, not indulging her. As she turned to leave, Xie Qingzhou flicked away his cigarette, opened the car door, and pulled her back, irritated. "Did I permit you to leave? My legs belong to me. I'll go when I wish," she snapped. He suppressed his rising anger and shoved her into the car. Once inside, he fell silent, sulking. Missing their first date was one thing. Hanging up on his call was another. Seeing another man embrace her had been tolerable. But what did that lingering gaze mean? He swallowed hard, the words he wanted to say lingering on the tip of his tongue, but he refrained from uttering anything that might wound her. The atmosphere inside the car became stifling, leaving Xiao Zhang momentarily at a loss for words. Jiangnan scrolled through her phone and then called Qin Shuang. "Mom, I want to be coming home tonight. It's snowing and the roads are slippery. I'll be back very late. Please go to bed early." "What about Zhou?" Qin Shuang inquired. "I'm not going back either. And please don't refer to him as Zhou. It sounds too familiar." "Does Zhou dislike it?" Qin Shuang asked. "If he does, I want to call him that." "Mother, I hold great affection for you." Xie Qingzhou snatched the phone away, exchanged a few words with Qin Shuang, and then hung up, fixing his gaze on her. "Are you attempting to sow discord between me and my mother-in-law?" Jiangnan rolled her eyes and ignored him. "Are you infatuated with that man from earlier?" "Jiangnan." "Xiao Zhang." He swiftly interrupted his boss's escalating madness. "Madam, we are still quite far from Wudong Road. How about we return to your home? Mr. Xie has yet to have his meal." Ultimately, the two of them returned to her residence. Upon arriving at her home, Xie Qingzhou's expression soured. The first time he came to her house, Zhou Qian was present. The second time was due to another unfamiliar man. Jiangnan placed a pair of women's slippers by his feet, but he was displeased. "How am I supposed to wear these? They're so small." "Wear them or not," she retorted, as he left her side to change into different clothes. Eventually, Xie Qingzhou donned the exceedingly ill-fitting women's slippers and made his way to the living room. He settled onto the sofa, messaging Yin Fangxuan to inquire about the BR project. Meanwhile, Jiangnan changed into her attire and went to the kitchen, frying eggs and meat and preparing a bowl of noodles for him. When Xie Qingzhou did not receive a response from Yin Fangxuan and noticed her with her hair tied up, clad in loungewear at the stove, he felt an inexplicable stir within him. He rose and encircled her waist from behind, asking, "Is this meal prepared for me?" "Not exactly," she replied. The man's hands tightened around her waist. "You better say it is for me, or I might just explode." "Yes, it is noodles made for you," Jiangnan admitted, feeling a tinge of remorse for breaking their agreement. Hearing her say this brought him some solace, and he buried his handsome face in her neck, inhaling deeply, finding her scent delightful. Before long, the noodles were ready, appearing both nutritious and delectable. Xie Qingzhou dined at the island counter, while Jiangnan worked on her laptop diagonally across from him. The legal department had sent over the contract with BR, which she was reviewing. After finishing his dinner and washing the dishes, Xie Qingzhou noticed she was still busy, frowned, and moved behind her, embracing her and nibbling her ear. Jiangnan snapped back to reality. "What are you doing? What do you think?" Jiangnan closed her laptop. "Xie Qingzhou, could you refrain from acting like a poodle?" The man's expression stiffened. "So this is your assessment of me? A rotten apple, a spoiled cucumber, and now a poodle?" With her hands on her hips, she found his expression amusing as he looked down at her, furrowing his brow. "Isn't it true? Aside from that incident, is there anything else?" Leaning against the island counter, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Rong Zhang, thanking her for her hospitality and expressing enjoyment in their conversation. "Did you have a good chat with the client today?" he asked. "No wonder you were entertaining until past 9. Jiangnan nodded. "Yes, it was quite enjoyable. Our values align well." Are you implying that our values are different? He pressed his lips together, raising his eyebrows. You are absolutely correct. I am indeed a poodle. Especially when it comes to you, I just want to express my feelings. He spoke, then undid the buttons of his shirt, ensnaring her and pressing her back against the slightly cool edge of the island countertop. Chapter 103. With hidden intentions when Xie Qingzhou's lips entwined with hers. She did not resist. He feigned affection in front of her mother, and over the past few days, Mrs. Qin's mood had noticeably improved. Jiangnan was not ungrateful. Moreover, having satisfied her desires tonight, she understood that to win his heart, she could not remain in a state of stalemate. I haven't bathed, Jiangnan remarked, propping herself up. She did not refuse, which pleased Xie Qingzhou immensely. Let us wash together in a bit, he suggested. Before long, Jiangnan caught a glimpse of her somewhat disheveled appearance in the floor-to-ceiling glass. As for Xie Qingzhou, she held no grudge against him. She had not kept count of her indulgences. After bathing, they returned to the room, the hour nearing midnight. Jiangnan's hair cascaded in his embrace, languid yet exuding an indescribable allure. He gently brushed aside the strands from her cheeks, admiring her flushed face, aglow from the warmth of the water. The beauty mark on her nose was a captivating detail, creating a sense of intimacy that was both enticing and paradoxical. She was ethereal yet boldly passionate. Xie Qingzhou recalled how she had deliberately nipped at his Adam's apple earlier, an act that stirred an uncontrollable desire within her. With that thought, he leaned down to kiss her. She furrowed her brow, attempting to evade him. Sated, Xie Qingzhou exhibited remarkable patience, coaxing her, "Let me kiss you again." In the tranquil night, under the soft, golden light, such words were enchanting to the weary Jiangnan. He kissed her tenderly for a moment, his fingers grazing the beauty mark on her nose. "Do you not like this mark?" he inquired, as she typically concealed it in her daily life. "I like it. It's my wealth mark," she replied. "I cover it up merely to appear less naïve." He remembered her mentioning this before. Recalling the time he had taken her to a matchmaking event, he felt a sudden pang of realization. As Xie Qingzhou held her, it wasn't long before he heard her steady breathing. Sleep eluded him, and he ventured into the living room to retrieve his phone, where he noticed a call from Yin Fangxuan. He chose not to respond, merely glancing at the profile of Rong Zhang that had been sent to him. Aged 34, a successful bachelor, and an alumnus of Jiangnan's school at that moment. The collaboration between BR and the gentle breeze felt like a timely gift amidst the snowfall. A gesture Jiangnan would remember and perhaps repay tenfold. Feng Liu found herself nearly confined by Xie Qingzhou in the apartment. She had not anticipated his ruthlessness. Had it not been for Qiao Zheng's timely arrival, he might have truly wished for her demise. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this fate. After all these years by his side, why had Jiangnan so effortlessly taken her place? Therefore, she could not simply sit idly by and lose everything. Feng Liu pondered for a moment before sending her assistant to find someone. The night had deepened when the door to the apartment swung open. A man in a tailored suit entered. Feng Liu, slightly inebriated, blinked her eyes open and asked, "You're here?" The man remained silent, simply gazing at her. "He does not cherish you. Why must you debase yourself for him? Your leg is still broken, and yet you indulge in alcohol. What do you understand? He was the one who led me away from that place, granting me a different life. Otherwise, I would still be there, selling myself for you." Feng Liu had declared, forever remembering how he intruded into her world, dazzling her existence. How could there exist such exquisite beauty in this world? He, outwardly, always treated her with an unhurried demeanor, as if endowed with boundless patience and gentleness. In the years past, it was precisely this facade of Xie Qingzhou that deceived her. Over the years, she came to realize that his softness and good temperament were mere pretense. He was the coldest and most unfeeling. The warmth in his gaze never truly touched her heartstrings. "What do you desire?" "I do not wish to be forgotten. I long for fame and aspire to be the esteemed Feng Liu whom all admire." As she spoke, she crawled towards him, seeking his assistance. "Right?" The man seated across from her on the sofa smiled gently. "Liu, when you were at your pinnacle of fame, he never regarded you with admiration. Do you know that Jiang Nan is investigating you?" Feng Liu paused, bewildered. "Investigating me, for what?" She had visited the city's northern prison. Does she know? Is that fire connected to me? Fear gripped Feng Liyue. The blaze was merely an unfortunate accident, and she never anticipated it spiraling out of control, claiming so many lives. It was your own revelations that led her to the clues. Do you think the one who insisted on divorce suddenly grew affectionate for a reason? After pondering for a while, Feng Liyue concluded that Jiangnan's feelings for Xie Qingzhou were insincere. If he, such a proud man, were to discover that Jiangnan's intentions in being with him were ulterior, perhaps even manipulative, what dire consequences would ensue? Chapter 104. Embrace when Jiangnan awoke. Xie Qingzhou was already absent from the bed. Stepping out of the bedroom, she found him on her treadmill, clad in athletic shorts and devoid of a shirt. Xie Qingzhou's complexion was strikingly fair, to the extent that one could easily spot a small black the size of a grain of millet on the side of his neck. His physique was admirable, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with well-defined body lines that exuded a subtle strength, a quality often described as sexual tension. Jiangnan, being a person of common sensibility, could not help but admire a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Moreover, this man had just shared an intimate night with her in her bed the previous evening. As he tilted his neck, inviting her to bite his Adam's apple, he appeared both alluring and sensual. Slowing his pace, Xie Qingzhou turned around and, upon meeting Jiangnan's gaze, a faint smile graced his lips. He halted the treadmill, approached her, and teased, "Do you find me appealing?" "Indeed, your physique is commendable," Jiangnan replied, ever the objective observer, unafraid to respond to his inquiries. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her, and she could feel the warmth radiating from his body post-exercise. The sweat glistened on his well-defined physique, and she was inexplicably reminded of their shared moments from the previous day. The two of them, glistening with perspiration, embraced intimately. "Shall we, perhaps, replicate last night's tender exploration?" He whispered close to her ear, noticing her ears redden. She relished wrapping her arms around his waist or back, trembling uncontrollably, which further captivated him. "We could do it again," he added. Jiangnan was not inclined, feeling uncooperative in his embrace. "Please, remain still," he commanded, grasping her waist as he leaned down to kiss her. The morning kiss, tender yet fervent, was not overly aggressive but filled with gentleness and intensity. Jiangnan had to concede that Xie Qingzhou was indeed an expert kisser. Nestled in his arms, she felt utterly comfortable, her toes involuntarily curling in delight. Half cradling her, he led her to the sofa, where she sat atop him, continuing their kiss until he finally inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything will do," she replied, feeling languid from his kisses. "You freshen up. I shall prepare breakfast." He affectionately caressed her waist. Jiangnan sat on the sofa, slightly dazed, and soon saw Xie Qingzhou, now dressed, skillfully preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if their relationship were devoid of all the complications that lay between them. She dismissed such thoughts and proceeded to wash up and change her clothes. After breakfast, they departed together. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the door frame, motionless. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Please input my fingerprint," he replied, watching her intently. After a moment's consideration, Jiangnan complied, allowing his fingerprint to be recorded in the door lock. He could now enter her home freely, and he appeared quite pleased. As they walked to her workplace, he held her hand and remarked, "Feng Liyue has terminated her contract with the company." Jiangnan glanced at him. "Did you agree to that?" "Why would I disagree?" he asked, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his gaze soft. The implication of his words was clear. She was now free to handle Feng Liyue as she saw fit. This long-standing topic had finally reached a resolution today. Jiangnan felt a myriad of unspoken emotions as she leaned back in the car's rear seat, earnestly gazing at him. "Xie Qingzhou, can I truly place my trust in you? Are you genuinely capable of handling her? You won't backtrack like last time, will you? That depends on you. Or perhaps, grant me a chance?" He replied, his eyes aflame with intensity as he looked at her. He sensed that during their time together, she felt at ease, whether in their shared atmosphere or yesterday's intimacy. Jiangnan was astute, yet not particularly adept at concealing her emotions, especially in bed. He did not wish to squander this opportunity and aimed to seize the moment to elicit her agreement. "I'll think it over." "All right. Shall I pick you up after work tonight?" he suggested. This morning in Haicheng, a blanket of white snow enveloped the entire city, rendering the roads rather treacherous. "Very well." Upon arriving at Weifeng Group, Xie Qingzhou watched her enter the office building. Just after taking a couple of steps, she turned back. He greeted her with a smile, their eyes meeting, though her gaze did not linger on him. He took a couple of polite steps back, frowning as he turned to see Rong Zhang, seemingly bringing coffee for Jiangnan. The two walked side by side into the office building, their contrasting heights surprisingly complementing one another. "She enjoys coffee?" "She does," Xiao Zheng replied. Meanwhile, Jiangnan invited Rong Zhang to her office. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Mr. Rong. I finished the contract early. I need to return to Xiangqing tomorrow." "Very well." After finalizing the agreement, Jiangnan guided Rong Zhang on a tour of the Weifeng Plaza, assigning the best location to BR and sharing some of her future plans. The remaining time was left for Yang Ji to prepare skiing attire, taking Rong Zhang to experience skiing. On the pristine white, snow-covered mountains, Jiangnan donned her ski suit and goggles, exuding an air of confidence. She was proficient at skiing, her technique smooth and fluid. The coach accompanied Rong Zhang, who, feeling somewhat restrained, chose to sit in the snow and simply watch her glide. "Come on, give it a try. Just relax and believe in yourself. Remember the key movements. Tentatively move forward, and I promise I won't let you fall," Jiangnan encouraged. Extending her hand toward him, Rong Zhang sat on the ground, observing her intently, captivated by her clear eyes, so different from the gaze she wore during discussions. She did not regard him as a business partner, but treated him like a friend. Yet, there was a sincerity akin to their negotiations, pure and disarming, inspiring a sense of trust within him. Eventually, he reached out his hand to her. Though it was Rong Zhang's first time skiing, he was intelligent and quick to learn, mastering the basics in no time. Jiangnan remained diligent, closely following alongside the coach. However, during a downhill run, Rong Zhang lost his balance, and, as he was on the verge of falling, Jiangnan reacted swiftly to protect him, but ultimately, she couldn't prevent the fall, opting instead to act as a cushion. The two tumbled down into the snowdrift. When Xie Qingzhou witnessed this scene, he was utterly enraged. Was this them embracing one another? Chapter 105. Choices. Xie Qingzhou listened as Xiao Zheng spoke of two individuals who had come to ski, and he felt a sense of unease regarding the one named Rong. It was highly suspect for someone who had long resided in the southern regions to suddenly seek out the slopes. As anticipated, the two of them tumbled down the incline. He removed his ski goggles and looked down at Jiangnan, who lay in the snow, choosing silence. Jiangnan turned over and got to her feet, then inquired, "Are you all right? Isn't it you who ought to be concerned? How could you serve as a cushion for someone? It's quite perilous." His perplexity was evident as his brows furrowed, his demeanor serious. Jiangnan found herself momentarily entranced. His stern expression and gravitas were oddly familiar. "Where does it hurt? Are you sure you're fine?" Rong Zhang asked, his gestures measured and exuding an air of refinement. Jiangnan merely shook her head and smiled, responding, "I'm fine. I had already absorbed the impact when I fell, so it wasn't severe. The beginner slope doesn't go very fast." As she spoke, she propped herself up with her ski poles. Just as she steadied herself, a figure clad in black and white ski attire barreled towards them. The other skiers on the slope watched in astonishment as the impending collision drew near, their hearts racing in trepidation. Jiangnan squinted. The oncoming skier was faster than she had anticipated. When she attempted to steer Rong Zhang out of harm's way, it was evident that time was not on their side. Yet, at the moment of impact, the skier deftly halted. Had it not been for the skis separating them, he would have collided with her. The ski resort was shrouded in white, and Jiangnan squinted up at him. In response, Rong Zhang instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiangnan, his tone icy. "Sir, that is not how one should ski. What if someone gets hurt?" Xie Qingzhou did not regard the man, his gaze resting instead on Jiangnan. "My sincerest apologies," he said, though it felt somewhat lacking. Jiangnan had not anticipated his arrival at the ski resort. She gently rubbed her forehead, replying, "It's all right." She then turned her attention back to Rong Zhang. Xie Qingzhou felt a surge of irritation. Was she truly pretending not to know him? His grip on the ski pole tightened slightly, his eyes behind the goggles turning frigid as he observed the two. Rongzhang tilted his head, glancing at the newcomer, and curiously asked Jiangnan, "Do you know him?" Jiangnan nodded. "Yes, he is a friend." Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou felt as if he might shatter his teeth in frustration. A friend, was it? Just yesterday? In bed? Jiangnan shot him a glare, prompting him to swallow the remainder of his thoughts. However, he removed his goggles, his eyes smoldering yet inscrutable as they bore into her. She couldn't help but sigh. Xie Qingzhou's demeanor struck her as rather childish. Here was a client, skiing with her while her husband, consumed by distrust, pursued her. What an absurdity. Rongzhang's gaze shifted between the two, ultimately deciding to maintain his gentlemanly stance in front of Jiangnan. Despite their friendship, the way Xie Qingzhou was scrutinizing her was exceedingly impolite. Xie Qingzhou's eyes locked onto Rongzhang's. The surface shimmered with a gentle light. Yet beneath lay an unfathomable depth, as if it harbored a hint of provocation. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, "Brother, come here, you go first." Jiangnan truly wished to avoid provoking him further. "I'll take my leave." Xie Qingzhou turned to glance at her. Rongzhang cast a fleeting look at him, remaining silent. As the two turned to depart, Rongzhang addressed Jiangnan, "Mr. Jiang, if our skiing today has caused you any inconvenience, I sincerely apologize." Jiangnan immediately shook her head. "No, not at all." Xie Qingzhou let out a cold snort. Shen Ke also turned to glance at Rongzhang, waiting until they had distanced themselves before asking Xie Qingzhou, "Who is this person? He seems quite esteemed. What level?" Xie Qingzhou exhaled, his pent-up frustration finding no outlet. "Had it not been for me holding you back, not only would you have embarrassed my sister-in-law, but as a client, he might perceive you as making a mountain out of a molehill. That's the first point. Secondly, the more you act out, the more he appears cultured and courteous." Shenke scrutinized the man's retreating figure, pondering, "The more I think about it, the more peculiar he seems. But he is a client." Xie Qingzhou curled his lips into a cold smile, also finding him quite suspect. He watched as the two made their way toward the mountain-lifting elevator. "Brother, do tread carefully. He is not Zhou Qian," he warned, his gaze darkening. Jiangnan proceeded to the changing room to swap her attire. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. A staff member from the ski resort presented her with a bottle of medicinal oil. "Miss Jiang, a gentleman sent this for you." Jiangnan accepted it, instructing the messenger to convey her gratitude. She had sustained some bruises on her legs, and it was clear the medicinal oil was from Rongzhang. She set it aside on the soft couch without using it. When the door to the changing room swung open and she saw Xie Qingzhou, she sighed. "This is the women's changing room." Xie Qingzhou immediately noticed the medicinal oil beside her and the bruises on her legs, his brow furrowing. "Who is he that you feel the need to protect?" Jiangnan felt helpless, explaining, "He is merely a partner. He cannot ski," and was leaning back, posing a risk of falling and injuring his head. "I assessed the situation. The worst that would happen would be some bruises on the legs. If I brought him along and he fell, what then? Is a bruise all you have?" He grasped her leg, noting the scraped knee. "At the ski resort, if the posture is incorrect, one might suffer fractures." Jiangnan looked up at him. His expression was grave, fixated on her leg. "All right, you should head back now." She urged him to leave, but Xie Qingzhou's demeanor darkened further. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I just have a strong intuition that this person harbors ill intentions." Jiangnan tilted her head. "And then?" "You should cease your collaboration with him," Xie Qingzhou suggested. "This person is inscrutable to me." "What about in front of you?" Jiangnan suddenly smiled. "The contract has already been signed. I will compensate you for the breach of contract." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan realized he was not jesting. Is the sole reason for not collaborating truly just your sense of his ill intentions? Is that not sufficient? This individual undoubtedly shares a relationship with you that transcends mere collaboration. His ambitions may extend far beyond what is apparent. Jiangnan, rendered speechless, gazed at the person before her for a long moment before saying, "Xie Qingzhou, throughout these years, I have encountered many who bore ill intentions towards me. yet I have persevered step by step. Therefore, I implore you not to meddle in my endeavors. Rong Zhang's willingness to offer assistance in times of need is the reason she exerts such effort, unwilling to allow anyone to point out her flaws. Xie Qingzhou felt a pang in his heart. If you had to choose between this matter and me, what would you select? I would undoubtedly choose my work. For it cannot deceive, Jiangnan replied without hesitation. It seemed that even a moment's doubt would be an act of self-deceit. Xie Qingzhou felt a sharp sting in his heart, let out a cold laugh, and turned to leave. The door of the changing room slammed shut with a resounding thud. Was it not true that he had been liked for 3 years? Was this all there was to it? Chapter 106. Irreplaceable as Xie Qingzhou prepared to depart. He caught sight of Rong Zhang in the CAF of the hall. Their eyes met, and the other rose to his feet. Mr. Xie, I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Xie Qingzhou approached him, and Rong Zhang abruptly grasped his collar. Where did you come from, and what do you intend to do? The BR project is indeed a result of Mr. Xie's efforts. He had entrusted Yin Fangxuan with this matter, leveraging personal connections. This compelled him to reassess the individual before him. The CAF staff brought over the coffee. Sir, here is your coffee, along with Miss Zhang's mocha. Does Jiangnan enjoy mocha? Rong Zhang asked with a smile, noticing Xie Qingzhou's gaze fixated on the beverage. Aren't you her friend? Don't you know she loves mocha? His tone was calm, even courteous, yet felt jarring to the ear. So, you are here for her? A graceful lady deserves the attention of a gentleman. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that an admission? Just then, Jiangnan entered the hall and spotted Xie Qingzhou gripping someone by the collar. She hurried over and tugged at his arm. What are you doing? After a moment, he released his hold. Jiangnan apologized to Rong Zhang. Xie Qingzhou suppressed his unease, realizing he had lost control today. He suddenly felt that the notion of remaining calm and composed in Jiangnan's presence seemed increasingly distant. Shun Ke arrived, pulling Xie Qingzhou away. Jiangnan then explained their relationship. Oh, so you're Mr. Zhang's husband? Rong Fang chuckled softly. No wonder. Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely apologetic for the disturbance caused. Rong Zhang waved it off nonchalantly, adding with a teasing tone, If I had a beautiful wife like Mr. Jiang, I would likely behave similarly. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback by the compliment. The two exchanged a bit of work-related conversation over coffee before parting ways. Upon returning home, it was quite late. Jiangnan collapsed onto the sofa, feeling unsettled due to Xie Qingzhou's reaction. After leaving the ski resort, they had not been in touch. And Ning, having finished her tasks, found Jiangnan lost in thought. Hugging a cushion. What's wrong? Is Xie Qingzhou no longer an option? Weren't you two quite affectionate yesterday? You have no sense of propriety. Jiangnan felt irritated. Clearly, her decision to remain with him, without pursuing divorce, was driven by ulterior motives, not genuine affection. Yet now, her resolve seemed to waver. She questioned whether it was because he disliked Feng Liue or perhaps due to his recent demeanor. And Ning, hearing her musings, remarked, If you feel even a hint of affection for him, and he wishes to change, wouldn't it be worth giving him a chance? And Ning hoped for her friend's happiness. However, recalling the past brought discomfort. Jiangnan spoke. I still remember his choices, his indifference, and the pain he caused. What if he truly wishes to make amends? And Ning inquired, as they sat closely together. Jiangnan tilted his head to gaze at Ning, pondering. What if Yin Fangxuan wishes to make amends with you? My relationship with him differs from yours with Xie Qingzhou. I once harbored genuine affection for Yin Fangxuan, yet he has never reciprocated even a fraction of sincerity. You and Xie Qingzhou are bound by marriage, fortified by emotional foundations. Should he truly cherish you as a precious gem, it might be plausible. However, the man surnamed Yin possesses a heart of stone and would never seek to remedy our situation. This hypothetical scenario is untenable. Jiangnan fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou was engaged in a card game at a club. As the clock approached 11 at night, the woman had yet to reach out with a phone call or a message. His expression was colder than the wintry weather outside. Song Yunji tossed his cards aside, remarking, Indeed, fortune ebbs and flows. Shinkai sighed, Bro, it's truly ironic. When your wife held you close to her heart, you barely spared her a glance. Constantly referring to her as Miss Jiang. Now look at you, checking your phone every few minutes, practically wishing for a signal outage. Late-found affection is as cheap as grass. My friend, Xie Qingzhou flung his cards down and shot a glare at Xiao Zheng. Your ideas are utterly flawed. To treat her well, to make amends, to show respect, none of it bears fruit. She unhesitatingly prioritizes her work over him. Xiao Zheng replied, since she does not appreciate his gestures, she need not have him. He is not so desperate for her. Chapter 107. Care the following day, as Rongzhang departed from Haicheng, Yang Ji presented him with a meticulously selected gift from Jiangnan. President Jiang wanted you to taste it and see if it evokes memories from your childhood. Thank you, President Jiang, Rongzhang responded, bowing his head to examine the offerings. The renowned delicacies from Haicheng's venerable establishments, though not extravagant, were crafted with great care. The balance struck in interactions with male clients was remarkably adept. Jiangnan had risen early to attend a meeting at the company, successfully securing a collaboration with BR Company, which served as a morale booster for the employees as the year drew to a close. After the meeting, she glanced at her phone, finding neither a call nor a message from Xie Qingzhou. This state of affairs filled her with a serene sense of clarity, devoid of the previous entanglements and confusion. Jiangnan bore no regrets for the words she had spoken to Xie Qingzhou that day. A woman's life, if solely centered around love, devoid of knowledge, possessions, or affection, is unlikely to be truly fulfilled. In the 3 years of their marriage, Jiangnan had taken the initiative for 3 years, waiting in vain. If Xie Qingzhou could not endure even that solitary statement, the question of whether he would seize the opportunity became inconsequential. Neither had made contact. It was as if their relationship had reverted to its former state, silent and indifferent. Recently, a luxury brand had joined the Breeze Plaza, a standalone store, and Jiangnan had successfully secured further collaborations with several brands, alleviating the necessity for her to oversee every detail. As the year-end approached, Jiangnan took residence at the Jiang family home, having promised Xie Qingzhou that she would stay with her for a few days and enjoy some quality time together. Xie Qingzhou had not visited in recent days, prompting her mother to inquire whether they had quarreled. With Xie Qingzhou's charming disposition, she managed to cheer up Jiangnan's mother, bringing her considerable comfort. Aunt, did you and Uncle San have a disagreement? She suddenly asked while they occupied opposite corners of the desk, engrossed in their books. Not at all. Why do you ask? Jiangnan replied. I've been here for 2 days, and he hasn't called or video chatted with you. If my dad is on a business trip, he calls and video chats with me every day. Jiangnan set her book aside, hugging a cushion while pondering for a moment. It seemed that she and Xie Qingzhou had never been this close before. In their 3 years of marriage, their shared moments have been few and far between, with only a handful of joyful experiences. Why do you like him so much if Uncle San treats you poorly? Xie Qingzhou inquired, her large, grape-like eyes glistening with curiosity. In the past, I was quite fond of him and felt compelled to marry him, believing he would eventually come to like me in return. Yet, that day never arrived. Indeed, not only in the past, but even now, Xie Qingzhou had never questioned her about her insistence on marrying him. It was clear that her feelings had never run that deep. His affections, whether genuine or otherwise, lingered merely in the realm of physical entanglement. Xie Qingzhou sighed as she looked at her aunt. Wise individuals do not fall into the abyss of love. Jiangnan was taken aback. Oh, how do you know such a phrase at your age? My grandmother mentioned that Jiang is so intelligent and beautiful. How could she possibly be interested in our foolish son? Xie Qingzhou mused, imitating Madame Xie's tone. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. The Xie family treated her well. Except for Xie Qingzhou. She headed to take a shower while Xie Qingzhou picked up her phone to video call her parents. After ending that call, she reached out to her third uncle. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou had just finished a social gathering and was pleased to see Jiangnan's incoming call. After a brief pause, he leisurely answered. However, upon realizing it was Xie Qingzhou on the other end, he frowned. Why is it you? Aunt is taking a shower. Xie Qingzhou merely acknowledged her words, wondering if she was trying to avoid a difficult conversation. Aunt, is this the call you wanted to make? No. If it weren't for me, Aunt wouldn't even want to mention you. Third uncle, Xie Qingzhou retorted. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. This woman hadn't contacted him in days. After she finishes her shower, let her take the call. I have something to discuss with her. Seated on the sofa in the clubhouse, the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier weighed heavily on him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The uncle and niece exchanged silent glances, both holding their phones. Finally, Jiangnan emerged from the bathroom. "Aunt, my uncle said he needs to talk to you." Jiangnan acknowledged with a soft "oh" and approached. "Moments later." Xie Qingzhou's gaze fell upon Jiangnan, her half-dried hair cascading down as she wore a black nightgown adorned with a rabbit print. Her cheeks were flushed, and the small beauty mark on her nose lent her an air of innocence. Yet she was strikingly beautiful, devoid of any semblance of a corporate executive. He found her even more captivating than the night she had clung to him, breathless in his embrace. "What is it?" she asked softly. "Did you not ask Xie Qingzhou to call me?" he inquired, observing his niece's puzzled expression. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be taking care of me?" As her delicate voice floated through, a figure appeared before the camera, swaying momentarily before settling into view. Jiangnan watched as that woman familiar embraced him and then leaned in for a kiss. When Jiangnan covered Xie Qingzhou's eyes, the camera on Xie Qingzhou's end went dark, yet they could still hear the woman's voice. "Brother Zhou, touch me. Does my heart race?" Jiangnan abruptly ended the video call. "Who is that woman?" "That's none of your concern. Go to sleep, Xie Qingzhou. Didn't you say you wanted to attend Ning's final round of endorsement auditions tomorrow? I'll take you." Jiangnan had studied the product from Lucian, and this particular line incorporated elements of traditional Chinese design and cultural heritage. Since entering the auditions, Ning had gained some popularity, especially after her previous collaboration with Xie Qingzhou. Subsequently, she began to share glimpses of her daily life on social media at a lower frequency. The camera inadvertently captured a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, revealing to the public that the timepiece belonged to Ning. Moreover, Ning, in the videos from the previous rounds of auditions, showcased a simplistic makeup style, complemented by an effortlessly minimalist wardrobe. She adorned herself with a necklace from Lucerne, which accentuated her exquisite elegance, proving that the wearer, not the jewelry, defines the allure. Consequently, both the media and the public eagerly awaited Anning's final ensemble. True to expectations, Anning donned a sleek black, new Chinese-style half-collar shirt, devoid of ornate buttons, exuding simplicity. Layered over was a long, matching vest crafted from sweater material, cinched at the waist to highlight her graceful silhouette. Her long hair was casually pinned up, revealing a delicate, fair neck, complemented by her poised posture and sharp shoulders. The juxtaposition of black and white, paired with her vibrant red lips and matching pearl earrings from Lucerne, left everyone in awe upon her entrance. When Anning appeared on stage with her hands in her pockets, she evoked images of a wealthy heiress returning to her homeland during the Republic of China era. This remarkable look propelled her to fame even before the auditions concluded, sparking a plethora of imitation looks across various video platforms. Anning soon became the most sought-after ambassador for the Lucerne brand. If she could once again grace the stage she cherished, Anning would be immensely delighted. She believed that regaining her former glory might take considerable time, perhaps even years. Little did she anticipate it would transpire in mere days. Anning, thrilled by the online buzz, embraced Jiangnan, contemplating that securing the Lucerne endorsement would bolster her confidence. And with the endorsement from Win Square, her apprehensions would dissipate, solidifying her success. Anning shared in her joy, admiring Jiangnan, who truly deserved accolades for her refined taste, having graduated from one of the world's top art universities. Jiangnan's understanding of the founder's original vision for the Lucerne brand, combined with her own aesthetic sensibility and operational prowess, facilitated Anning's rapid rise to prominence. Not only was the online community abuzz, but even Mr. Nashio was captivated by Anning's appearance. Initially, her simplicity rendered the jewelry more accessible, eschewing extravagance. Yet, when paired with the currently popular new Chinese attire, it achieved a harmonious balance. Undoubtedly, Anning was the ideal representative for Lucerne. The company engaged Anning, inquiring about her fashion inspirations and insights regarding the jewelry brand. Anning generously credited her friend Jiangnan for her styling suggestions, and her own perspectives on jewelry greatly impressed Mr. Naxiao. He was particularly taken aback by Jiangnan's influence. It was no wonder that Xie Qingzhou had previously sought him out. The company held Anning in high regard. However, at a critical juncture, Mr. Naxiao advised her to wait. The results of the auditions were initially scheduled to be announced in 3 days. Yet both Lucerne's official website and the organizing media released statements postponing the announcement of the ambassador, with no specific timeline provided. Anning's heart raced at this news, prompting her to inquire with Lucerne. Their response indicated that the ambassador selection was likely predetermined. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan remained relatively composed. One must do their utmost and then leave the rest to fate. Many endeavors, lacking a touch of fortune, cannot lead to success. Thus, she remained unperturbed. Instead, Ning, after much effort, discovered that the individual in question was named Yin Yuxi, the sister of Yin Fangxuan. And Ning was exasperated, tossing the photograph to Jiangnan, seeking advice. Jiangnan gazed at the person in the photo and found the situation quite complicated. Why? Just a few days prior, during a video call, there was that delicate girl, affectionately referred to as Zhou Ge. Clearly, she had received special attention from Xie Qingzhou. Chapter 108, Thanking Xie Qingzhou for his attentiveness. Jiangnan found herself in a state of ambiguity, feeling a clarity that was almost paradoxical. After all, the eldest daughter born to the third madam of the Yin family was indeed strikingly beautiful, youthful at merely 20, a blossom in the prime of her life. Rumor had it that during the university break, she wished to enter the social scene for a taste of its allure. In truth, securing the endorsement from Lucerne was not an insurmountable task. Ning, your current popularity is commendable. A film or a television series could easily elevate you back to your zenith. And Ning remained silent, for even in her naivety, she understood that if Liusen's endorsement were not of paramount importance, there would be no need for her to exert such effort and dedication. Gaining the approval of Lucerne, along with Mr. Nanxiu's endorsement, would undoubtedly make a difference. And Ning, with her thoughts clouded yet resolute, contemplated seeking Yin Fangxuan should circumstances become dire. However, just as this notion crossed her mind, Jiangnan tapped the table, firmly instructing her not to approach anyone from the Yin family. And Ning acknowledged with a soft "oh." With only a week until the new year, the decision regarding Liusen's spokesperson remained unresolved. To Ning, this uncertainty felt like a glimmer of hope. Her desire for fame did not stem from a mere obsession with wealth and recognition, but rather from an understanding of how pivotal this opportunity was for Wei Feng and Jiangnan. This realization birthed within her a formidable and uncontrollable thought. As Jiangnan busied herself with personal matters during the year-end, she encountered Xie Qingzhou at a club. A tall, slender girl with a flushed nose trailed behind him, her appearance pitiably charming. In the dimly lit corridor, their eyes met as Jiangnan paused momentarily in her stride. After a week apart, he remained impeccably dressed, exuding charm and elegance. Yin Yuxi rushed toward Jiangnan with an air of urgency, warmly looping her arm around his. Xie Qingzhou instinctively attempted to withdraw his arm, while Yin Yuxi, on tiptoe, whispered into his ear, "This is your disobedient wife. She is indeed quite lovely. But don't you wonder if she cares about you?" Xie Qingzhou gazed at Jiangnan, who wore no outer coat, just a black hoodie and gray trousers. Her feet adorned with white shoes, an ensemble that was both practical and chic. She had a way of making even the simplest attire appear sophisticated, captivating the eyes of those around her. The couple exchanged a glance before she brushed past him. "Brother Zhou, you're doomed. Your wife doesn't care about you at all." "But I do. Why don't you be with me instead?" Yin Yuxi teased. Later that evening, after consuming a modest amount of alcohol, Jiangnan left the club and refreshed her face in the restroom to regain her composure. A figure approached from behind, and as water droplets adorned her face, she met the deep gaze of the man in the mirror. Xie Qingzhou, a mix of satisfaction and displeasure etched across his features, grasped her waist, cupping her face before kissing her. Jiangnan, resistant, attempted to push him away. Yet, he was well aware of her tactics, confining her against the sink, his body pressing between her legs. Unable to escape, she tilted her chin, meeting his gaze with calm resolve, and inquired, What do you intend to do? The embodiment of tranquility has been subdued by me under Mr. Nancio's influence. And what then? Jiangnan appeared indifferent, her gaze remarkably composed. Such calmness was profoundly unsettling to Xie Qingzhou. He had once genuinely loved another, yearning to traverse life hand in hand with her. Even now, despite Jiangnan's undeniable allure, he found himself unable to sever ties or remain indifferent to that past affection. Her heart, however, had grown cold rather swiftly. He cast his eyes downward, refraining from responding to her words. When Lu Sun initiated the talent search in Haicheng, he had intentionally summoned Feng Liyue to the scene. Now, with Feng Liyue sidelined, Yin and she had stepped in. This matter remained unspoken yet understood between the couple. Should you desire intimacy, you have 4 more opportunities, Jiangnan remarked, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation despite their ambiguous posture, as if discussing mere business. This rendered Xie Qingzhou's expression decidedly grim. In the past, he would have pressed her into submission, compelling her to relent in the face of such embarrassment. Yet now, he found himself hesitating. Just hold me. Liu Sun's endorsement. For Anning, Xie Qingzhou uttered, his words laden with a humility and longing he scarcely recognized in himself. Jiangnan looked momentarily surprised, then replied, "This transaction seems quite advantageous. I accept." She embraced him willingly, then leaned back, propping herself up to gaze at him. "Must you be so perfunctory? Could you not simply say just a hug? I have indeed embraced you. Embrace me sincerely," he insisted, caressing her chin before leaning down to savor her lips. Xie Qingzhou, handsome and tender in his kiss, elicited no aversion from her. Instead, she gently closed her eyes. As their lips danced together, their bodies instinctively drew closer. Jiangnan relished kissing him, her fingers tracing his neck and the ends of his hair. He held her waist firmly. In the brightly illuminated washroom of the club, this couple resembled seasoned lovers, their kisses laden with longing. Upon hearing footsteps, Xie Qingzhou paused, his eyes glistening with a hint of crimson as he regarded her for a moment before guiding her into a restroom stall. He pressed her against the cool marble wall, and Jiangnan's soft lips parted, her breath like orchids brushing against his neck. Xie Qingzhou caressed her face, kissing her deeply. Jiangnan did not resist. Outside the restroom, footsteps and conversations echoed, while they remained entwined within, lost in their ardor. Jiangnan's attire was disheveled, her top pushed up as she sat upon his lap, her spirit adrift under his kisses. Xie Qingzhou felt that encountering Jiangnan's body was akin to being under a spell, rendering him unable to control himself. Yet ultimately, they refrained from indulging in anything further in that place. He leaned against the wall, watching her fasten her blouse, smoothing her hair before she opened the door and departed silently, without uttering a word. His demeanor was so nonchalant, reminiscent of a man encountering a woman who willingly presents herself before him. Once their indulgence concluded, the connection between them dissipated. Xie Qingzhou's mood was more troubled than when he first arrived. Yin and she concealed themselves to observe Jiangnan's departing figure. It turned out to be about the endorsement. What consequences might unfold if Xie Qingzhou were to go back on his word? Chapter 109. A doorstep arrival upon returning home. Jiangnan found Ning languidly sprawled across the sofa, lacking any semblance of energy. Do not dwell on the disappointment of the endorsement. I believe it is time to move on, and Ning said, suddenly sitting upright. Did you go to find Xie Qingzhou? I did encounter him, Jiangnan replied. Why must it be so arduous for ordinary individuals to accomplish anything? The vile nature of capitalism. From the endorsement of Lu Sun, and Ning could discern that Jiangnan had exerted every effort possible. She had even delved into the inspirations and intentions behind each series created by Liu Sun's designers, striving to understand the brand better, thereby tailoring her persona to align with its essence. In contrast to Ning's indignation, Jiangnan remained composed, acknowledging that absolute fairness is a mere illusion in this world. And Ning understood this principle, but still felt a sense of injustice for Jiangnan. I just feel that you've been wronged. What wrong is there? It was merely a kiss, Jiangnan responded. Just a kiss? And Ning was skeptical. Xie Qingzhou, that scoundrel, could not possibly limit himself to just a kiss. and Ning had heard that Xie Qingzhou had suggested a hug in exchange for the endorsement, leaving her momentarily stunned. Xie Qingzhou, is that such a humble plea for your affection? And Ning was equally astonished. To be honest, Jiangnan was taken aback as well. Upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she sensed he was not merely performing. Therefore, she did not refuse when he kissed her. While forceful tactics would not subdue her, a display of vulnerability rendered her less resolute. However, the following day, she anticipated that Liu Xin's official announcement regarding the spokesperson would be made, yet there was still no word. And Ning grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Xie Qingzhou might falter and further hurt Jiangnan's heart. After all, she was somewhat wavering now, though the true cause of her uncertainty eluded her. She simply did not wish for Jiangnan to be disappointed by Xie Qingzhou once more. Jiangnan had gone to a meeting, leaving her phone in the office. At 10:30, an unfamiliar call came through, and Ning glanced at it, initially indifferent. Yet, the caller persistently rang, prompting her to answer. "Sister." The voice brought a roll in Ning's eyes. The scent of insincerity was palpable even through the screen. "Sister," Zhou Gu said, "the Lucen endorsement is mine, so your friend need not wait any longer." Realizing who was on the other end, and Ning recognized Yin Fangxuan, the half-sister. Without uttering a word, she abruptly ended the call and deleted it. Surely, Xie Qingzhou could not be so foolish. It was she who was orchestrating the obstacles. With a cold chuckle, and Ning dismissed the matter. When Jiangnan returned from her meeting, Yang Ji informed her, and Ning has left a message saying she is heading to Liu Xin's headquarters to discuss collaboration. Jiangnan did not question this. Yin and she lacked the influence to affect the Liu Xin endorsement. Moreover, from the outset, she understood that at her age, Mr. Nanxiu would never allow her to be the spokesperson. Thus, her only aim was to delay the announcement of the endorsement for a few days, creating a rift between Jiangnan and Xie Qingzhou. This postponement required Yin Fangxuan's involvement to materialize. Yin Fangxuan, having grasped her intentions, abruptly ended the call. Yin Yushi found herself with no other recourse but to unleash her trump card. Anning is the spokesperson. Brother, this is an opportunity to bring her closer to you. She understood that what one cannot attain often stirs restlessly. All she needed was a day, and after making a phone call to Jiangnan, the matter was settled. By the time Anning arrived at the airport in Xiangqing, it was already afternoon. After settling in, she donned a khaki trench coat and made her way to the office building where Yin Fangxuan worked. The weather in Xiangqing was considerably more pleasant than in Haiqing. The Yin family's company was situated in the renowned CBD area, offering a view of the stunning bay. As Yin Fangxuan finished his workday, he spotted Anning across the street. She approached him, and he had known she would come. Clad in a khaki trench coat with her hair cascading down, she wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, completing her look with a pair of white shoes, relaxed yet elegant. This appearance reminded Yin Fangxuan of their first meeting, where her eyes sparkled with innocence and purity, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. The once naive girl had blossomed into a striking beauty. Even with a mask obscuring her face, her allure was unmistakable. Without an assistant, he navigated through the throng, making his way to her. Anning stood before him, and he feigned surprise, asking, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes," she replied. Rather than indulging in the pretense of meeting at a CF, she had come directly to the hotel. "Is that long-term relationship you mentioned still on the table?" The corners of Yin Fangxuan's eyes lifted as he scrutinized Anning. "Are you longing for a man?" he inquired. "The condition for maintaining a long-term relationship with you is that you keep a close watch on your sister," she retorted. He had seen the video. That black outfit truly suited her. Many netizens had remarked that Anning was incomparable online. Even the television dramas and movies she had previously starred in carried no blemishes, as her acting was commendable and her work ethic impeccable. Indeed, she was a perfect fit for the role of spokesperson in Mr. Nanxiu's eyes. She had not anticipated that the troublemaker Yin Yushi would assist him in such a manner. Yet, when a man is presented with an opportunity, he often fails to cherish it. "What makes you think I lack women in my life?" he challenged. Anning responded with a simple, "Oh," indicating her disinterest. Carrying just a single bag, she departed with an air of nonchalance, not glancing back. Yin Fangxuan chuckled softly, noting that her stubbornness remained unchanged. Anning hailed a taxi. But mere minutes into the journey, Yin Fangxuan's car forced the taxi to a halt at the roadside. He pulled her into his vehicle, which soon parked in the hotel's underground garage, where he demonstrated his decision through action. At 6 o'clock that evening, the official Weibo account of Lushan announced that Anning would be the spokesperson. When Jiangnan heard the news, she felt genuinely happy for her. This concern had been resolved, and she eagerly wished to be the first to congratulate Anning. At this moment, the tranquility was disrupted by Yin Fangxuan, who had her feet propped up, swaying in the air, rendering her unable to answer the phone. Jiangnan assumed she was indisposed and refrained from calling again. Upon her return home, she discovered Xie Qingzhou, bundled in a scarf and gloves, building a snowman with Xie Qingzhou in the yard. Raising her head, she spotted her mother standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. After parking, Xie Qingzhou joyfully rushed over. "Aunt, you didn't come back last night. I missed you. I had social obligations yesterday and returned quite late," Jiangnan replied, gently ruffling Xie Qingzhou's hair as she handed her the pastries she had brought back. Once Xie Qingzhou scampered off, Jiangnan turned her gaze towards Xie Qingzhou, asking, "What brings you here?" "I came to deliver it personally," he replied, realizing that she would not take the initiative if he did not. Jiangnan looked up at him. "You believe that I would not lose my temper in my own home, do you?" "Indeed," he admitted, then cast aside the shovel. "Let us not bicker anymore, shall we?" Jiangnan remained silent, only to hear him continue, "I will certainly behave and maintain an appropriate distance from women." Chapter 110. The peaceful pendant Xie Qingzhou received a call from Yin Fangxuan, who informed him that, relying on the Yin family's influence, they had managed to postpone the announcement of the brand ambassador for the Lucen brand by 2 days. Upon hearing this, he hurried over, not wishing for Jiangnan to misunderstand. "I have not meddled in the endorsement matter. Mr. Nanxiu is a man of principle, and he alone makes the final decision regarding his brand's ambassador," Xie Qingzhou stated. Jiangnan remained silent, stepping into the house. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, urging her to converse. "I do not wish to talk," she replied. His gaze turned cold as he tightened his grip on her wrist. "Do you truly want your mother to witness our quarrel?" The man certainly knew how to manipulate her feelings. Once they reached the yard, Jiangnan was lightly dressed, hugging her arms against the chill, waiting for him to speak. Xie Qingzhou regarded her for a moment, then removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Jiangnan did not refuse, but instead pulled the collar tighter around her. The sight of her nestled within his clothing, seeking warmth, was endearing and elevated his spirits slightly. "You devised a scheme to prevent Feng Liyue from securing the role in the female general, calculating everything meticulously, and now you feign indifference. I do not care for face-saving, so I merely discussed matters with Mr. Nanxiu, anticipating your affection." Jiangnan looked up at him as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Men care about their pride. I will not allow Yin Fangxuan to sign with my company." She still said nothing, simply gazing up at him. He stepped closer and gently embraced her. "Just consider me a man you find somewhat intriguing, if you will." Jiangnan remained silent. He was well aware of how she defined him. They returned home together without further conflict. "Now that I have come to your doorstep, will you not show me a modicum of interest?" Jiangnan remained noncommittal. The one most delighted by his arrival was her mother. A few days prior, upon learning of his culinary preferences, Xie Qingzhou had asked Aunt Li to prepare an array of his favorite light dishes. Jiangnan frowned. "Why are there no dishes I enjoy?" Xie Qingzhou recalled there was at least one dish of Coca-Cola chicken wings. "Aren't you on a diet? Your meals should be light." Jiangnan queried. "When did I ever say I wanted a diet? Moreover, did she even need to?" Qin Shuang invited Xie Qingzhou to dine, saying, "Zhou, eat plenty." That evening, Jiangnan had eaten only a small portion before retreating to the living room. After dinner, Qin Shuang remarked, "The kinder you are to Xie Qingzhou, the better he will treat you. Why must you be so jealous?" Jiangnan understood her mother's intentions all too well. Xie Qingzhou overheard this and raced upstairs to relay it to Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou was nestled on the couch in Jiangnan's room, engrossed in a book. He observed his niece for a moment, reflecting on his own behavior. In comparison to how he treated Jiangnan, he realized he had not been as considerate and resolved to change. "Is that true?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, leaning in closer. Indeed, he affirmed. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was in the living room downstairs attending to some work, when Xie Qingzhou embraced her from behind and whispered softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a flicker of astonishment and disbelief. Is it truly so? Can we not give Uncle San another chance? Jiangnan gently pinched her tender cheeks and asked, Are you here to act as a mediator for your uncle? Not for him, but for myself, she replied. You? I like you and don't want you to leave our family. Xie Qingzhou tightened her embrace, saying, Aunt, my uncle was once blind to your virtues. Now I believe his sight has improved just a bit. Jiangnan chuckled at Xie's words. I will give your sentiments serious consideration. After helping Xie Qingzhou bathe and settling her down to sleep, she returned to her room. Xie Qingzhou was reading on the sofa and glanced up at her. She remained silent and went to take a shower. These past few days have been exhausting for her, especially with the new year approaching and the household preparations not yet underway. After drying her hair, she lay down in bed, and before long, Xie Qingzhou joined her. Do you wish for something? Jiangnan, lying on her side, was momentarily taken aback by his question, then turned to look at him earnestly. Xie Qingzhou, are you softening up because you have needs? Xie Qingzhou was momentarily stunned, not entirely denying it. You mentioned there's still 4 more times. Jiangnan rolled her eyes and lay back down. You seem quite calculating. A harmonious relationship is indeed crucial, he remarked, his gaze heavy as his fingers brushed her chin. In this regard, he and Jiangnan shared a greater harmony than in many other aspects. Jiangnan neither agreed nor declined. They simply locked eyes, the temperature seemingly rising, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate. There are indeed many issues between us. Let us resolve them one by one, shall we? No more indifference, all right? He said gently. His lips brushed against hers, tender and lingering, imbued with a hint of persuasion. Xie Qingzhou was a clever man, adept at summarizing, and he had noticed in the washroom that Jiangnan responded well to this approach. He pried open her lips, their tongues entwining deeply. The passive partner ultimately wrapped her arms around his neck. Breaking away from her lips, he peeled away her nightgown, his body pressing against hers. I haven't been back long, and there are many matters still unresolved. With the new year approaching, you need not worry about the household preparations. For a woman, understanding the nuances of marriage often involves knowing when to be warm and when to be cold. After being married for so long, this was the first time Jiangnan felt that Xie Qingzhou truly resembled a husband. Her eyes misted slightly as she turned her head away. Xie Qingzhou would not let such an opportunity slip by. He kissed her neck, explored her body, and observing her shudder. Their figures intertwined, their fingers tightly interlocked. Jiangnan, filled with emotion, bit his ear, but he was equally fervent. He lifted his head, gazing at her for a moment. I'll go buy some, he said. It seemed he would not consider leaving this marriage. As Xie Qingzhou dressed, he caught sight of the painting on the wall. Even if that person returned, his choice would remain unchanged. Taking medication was ultimately detrimental to her health. After Xie Qingzhou left, Jiangnan hugged the blanket, lying on her side in bed. The painting on the wall also caught her eye. She pondered whether to inquire if he remembered their past. Every time a Ning was with Yin Fangxuan, she felt utterly tormented. After consuming a morsel of food to regain her strength, she asked him, Have you taken your medication? I wish to take some. It could end you. And Ning thought it unnecessary to ask further. Regarding our long-term relationship, I wish to establish 3 rules with you. No sooner had Ning's words left her lips than Yin Fangxuan's phone rang. On the other end, Yin Yushi was sobbing, demanding to know what was happening. I still need to ask you, what are you up to? If you're filming, then film. Who permitted you to meddle in other affairs? Recognizing the tone, and Ning leaned closer to eavesdrop on the conversation. In a bold act of defiance, Yin Fangxuan pressed her down onto his lap and activated the speakerphone. That wife of Brother Zhou is rather oblivious, and I see this as an opportunity. You could use this to manipulate Ning. Haven't you had your fill of her? And Ning scoffed quietly, I apologize, but I have been with him, and he has changed his mind. I advise you, should you dare to trouble Jiangnan, I will whisper sweet nothings to him, infuriating you. The call abruptly ended. How are the Yin family raised? Do you not discern right from wrong? Be mindful of your actions. Rising from Yin Fangxuan's lap, she declared, Our relationship lasts only 3 months. If you wish to see me during this period, I shall arrange a place." She was not one to burn bridges. She maintained her dignity. Yin Fengshuan chuckled, gazing at this prickly little hedgehog. 3 months? Does that constitute a long-term arrangement? You're on probation. After 3 months, I may cast you aside or make it official. We shall see. And Ning replied nonchalantly. Having traversed the world of fame and fortune, love and affection seemed trivial now. As she attempted to leave, he restrained her once more. Ning, you have been searching for a certain safety buckle, yet progress has been scant, correct? How do you know? She immediately regretted her words and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" My meaning is quite straightforward. I have been keeping an eye on you and have no intention of letting you go. Thus your words carry little weight. He grasped her chin, kissing her passionately for an extended moment, before adding, "The safety buckle currently displayed online belongs to Xie Qingzhou. He has sought this buckle for many years before it came into his possession." Chapter 1:11 Upon returning from his errands, Xie Qingzhou found Jiangnan already asleep. The bedroom was illuminated by a solitary orange essential oil humidifier, casting a warm, golden glow while delicate mist filled the air, the scent of bitter orange wafting gently, uplifting one's spirits considerably. Jiangnan lay on her side, her long hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders. From his vantage point, he admired the exquisite curve of her nose and her luscious lips. Though Xie Qingzhou had never encountered a sleeping beauty, this enchanting woman, even in slumber, was undeniably enticing. The cool air clung to him, and with a hint of mischief, he leaned down to kiss her lovely shoulder. She instinctively shivered without opening her eyes. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gazed at her, a tumult of love and frustration swirling within him. How could she be asleep at such a moment? The atmosphere had been so perfect. Had she been his, weariness would not have claimed him, for he would have awaited her. He placed gentle kisses on her shoulder and nuzzled her neck, only to have her furrow her brow, attempting to turn away. Xie Qingzhou remained at the bed's edge, captivated by her sleeping form. Her features were stunning, her skin like jade. She was not the girl next door type, sweet and innocent. Rather, she exuded a vibrant and unforgettable allure, perhaps honed from her time in the marketplace. Yet now, she resembled a docile kitten lost in dreams. He tenderly brushed aside her hair and kissed her forehead, ultimately refraining from further advances. The following morning, when Jiangnan awoke, she beheld Xie Qingzhou sitting on the bed's edge, his back turned towards her, seemingly engrossed in his messages. His back was well-defined, exuding strength. Fresh from a shower, droplets clung to his skin, gliding down the contours of his physique, quite alluring. Momentarily taken aback, she gathered her thoughts and sat up. A towel hung loosely around his neck as he turned to her, "Awake?" Jiangnan responded with a soft "oh," and he seemed to return his task, then tossed aside his phone and crawled back onto the bed. As she attempted to rise, he grasped her ankle with ease, pulling her back beneath him. Her hair, dark and glossy, spread across the pillow like seaweed, bewitching and charming, reminiscent of a captivating sprite. Xie Qingzhou captured her lips with his, kissing her while murmuring, "I've been holding back all night. It's still early," indulging a little one-tea hurt. At that moment, just as her nightgown and the towel around her waist fell to the floor, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Auntie, are you awake? Are we still going for a walk this morning?" Xie Qingzhou was taken aback, unprepared for the interruption brought by Xie Xiangxiang so early in the day. He lifted his head from Jiangnan's embrace and declared, "No more walking. We're busy. Don't bother us." Silence followed outside, but just as he was about to reclaim his position beside Jiangnan, a second knock sounded. "Can I come in?" Jiangnan nudged his shoulder playfully, and Xie Qingzhou closed his eyes briefly before ultimately rising to dress. "Xiangxiang, could you wait a moment? I just woke up and need a change." As they emerged from the room, Xie Xiangxiang was seated by the door, grinning widely as she said, "Uncle, let us go for a brisk walk. The park next to Annie's house is beautiful." What's beautiful in the dead of winter? He had a foul temper, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Xiangxiang, pondering why she should linger here, entangled with Jiangnan. Nevertheless, Xie Qingzhou ultimately accompanied them. A morning stroll, though chilly, uplifted one's spirits. After breakfast, Xie Qingzhou escorted her to work. Along the way, Jiangnan sighed, burdened by concerns for Ning. After Xie Qingzhou's explanation the previous day, she realized Ning's proposition regarding the contract was dubious. She must be seeking Yin Fangxuan. Sighing over Ning, at that moment, he and she shared an unspoken understanding. Jiangnan replied softly, marking one of their rare moments of conversation. Some individuals and circumstances are inescapable, much like myself. After 3 years of avoidance, am I not still ensnared by you? She was taken aback by his words, momentarily at a loss for response. She had not anticipated such sentiments from him, which were indeed surprising. With the new year approaching in a few days, Jiangnan, as the head of a fashion department store, found herself exceedingly busy, often working late into the night. That evening, Xie Qingzhou had purchased 2 boxes of items, yet refrained from approaching her upon witnessing her exhaustion. Following Ning's return from Xiangqing, armed with leads on Yin Fangxuan, she enlisted others to investigate the whereabouts of the safe pendant. This pendant had only recently been reclaimed by Xie Qingzhou, signifying that he had not forgotten Jiangnan. Ning's pursuit of the pendant alarmed Feng Liyue deeply. What purpose did Ning have in seeking that pendant? Furthermore, she must exercise patience and remain inactive. How long had it been? Xie Qingzhou continued residing at Zhang's house, frequently picking Jiangnan up from work, and their relationship was evidently blossoming. If they were to thrive as a couple, what chances would she have? Left with no alternatives, she resorted to calling to demand answers, wondering how much longer she must wait. Sighing into the phone, she reflected that only in the throes of passionate emotions, upon discovering one's deception, does rage reach its zenith. A lukewarm existence holds little meaning, does it not? Chapter 112. Opportunity. On the morning of the 30th day of the lunar year, Jiangnan was still busy overseeing the shop, while Ning took charge of preparing the New Year goods and pasting the spring festival couplets at the Jiang residence. The presence of Xie Qingzhou this year had surprisingly granted her some leisure time. Ning lounged on the sofa, observing Xie Qingzhou as he arrived with Xie Xiangxiang to paste the couplets, bringing along some homemade dishes prepared by Madame Xie. In the kitchen, Qin Shuang was bustling about, frying meat and other delicacies in preparation for New Year's Eve. Although they lacked for nothing, maintaining certain traditions was still deemed essential. He had organized the Jiang household so meticulously that Ning found herself less irritated by him. She mused that his search for the safety buckle might indeed be a quest for Jiangnan, which softened her perception of him. Once Xie Qingzhou finished his tasks, Qin Shuang packed extra fried meat for him to take back to the Xie family for their reunion dinner. As he prepared to leave, Ning leisurely followed him, inquiring, "Are you looking for someone?" Xie Qingzhou turned back to regard her, responding with silence. "I asked if you were looking for someone." He remained quiet, merely gazing at her. Previously, Feng Liyue had mentioned that the person he sought had connections to Jiangnan. It was evident that her words held truth. Xie Qingzhou nodded slightly, acknowledging yes. "I'm looking for someone. How did you know?" Ning chose not to answer, studying him for a moment, feeling a sense of happiness for Jiangnan. To be candid, the two of them made a striking couple. If their hearts were aligned, it would be a joyous affair for all involved. However, such delightful surprises were not hers to divulge. Be kinder to Jiangnan, and you may find what you seek. Xie Qingzhou's heart settled momentarily, yet his brow arched in curiosity as he responded with a simple "oh." Ning refrained from further comment and turned to leave. After escorting his niece home, Xie Qingzhou made a phone call to Jiangnan, inquiring when she would finish her work and whether she would return for lunch. "I'll head back in the afternoon," Jiangnan replied, having just left the mall and needing to return to the office briefly. Madame Xie observed her son finally taking an interest in Jiangnan, which brought her joy. In previous years, he had been as unyielding as a stone during the new year, offering no assistance and wearing a perpetual frown. Now, she felt a sense of optimism. As noon approached, Madame Xie handed him a food container. "What is this for?" Xie Qingzhou asked, puzzled. "Since there's nothing pressing at home, go and have lunch with Jiang, then return to the Jiang residence together to celebrate the new year," Madame Xie suggested. Despite her many grievances with her son, deep down, she did not wish for him to miss out on such a wonderful girl as Jiangnan. While Xie Qingzhou had felt some discontent with Jiangnan's busyness these past few days, her attitude towards him had noticeably softened, lacking the usual coldness. She welcomed his affections without resistance. Yet, Madame Xie was so preoccupied with her own tasks that he could not ascertain whether she had indeed decided to grant him that opportunity. Xie Qingzhou carried the food container to the Weiphone group. Most employees had already taken leave, leaving the office eerily empty, with only a few stragglers remaining. This was Xie Qingzhou's first visit to Jiangnan's office. The decor was strikingly minimalist, mirroring her own fashion sense. A large bookshelf filled with numerous books adorned the space, while her desk showcased a family photo album displaying her four-member family. Xie Qingzhou gazed at the photograph of Jiangnan. Had it not been for him, would his father still be alive? Previously, he had never contemplated this question, dismissing it out of apathy. Now, reflecting upon those 3 years, he realized he had been unduly harsh towards Jiangnan. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, Jiangnan would have found a suitable husband, one who loved her, amidst the protection of her family, living a carefree life as a wealthy heiress, instead of enduring her current circumstances. Seated in her office chair, he rested his chin on his hand, staring at the photo of the girl whose smile lit up the frame, her eyes crinkling with joy at the entrance of her university. Jiangnan returned to the office at 1 in the afternoon, while Xie Qingzhou lay napping on her sofa. Yang Ji was taken aback upon seeing him. Jiangnan took the files from her, saying, "All right, you should head home. If you stay too long, you might miss the New Year's Eve dinner. I can manage the rest." Xie Qingzhou propped his arm beneath his head, watching her as she leaned over her desk. Dressed elegantly in a fitted black sweater and gray trousers, her casual white sneakers a testament to her busy day. With her slender waist arched over the table while signing documents, one might mistakenly think she was enticing him had he not known her well. Rising, Xie Qingzhou deliberately pressed against her curves, encircling her in his embrace. He brushed his lips against her ear, whispering, "Is there anything I can assist you with, General Manager Jiang?" His hand rested on her waist, the gesture unmistakably intimate. Jiangnan straightened, handing him the files. "Please file these and tidy up my office while you're at it." Xie Qingzhou turned her around, lifting her to sit on the desk. His hands planted on either side of her body, his gaze locked onto hers without uttering a word. With his handsome features and slightly raised brows, he was undeniably captivating. Jiangnan felt grateful towards him these past few days. Her mother had not been this happy in a long time, and his presence at her home had alleviated her worries. Leaning back slightly, she tilted her head to meet his gaze. He smiled and lowered his lips to hers. As their lips met, the kiss intensified. After a moment, he released her. Jiangnan's arms draped over his shoulders, her freshly kissed lips glimmering, her eyes glistening with emotion, making her irresistibly alluring. Xie Qingzhou felt elated, his fingers caressing her slightly swollen lips. "Will you grant me this opportunity?" he asked, aware of the subtle shifts in their relationship. Jiangnan responded with a soft murmur, a tacit acknowledgement. "What made you change your mind so suddenly?" he inquired, his voice husky as he embraced her waist, drawing her closer. "I certainly have my own considerations," she replied, meeting his gaze for a moment before lowering her eyes and adding, "Don't let me down." "Agreed." Xie Qingzhou pinched her cheek gently, convinced that Xiao Zheng was indeed quite useful. Be patient and treat her well. Women respond to this, particularly Jiangnan. "Let us eat first," he said, lifting her down from the desk. Jiangnan was genuinely hungry. Her mother-in-law had brought her soup, and she finished a bowl in one go. Xie Qingzhou meticulously arranged the dishes, patiently awaiting her to indulge him before he finally spoke. "Our first date is in your office?" Jiangnan raised her eyes to meet his gaze, surprised that this matter had not yet been resolved. "I owe you one. Is that acceptable?" she stated earnestly. "You owe me quite a few, don't you?" He quirked an eyebrow, his demeanor rather teasing. "I know, I understand," Jiangnan replied, a hint of impatience in her tone as she swiftly finished her meal before returning to her tasks. He listened as she conversed on the phone, discussing trivial matters related to the department store at the square. Once she completed her call, he wrapped his arm around her waist. "I suggested you find someone with experience in managing luxury retail, yet you seem to have ignored my advice. Is it so easy to find such a person?" she inquired, suddenly turning her head to gaze into his eyes. It wasn't so bad, this interaction with him. Jiangnan felt a flicker of hope within, contemplating that perhaps this was a favorable path to tread. Chapter 113. Gratitude. Xie Qingzhou naturally did not assist her with the cleaning. His demeanor was too refined for such menial tasks. By the time they finished and returned to the Xie residence, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Although Jiangnan was occupied, she had not neglected her preparations for the new year, bringing gifts and clothing for the festive season. Xie Xiangxiang cheerfully carried items into the house while Xie Qingzhou leaned against her cart, smoking a cigarette. He cast a glance at her, amused, wondering if it was customary for a department store owner to deliver gifts in such abundance. Jiangnan calmly regarded him, asking, "Are you going to help carry anything?" "Of course, who wouldn't he dare?" he replied, extinguishing his cigarette. This harmonious scene brought the greatest joy to Madame Xie. Once everything was moved in, Xie Qingzhou settled onto the sofa, observing how even the gifts for the household staff had been thoughtfully selected. It became evident why everyone in the Xie family was fond of her. Yet, amidst all the gifts, his own as her husband was conspicuously absent. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered if this was an opportunity presented to him. With his arms crossed, he watched as everyone busied themselves with their presents. Noticing his furrowed brow, Jiangnan explained, "The gifts were ordered in advance. I'll prepare one for you next year." Xie Qingzhou could only respond with silence, eliciting light laughter from the entire family. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Xie Jingyuan called his 2 sons to the study. Jiangnan remained with Xie Xiangxiang, watching television and responding to some New Year's greetings. In the study, Xie Jingyuan asked Xie Qingzhou if he still wished to pursue a divorce. "We cannot set a precedent for divorce in the Xie family on my watch," he remarked. Xie Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how Xie Qingzhou had once vowed during his marriage to Jiangnan 3 years prior. A commitment he had clearly forgotten amid his efforts to end the union. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xie Qingzhou rubbed his nose and shot a glare at his brother. Xie Jingyuan advised him to treat Jiangnan well since he had made a decision, then handed him a share transfer document to pass along to her. He then cautioned his sons, as life becomes more pleasant, one must remain vigilant. Both sons exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of their father's meaning. After a moment of silence, Xie Jingyuan continued, "You have yet to clarify the matter from the banquet upon your return to the country." Xie Qingzhou stiffened at the reminder. He had almost forgotten about the incident involving the drugging. He bit his lip, wondering if Aunt Zhang had